Chapter 121. When the little guys were accusing Xieshichan of his many evil deeds, the principals who were watching their game outside the court looked at Xieshichan with a very subtle look. Not only them, but when Xieshichan glanced back casually, he could also see the complicated expressions of many teachers, especially where his own class was. It seemed particularly empty without the students. The teachers needed to keep an eye on the students, so they simply didn't take a break. In addition, there were always one or two students of Screech in the crystal ball, which made them listen to Xieshichan's complaints. When Xieshichan was not around before, the students complained especially fiercely, as if they had a telepathic connection. For example, Valentina, a sincere little girl, sighed while pulling grass. "It would be great if I could become a high-level magician. I want to go with the princess," Genevieve threatened. "Then I will help you talk to Screech when I go back, and give you some extra doses. Talent is something that can be caught up with hard work." Valentina had a bitter face. "I'm not an adult yet. The teacher is so cruel. I'd better not go find the princess for now." For example, Lucius wandered around the forest alone. When he met someone who was alone, he would practice his manipulation skills and tie him up. Every time he needed to give his name, he would sneer. "Name? Just remember that I am Anshin Screech's student. If you want to hate someone, hate Screech." Lucius can't just reveal his name. Yes, little Lucius has been bullied by Teacher Han recently. Suddenly, he seems to understand why Teacher Han hides his name so tightly. Being hated and talked about every day is really bad luck. The teachers were talking and laughing at the beginning, but later they were in fear. Fortunately, the principal helped to block it. Otherwise I would also be famous. Ariel patted her chest, her pretty face full of smiles. But, since someone has blocked the knife, I can be a little more excessive. Well, it's revenge for Xieshichan. Mu Xian casually echoed. Until now, seeing the students in front of Xieshichan's face, complaining about Xieshichan, they really started to watch the show. I'm really curious if there will be any changes in the little ones' courses after they go back. And Xieshichan, who was watching the fun, said, "Well, this is the teaching style, school spirit, and unique culture of our college." He didn't care at all. "Don't you think it's interesting?" Principal Merrim curled his lips. "The students are all very talented, right? If you do this, won't it be embarrassing for the students to come back and seek revenge in the future?" Xieshichan smiled with his eyes bent. "But I'm a muddle. If they really want to seek revenge, they can do it now. Isn't it just because they are embarrassed? If they punch me, I go to heaven." Principal Merrim and Principal Helwins, I can't compare. I don't have the ability. Suddenly I feel that being a principal with a muggle identity is not bad. The two principals were thinking, but were called back to their senses by Xieshichan. It's entering a white-hot stage. They looked at the crystal ball, and found that it was indeed as Xieshichan said. When the time came for the final decision, the students who couldn't find the gold cup also started to take action, and grab the gold cup. The entire arena was not peaceful. What a coincidence. This time Principal Merrim was depressed. "Why are your students everywhere?" Xieshichan smiled but said nothing. Of course, it was because they got a lot of gold cups. In the number 1 crystal ball, Amelia's team was hanging on the book, looking at the two teams fighting under the tree, feeling a little worried. How could they accidentally get a gold cup down? They held their breath and reduced their presence. The whole team with a tendency to be evil was an expert in hiding. They hid in the tree canopy, and no team noticed that there was a team watching the game. What to do? Amelia and Fry exchanged glances. The two men in their group are both men with dark talents. One is socially anxious, and the other is depressed. They have no other advantages except unconditional obedience to orders, and getting along well with them. Every time they discuss strategies, they rely on the two smart ladies. Fry pondered for a moment, took out the magic pen given by Screech, and wrote on the tree trunk, "Don't say anything yet. Wait until they leave." After a pause, Fry thought about some adjustments that the Magic Association might make, and said, "Don't fight yet. Just watch and scatter the fake gold cups." Amelia nodded slightly, and they looked at the two teams that were already angry, and decided to be a little transparent, who accidentally broke into the competition area. The two teams under the tree ended with the other team with relatively complete talent division winning. The other team limped away, and this team hurried forward to check the gold cup. "Damn it. It's fake again." "Yes. By now, Basically all the teams that can still stay know whether the gold cup is real or fake, and have their own skills to distinguish the gold cup. The gold magician among them could sense the inside, and found that there were no numbers. He couldn't help but get angry. This fight was in vain. Forget it. Let's go find another team first. Find the gold cup. And hide until the end of the game. This game is not right. Another team member suggested. And everyone agreed and left the area together. Chloe closed her eyes, and sensed that there was indeed no one around them. She said briefly, "It's okay." Amelia exhaled. "Let's spread out the fake gold cup next." Fu Rui nodded. Hesitant. "I'm wondering if we should distribute the real ones as well." They had 3 real gold cups, and 7 fake ones in their hands. If they only kept one to ensure they could enter the competition, it would be a bit unsafe. Amelia pondered. "Keep it for now, and wait for everyone to gather. If we have enough people, we can distribute it." Frui nodded. "Okay. Then we have to hide better." The two looked at each other, led the team to disperse, and tried to hide as close to the final destination of the game as possible to avoid being guarded at the exit and unable to leave. At the same time, Crystal Ball number 2, Vera, and the Bori team met. She frowned. "With me here, Novice won't be attacked. But we can't keep all the gold cups in our hands." Bori was puzzled. "Why? If we keep the gold cups, we can reduce the number of competitors." "Right. That's right. But there must be others who are reducing the number of competitors in the knockout stage. Our strength is outstanding. Once we are locked, we will become everyone's target. In the knockout stage, it is better to hide our strength." Vera analyzed and silently lip-synced the word magic association to Bori and the others. Their scricky was different from other college teams. Not only was there the magic association stumbling block, but there was also a 100-point target that they had to complete. And they couldn't make any mistakes. Novice was stunned for a moment, and asked solemnly, "What did you find?" Vera nodded. "I was carrying 5 real gold cups, and I encountered obstructions from no less than 3 groups of people on the way. And among them, there were senior magicians." Novice's eyes widened slightly. "How is it possible?" "I have counted other academies." Speaking of this, Novice hesitated. "Yes, there are indeed not as many senior magicians outside the venue as imagined. Even in a famous school like Merim, there are only 2 or 3. Basically, senior magicians are the top 8 candidates. But this is outside the venue, and no one knows the details of these senior magicians." Villa snorted. "They are all magic academies that I, Villa, have never heard of. Do you really think I don't understand? I don't believe that my carefully selected hiding place can be discovered by so many people. There is definitely a problem with the gold cup. But this is not the point. The point is that we have to survive until the next game. If they want to get points, all members must be selected. And as long as the gold cup is distributed, everyone will have no chance to stop them for this place. And they will have a chance to enter the next game and get points." Nathaniel understood. But he was a little worried. What if other teams don't have the gold cup? Shouldn't we leave one more? Bori touched his chin, looking very energetic. "No. On the contrary. We can't leave one more. If there is really a team that didn't get the gold cup, there are 2 situations. One is that we have other teams that got more and give them to them. The other is," Novice tacitly replied, 21 people. "What's wrong with grabbing one wave?" Villa agreed. "Yes, that's what I think. Anyway, it's most important to gather together. First disperse the gold cups, and we go to the exit to gather together. I have to say here that if a student is dying, seriously injured, or surrenders directly, there will be staff to help take the student out. Of course, this will also lose the right to continue the game. However, the staff did not come very fast. Whether they can hold on until someone comes depends on their life and luck. Anyway, the students of Screech believe that they are not destined to be rescued." Borui and the others discussed together and finally decided to let Anna, who has light healing skills, take Novice, and Vera take Osito first. And Bori and Nathaniel began to throw the golden cup to attract the attention of the bad guys. They scattered, and the gold cups thrown out made the already chaotic battlefield even more chaotic. Crystal Ball number 3. By some strange coincidence, the strongest fighters of Screech gathered together. Chris, Lucius, and Ophelia looked at each other, very hesitant. Ophelia spoke first. "What are you doing?" Lucius looked at his dark vines and shrugged. Obviously. Eliminate dissidents. Chris pondered for a moment. Explore the core competitiveness of future opponents. Ophelia, She held her forehead. It's almost over. Dear, I think we should do some serious work. What do you think? The two dear classmates put down their toys and coughed lightly to express their seriousness. You talk. We listen. Ophelia was even more helpless. It's like this. I have some real gold cups in my hands. But I'm worried that if I have too many gold cups in my hands, the association will think that there are not enough participants and will select people from the teams that didn't get the gold cups again, which is very disadvantageous to us. So, Chris realized, you want to choose your own opponent? Ophelia smiled. Yes. Instead of giving the right to choose to the organizer, we can choose by ourselves. And we can have more confidence. Lucius calmly pointed out the problem. There are many people left. We can't escort the weak into the semifinals. No. I don't choose the weak. Ophelia shrugged. Her tone relaxed. Colleges with weak students may have replacement options. We are not sure whether they will change the team. I plan to choose strong people from famous schools. Famous schools usually rely on their status, and will not collude with the Magic Association. So there is no possibility of being calculated. Strong people prove that they take the competition seriously, and will not play tricks. Strong people who are upright are much easier to fight than those who are sneaky. The most important thing, Ophelia blinked. We help the students of these colleges, and they must have a good impression of us. Maybe we can communicate well in the future. Screech can't be isolated all the time. Good guy. This is even thinking about the benefits of the principal. Lucius and Chris had to admit that they were not as cunning as Ophelia. They were just messing with their competitors. And Ophelia wanted them to be nice to them even if they lost. Chris hesitated. Aren't you afraid that we're in the crystal ball? Ophelia tilted her head in confusion. Chris. So what? Are we doing something bad? Of course not. They are trying to help other schools get into the semifinals and get a chance to shine. A college that openly sends strong students in should not be so petty. Right? Open plot. But it has to be pitted. Chris was convinced. Lucius was even more emotional. It feels like everyone is changing for Screech. Ophelia smiled and said nothing. She would not say such bad things that might be heard by Screech. Multiple crystal balls flashed and multiple students appeared. Each student team was calculating various conspiracies and plots. And some high-level magicians, who should not have appeared, could be seen suddenly. The deans of all schools knew who had created those high-level magicians. The schools that had no chance of winning the top 8 were gloating over the famous schools that had a chance. Look! This was a loss to their interests. And it was all caused by Screech Academy. And the weak schools that had inserted high-level magicians were also guilty and silent. The appraisal meeting was becoming more and more difficult. And they really didn't want to be banned. As long as they agreed to the requirements of the Magic Association, they would not be ranked last. So why didn't they do it? The colleges that had the strength to compete for the top 8 were all silent and moved closer to the center. The principal of the college that caused all kinds of bloody storms was there. Helwyn smiled gently. I didn't expect that after the little prince went to Screech. He looked more and more like a crown prince. Merrim looked at the multiple crystal balls instead. How did you teach your students? They are so capable of causing trouble? Siashichin, who only roughly learned the 36 stratagems to defend against PUA and the basics of psychology, spoke vaguely. They are very smart to begin with. If it weren't for their help, the teams that entered the finals might not have made it to the quarterfinals. He forced an explanation for his students' mischievous behavior. Principal Merrim smiled. Not necessarily. Like the little prince said, the organizers always have a chance to select people to enter. Siashichin remained calm. So is it better for our schools to go in and compete? Or for the Magic Academy to fight among itself? Of course it's the former, the principal said silently in their hearts. To be honest, not only did they not feel offended, but they admired it very much. From the beginning to now, Screech's students have never been to the crystal ball in vain. Every time they go up, they must have classic operations, which can even be taken back to teach students. The students' sharpness in finding the gold cup, their strength in protecting the gold cup, their wisdom in hiding their strength, and their various analyses of the elimination rounds and various grand operations at the end. All make them regret, why are they not their own good seedlings? The good seedlings are really excellent, and they are blooming in all aspects. In envy, The principals are also slightly jealous. Damn. Such an excellent picture. But it's all Screech's. Let's just call this year Screech's harvest year. A principal muttered. That's not true. Another principal shook his head. It's true that they are blocked everywhere. But we can only say that they are so strong that they are not afraid of any conspiracy. Then the only thing left is to show off? Thinking of this, I envied Principal Screech even more. The envied Principal Screech smiled slightly. I will give them rewards when they come back. Principal Merrim sighed. Could it be that those systems of Screech are really so useful? His original insistence was shaky. The war in the field was still going on. With the intervention of Screech students, it would not end in a short time. For some weaker teams, they threw fake gold cups to delay them. For the suspicious teams, they directly clapped together to grab the gold cup. If they couldn't grab it, they would sow discord and let the two suspicious teams fight together. But this is a bit difficult. After all, the foreign aid of the suspicious team is a whole. And Ophelia brought a lot of real gold cups to select strong teams. When she met a team with good strength that should be able to keep the gold cup, she would stand up to make a deal. Dear, don't be nervous. I know you don't have the real gold cup in your hand. Ophelia showed her cards as soon as she came out and communicated with the other party. The captain of the opposite side was alert. Who said, we don't have the real gold cup? You want to fight? No. 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 I'm here to make friends. Ophelia curved her eyebrows, smiled gently, and spoke in a gentle tone that would not cause people to be nervous. I am a gold magician. I have a way to identify gold cups. But of course, this is not the point. After a pause, she took out a gold list. I have quite a few real gold cups. But I think, instead of reducing opponents, it is better to move forward together. In fact, we come to the appraisal meeting to exchange and learn. Right? She sighed in a slightly naive tone. My teacher often taught us that we are all students. Friendship first, competition second, and the experience gained is the most important. So I think it would be a pity if we can't fight with the real strong because of luck. The captain of the other party believed it easily, because he said it was so innocent and kind. But the captain was puzzled. You also said that you have a lot of gold cups. Aren't you afraid that we will just rob them? Ophelia nodded with a smile. Of course I am afraid. So I said, I am here to make friends. If you really want to rob, just leave one for me. The captain felt sorry for the other party. How kind and innocent. He couldn't help but ask. Which college are you from? Ophelia, Screech School of Magic. The captain felt even more sorry for the other party. Who doesn't know that all the members of Screech School of Magic are out for the appraisal meeting this year? At this critical moment, they are still emphasizing friendship first and competition second. These are the real students from friendly schools. The captain was moved. He turned his head and looked at the team members. Let's make friends and stop fighting. The team members nodded frequently. Okay. Okay. They are really great. How can such a good school be abolished? Ophelia smiled softly and gave them a gold cup. The captain of the opposing team said solemnly, Your Highness, I know you. We are from Hellwinds. Don't worry. We will compete with you in an upright manner. We will stop at a certain point. Friendship comes first. Ophelia pulled her non-existent skirt in the void and saluted like a lady. Competition comes second. Thank you for your enthusiasm. The captain of the team was deeply moved. How about we protect you? Ophelia, you don't have to be so moved. After finally sending the team leader away, Ophelia whispered, Oh my God. The students from Hellwinds are so enthusiastic. I feel a little embarrassed. Hellwind's principal in front of the crystal ball. Siashichin coughed lightly. Friendship first. Friendship first. The students of Hellwinds are indeed worth getting along with. Principal Merrim gloated. Yes. The one who only wanted to fight before seemed to be from Hellwinds. Right. The students of your academy are indeed suitable to be friends. Principal Hellwinds felt what public execution was. He really wanted to ask Screech how he had maintained such a thick skin when the public execution student exposed the secrets. He felt very anxious now. How could he teach such naive students? Siashichin took the opportunity to recommend. In fact, my students were also very naive at first. They even had very simple expectations every time I said there was a surprise. Even if they heard my cruel rules, they still thought I was thinking about them. Of course, I'm thinking about them. But their silly, innocent look still gives me a headache. How can they be so innocent? Won't they be bullied if they go out? Principal Hellwinds tilted his head curiously. What happened later? Shichen smiled. I strengthened their education on strategies, language, micro-expressions, psychology, etc. Although they are still easy to trust people, at least they have some ideas. Principal Hellwinds was madly excited. Is the effect really that good? Shichen added. Of course. You can see that Ophelia's changes are obvious. Right? Ophelia was originally a very kind and lovely girl. Principal Hellwind struggled for a moment, but was quickly persuaded. Wait until the students' competition is over. Can we talk about cooperation? Shichen blinked. Of course. It's my honor. The students are really awesome. The rewards are due, and they will be arranged when they return. They talked back and forth, and Principal Merrim was indignant. Isn't she naive too? If the other party really wants to snatch it, won't she be exposed? Principal Hellwind said faintly, why don't you take another look? Principal Merrim subconsciously looked at the crystal ball where Ophelia was. In the picture, Ophelia used the same words to talk to a team. Seeing Ophelia alone, the other party asked, where are your teammates? Ophelia's eyes flickered. We got separated. Okay. I admit that although I also think friendship is the first priority, the more important thing is that we got separated. I am just an intermediate magician, and my strength is not strong. They are worried that I will be embarrassed, so they put all the gold cups on me, hoping that I can avoid being eliminated. Intermediate magician. Someone in the team sensed it and confirmed that Ophelia was an intermediate magician. The captain stretched out his hand directly. Then give us everything. If you give it to us, we will spare your life. Ophelia hesitated. But our team. Your team would never enter the semifinals with you, the captain said impatiently. It just so happens that our academy is also short of a few gold cups, and we have to make deals with other academies. If you don't give it to me, we will take action. Another team member smiled. That's right. If the staff is too late, you, little girl, may not even have a chance to survive. Ophelia whispered. Is that so? The captain had confirmed that there were no other people around. And now, he was even more anxious that the opportunity was not waiting for anyone. He raised his magic wand without saying a word, and wanted to deal with Ophelia directly. Ophelia sighed. So this is what it means to drink a toast, and then drink a forfeit. I've learned something new. Chris Lucius. Outflank. Don't let anyone go. Her gentle command had a kind of soul-stirring charm. And the other two didn't say much. One raised his magic wand, and used an ice whip to wrap his feet. And the other was even more extreme. The corrosive dark mist wrapped the team members tightly, and soon bursts of screams came from inside. Ophelia smiled, like a death god harvesting prey, and gave an ultimatum. If you don't want to suffer, admit defeat. The staff will come the fastest when you admit defeat. Friendship first. Competition second. Obviously, you don't meet our competition standards. I don't know when they became the organizers of the competition to set the theme. Anyway, Ophelia, who spoke the villain's words gently, was deeply imprinted in the minds of many teachers and principals at this moment. This team did not persist for a long time, and easily shouted to admit defeat. Lucius didn't disperse the fog until the staff arrived. The team leader was so exhausted that he looked at Ophelia's fishing enforcement and cursed angrily. You are lying. You are not the lost intermediate magician at all. You don't want friendship to be the first? So what? Chris said coldly. Isn't it enough to admit that you are a waste? Lucius folded his hands in agreement. Sorry. We Screech don't compete with waste. Team leader, It's so annoying. Here, 3 senior magicians are helping their classmates to select the competition list. If they meet a team with a gold cup that doesn't meet their expectations, they will grab it. It doesn't matter since they are not on the same track. They perfectly interpret the feeling of being half Ashura and half Buddha. Over there, the little guys in the team use real and fake gold cups to muddy the water. No matter if they are alone or many people. Those who have no foundation will be eliminated. They also secretly attack those suspicious teams, and secretly attack those teams without any suspicion. They hide in the dark, and make a good elimination match look like a Shura field. Seeing that the time was almost up, the scales in the hearts of many little guys tilted, and they chose to go to the exit one after another to wait. Borue was worried about his classmates. I don't know if everyone is safe, and whether there is a gold cup. Yes, we have it. Nathaniel comforted him half-heartedly. To be honest, Our team was lucky to find the gold list. Other teams have a commander, and will not make mistakes. Bo-Rui, don't we have a commander in our team? Nathaniel avoided the question. Novice came a little late. Otherwise he should have won more gold cups. Right? Bori snorted. I am the intellectual leader. Nathaniel. Don't boost his team's morale and destroy your own prestige. Nathaniel didn't say anything. Thinking about the remaining 3 teams. 1 team of Freya. 1 team of Emilia Fry. And 1 team of Arabelle and Genevieve. Except for Freya's team, which might be on par with them. The other 2 teams. They are totally no match in terms of mind. Freya is not without ideas. But she often takes Ophelia as the main person, and does not make random suggestions. Now that she is leading the team, she will definitely try her best to show her strength to the princess. From this point of view, their team is really not competitive. Bo-Rui was very dissatisfied. Let's go. Let's go. We must be the first to arrive. Let them support other teams. The 2 of them accelerated their journey and arrived at the exit of the island within half an hour. There is a small teleportation array here, which will be opened when the time is up. And the team or individual with the gold cup can be teleported away. But there is a time limit. If you fail to enter by the time, it will be considered a failure. Bori wants to escort his friends. Little Bori just arrived nearby and found a hidden place to hide. And observed carefully with NASA. The teleportation array is still not open. There is no one in this area now. And it looks very empty. But Bori believes that they must have hidden. They came not early. And it is impossible that they will not meet anyone. They held their breath and reduced their presence. But neither of them was good at finding people. So this gathering became a luxury. What should I do? Before Bori could come up with a solution, he felt his ankles go cold, and something was poking his ankles. Has he been attacked? What is it? Snake? No. He couldn't act rashly. Since the other party attacked him in such a hidden way, it meant that he still had concerns. He had to. Bori slowly lowered his head and quickly grasped it. Only then did he realize that it was a vine. Somewhat familiar. The vine was wrapped with a twisted black spell. Bori was so familiar with it that he almost died at the first sight. Ah! It's the array language. The subject that made him take 4 makeup exams. Taught by Mr. Han and other cheating teachers. Okay. No wonder it's so familiar. But do you have to be so outrageous? You use such a headache-inducing language to deliver a message. What if he forgets this course? It's cold. Bori picked up the vine and read the message. At 7 o'clock. Guard the teleportation array together. Guard the teleportation array together? What are they doing? What are they doing? Emilia looked at the message sent by the vine and thought about it with Fu-Rui. In fact, through this news, she already understood that most of her people were already there. So there was no problem in leading the teleportation array together. But why did they still have to guard it? Isn't this a waste of time? Emilia pondered the other party's purpose. If they used vines, it would be either Isabella's group or Ophelia. Isabella was in Freya's group. And in the end, they still had to listen to Ophelia. So, for Ophelia, letting them guard the teleportation array could not be just for a simple smooth exit. That would be a waste of time. For, should it be a big risk? Thinking about it, Emilia decided to cooperate. She commanded the team members to disperse to various positions of the teleportation array. Hiding. Waiting for the situation to become clear later. And they would definitely be able to guess the other party's thoughts. Many squeaky students came to the vicinity carefully, and hid secretly under the message transmitted by the vines. They really didn't know why. But they believed in their teammates and partners. Until Anna and Novice walked nearby and received the same note. Novice glanced at the message on the note. Integrated the information he got from Annabelle. Thought for a moment. And quickly came to a conclusion that was most in line with his interests. She just wants a fair and just dual environment. What's wrong with that? Novice said, looking at Anna. Let's help her. Anna was eager to try. You say. She and Novice were not very familiar with each other. But Novice had a reliable aura similar to Lucius. And Anna was still able to adapt. Novice coughed lightly. Help me. We stay here openly. Oh! Find a way to pass the message to other teams, and put the gold cup on me. A weak mage who was suppressed to the level of a high-level magician. A walking gold cup. Guarding the teleportation array without giving it to him. I don't believe they won't be tempted by this target. Those with the gold cup will definitely not be greedy. And those without the gold cup can also be chosen by them actively. and those with bad intentions. Novice has too many variables. And he is not weak for many times. So he still has to try his best to keep people in the elimination round to feel at ease. Oh! For the sake of their teammates, all those high-level magicians should be willing to come to the rescue. Right? If they don't save them, they will have the opportunity to stir up public opinion. If they save them, then they will be wiped out. It can be said that since Novice was helped out by the light-oriented Anna, who used the holy light healing spell while watching worriedly, the entire quiet teleportation array area is no longer peaceful. Novice is really weak. The healing spell healed some of his internal injuries, but the wounds on his face still left traces. He looked exhausted after fighting dozens of rounds. And Anna. This is Screech's little white rabbit. Shy and quiet. Panicked and nervous. Looking around. She is definitely innocent and simple. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a combination? Principal Miriam was almost tempted. If he hadn't watched the whole process, he would have been happy to exclude dissidents. Principal Miriam was always sour. Screech. You are so lucky. Siashichin smiled modestly. Students are easy to teach. We are all brother schools. We help each other. Help each other bullshit. Principals Miriam and Hellwinds looked at each other and smiled bitterly. It seems that the biggest winner of the elimination round should be Screech College. I hope the Magic Association will not get angry this time. Chapter 122. The Magic Association is going crazy. Do these shameless students know what rules are? What does it mean to follow the rules? The president of the association looked at the crystal ball and saw that Screech's gang was like bandits. They started to make trouble when they saw a team of senior magicians and were determined to eliminate all the members of the team. He was so angry. What's the most annoying thing? Even if he saw it, he didn't know whether the magician Novice was weak and injured. I asked you to get the information. What happened? The president asked Ike in a cold voice. Since he was promoted to the president and learned a lot of the association's secrets, he no longer needed to please his strong and competitive wife. Of course, his son is still useful. If the association follows its current plan, his son will be very useful in the future. So, although the president has become a lot more arrogant, he still takes his son with him when he has the chance. Ike heard his father's question and replied tactfully. I only saw the blood altar. No human figure. The president pinched his nose and had a headache. Where is the guide? Did Screech go to the altar? And those gentlemen? Ike was silent for a while and whispered, Father. Screech went. But we don't know if the gentlemen are there or where they went. How dare that staff member step into the area? This will be affected. They can only confirm that Screech did enter the altar area and stayed there for more than 2 days before appearing in the venue. Of course, they are not sure where Screech stayed for more than 2 days. But he and Novice appeared in front of people one after the other. Doesn't it prove that they did meet at the altar? But if that's the case, how did they escape the encirclement of so many magic saints? The president couldn't figure it out. He was used to being cautious and didn't dare to act rashly. He looked at the crystal ball and saw that his people were already thinking about besieging Novice. He couldn't help but feel a headache again. Now it's not a question of whether they let him go or not. The background revealed by Screech is enough for them to do everything they can to get him. And the requirements from the gods also require them to keep him, no matter whether the magic saints are reliable or not. The president looked at it uncomfortably for a while, then suddenly stood up and turned to seek help from the elders. Fortunately, the force he joined had elders in the meeting hall. Otherwise he really didn't know what to do. The elimination round was coming to an end, and they would be out of here in a few hours at most. Not only Screech, but students from other colleges were also waiting here. Some of them had already received the gold cup, so they were waiting for the formation to open and then rush out as soon as possible. Some of them didn't have the gold cup yet, so they were ready to fish in troubled waters and rush into the teleportation array after getting the gold cup. Others had similar ideas to Screechy's students, trying to eliminate a group of people here, so that the remaining pressure would be less. However, their goals were not the same. They wanted to eliminate the weak teams, and it would be best if only 50 teams entered out of 100 gold cups, so that they would only have to fight 2 battles later to become the top 8. The imagination was beautiful, but the danger was still not small. Novice was supported by Anna and slowly moved towards the formation from a distance. He looked very weak, however, knowing that it was a trap. Many people who were waiting dared not move. Everyone was waiting for the first person to move the cake, and the candidates soon came out. He was a pawn planted by the Magic Association, and happened to be in an academy that was almost always ranked third from the bottom. Their academy was lucky this year, because of Screech's provocation. The Magic Academy found several schools, and dispersed the senior magicians they trained to their academy as trump cards. This was just one of them. He was also worried about the explosion. But this was an opportunity. He whispered to the students of the academy, "Is the golden cup hidden?" The student nodded timidly. "Hidden. Well hidden. Listen." The senior magician emphasized. "Your golden cup can be stored in the storage ring, because this ring is specially made. Think carefully about what you can and cannot say after you get out." After the students nodded timidly and obediently, the senior magician felt relieved. "Just wait for the rest of the time. If I kill this magician, I will come back to take you out. If I fail, you can get out by sneaking out. Act better." They made 2 preparations. Since their golden cup could be put into the storage space, they could emphasize their harmlessness even in a melee. At worst, they could let them search their bodies. As long as the students who participated, they would not be able to guess that they could make the golden cup disappear when they got close to the formation. As long as the students with the golden cup left, it would not matter if they failed. There were other high-level magicians outside. They only needed to keep their places and consume as many students as possible from Screech. The senior magician emphasized it several times and left the team with some worry. When he just came out, he ran into another senior magician who had been inserted. The two looked at each other and decided to join forces to attack Novice. Novice was still moving forward. He seemed to be unable to bear it. He leaned on Anna while walking and put all his weight on the little girl. Anna also gritted her teeth and supported Novice to move forward like a normal logistical assistant, and secretly used the light magic on Novice from time to time. She, self-righteously, asked Novice in a low voice, "Can we really get out like this?" Of course. Although Novice was weak, his voice was firm. "As long as I'm still here, they won't dare to move casually. They will all worry that I'm pretending to be weak. Even if I'm weak, it's not something that ordinary magicians can rob," Novice said, coughing lightly a few times. "It's just that my strength has been compressed, and I'm a little uncomfortable." Anna nodded in confusion. "You're so weak. Why doesn't the teacher unblock you?" Novice shook his head. "That's not fair." As he spoke, Novice silently gave Anna a 2. As they talked, many people were eager to try, and the 2 magicians who were chasing the 2 people all the way also found the right time, rushed out one after another, and directly used advanced magic. Novice's expression remained unchanged. Anna nodded and silently cast a light shield on Novice, and Novice would be protected from magic for 3 seconds. That's enough. Novice raised his shabby magic wand and used the advanced time magic. Time and space prohibition. In less than 2 seconds. Because it was a very precise target group. Novice's magic was very powerful. And because Novice's spiritual sea was now full of the soul fragments of the fallen angel, his advanced magic had a strong endurance. Directly fixed the 2 high-level magicians in place. Novice curved his eyebrows and said, "Ahem. Anna, let's hurry up and get on the road. My magic won't last too long." Anna looked at the 2 magicians hesitantly. They were hiding in the woods, and she could only vaguely see a little shadow, but it's enough for the golden cup. "Let's go first." Navius acted like he was holding on, which made the many magicians who were originally fooled uncertain again. If they really had the energy to spare, would they really be unwilling to wait for the golden cup? They were not sure. In fact, why would they be unwilling? If it wasn't a high-level magician who came out, Novice would have found an excuse to let Anna touch his pocket. The high-level magicians appeared, 2 at a time, and they were very tacit. Novice knew that they definitely didn't keep the golden cup on them, so it would be better to leave it to their companions. He continued to walk forward, and behind him, Chloe and Bori each chose one in tacit understanding, and before the time magic disappeared, they directly cut the person's neck. They had seen many bloody scenes, so they felt okay. But the principals who were watching the crystal ball frowned. This student is only in the 1st grade, only 14 or 15 years old, and he is so used to blood, which is not a good thing. Principal Merrim saw another point. "Why is your student's time magic so powerful?" "It's just the strength of a high-level magician, and it's a high-level magician of the same level. Theoretically, if the magician on the opposite side breaks free with magic power, this magic can only last for 3 seconds at most. 3 seconds between magicians can decide a lot of things. So many times the time magician can be said to be the nemesis of magicians of the same level. But most of their time magic is control. If you want to kill with one blow, it is better to have a partner. This is also the reason why the Magic Association only requires novice to compress his strength to the level of a high-level magician. It is not very aggressive. Only control. And it is still easy to solve. But now, his time confinement is not just a few seconds. And it can even allow his teammates to directly solve the high-level magician. Xieshichin couldn't say the little guy's adventure, but just said with a little confusion, "Is it strange? I thought everyone was like this. Isn't Gore also okay?" Gore is a great magician. Principal Merriam was desperate for this muggle principal. He reminded, "Be careful. Your student's time magic is still too strong. If more colleges make requests, he may." The unfinished meaning made Xieshichin's face suddenly sank. Since when? Being strong is also a reason to be excluded? He stared at the crystal ball steadily. In the picture, Novice froze the time of 2 people again, without launching any other attacks. But the expressions of the principals around him had become visibly solemn. Xieshichin simply smiled casually. "If there are really so many people who are afraid of my student's time magic, then I would feel honored. After all, my little novice is only less than 17 years old, and his strength is suppressed, which will make them feel afraid." Hellwinds agreed, yes. The strong being too strong is not a reason for the weak to refuse the strong to join. The exchange meeting should be like an exchange meeting. He felt that it was a very good thing to allow students to communicate with such strong people of the same age. Principal Malum sighed, and also stood on Xieshichin's side. Even though he knew that it was unlikely that those principals would change their minds. They clearly did not have the strength and qualifications to enter the semifinals. But in order to curry favor with the Magic Association, they would definitely choose to eliminate these factors that could be eliminated. This was their means of survival, so that they would not be selected as the last one. John Malum did not comment on this. But he really did not like such a deformed ecology. Xieshichin added, "But perhaps they did not expect that our novice is a little guy who practices both magic and martial arts. His current achievements in martial arts can also be rated as a magic swordsman." 2 principals who were ready to appease Xieshichin. Xieshichin was distressed. "I don't know if Lao Mo has a way to seal the child's strength. Otherwise, it seems a bit unfair for a magic swordsman to fight a high-level magician." He knocked his head. "These little guys are really causing trouble for me." The 2 principals, enough. How can there be such a shameless principal like Screech in this world? Showing off like this? Is it really what the principal of a brother school should do? Principal Merriam said expressionlessly, "Oh, that's really wrong you. Give him such a student. Why is Merriam College so unlucky that it can't find such a student?" Little did he know that Principal Hellwinds next to him also had a forced smile. If Screech didn't exist, then this seedling would most likely be his. Their Hellwinds is the cradle of the nobles. In order to accumulate power, the Edmund family must come to their Hellwinds. Principal Hellwind smiled bitterly. "Screech, sometimes I really want your college to be abolished." Principal Merriam replied faintly, "Then send the student to my college and help you raise the child." Xieshichin slowly asked a question. "I treat you as brothers. How dare you go after my students?" The surprised expression he deliberately put on seemed particularly fake. It was so fake that if he wasn't a muggle, the 2 principals would have already started fighting. Xieshichin joked with them about this topic, but he didn't seem to be in such a good mood. Even if his novice could beat these fake students to a pulp without magic, he would still be annoyed when he was restricted from using magic. He wanted to keep some dignity. But now it seems that it is not necessary. Xieshichin opened the school pass and found Fanny. After Novice successfully tricked 5 senior magicians and 3 intermediate magicians, no more students showed up. He couldn't beat them, no matter how weak he was. This made Novice, who wanted to trick more people, feel a little regretful. He guarded the magic circle, looking at the empty forest, and felt a lot more lonely. Dang dang dang. As the 3 bells rang, the voice of the president of the Magic Association lingered everywhere on the island. There is still half an hour before the end of the elimination round. The magic circle has been opened. Please enter the magic circle within the time limit for the student team that has won the gold cup. He repeated it 3 times in a row, shocking all the students who heard it subconsciously. How come it's so fast? This confrontation lasted less than a point. Many students who were still far away from the teleportation array began to rush to the teleportation array desperately. Novice and others were also disrupted by this sudden announcement. because the remaining time was too short. Those who had the gold cups in their hands wanted to enter the magic circle first, and didn't want to cause any trouble. But Screech didn't want to think that if they brought more gold cups, it meant that there would definitely be a lot of pawns arranged by the Magic Association in the team that appeared at the end. This was contrary to their plan. No. We must think of a way. Looking at the growing crowd, and the team that was trying to break through the blockade, Ophelia gritted her teeth and made a decision. We all go out. What? Chris came back to his senses. Now? If we are not sure. Ophelia shook her head. 100 teams must be gathered together, and the number of weak teams must be reduced. Yes. Our move is ruthless and overbearing. But it must be done this way. Once the weak team successfully gets out, they can replace the magician. What if they are all high-level magicians? Ophelia was not exaggerating. She was just making a reasonable guess. Moreover, the truly weak teams present had been eliminated long ago, and those who remained had more or less some doubts. Except for the high-level magicians who were planted in the team. The other students were not to be feared, as long as they could win over the strong team. Ophelia thought about the time issue, no longer hesitated, jumped out of the woods, and stood next to Novice. As Ophelia emerged, the other seedlings also stood up and surrounded the teleportation array. They didn't understand the reason, but they were willing to listen to advice. This strong move angered other magic academies. A senior magician showed up with a cold face. What do you want to do? He was ready to fight. Another captain of the Hellwinds team also shrugged and stood up with the team. Dear, it's just an elimination match. I don't think we need to be so nervous. What do you think? Ophelia knew that time was tight, so she didn't say anything. I just say a few words. First, some of our academies have senior magicians planted by the Magic Association. It's not fair to let them enter the semifinals. Do you want your team to face a team with more than half of them being high-level magicians in the semifinals? Impossible. Captain Hellwinds blurted out subconsciously. The Magic Association will not do such an obvious thing. Why is it impossible? Just now, our Scriggies killed at least 5. Right? Bori asked with a smile. Captain, how many high-level magicians did you have in Hellwinds? 2. Captain Hellwind's eyes narrowed. Even if we stop it, what will happen? You have 5 senior magicians in Screech. This is the second one, Ophelia said calmly. Our senior magicians all compete in individual matches, and I think yours is the same. So I just hope that the team competition can be fair and not be disrupted by these non-school senior magicians, who belong to our magic school peers. She directly revealed her trump card and let the 2 who stood up hear it. Indeed, except for the academies such as Merim, which can find 2 or 3 senior magicians. Other academies can only have 1 senior magician at most, or even none. In this case, if a high-level magician joins the team battle, in order to balance the strength, he may not be able to use the strength that is too much beyond the intermediate magician. In fact, the addition of a high-level magician will not have much effect. Everyone is more willing to let them fight for the top 8 in the single-player competition. But if there are too many high-level magicians in the team competition, there is no need to balance the strength. Although everyone has the qualifications to use the strength of high-level magicians, it is still unfair to face a team of at least 3 or 4 high-level magicians. Ophelia's words touched everyone's heart. At this time, a team of Merim also stood up. I believe you have selfish motives. But more importantly, you are considering everyone. What do you want to do? As soon as he finished speaking, another senior magician sneered. Just because you don't have a senior magician, you have to exclude the team with a senior magician? What's the reason? Bori said. Uncle, how old are you? You haven't graduated from the academy yet? Which academy are you from? You are not from the Magic Association. Are you? No wonder you are so against our proposal. The senior magician clenched his fist. You. Okay. The senior magicians of Hellwinds also stood up, and one of them looked at Ophelia. How do you know that we are not from the Magic Association? She was seeking a solution from Ophelia. Ophelia had thought about it a long time ago, whether you are a single person or a team. There are signs. All the senior magicians who are single can go out freely. If there is no gold cup, we have some surplus and can give it to you. Even if there are high-level magicians in the single-player competition, it will not affect the balance mechanism too much. However, when they appear in the team competition, even in large numbers, the impact is huge enough. One high-level magician is enough to deal with a team of intermediate magicians. She said to everyone directly. We Screeky are not afraid of fighting or competition. We just don't want to destroy the relative fairness of this appraisal meeting. She didn't know that Siashichin had decided to break up with the Magic Association. But since the Magic Association did it so obviously, don't blame them for exposing it without giving her face. Ophelia is a solo act. She will pay for it herself. The magician from Hellwind softened his expression. We also have a surplus. We can help. What about the team? Ophelia glanced at the gradually gathered and those who could not come out, and smiled slightly, depending on the team's own strength. If there is a high-level magician in the team, but the magician is not familiar with his own team members, we Screech will take the initiative to attack the other party until the other party loses the right to participate. You can choose not to come out. We Screech have our own way of finding people. Novice coughed a few times and stood up for Ophelia. You can scold us for being overbearing and tyrannical, but we have to do this. Anyway, we will definitely get in. Will you cooperate? There are still 3 minutes to think about it. Lucius leaned against the tree and said coldly, 20 minutes is enough to find the hidden criminals. As soon as he finished speaking, it seemed that someone was ready to force his way in. Lucius didn't need to do anything. Novice glanced at the man, and he was directly fixed in midair, unable to move. Until this moment, everyone who stood up really felt the horror of Novice as a magician. Did they not even cast a spell? The next moment, Isabella and Herbert used the wood and wind systems together to tie the man to the side. Herbert smiled and pinched the man's neck, another high-level magician. Which academy? If you don't come to claim it, we will kill you directly. No one said anything. No one dared to say anything. Herbert looked around innocently and handed the hostage in his hand to Bori. Our tribe tries not to kill. You come. Bori was speechless. Okay. Search for the gold cup first. Don't cause too much trouble. Herbert shrugged. Okay. Okay. You are more mature than me now. Bori. Their relaxed and playful appearance undoubtedly shows that they are 80% sure to control the current situation. In fact, this is indeed the case. Since the Screech students have made it clear that they will not care about the high-level magicians alone, and will even help them. They will not care about the teams without high-level magicians, but will snipe those teams with high-level magicians, whose origins they cannot explain. Then most schools actually don't want to conflict with such powerful students. From the beginning, when everyone was persuaded, it was impossible for them to unite. Not to mention, many teams that had received help from Ophelia also stood up and took out their extra gold cups. Those teams that were still hiding in the dark and had high-level magicians started to get nervous and panic. What should we do? If we can't even enter the semifinals, we will definitely be the last one this year. Some students were so nervous that they started to walk around. We will definitely be scolded to death by the principal when we go back. Another student said disdainfully, just scold them. It wasn't our idea in the first place. If we hadn't been greedy at the beginning, maybe we would still have a chance now. They complained to each other, but they didn't dare to vent their anger to the senior magicians in the team who were already sullen. So they could only quarrel with each other. Scritch's students didn't care about these people. It wasn't time to clear the field yet. They negotiated with the senior magicians, and everyone took out the extra gold cups. One for each person, to minimize the chances of being exploited. It's not that he trusts Screech's students that much. Their extra gold cups are also for the team of their own academy. They will follow the team of their academy after they are sure to go out. So there will be no loss. As for the teams without senior magicians watching, as long as they are all intermediate magicians, Screech will not stop them from fighting, and will even take the initiative to tell them how many gold cups are left here, so that they can take them by their own ability. Screech's students, based on the location they found, began to arrest senior magicians, who did not go out alone on a large scale. In the end, those magicians had to flee with the gold cup. As long as the gold cup was not collected, the association would still have a chance. After they left, they even let those teams come to grab the gold cup. Without the senior magicians, they, Screech, would not be able to distinguish them. Right? But, didn't Ophelia prepare? It's impossible. They have learned micro-expressions. As long as the expression is wrong, they will be stopped by Screech's students and forced to admit defeat. The villainous look directly angered the principals outside the venue. Many principals directly said to Siashichin, your students are too much. Siashichin fought back. So what? Did your college cooperate with the Magic Association? Or did the elimination match say that you were not allowed to attack other teams? The elders of the Magic Association on the high platform had to come out to maintain order. Enough. Principal Screech. We understand that this may be your last time to participate in the appraisal meeting. So we have not said anything. But this does not mean that we will not pursue it. The elder said in a deep voice. The Magic Association is fair and just, and will not do such tricks. Is it that difficult to admit that your strength is not as strong as others? Xieshichin sneered. Really? Is it really fair and just? Are those senior magicians sure to be from those academies? To be honest, even if the other team is full of senior magicians. So what? His students are strong enough. Even if they can't compete for the top 3, they still have a chance in the top 8. So they are not afraid at all. What they really need to worry about are other academies that have not joined the Magic Association and have no senior magicians. But since the students have come up with a relatively fair duel, Xieshichin has to protect the students. Why should his students fight unfairly? Just because his students are strong and don't worry about losing. Can they not care about being disgusted? He ignored the expression of Principal Merrim next to him, stood up directly, and said very impolitely, if you dare to guarantee it, then after the appraisal meeting is over, I will visit them one by one to see if there are any student records and student activities in school. After a pause, he was shocked. Are they all graduates? Are there really so many graduates and honor students of the same grade but different ages? The elder's face was livid. Are you questioning the Magic Association? Sir, don't talk nonsense. He smiled slightly. I think the premise of questioning is that you give us the opportunity to question. The president of the Magic Association stood up. The appraisal meeting is held by the Magic Association. It has been adhering to the principle of fairness and justice for so many years. Since the old schools insist that other schools are not worthy of training high-level magicians, then we will wait for the students to come out and verify it on the spot. The president's original intention was to make those old schools cut ties with Xieshichin. If they didn't, they would admit that they were narrow-minded. But he didn't expect that this sentence would make the principals of many schools that trained high-level magicians unhappy. Even if John Merrim was smooth, he was still very unhappy at this time, since the president looks down on our old schools. Why not announce the number of high-level magicians registered by each school now? He smiled slightly. Let me see how powerful the new schools are, and how many high-level magicians they can produce in just 1 year. The implication was that he was also going to get to the bottom of it. Helwins also laughed. He didn't say he was taking sides, but his words also showed that he was taking sides. That's quite unexpected. I didn't expect that the background of so many nobles couldn't cultivate so many high-level magicians. Elders, They glared at the president who only knew how to make trouble, and tried to suppress their anger and explained, now it's Screech's students who are not following the rules. Xieshichin interrupted, the rules don't say that we can't monopolize the teleportation array. Right? Those students are too guilty to come in. How can we blame Screech? The elders were in a dilemma. It was not without such incidents in the past, and everyone knew it tacitly. Why did Screech come out to stir up trouble this time? They did not think that they had gone too far this time, but instead felt that Screech was inflated because he had a good seedling. The elders pondered for a moment. If you must say so, our Magic Association is actually not fussy enough. Otherwise, how could a student go from a junior magician to a senior magician in less than a year? Our Magic Association is just trying to strike a reasonable balance. Of course, if you don't like it, we can take it back. But you have to discuss your students' growth experiences with us. In fact, this is not a loss. Screech cannot participate in the subsequent competitions due to the rules. But he must also tell their growth experiences so that the association can find a way to quickly train magicians. In other words, the Magic Association will lose some credibility. It doesn't matter. Can these magic schools start their own business without the support of the Magic Association? Impossible. The elders would think hard. But unfortunately, Xieshichin was waiting for this sentence. Do you admit that the Magic Association has placed a senior magician? The elder frowned. We are just balancing the unfairness. It is true that this method may not seem fair to you, but I believe that the association will always be on everyone's side. He tried to shift the conflict to Screechy's strange students. People are jealous. As long as they are the focus, they will attract the attention of many principals. Xieshichin sighed. You are really... He looked back at Screech's residence in a pitiful manner. Your Majesty. Some people question that the students you taught used evil magic to become high-level magicians, which is unfair. His words made all the principals, and even the elders stand up subconsciously. Your Majesty? What, Your Majesty? They looked at Screech's residence in surprise, not daring to miss a single detail. No. 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 It must be Screech's deliberate act. Did he think that they would not pursue it this way? Those who were optimistic. Those who didn't take it seriously. Those who were nervous. Those who looked strong but were actually weak. The different expressions finally converged into solemnity. Because in Screech's station, an ordinary-looking woman slowly stood up. She seemed a little helpless and a little unhappy. But more of her anger was to protect her shortcomings. Alra took off her disguise, and her cold voice made the whole venue drop 8 degrees. Who said that the students I teach are fake and unfair? It's really His Majesty. It's still the youngest legendary wizard who owns the Wizard Tower. How is this possible? Does the legendary wizard really think highly of Screech and is willing to make an exception to teach at Screech? Even the elders, who have always been very confident, began to tremble as they held their staffs. Legendary wizard. Screech really has a legendary wizard. It's not that the existence of a legendary wizard can explain the abnormality of the students. But the legendary wizards who own the Wizard Tower are all well educated. It's hard to say that they can't do what everyone else can't do. And at the same time, everyone doesn't have the courage to explore and question. Asking the legendary wizard for the secret of learning magic quickly. Isn't this snatching food from the tiger's mouth? No wonder Screech is so confident. This thought flashed through everyone's mind. And their eyes looking at Xie Shichen became hot. Xie Shichen didn't care about that. He asked the elders of the Magic Association, I admit that my students are stronger. You want the magician to become a senior magician. And we agree. You may want to ask the time magician to seal the magic ability or not participate in the competition. And we can discuss it. Is it because our Skricky is so easy to talk to, and gives in step by step, that you have the idea that the strong must give way to the weak? He asked with a fake smile. Then how about letting my students maintain the strength of intermediate magicians, and fight against you senior magicians? No. We Malum don't need it. John Malum realized it belatedly, and looked at Xie Shichen with a look so complicated that he couldn't even understand it himself. Now, the competition between magic academies is fair enough. Otherwise, if they really sealed it, and their students still lost, it would be a real disgrace. And they would never be able to turn over in 100 years. But the second half of his sentence was also to help Xie Shichen emphasize that the Magic Association should not confuse concepts again. This appraisal meeting was destined to be just a competition between their magic academies, and they should not mix too many impure interests into the students' exchanges. Other principals and teachers who were originally blinded by jealousy also lowered their heads in shame. When the gap was big enough, they could only look up to each other, and even jealousy seemed luxurious enough. No one had any objections, and some even admired the Screech students' pursuit of fairness. As for the Magic Association, they were livid and stopped talking. But even if they brushed aside the matter, it would be difficult for them to make any changes in the semifinals, unless they were willing to let the high-level magicians they trained truly belong to other magic schools. This was a difficult enough decision, and it depended on how they chose. Chapter 123. The students were very sensitive at the time, and they all entered the teleportation array at the last minute. Unfortunately, with the intervention of the staff, their subsequent disruption of the golden cups became more troublesome, resulting in them only counting 88 golden cups in the end. There were still 12 missing, and they needed to be prepared to fight against the unusual 12 groups. The little guys didn't know that the teachers had already made a scene outside. When they were teleported out, they saw the teachers standing outside the teleportation array at a glance. To be honest, I was really flattered. Some of the kids who had said bad things about the teacher even began to reflect on whether they were too good, and the teacher saw them and came to settle accounts with them. But the competition wasn't over yet. Was it? The little kids who felt guilty were particularly enthusiastic. Teacher, why are you all here? They were so enthusiastic that people could see their guilty consciences at a glance. Ariel didn't need to read it. She knew what the little kids were thinking. She was angry and amused. We have caused such a big trouble. Of course we have to come and keep watch. Touched. So touched. Before the little one's eyes were filled with tears. Xie Shichen coughed lightly. Take a good rest first. And wait until the appraisal meeting is over before we talk about anything else. The little ones had a bad feeling in their hearts. And Bo-Rui asked hesitantly, What is it? Do we need to talk about it together after the appraisal meeting? Xie Shichen smiled. For example, How do you discuss the problem of how you are becoming more and more like me? All of a sudden, Chris, Lucius, and Novice all became silent and shy, as if they had been expressionless for the rest of their lives. Mushin, the cold beauty, couldn't help but curl her lips. She took out a handful of pills and handed them to the little ones one by one, saying simply, "Eat. It's good stuff. But the taste is a bit strange, especially when you eat a lot." Novice, who has a lot of say, made a bitter face and swallowed the pills into his stomach with a fearless attitude, as if it would be more painful if it stayed in his mouth for one more second. The inexperienced little ones chewed it curiously, and then they were stimulated by a bitter, spicy, and fishy taste and almost vomited. Siashichin emphasized, "The pills are good things. They help you recover quickly. Don't waste them. Revenge? Definitely revenge. Borue has already started keeping accounts. He will learn to make pills when he returns. And he is determined to let the teachers taste the students' love for them." Little Borue drank water with tears in his eyes, and felt that the taste in his mouth would not go away for a week. The teachers did not tell them much about what happened outside, but just said some scraps. They performed well, and they can probably rest for a day or two. The team they eliminated needs to select the remaining 12, and they are currently discussing the quota for individuals and teams. When everyone is determined, the team competition should start. Come on. Do your best. Safety first. The teacher said it lightly, but it always made the students feel that a storm was coming. Ophelia asked with a little concern, "Is it because of our behavior in the elimination match that caused some consequences?" How could it be? Siashichin was surprised and explained patiently, "Children, I have to say that you did a good job and made Screech proud. Principal Marin next door has looked at me several times with a sad look that seems to want to say something but can't. I understand. He always covets you, hoping that Screech can be merged into their Marim, and directly snatch the seedlings I cultivated. They are brother schools, but they actually have such thoughts. After secretly putting eye drops on Marim," Siashichin concluded, "but I am still very happy. After all, they can't get it. Students, eh? As for the Magic Association, there is no need to worry about it." Ariel spread her hands calmly, smiling. "Don't they always want to target us? You just need to be excellent." They lightly exposed the earth-shaking events outside and asked the kids to go back to the base to have a good rest. The competition will start soon. But the good news is that because the team competition and individual competitions are mainly 2-on-2 duels, the students don't need to compete at night and have a temporary place to live in the venue. There are too many students who have been eliminated. We can't let them watch the outstanding students duel later. Right? Therefore, during the elimination round, the venue was expanded a lot. Screech's base did not change, but it was expanded a lot, and several large tents were built. One big tent for boys and one big tent for girls. Take a good rest. Siashichin patted the students' shoulders. If you have any questions, feel free to find the teachers. Strange. Too strange. The students nodded and obediently went into the tent to rest. But after gathering together, they began to think about what made Screech and the others so kind. Is it really because she made him proud? Bori touched his chin and speculated curiously. Neva said tactfully, "Bori, think about it again? Is Screech sure he is not more embarrassed?" Bori paused and said nonchalantly, "Maybe it is because Ophelia made him proud?" Nevis, eh? Okay. He is flexible. It is Bori for sure. Lucius yawned lazily. Not interested in studying. Who cares why he is so kind? Anyway, he is not plotting against us. Chris wondered. Why are you so sure? Lucius was speechless. The competition is about to start. Didn't you hear that he was going to settle the score later? How could he settle the score with us now? Skreeg's classic lines and actions are so classic that every time they appear, they know that something important may happen recently. For example, monthly exams, such as study tours. Otherwise, Skreeg would have dug a trap on the spot. Unconsciously, Lucius' words made all the male classmates agree very much, and even turned around and started looking for their pillows to sleep. Although the gap between their strength and that of other colleges is huge, they haven't had much rest in the past few days, and it's still very hard. By the way, Nathaniel was more careful, and he remembered the key point. How many points do we have now? Lucius calculated casually and replied, 14. 10 points for a single player. 4 points for a team. To be honest, They didn't give us points even after eliminating the senior magicians. They are even more stingy than Screech. Bori replied to Lucius sincerely. Lucius, you should just be a quiet big boy recently. I feel that you are getting more and more resentful towards Screech recently. This is going to get you beaten. The point? It might cause the brothers to get beaten as well. Lucius choked. Well, he has been getting more and more unlucky recently. Even in the elimination round, he was still as unlucky as ever. He turned around and took out the talisman. Wow! It turned into ash. So, he didn't have much resentment towards Screech, but towards Screech's teachers. It just happened that Screech was the one to take the blame. It's really hard to imagine that little Lucius was such a proud and precious male peacock at the beginning. And in the blink of an eye, he became a poisonous tongue monster. He has become more open-minded. And the specific manifestation is that his face seems to be getting thicker and thicker. If someone talks about sisters in front of him now, he may still nod calmly, and then ask the other person if he is jealous of him. When he behaved like this for the first time in the elimination round, he almost had a civil war with Chris. After all, Vera is Chris's sister. Recalling the various setbacks in the elimination round, Lucius waved his hand. I will shut up for the time being and go to sleep. I will find someone to ask tomorrow, and I will know the reason. The classmates were also very tired, so they stopped chatting and fell asleep after wrapping themselves in the quilt. The next morning, Bori woke up naturally. The friends around him were still sleeping. Julian even took advantage of the tent and turned into his original form. The round slime collapsed in the corner and was hugged by Lucius as a pillow, sleeping very sweetly. Beside him, Novice looked much better, but he was also sleeping soundly. It was estimated that he was not in a very good mood. Bori thoughtfully went out to wash up without making any noise, thinking of bringing some delicious food back to his brothers. But he didn't know if the venue would provide it. Ophelia? Bori looked at Ophelia's well-dressed figure in surprise. Why did you get up so early? Ophelia looked energetic, as if she had made up for her sleep. I'm going to find out some news. Otherwise, I might not be able to rest well, Bori said. Did you find out? Vera suddenly jumped out, patted Bori's shoulder, raised her eyebrows and said lively, You will never guess what happened. Bori became curious. He approached Vera happily. Vera, the beautiful Duke of Rose. Please tell me, what happened? He made a bold guess. Did Screech get the points? No. It's even scarier than that. While saying that, Vera couldn't stop smiling. Screech and the Magic Association broke up. What? Bori's pupils trembled. Aren't they afraid that the Academy will be banned? As he spoke, Bori became worried. The Magic Association's reputation has indeed been getting worse in recent years, but it is also a major force that controls the lifeline of many magic academies. I heard that there are almost no legendary wizards in their Open Elders Council, but they secretly worship many. There are also rumors that nearly half of the 9 wizard towers are people from the Magic Association, or have good relations with the association. This is also one of the advantages of the association in winning over many forces. I don't know whether it is true or not. Bori is really worried. Screech looks like he is not willing to suffer a loss. But their academy still needs to accumulate strength. If they really provoke the Magic Academy, then, don't be nervous, Bori. You can see from Vera's expression that it is a good thing. Ophelia smiled gently. It's just a small break. They briefly told Bori about the news they had gathered. It was said that Screech challenged the president of the Magic Association yesterday and asked directly why the association was unfair. It was said that a legendary wizard with a magic tower appeared in Screech Academy and silenced the Magic Association. It was said that, Villa said complacently, sniffing. Such a big magic association is so stingy. I think Screech is understating it. I still need to remind everyone about the next game. It's fun, but it's hard to say whether the next game will be easy or difficult. Try your best to get points. I guess our school can't get the 70 points held by the Magic Association. I hope the points in the entertainment game are enough. Ophelia sighed in her heart. So, the Magic Association is such a big organization. Why would it bother with their small magic school? It's too stingy. Chapter 124. That being said, Ophelia felt that they could actually get 70 points. According to the appraisal rules given by the Magic Association, 50 points are for the assessment of the college's qualifications and facilities, and 20 points are for the assessment of the students' qualifications. The teachers made such a fuss yesterday. No matter how angry the Magic Association is or how much they want to target them, they can't make it too obvious. Originally, they claimed to be doing good for the Magic Academies and being fair and just. How could they slap themselves in the face? Although the scoring in this regard is not very transparent, since they said they are fair, it is impossible not to give points. As for the Academy, they have already hired a legendary wizard. No matter how many points are deducted, they will not give face to the legendary wizard. Right? Then where will Her Majesty Aurora put her face? No matter who Aurora is on the side of now. No matter how many legendary wizards the Magic Association has won over. As long as Aurora is still in the Mage Tower. She is a legendary wizard with the tower. A member of the Tower Wizards. And represents their face. The Magic Association can't do such an unprofitable thing. As for the students, please, we even have a magician. So we should at least give 5 points out of 20. Right? Ophelia thought uncertainly. Of course. In order to pass, it is safer for them to get as many points as possible to a certain percentage. Bori winked at him in a mean way. Ophelia, you say, if we get 99 points in the competition, won't the Magic Association be furious? Ophelia, think about that scene. If we give 1 point out of the 70 points, Screech won't be able to stop us. If we don't give 1 point, we offend someone who's hard to deal with. TSK. Bori shook his head. If I were Screech, I'd choose 99. And see how the Magic Association looks so upset. Hee hee. I want them to give us points with a pinch of their noses. Let's not do it. What if they really don't care, and don't give us a single point? Vera still said something fair. We get full points. And when we evaluate our qualifications, they give us 0 points. Isn't that better? Bori thought about it, and it made sense. Ophelia had no choice but to pull the two jokers back. Okay. We only have 14 points now. And there are still 86 points to be won. Don't think too far ahead. Bori understood. And he took the initiative to take the job. I go for a walk and find out the strength of the opponent. He is thick-skinned enough and has made many friends. So he must be able to understand the background of many magic academies. Let's see if the Magic Association is willing to invest heavily and send high-level magicians to the accounts of those small academies. Ophelia did not relax either. I will make some battle plans. We are not in a hurry for the singles competition. The main thing is the team competition. And try to reach the quarterfinals. Every point they got was precious now. And they couldn't afford to lose it. The little guys divided tasks among themselves. And Bo Rui even found breakfast for the students before strolling out leisurely. The teachers didn't relax either. The elimination match was a bit arrogant. And now they were all worried that their little guys would disappear at the venue. This was still possible. Therefore, except for Xieshichan and Ariel, other teachers could be said to be almost close protection. Jiang Shui even took out a monster when she saw a little guy leaving the station, and handed it to the little guys with a smile. Hold it. Have fun. Bo Rui, who was the first to receive this treatment, touched the slippery scales on the little beast. Curiously, what is this? The young soul of Pishio. Jiang Shui explained casually. You should take it to get in touch with more people. It just happens that it brings wealth when you touch it, which is very suitable for visiting relatives and friends. It brings wealth when you touch it. Bo Rui rubbed the back of the little beast with a curious look on his face. Can I get more contribution points today? Jiang Shui's smile faded slightly. Child, don't think about such unrealistic things. Only the money earned through hard work is the most reliable. That's not possible. Bo Rui nodded, holding the beast cub, and went out. The little guy is very cute. And he can use this to win the hearts of the seniors next door. In this way, Bo Rui, can get through to the seniors. Bo Rui walked briskly to the Malin station first. Hey, does anyone want to watch the game? Let's see who our remaining opponents are. His familiar voice gradually faded away. And Jiang Shui shook her head. Brother Xie, are you going to watch the game too? Their teaching team is either protecting students in the dark, or guarding the station openly. Seeing that the teachers are more serious than each other, it is not easy to break through. Xieshichan was sitting not far from Jiang Shui, writing and drawing. After hearing her question, he replied, It's Ariel who wants to go. I'm not going. Jiang Shui was surprised and turned to look at Ariel. I thought you would stay at the station. The original idea was that Xieshichan would continue to be the weak Muggle principal, and Ariel would be more powerful. and the two would play the good cop and the bad cop. Now Xie Shichen took the lead in being the strong one, and Jiang Shui guessed that Ariel might be the weak one. If the weak Ariel goes out to sea, there is still a possibility of conflict with others. Then both will be strong, and the effect may not be very good. Ariel spread her hands. Your brother Xie is worried that the Magic Association will make trouble, and asked me to listen to what they are thinking so that we can make plans. Xie Shichen hummed. Since there is already a conflict, pretending to be a good person will inevitably make them wary. It is better to be more assertive. Believe me, after the appraisal meeting is over, the Magic Association will come to us to win them over. There is no eternal enemy, and this is also true for the Magic Association. What's more, Screech is still an academy under their control. When they are not blinded by anger, they will decide to win over Screech and value him as much as they cultivated Malum. After all, the students are only in school for 5 years. If they are won over, aren't they all members of their Magic Association? So Xie Shichen didn't understand why they would do so many stupid things to snipe Screech. It wasn't until he talked to Principal Merrim that he understood the whole story. Principal Merrim sighed. The Magic Association was originally established by the most powerful magicians from various colleges. Over time, after the association was reformed, the relationship between the college and the association had long changed. The elders who were still loyal to the college were also powerless. But Anshin, don't worry. As long as we can keep the qualification to run a school, everything will be fine. A big force will not always be of one mind. They will still compromise for the sake of interests. Merrim didn't understand why a legendary wizard appeared in Screech, and the Magic Association still had no intention of stopping making trouble. But Xie Shichen understood. He vaguely passed it over and came back to think about various subsequent handling methods, and also sorted out the motives of the Magic Association. For now, they still hate Screech more than they try to win him over, even though Screech is more valuable to win over now, which makes their actions seem blindly arrogant and very difficult to understand. Xie Shichen guessed that this was because the various forces within the Magic Association had not yet come to a unified countermeasure. The biggest possibility was that the dominant forces were unwilling to give in. They had already known about the loss of the Mage Saint, the loss of multiple high-level magicians, and the loss of Face. After the forces were hit together, they hated Screech to the core. In addition to the Oracle of the Gods, they were unwilling to give this opportunity to make friends. Only by swallowing Screech could they take the initiative in the association again. What about other forces? Xie Shichen thought about it from another perspective. If his hostile and powerful competing forces wanted to do something that would harm others and not benefit him, what would he do? Add fuel to the fire. Anyway, he would not lose anything. If it works, he can compete for the position. If it doesn't work, he will not make any contribution or demerit. So Xie Shichen was sure it's a good thing to be more high-profile during this period. Mo Shuzi asked carelessly. Then will you accept their solicitation? Xie Shichen thought for a while. If it doesn't harm Screech's interests. Yes. Why wouldn't he be happy about something that's good for him? Xiaoxia's education bureau was just established, and it just lacked resources. Wait. Education bureau? Jiang Shui was shocked. Do you have to move so fast? The plane she was in was similar to the modern plane. It was a plane where monsters were rampant. They also had an education bureau, so she easily understood the term. Mo Shuzi was curious. What's wrong with the education bureau? What does it do? Unconsciously saying the term, Xie Shichen explained. It's an organization similar to the original Magic Association, but we only educate, promote education, and help every student realize their dream of learning magic. Mo Shuzi, this step is really a big one. You have to eat one bite at a time, Xie Shichen said nonchalantly. You see, now we have created an education system that allows students without talent to learn magic. But it is a bit dangerous. In the future, there will be more and more students, and there will be no restrictions on talent. The number of students enrolled in magic academies will grow explosively. Isn't this our opportunity? They came up with a method. And of course, they had to be the leader. Xie Shichen also thought about how to secretly move Qinsong. I have briefly talked to Principal Merrim about the initial cooperation plan. They all expressed interest and were willing to try it with me. Mo Shuzi felt that they might not mean this. So he asked honestly, What did you say? Xie Shichen said. I said I would cooperate with them to build a time black room to improve students' qualifications. They agreed and asked me what kind of exchange I wanted. It's too shameless to just ask teachers to participate in research. C.S. Shichen smiled. I said, our college's enrollment method is different. We don't need talented people. We need hard work. But it's too difficult to find a needle in a haystack. Jiang Shui guessed. You want them to help you recruit students? No. I asked them to work with me to popularize literacy education. C.S. Shichen said calmly. They were happy to do so, and said I was so kind. Time goes back to yesterday. After Principal Merrim comforted C.S. Shichen, C.S. Shichen sighed to show that he understood, and then expressed his worries. I'm really worried about the enrollment next year. Principal Merrim thought that he would have to cooperate with C.S. Shichen in the future, and he couldn't just take advantage of him all the time. So he said politely, we Merrim will help you promote it. Whether or not you can snatch students away is also your ability at Screech. His joking statement still showed his great sincerity. Next to him, Principal Helwin seemed to feel sorry for C.S. Shichen, and he also made a promise. Most of those who are willing to go to Helwin's are nobles, and his publicity is probably just icing on the cake. C.S. Shichen shook his head and said, we at Screech don't look at talent when recruiting students, but mainly look at hard work and understanding. If students come here because of your publicity and are eliminated, it will hurt the harmony of our school. Look, what a considerate principal. The principals of the two sister schools were jealous of Screech's admissions without considering talent, and they were thinking about giving Screech some advice. Since talent is not considered, the selection range is still very wide. Principal Helwin said a fair word. In fact, if you don't care about the student's identity, civilian students will meet your requirements. Being able to learn to read at the age of a teenager with meager resources means that the understanding is not bad, and he will work hard enough to change his fate. At this point, C.S. Shichen also looked distressed. How many common people without talent can read? That's true. Most common parents will only let their children learn to read after they are sure that their children have magical talent. Learning to read is the most critical step for them to change their fate and become magicians. And without magical talent, the cost of learning to read is actually very high. Many families who can send their children to learn are also spoiled children, and they may not work as hard as imagined. Therefore, C.S. Shichen proposed an idea at that time. It seems that Screech himself should teach the children to read and provide students for his own college. Which is the best? It may not be possible to recruit students, Principal Merrim said rationally. The cost of literacy is not low, and they are far away from home and lack labor. So not many of them are willing to agree. C.S. Shichen gritted his teeth. I will pay for it out of my own pocket and teach them for free. There are still many benefits after learning to read. As long as they are willing, they can come regardless of whether they have talent or not. What a great principal! He can actually go this far for the cause of education. Both principals couldn't bear it, and this would easily lead to new problems. How many students can Screech accommodate? Are students willing to come from far away to learn to read? Where can we find teachers willing to teach students? Will there be problems and conflicts when so many talented and untalented students gather together? They thought that they couldn't help Screech, so they just helped Screech analyze. As they analyzed, they came to the question of building an affiliated academy to teach literacy. There is indeed no shortage now. But when Screech recruits students, you will also have a lot of vacancies. Right? C.S. Shichen analyzed calmly. There are still many students with good talents, but because they can't read, or don't have the opportunity to learn to read, they don't have money to come to the Magic Academy. So they can't learn magic. But if we provide this opportunity, even if the students who come to study here have excellent grades, they can be exempted? Then they must be willing to give it a try. C.S. Shichen said patiently. When the time comes, we will give the untalented to Screechy, and the talented, perceptive, and hard-working to you Malim. We will not accept the students. Now that they can read, they can do more work and help us promote. John, don't you want our Magic Academy to create new miracles? The Time Black Room is willing to study. I know your heart is the same as mine. John Mallon was moved. Yes. Why can't their students cultivate more elites now? Although there are many students, there are more students who leave. Most of the civilians who are detected to have talents are taken away by the Magic Association. Some of them have no money and don't even know whether they have talents. Some students are sponsored by the Magic Association to study in the academy. But in fact the Magic Association doesn't give them a penny. When they graduate, the students they have worked hard to train are thinking about the Magic Association. How aggrieved! Of course, The most important thing is that Screech said that they recruit students without talents. Students with talents, hard work and understanding are given Miriam. Just give them a little bit of resources to run a basic academy. Sieshichin continued to persuade. In fact, when they reach senior year, we can add a little bit of basic magic courses and see the students' understanding of magic before they are enrolled. There is an extra layer of screening. Isn't it safer to train students in our own academy than to recruit students from all over the world? Yes. Yes. The most important thing is that they can achieve a real monopoly. And it is no longer the case that the Magic Association will find good seedlings and take them away. John Merrim had to admit that this was a good opportunity. If it wasn't free and a bit costly. Sieshichin didn't look at him. Anyway, I want to build an affiliated academy. And then they will give priority to my Screech. No. 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 Let's cooperate. Let's arrange for our Malim too. No. No. Talented students must come to Malim. Principal Malim said anxiously. How do you plan to build it? I think your idea is very good. Principal Helvins, who had been ignored for a long time, was speechless. You are discussing cooperation in front of me? Principal Malim looked natural. Don't you only recruit nobles at Helvins? You don't need it anymore? Principal Helvin's smile froze. How many students can nobles have? You, Merrim and Screech, are still competing with us for students at Helvins. Doesn't Helvins want to be stronger? Principal Merrim retorted. No. 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 You, Helvins are now the signboard of the nobility. I think. Sieshichin saw the two principals fighting for the illusory students. He had to interrupt. Your Excellencies, I think you need to face up to one thing. Our college is built now, and it will take at least 3 or 4 years to harvest good seedlings. This is a long process. Principal Merrim suddenly realized. Yes. Yes. It's a long-term process. So do we have to sign a contract? He looked at Sieshichin and said slowly. We at Merrim still want more talented students. Sieshichin smiled. What if we, Skricky, provide teaching materials for non-talented students to learn magic in the future? You also only want talented students. What? Helwins was shocked and lost his composure. You really? Sieshichin smiled but said nothing. But the two principals had a blazing fire in their eyes. Sign the agreement? We must sign an agreement. We can also snatch students with our own abilities. So what if the education development speed is slower than Skricky? They can build a few more affiliated colleges. Set more conditions. And these good seedlings will all be theirs in the future. To be honest, if the secretary had not come to the appraisal meeting, Principal Merrim would have asked the secretary to build a college now. Then the prototype of their education bureau came out. But the current name is the School Alliance. Mainly because they are worried that Sieshichin will not be willing to support them after the good seedlings are cultivated. So there is an extra layer of insurance and constraints. For this reason, they were willing to build several more colleges. After Sieshichin requested that not all students should give priority to their own colleges. Merrim also proposed that individual poor students who enjoyed the college's educational resources should also give priority to their own colleges when they graduated. Otherwise they would have to give back. Yes, he was now beginning to worry about what to do if he couldn't snatch students from Screech in the future. The three principals had said before that they would have a good exchange after the students finished the competition. But now they didn't want to wait even a minute, and directly agreed on the cooperation in this regard overnight. Sieshichin did not hide anything and directly told the little experience of their academy that they could learn magic without talent, which was related to mental strength. But it was more dangerous. The principals could watch it in the future, but it would not be leaked casually before the complete system was established, which firmly captured the hearts of the two principals. Anyway, the result is good. Sieshichin briefly explained the reason for the establishment of the Education Bureau and concluded. It moistens things silently. And the Education Bureau will always live up to its name. Several teachers listened to Sieshichin's narration with shock on their faces. Emoshuzi was even more puzzled. Aren't you asking them to help you train students? Are they willing to do that? Only Screech can accept any student. Making a lot of money. Sieshichin was calm and innocent. They also make money. At least 3 or 4 years. Then, they can also accept students without talent. This is called early screening. Besides, Sieshichin also has his own selfish desires. It is always good to be literate. Even if you can't learn magic. After being literate, you will see a wider world in knowledge. And you will be willing to slowly develop other industries. When the economy is up, education will not lag behind. When all industries are filled with students trained by them, the Education Bureau will be truly worthy of its name. Xieshichan made the final decision. Anyway, we have already reached an agreement on cooperation. I will be busy with site selection and affiliated schools. You will also be busy during the holidays. Be prepared. Gore was in a complicated mood. He reminded Xieshichan. You said before that students progress too fast. Teachers have to maintain their authority and go into the small dark room during the holidays. He asked tactfully. Are we moving too fast? Xieshichan was silent for a long while. And then he pondered. Yes, a little bit. That will only trouble our teachers from the East. They don't need to enter the small dark room for the time being. Teachers from the East? No. Xieshichan. You are so stupid. Don't you really think you are being too much? Mu Xian couldn't help but said. You are too fast. What if the foundation is not stable? Xieshichan also understood that it would be difficult to lead the new students all at once. And he also had to run the affiliated schools, which could be said to be even busier. But Xieshichan always had a sense of urgency in his heart. Perhaps because the Magic Association was pressing him step by step. He was worried that he would not have enough time. It will take at least 2 or 3 years for students to learn to read, plus 2 or 3 years for basic education. By the time this batch of students graduate, it will have been 5 or 6 years, so it will be just the right time to make the transition. Xieshichan thought for a moment and continued. After our teaching materials for those without talent to learn magic are popularized, the enrollment needs of various colleges will definitely increase. So there won't be a situation where there are not enough students. Now is just the right time. It's just a little busy. Now that Miami's training is on the right track, he will be able to recruit a group of professional teachers at the end of the year, so they won't be ignored. As for the freshmen, there are also great magicians who personally guide them, and seniors who provide experience and life chicken soup. Their teaching plans are also formulated. As long as the planning is good, Screech will not be in chaos. From this point of view, he can still be busy. After he figured it out, he joked, if it really doesn't work, let Miami lend a hand and let them help guide the younger students. They should be very happy. However, they are also at the critical moment. Unless the real hands are not enough, Xieshichan will not put the cart before the horse. The most important thing for the little ones is to study hard and become the signboard of Screech as soon as possible. But Xieshichan could never have imagined that his good seedlings would be so excited to recommend themselves to him after hearing about the holiday elimination enrollment. Xieshichan didn't need to guess what they were up to with their active attitude. But this is a matter for the future. Now Xieshichan is still busy sorting out various plans and trying to get through this period of rapid construction. A bright future is waiting to them. Chapter 125. The subsequent competition for the quota lasted for 2 days. Originally, the Magic Association planned to choose from the colleges that were not eliminated in the last period. Unfortunately, Screech's students eliminated others too quickly and too many during that period, causing many colleges that were eliminated early to think that it was unfair to only choose those in that period. Now the association, which is already afraid of hearing about fairness, simply customized the rules again. Any team that has stayed in the elimination round for more than half of the time can try to compete for this quota. This also led to the fact that the last 10 or so places took a lot more time than before. When the 100 teams for the semifinals were finally announced, everyone was basically quite satisfied. The Magic Association also announced the list, and Ophelia and the others went to see it. Almost all of them were the names they had found out in the past few days. It seems that there is no intention to intervene in this semifinal. They could only be vigilant and wait for the start of the semifinals. Among the 100 places, the team places still prevailed. With 64 teams, there are 36 single players, 20 of whom are senior magicians. Since it is unfair to let intermediate magicians compete with senior magicians, the Magic Association temporarily added a ranking for the top 3 intermediate magicians. The points are not many, but those who can rank in the top 3 among the intermediate magicians will have the opportunity to challenge the senior magicians. If they succeed, they can advance to the top 8 and get the right to double their points. Of course, this rule is more for students who defeat senior magicians to become famous. And everyone is happy. Bo Rui and the others were salivating. If I had known, I would have participated in the singles directly. Double it. Double it. Isn't it more comfortable than competing for the top 8 in the team? Chris said something fair. If we participate in the singles, I guess it will be another excuse. For example, we can't let the senior magicians feel unfair. How can we give them benefits? Bo-Rui thought about it, and said goodbye to the single stage with regret. Sieshichin has already planned the schedule. And now the time is to watch the little guys compete. He and Ariel escorted the 4 captains of the team competition to draw lots. Play well. No matter what. Just do your best. Sieshichin didn't care. This year is probably your last year. It's hard to say what the appraisal meeting will be like next year. But these little guys with excellent strength and hard work will definitely become stronger. And it is probably not suitable to be sent to the appraisal meeting. What? The last year? Bori was shocked. There will be no appraisal meeting next year? Sieshichin, He pulled Bori's face, smiling. Little friend. Don't say such horrible things in the territory of the Magic Association. Okay? What do you mean there will be no appraisal meeting next year? How could they? Skricky. Have such a big ambition? Bori coughed a few times, smiled and moved closer. Then why can't we participate? What's the point of bullying the weak? Sieshichin said calmly. If you want to participate, there will be many competitions held by our college in the future. And you can participate until you vomit. This. Amelia refused rationally. I don't really think so. It's mainly to protect Screech's honor. Yes. 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 Bori didn't dare to speak. And nodded frantically. What do you mean by participating in vomiting? Can Screech give them more space to waste? Can you? While playing, they also arrived at the place where the lottery was drawn. This time, it seemed that they were worried about some problems. So the one who came to manage the lottery was an honorary elder. The other party's skinny body was wrapped in a black magic robe, holding a long magic wand, guarding a small black box in front of him. There are small balls with different numbers written on them in the black box. Those who draw the same number will be the opponent. After drawing the opponent, the 2 teams have to draw the dual map and dual format. Each person is responsible for drawing one, which is also very fair. After the black-robed magician announced the rules slowly, he stomped his magic wand and said, Don't think about playing tricks. The duel of each team depends on fate. Ariel listened and unconsciously raised her eyebrows slightly, and her expression became a smile. Sieshichin observed carefully, caught a glimpse of Ariel's movements, and looked over in the direction of her gaze. Ariel was looking at the black wooden box. What? Is there something wrong with the draw? Sieshichin thought about it, but he was not afraid. He folded his hands and watched the little guys draw with great interest, worried that they would change teams privately. Every result drawn must be announced. Amelia was the first to step forward, put her hand into the black box, and faced the black-robed man's gaze, trying not to make a fool of herself, and drew a small ball expressionlessly. Even if this black-robed man was not a legendary wizard, he must have reached the strength of a half-stepped legendary wizard. Otherwise it would be impossible for his gaze to give Amelia such a great sense of crisis. Perhaps the malice in the other party's eyes was too much to be concealed, which made Amelia's alarm ring. She took a deep breath, opened her palm, and handed the ball to the black-robed man to show him. The black-robed man looked at the number on the eyeball and smiled slowly. The first one. It seems to have a good meaning. Amelia nodded calmly. Thank you. She forced herself to walk down with a pale face. Bori hurriedly pulled her hand and said solemnly, Are they playing rogue? No, Amelia said slowly, trying to steady herself so as not to sound timid. They are very strong. Just looking at us, we feel like we are being stared at by vultures. Bori understood, and snorted. You are shameless. It is just as Vera said. So stingy. Amelia waved her hand. You go get the lot first. I will go find our opponent and discuss getting the lot. Bori nodded and prepared to walk to the stage. This time, he was mentally prepared and did not act too nervous. But it is true that only by being there in person can one feel how much pressure Amelia is under. Bori is sure that the black-robed man guarding the box must have done it on purpose. You know, even when the teachers in their academy are fighting each other, they have not released such a heavy pressure. Even when Emoshuzi and Aurora were fighting, they could even watch the battle at close range under the protection of Screech. It's not that they haven't felt the pressure before, but if it was really the kind of pressure that was released unintentionally at ordinary times, it couldn't be to this extent. Obviously, the other party did it on purpose. As if this could prove how powerful he was. Bori had better physical fitness, And after all, he mainly practiced martial arts. So he didn't show too much oppression, and casually handed the ball in his hand to the black-robed man. It was the number 5. The black-robed man frowned, looking at Bori's number ball. Feeling a little uneasy, Bori smiled politely. Hello. Do you need to announce it? The black-robed man glanced at Bori. Number 5. Next. TSK. What a double standard. Bori shrugged, took the ball off the stage, and met Freya and Arabelle. The two of them had also heard about Amelia. And Arabella even took drugs early to avoid showing her weakness. Yes, Screech's students are always a little stubborn at times. Anyway, they don't want to let the Magic Association laugh at them. Freya let Arabella go up first, and she went up last just in case. Arabella was a little slow when drawing lots, and was urged by the black-robed man. She slowly showed the ball to the black-robed man. It was number 30, the third to last match. I thought we were going to leave. But the black-robed man suddenly stood up. Arabelle took a step back cautiously, holding a pill tightly in his hand, ready to use it to escape at any time. How is it possible? The black-robed man muttered to himself, looking at Arabelle with a bad look. Did you cheat? Huh? Cheating? Arabelle almost laughed out of anger, and even his words seemed so impolite. Sir, forgive me for being blunt. I have been in the royal city for so long, and I have never been accused of cheating. Especially saying that I cheated easily under the nose of the mage saint. That is too incredible. I think anyone who is not a fool would not come up with such an incredible question. Right? The man in black robe, he really didn't have any evidence. But, could it be that the internal strife within the association caused some problems? The man in black robe planned to go back and ask the prophecy elder after it was over. He snorted coldly and sat down. You are so rude at such a young age. I hope it's not because of Screech Academy. Otherwise your parents will have a lot of headaches. Number 30. Let's go! Arabelle clenched the ball tightly, and did not show his loyalty for a moment. But he remembered this person. An unreasonable and evil old man. Was covered with his face because he was afraid of being beaten? She came down with a cold face, and her mood was obviously unhappy. Freya thought about it, but still did not step forward, but went to touch the lot first. Number 24. At this point, their team competition draw was basically completed. After meeting their opponents and choosing the way and place of the game, the only thing left was to fight. Shichen waited for them to come back and patted their heads one by one. Don't pay attention to them. They are just incompetent and furious. The future of the magic world is still your era. In 10 years at most. We old people will have to leave. You are not old. Freya couldn't bear to hear Shichen say that. 10 years later, you will still be in your 30s. Super young. Shichen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay. But 10 years later it will indeed be your era. And the teacher will still have to rely on you at that time. Okay. Bo-Ray waved his hand, looking very reliable. Don't worry. Screech. In 10 years, you can't beat me. I will protect you. Shichen was puzzled. Why do you want to protect me? Bo-Ray blinked. Don't you think that in 10 years, there will be more students who want to compete with you? Shichen was thoughtful. Are you talking about you? Bo-Ray chuckled. And before he could answer, Shichen said tactfully, Kid, have you forgotten what the teacher is immune to? Bo-Ray, He was furious. Can I, Altian Bo-Ray, defeat you with martial arts? Shichen thought about it and hesitated. Maybe we have to wait for 30 years? Ariel interrupted curiously. Why? Shichen smiled slightly. Because there is a saying that goes, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't bully the poor young man. Ariel, I can still bully him. Bo-Ray acted like a spoiled child. Teacher Ariel, how can you undermine the self-confidence of your students like this? Ariel smiled and tapped Bori's brow. Little guy, you have to wait 30 years to become a god to have a chance. Do you have the confidence? She deliberately said. I can help. Amelia refused again rationally. No need. Teacher, we will graduate in 30 years. Let's learn to rely on ourselves. Just kidding. Amelia doesn't want to escape from Screech's teaching after 30 years. Bori didn't dare to say anything. 30 years to become a god? It's already amazing to become a legendary wizard in 30 years. But, little Bori's eyes flickered. It turns out that Teacher Ariel's strength is stronger than that of gods? That's really cool. After sending the little guys back, Ariel smiled and told Siashichin a joke. I originally wanted to pair our teams up and eliminate each other. What a pity. It's a pity that she has a mind reader. But her main business is illusion and bewitching. So it's easy to replace a number ball. Siashichin pretended to be surprised. I was wondering why the old man suddenly stood up. I thought he had hemorrhoids. Ariel, She was helpless. Screech. Not funny. Siashichin looked innocent. It doesn't matter. As long as he's funny. But after this, they may be more careful in the future. Be careful when you take your children to draw lots. Let me give you permission if necessary. Ariel made an okay gesture. Don't worry. I'm the most careful in doing things. No matter who the little guys meet. They just need to avoid bumping into each other before the quarterfinals. In order to cover up for the little guys, Ariel went back and artificially separated the teams from the same magic academy. This is fair. The competition between students is also the competition between the academies. How can you let the students of your own academy bump into each other from the beginning? Ariel kept her achievements and fame to herself, which surprised the elders of the Magic Association, who had made a lot of plans, and even decided to secretly teach a lesson to the careless famous schools, such as Marim Helwin's. But they didn't see any traces of magic at all. Just like the person who did the trick forgot to do it or did it wrong. Strange. What's going on? Who would have thought that a teacher at the level of a magic saint could really do all kinds of tricks under their noses? It took half a day to draw lots. And even the lot for the individual competition was drawn. Unlike the team competition where there are so many places that require drawing lots. The individual competition is a ring competition, where the strength is directly evaluated to determine the winner, which is more exciting to watch. Starting in the afternoon, they had to hurry up to compete. They had spent 5 days on the elimination rounds, and now they had 5 days left. They had to squeeze in more time to avoid being late. The first group to appear was Amelia's group. There were 3 choices for the competition venues decided by drawing lots, namely forest, seawater, and floating stone formations, corresponding to the 3 places of sea, land and air respectively. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. But if you are unlucky and meet something you are not good at, you can only blame yourself for your bad luck. There are 3 alternative forms of the game, namely, flag capture, battle, and treasure hunt. Battle is the easiest, until one side steps out of the competition venue or admits defeat. Flag capture is to plant a flag of the Magic Association in the center. The side that gets the flag and keeps it for 20 minutes wins. Treasure hunt is to put the gems marked by the Magic Association in 10 boxes. Whoever opens the gem first and puts it in the central groove will succeed. Treasure hunt is a test of luck. According to the regulations, they cannot squat in the groove. They are not allowed to stay for too long within 5 meters around the groove. So basically the person who gets the gem and enters this range basically wins. And it is difficult to turn the tables. The team Amelia faced was a team from a not-so-famous magic school. It was a standard 6-member team, all of whom were intermediate magicians. And one of them was said to be about to become a senior magician. They drew the forest plus flag-grabbing mode. From the moment they entered the competition site built by the association, the 4-member team dispersed directly. And in the end only Amelia was left. Amelia summoned a skeleton and calmed down to be the target. The 6 people on the other side huddled together from the beginning, when they participated in the elimination round. They also saw the strength of Screech Academy, and did not dare to take it lightly. There are 6 of us. We have a chance of winning against the 4 of them. Let's just go and grab the flag together. The strongest captain arranged a plan. Quina is an earth element. Protect me at that time. We will just drag it out with them until the end of the game. Okay. Captain. Quina nodded and agreed. It is indeed possible that they cannot beat the students of Screech. And it may be a bit difficult for 6 people to fight, mainly because the students of Screech are too brutal. But they can drag it out. The competition system of this game is really suitable for them. They not only have earth elements, but also wood elements and gold elements. If they protect the person who gets the flag throughout the whole process, it will be easy to last for 20 minutes. The captain was very confident. They lined up and sped up to the central stadium. The most important thing in all this was to get the flag. The further the team went, the more difficult it was to walk. The captain subconsciously stopped and raised his hand to stop the team members from moving forward. Do you feel that it's getting darker around you? The team members were puzzled. There are so many trees here. It's normal to get darker. Right? These trees blocked out the sun, and almost all the light around was blocked. Without light illumination, it was really difficult to see the surrounding things clearly. No. I always feel like it's foggy. The captain felt the air become thicker and thicker. And as time went by, he gradually showed some symptoms of weakness in his hands and feet. Something is wrong. After all, he had never experienced a dark battle, and he couldn't react at all for a while. He could only guess that the magician on the opposite side had taken action and used some magic he didn't know. Hold your breath. We speed up. The captain quickly gave the order, and they moved quickly. Of course, the captain couldn't figure it out. Their speed was already fast enough, and they hadn't reached the center yet. If this was done by the opponent on the opposite side, how did they do it? Of course it's because Fry is a space magician related to movement. As an intermediate magician, it's easy for her to move one person quickly, but it will consume more magic power. She teleported and ran with Julian, and soon arrived at the place where the flag was planted. Looking at the tall flag, Fry immediately made a plan. Ignore the flag. Let Chloe come. We will stop them. 4 people against 6 people. They can win. But there are risks. Fry must ensure that she enters the top 8. And then she will be wild. They quickly moved forward a distance. After Fry's explanation, Julian understood the other party's intention. He raised his staff and silently chanted a spell. At first, it was just a wide-range but thin black fog spell, and then gradually added some paralysis poison spells that only grow in the dark, and gradually deepened the black fog. Julian did not use a big move that consumed magic power. Just fooled around. Chloe was also very fast. Their black cat orcs were the most agile, and their night vision ability was not bad. When he ran to the center and saw the bright flag, he started to climb the pole without hesitation to take the flag away. Looking down at the darkening forest, Chloe hesitated for 2 seconds, took off his clothes, tore them into a flag-like shape, and then neatly put them on the flagpole. Then he ran away. 20 minutes. Of course he had to hurry and hide. Chloe couldn't tell his classmates about his success, but his classmates believed him. After estimating the time, Fry and Julian also turned around and walked to the center to make plans for the next step. Is the flag still there? Julian wondered. They were almost at the midpoint. Why is it still dark? Fry, well, there's not a single innocent person in Screech. Right? She changed the subject nonchalantly. It's not a big deal. I climb the pole later. And you can act weak? Like novice. Can you? Of course. I'm the best at playing dead and being lazy. Julian sighed in a lazy aria. It's a pity that I haven't had the opportunity to show this skill for a long time since I came to Screech. Fry emphasized. Don't pretend too much. Julian readily agreed. Okay. I go find Amelia and ask for help when the time is right. The boys from Screech are also very carefree today. Fry was speechless and simply turned around to climb the pole to grab the flag. Julian's body went limp, and he collapsed directly on the ground, chanting a spell in a low and rhythmic voice while lying there. At this time, the surrounding fog was just like his eyes, accurately reporting the whereabouts of his opponent to him. Seeing that the person was about to arrive, he lazily asked Freddy, Fry, did you get it? I'm running out of magic power. Fry cursed inwardly. You're an intermediate magician. How can your stamina be so poor? Julian felt wronged. I've been using large-scale magic, and poison is still difficult to use. Who knows if they didn't get hit? His timid, cowardly, wronged and sad tone was really too distressing. If Fred didn't know that everything was agreed upon, Fred would have believed it. Not to mention the people in the other team. Did Julian lie? Definitely not. Such a large-scale magic must consume a lot of magic power. The key is that it is pitch black now, and they can't see where Fry's climbed. If Fry got the flag under Julian's cover, he might not be able to find them. The captain looked at the situation in the field and said simply, grab the flag. After that, the wood magician Vines and the team also followed and climbed up the flagpole directly. Fry would not confront them head-on. She pretended to fall back without saying a word. Ah! Julian! Fry flashed silver in the air and quickly fell to the ground. Space system. Julian immediately chanted a spell in a hurry, using the dark entanglement spell to entangle the wood vine. The captain saw clearly that they came here in this way. This also means that they were separated from their team. Easy to solve. The captain was overjoyed. But he was not carried away. Quick! Grab the flag. The people in their team sent an earth magician to stop Julian and Fry. And another magician directly attacked the flagpole to make the flag fall. Climbing directly is too slow. Julian couldn't see around him anymore. And he shouted anxiously, "Amelia! Help me! Amelia! Save Julian! We have no magic power." Fry, Although, it feels so embarrassing. Fry covered his face, holding back his shame. "I still have magic power. I teleport out and see if I can grab it. You guys better admit defeat." The captain couldn't help but explain. "We got the flag. We have both offense and defense. It's impossible for you to grab it back in 20 minutes. "Who said it's impossible? Amelia came late. And a spirit was sent over. And the behavior of a team member over there immediately became slow. What is this?" The captain was shocked. Quina quickly cast a wall of earth, wrapping the captain layer by layer. But this physical defense seemed to have no effect on the spirit system. Amelia still did her own thing. She needed to chant the spell for a long time when using the spirit possession. But every time she possessed someone, the opponent would slow down by 10 minutes. It's not good to abandon your teammates, right? Seeing that another teammate was about to be hit, the captain gritted his teeth and made a decision. If they want to kill you, just admit defeat. We go first. And the flag can't be lost. Under the noses of the principals. For the safety of the students. This rule was added to avoid the situation where students get angry and don't care about the severity of the situation. And the elimination match will happen. As long as the captains can keep the flag, they won't lose. He led his team to run forward. And Julian shouted, "Amelia! Amelia!" They ran away. "I know." Amelia turned back unceremoniously. "Can't you use Dark Coil to intercept it?" Julian thought to himself that the time was almost up. "So why waste magic power?" she said obediently. "I don't have enough magic power." Amelia choked. There's no need to act so delicate. She originally wanted to follow the two drama queens' play and chase them. But now she has no desire to act at all. She closed her eyes unhappily, and sensed where Chloe was. She had studied the magic of the dead before her study tour, and accidentally signed a contract with Chloe. Since Screech said there was no harm. On the contrary, there were many benefits. So they kept it. In addition, some time ago, Old Man Han said that this contract was a good thing and could not be cancelled before graduation. So Amelia no longer had the intention to cancel it. She could exchange magic power with Chloe, share damage, and sense each other's position. This was also one of the reasons why she could call the socially anxious Chloe when she was studying abroad. And they often formed a team together. Amelia slowly opened her eyes and was speechless. You ran quite far. It seemed that they were on the south and north of the enemy team. Amelia sat down slowly. How many minutes are left? Fry answered accurately. Based on Chloe's speed, theoretically it will take at most 3 minutes. When the enemy team leaves the area surrounded by their fog, notices that the flag is wrong, and then turns back to fight, it will probably take more than 3 minutes. She couldn't help but ask Amelia, how did you come up with this plan? Amelia, ? She felt that she needed to explain. I just asked you to distract the enemy's attention and fight a guerrilla war. Chloe's personal behavior can't be blamed on me. Ah? So you didn't teach him? Julian was surprised and lay lazily on the ground again. Then he is really smart. It seems that only Julian is still a lazy little fool. Amelia was silent for a moment, thinking that this team is really difficult to lead. On the other side, the team leader and his team were exhausted and did not notice the flag as quickly as they thought. They didn't realize something was wrong until they were teleported out of the competition and heard that the game was over. Is it over? The captain asked blankly. 20 minutes so fast. Captain. His team members looked at the flag, hesitant to speak. This flag, it seems, does not have the logo of the Magic Association. There is no logo at all. Just a black flag in black. The captain subconsciously lowered his head and stroked the cloth, confused and at a loss. How can this be missing? The team leader even checked it over and over again. No logo. Just a piece of black cloth. Could it be that the Magic Association made a mistake? We took our flag down from the flagpole. At this point, he had already sensed something was wrong. But he was still optimistic. Maybe the association made a mistake? Didn't something go wrong in the elimination round? But they didn't seem to have 20 minutes. This time was simply too fast. What was going on? Without waiting for the captain to figure it out, Amelia stood up with a headache and asked for the clothes back for her social phobia team members. Excuse me, can you give me the cloth in your hand? Amelia was a little embarrassed and tried to keep a calm face. This is my teammate's clothes. It's a little damaged, but it can still be used after sewing. The captain saw Amelia coming and thought about questioning her, but he didn't expect to hear the seam again. He handed it over subconsciously. Oh, here you go. Here you go. Do you still want to wear this clothes? Amelia said calmly. Well, his family is frugal and lives in a stone house, so there are not many clothes to change. It was not wrong. Most of the houses of Chloe's orcs were stone houses. In order to train him to talk more, his family rarely gave him clothes to change, and asked him to buy them himself. Then, Chloe would rather be frugal and change clothes than say a word. Amelia did not lie. But the captain really loves Screech's students. I seem to have heard that they can study for free because they are all civilians? He scratched his head. I'm sorry. I tore your clothes. The captain, who thought that they had used the wrong strength when fighting, was confused again and didn't think about anything else. No matter how calm Amelia was, she was not so thick-skinned. She hurriedly said it was okay, grabbed the clothes and hurried back, throwing them on Chloe. If this plan wasn't good, she wouldn't come out to embarrass herself. Amelia's face was very stiff. The referee next to her didn't want to announce the result, but the result was too obvious. Congratulations to the first team of Screech for winning and entering the next round. The team leader realized something was wrong after a while. He asked his companions uncertainly. So, the flag we captured was the clothes of Screech's students? Quina nodded with mixed feelings. They are very smart. They successfully tricked us and fooled us. But they are really miserable. A team member whispered. They didn't do it on purpose. They had to get a ranking to keep the academy. If Screech is gone, they can't continue to learn magic. Right? Yes. That boy's family is really poor. His clothes are so damaged. But he still has to mend them and continue to wear them. Another team member sighed. Frugality is just a cover-up for their captain's kindness. It's really pitiful. Such a handsome boy. If Screech can't hold on, I will let my father support him. She looked at the black-haired boy on the opposite stage, silently taking out the other two sleeves, and then took out the sewing box, and performed on the spot how to make a piece of clothing in a short time. The little girl almost burst into tears. It was so inspiring. Yeah. He looked so aggrieved. But if he doesn't mend his clothes, he will have nothing to wear. Another little girl also pleaded for Chloe. After all, we are not as skilled as him. Captain, don't be angry with him. The captain said nothing. The captain couldn't help but say, he is wearing storage tools on his ears. Right? This doesn't mean he is poor? Maybe Screech took it out to save their face? The last team member couldn't help but express his opinion. It must be very uncomfortable for a grown man to do such a thing in front of others. Anyway, I dare not do it. I feel that others will look at me with strange eyes. Their principal seems very angry. I hope he won't be scolded by the principal. Yes. It's also for the school to win. Anyway, we're done with the competition. Let's go visit them later. The good-tempered boy from their school has visited before. It won't be awkward for us to go. The captain turned around and looked at the smiling Principal Screech in the audience, and fell silent. Well, maybe he was blind. He really didn't see why the other party looked angry. Nor did he see how good-tempered the boy who visited was. Maybe he is the only one who is still sober in the whole team. The captain sighed, and heard Quina, the most rational companion, echoing, he is quite good-tempered. Our school can't even make it into the top 100. Their Screech is also an old school with so many senior magicians and magic saint teachers. When Bori came to visit us, he didn't look arrogant at all. The principal even said that he liked him very much. Captain. The captain gave in. He happily joined in their conversation. What did the principal say? I wasn't there when he came that day, so I just watched him leave. Seeing this, the other team members hurriedly recommended it to the captain. It must be said that with the premise of Bori's visit, they really looked at Screech through a filter. Especially the weird student. Ahem. Anyway, it's not shameful to win. Right? Chapter 126. It's still embarrassing. Shichen watched the little guy come down from the stage calmly, and didn't even watch the next group of students duel. but kept staring at Chloe. When the little guys came up with various strategies before, he was still proud of it, and he widely promoted their Screech's educational policy, and how effective the various courses were to the principals around him, making the principals around him envious, and sighing that Siashichin was blessed. The retribution came. You said, Chloe. Amelia has helped you get back on your feet. Why are you still doing this? This is really embarrassing for your old principal. Okay. Siashichin looked at the little guy who was sewing clothes seriously, but couldn't help it. He reached out and pulled the little guy over. His helpless tone was full of smiles. Why are you sewing clothes on the stage? Didn't you bring a lot of training clothes? Amelia, who was embarrassed, also pricked up her ears subconsciously. Chloe was silent for 2 seconds. Cover up a lie. Siashichin was puzzled. What lie? Chloe was honest. Help Amy cover up a lie. Amelia, Siashichin, Xiao Xia let go of the little guy. Silently clenched his fist against the corner of his lips, hiding the inappropriate smile that was about to show. Amelia was very upset. What's the point of lying about this? Chloe was at a loss and puzzled. You threw the clothes on me. Didn't you mean for him to wear it? How can I wear it without sewing it up? Chloe thought about it, and felt a little aggrieved. Siashichin couldn't help it. Before his smile was about to expand, he pulled Ariel over to comfort the student, and turned his head and laughed with his shoulders shrugged. No. Why didn't he know Chloe was so funny before? Siashichin's smile made Amelia's cheeks flush slightly. I'm because. Hey! Go mend your clothes. After saying that, Amelia strode to her seat angrily. Chloe said oh, lowered her head, and continued to mend her clothes, and then was pulled to her side by the nosy Bori with a smile. I didn't expect Chloe. You can actually mend clothes. This is amazing. Chloe was not used to such a close distance, so he moved a little further away. Life forces me. If you don't want to communicate, you have to master a few more skills, and never ask for help from others. Teach me. Bori took out an old piece of his clothes with great interest, and muttered as he approached Chloe. Scritch's training clothes are too expensive, and they wear out so quickly that they cost 1 contribution point each. If I could also mend them, how much money would I save? Chloe thought for a moment. The effect of mending them would not be good. Obviously. This is a deep experience. Bori opened his eyes wide. Is it ineffective? Not necessarily. Novice thought for a while and explained. It's mainly because there is a certain protective array on the original training clothes. If you want to sew it, you still have to complete the array. Novice guessed. Maybe there are some requirements for sewing? Well, it's time-consuming and not cost-effective. Chloe was concise. He sewed it before, but because he was not skilled the first time, the clothes he sewed did not have those effects. Later, he studied the original training clothes and tried to draw the array diagram along the stitching traces when mending. No, it should be said that the array was sewn on. In the end, the clothes still had a lot of effects, but they were a little weaker than the original ones. But the array was also more solid. After all, it was embroidered directly on the clothes. After all, it requires some skills. Chloe looked at Bori and said honestly, You can't do it. Bori, ? What a joke. Bori doesn't have the word can't do it. Who said I can't do it? If I can't do it, there's Novice. Our Novice can definitely do it, Bori announced loudly. In fact, Novice didn't do it very well, but I have no experience. Bori, I think, Bori said seriously. Novice, we are all magicians chasing our dreams. How can we refuse because of a little setback? You must learn to persist. Tell me, you can do it. Novice's face turned pale, and he took a deep breath. Okay, I can. I observe first. But it's just a matter of contribution points. There's no need to work so hard. Right? Novice didn't understand. But Novice was still trying to understand for the sake of this great friendship. Today's Novice has become a weak Novice again. Fortunately, there is no individual battle today. Otherwise it would be a sure loss. The following groups of Siashichin and the less busy little guys also watched together. The little guys wanted to see how strong and what habits their possible opponents would have in the future. Siashichin was observing the college's educational philosophy through the students, and whether he could win them over later. Each of them was busy with their own things, until their students from Screech came on stage again. The teachers perked up again. Even in this small competition, it can be seen that the little guys have some shortcomings. The second team to go on stage was Bori and his team, and they were also playing against a team from a small academy. But none of the principals, teachers, and even students present were Indians, because this team had a high-level magician. In order to show fairness, the Magic Association also helped the other party to confine their magic power to the level of an intermediate magician, which was very understated. Novice frowned immediately when he saw it. It's just to confine the magic power, not to seal the strength. And there are no other requirements. When he entered the knockout round, the seal was real. Not only could he not use the magic of the mage, but also some of the advanced magic Emoshuzi helped him seal. Not only to confine the magic power, but also to seal the strength, like directly reversing the solid state to liquid. But this, except for the rule that the use of magic power must not exceed the scope of the intermediate magician. Is there nothing else? The magic power of the intermediate magician is far behind that of the advanced magician, so it is naturally difficult to use advanced magic. Sieshichin. Fair. Explained. So theoretically, sealing the magic power is indeed enough. But this kind of magic power confinement is actually not stable enough. The gap between high-level magicians and intermediate magicians is not small. As long as you are willing, you can still do it. But this kind of thing, when the time comes, it is easy to cover it up with a casual saying that you are having fun. If you are too unreasonable, you will be accused of not being able to afford to lose. Look, the other team members are so weak. They are barely intermediate magicians. No matter how excited he is, it won't affect anything. Right? It's not us who asked you Skricky to only have 4 people to participate in the competition. Who can you blame for not having enough people? According to 6 people, their average strength is indeed at the level of an intermediate magician. If his team members were not too weak, he would not have worked so hard. So an accident happened accidentally. As a teacher, why bother with students? Sieshichin didn't need to listen. He knew how many rebuttals there would be. The point was Sieshichin smiled and patted Borui's shoulder. Your teacher Emoshuzi has been teaching you for so long. Like a close disciple. If you don't fight well, you can wait another 30 years to graduate. Borui asked weakly. I know. I will definitely try my best. But why do you want to win? Didn't you try your best before? Why do you look more arrogant than him now? Sieshichin explained calmly. Several teachers came to this academy and had some contract disputes with me. Contract disputes? Emoshuzi thought about it and suddenly realized. Is it those magicians who ran away without even tearing up the contract? Relying on the fact that Sieshichin was a muggle, he couldn't hold him accountable. But he was reluctant to break the contract and make compensation. So he left without even tearing up the contract. Emoshuzi was shocked every time he heard it. Yes, 2 of them did not break the contract. And the other one who broke the contract became an intermediary. Sieshichin smiled. His tone normal. I have sorted out all the losses of Screech. It has always been me who poached other people's people. They are still a bit too much. Even if he is not willing to keep such a parasite teacher, being poached is different from quitting voluntarily. Even if it is the original owner's person who is poached, it's just such a double standard. Borui understood. And Borui felt that he must make Screech both happy and proud. Novice was very surprised. But didn't you say that you usually target things instead of people? According to reason, with Screech's personality, he should only target these teachers and rarely involve students. He is always more tolerant of students. Even Ike. Although he doesn't like his utilitarianism and rarely communicates with him. But he doesn't say bad things about him. More like a stranger ignoring him. Sieshichin smiled and nodded. Unfortunately, there are 2 former students of Screech in his team. Novice. Oh my god. This is too unfortunate. Isn't it that all the new and old hatreds are piled up together? No wonder Screech wants Bori and his team to win beautifully. Bori directly issued a military order. Teacher, don't worry. I will make these little bastards who left Screech understand what it means to return to the grass that is the most fragrant. Sieshichin, well, no need. Just win. I will take care of the rest. To be honest, Screech School of Magic declined rapidly less than a year after the original body became the principal. And even all the students left. So it had to be transferred. Which had nothing to do with most of the students. Of course, the students wanted to get a better education. They were talented students who came to Screech for the dream of learning magic. As a result, The principal of Screech was a muggle. The teachers were all running away, so they also wanted to leave, which was understandable. They were not those teachers who had treacherous behavior with Screech. Shiichin did not need to trouble these students for the original owner and Screech Academy. He believed that the students had done nothing wrong. They even paid a lot of tuition fees for school. Of course, Shiichin returned the remaining gold coins one by one soon after. So they were even. As for most of the teachers, Shiichin didn't feel much. They tore up the contract and left, and paid the corresponding price. Just like resigning. At most, they left too hastily and acted too high and mighty, which was a bit irresponsible and annoying. But it was not to the point of blaming. If someone really had to pay for Screech's downfall, then the culprit must be the deformed magic world that looked down on muggles. The second was those teachers who had no contract spirit and were unwilling to pay the price to leave. And finally the original body, who had no strength, but had to be the principal and led to improper management. And the many teachers who tore up the contract. Therefore, if he hadn't seen the figure of one of the two culprits, who was somewhat familiar to his original body's memory, Shiichin really wouldn't have remembered to find fault. After all, it wasn't his personal experience, and an empty magic school would be easier for him to manage. Shiichin briefly explained their conflict. You understand the teacher's conflict. These two students, the intermediate magician violated my reputation, and together with the senior magician, stole my private property. As he said this, Shiichin helplessly spread his hands. In fact, Screech has a deep background. It's okay to take away the magic materials you read in Screech's knowledge points. I am still happy for students to learn more. But I am not very happy if you take away the notes, scrolls, and props openly, and take them to join the Magic Association, and let the association come to me to sign the transfer agreement. After all, I am not so tolerant of the Magic Association. Of course, in addition to this, there is a more important reason, which Shiichin can't tell them. Even if the body is his own, he still occupies the identity of the original body, and has the memory of the original body. It's okay if he doesn't meet. But if he does, he should give an explanation to the original body. Chapter 127. The original body had been the principal for less than a year, so it was theoretically impossible for him to destroy his own school so quickly. For a family as big as Screech, even if the talent was dwindling and the population was sparse, only Anshin Screech was left. It still had the support of the former connections. Moreover, before the original body became the principal, even if Screech's School of Magic had fallen into decline, it would not have directly become a state that needed to be evaluated. Everything happened slowly and quickly. At first, only the original body, a muggle, became the principal. Some tutors and grand tutors who looked down on muggles, and even some magic saints, came directly to the original body, paid the price, and tore up the contract and left. Then many students with channels also transferred to other schools. But there were still some teachers who could not find a way out, and students who could not transfer in the middle of the school. Maybe in the future, Screech School of Magic will become a school outside the top 100. But it will not be the last one. But in the middle, there was a small episode. The two students pointed out by Shiichin had a quarrel with another intermediary tutor who tore up the contract. The intermediary tutor was just a magician, but his strength lay in his connections. He knew many teachers and principals of small colleges. After crying about how he refused to yield to the muggle principal and had to tear up the contract and leave, he successfully joined the new magic college. Then, he began his own road of poaching. It was he who proposed to transfer to the college without tearing up the contract, with him as a medium. These teachers who were somewhat inconvenient did not need to tear up the contract. They could just sign a part-time contract with him. At that time, the treatment given by the other side would be transferred through his hands to these teachers, who were reluctant to tear up the contract and compensate, killing two birds with one stone. And these teachers only need to wait for another 5 or 10 years. And when their contract expires, they can sign a new contract with the academy. Anyway, Screech is a muggle, and unless he transfers the academy, he can't pursue the contract. But after the transfer of the academy, whether the contract works or not is one thing, and the new principal must be more powerful. So why not go back? The teachers were very tempted, and after his repeated persuasion, they decided to leave. The other party can even help them make connections. In this way, the original body's teachers were reduced to a group, and only some teachers who had received the kindness of old Screech, remained in the academy. Unfortunately, the original body had a bad fate and met another pair of students. The same pair of students pointed out by Sieshichin. They were brother and sister. The brother was 6 years older than the sister, and they were considered to be down-and-out nobles, because they had no way to leave Screech, and they looked down on the down-and-out Screech. They simply encouraged the students to leave with them. Of course, they understood that it would be difficult for them to go to a similarly good academy, unless they joined the Magic Association. Sieshichin didn't know how he communicated with the Magic Association. After all, the original body didn't know either. Sieshichin only remembered that the younger sister came back from her study tour and met him once, wanting to talk about going to Malum. But because the original body didn't provide the opportunity, the original body soon got the bad reputation of wanting to steal the other party's talent and become a magician, mainly because the students were also injured. And with the pressure from the Magic Association, almost no one was willing to listen to the original body's explanation, which was reasonable. After all, the younger sister had an above-average talent. After this incident, the original body almost went crazy. But no one believed him. Even the teachers who stayed for old Screech left. The original body began to think that it was because of his Muggle identity that they looked down on him and did not trust him. So he thought of finding students without talent to train, to prove that Muggles are not incapable of learning magic, and also to prove that he did not want this talent that much, who knew that this gave them an opportunity. And the brother took this opportunity to incite everyone to leave, claiming, even without a teacher, it is better to go to another small college. At least they have good talents, and they will definitely be fed resources in other colleges. Students are easier to incite than teachers. In addition, there are only a few teachers left at Screech. A large number of students left. The elder magician even took away a lot of Screech's things. The original body looked at the elder magician, who was already an intermediate magician at that time, and finally did not dare to stop him. But the original body still fell into despair and anxiety. He thought, maybe he could seek help from the Magic Association. The Magic Association did come to help, but they came to discuss the transfer agreement. He had no teachers and students, so he might as well transfer it out. But this is the honor of the Screech family. How could the original body agree? After the first unpleasant parting, he devoted himself to recruiting new students, and even started school early, hoping to keep the new students who had already been decided. Screech's protective formation was supported by the magic stone and could protect him for a while. The original body hardly left the Magic Academy and recruited students in a tortoise-like manner. Perhaps because the outside Magic Association had shown its help before. Or perhaps because the news was not circulated so quickly. Or perhaps because Screech started school early. A small group of new students still came. But after seeing the existence of the untalented Muggle students, these students also left in disgust. Then comes the story after Sieshichin arrived at the school. After briefly talking about the contradictions, Sieshichin saw that Bo-Rui was full of fighting spirit. Don't worry, Brother Xie. I will go up and make them regret it. Sieshichin nodded with a smile. Okay. Went back gloriously. Coincidentally, he wanted to take this opportunity to tell those who doubted the original body, frame the original body, and look down on the original body. Screech can cultivate strong students. Students who can challenge beyond their level, even if they have no talent or low talent. So, it's not that he can't learn magic. It's that he doesn't need to learn magic. Now he is Screech. And this should be clarified, lest they forget how short-sighted they were in the past. The team in front of Bo-Rui has already gone up to compete, and they will also go to the waiting room. Time is running out. Bo-Rui hurriedly gestured to Sieshichin, and took his teammates to the stage to prepare. This time, he and Bo-Rui must take back the glory that belongs to their Screech. After Sieshichin finished talking about this past, he noticed a vague sight that looked at him from time to time, and it felt like it was burning a hole in his clothes. Sieshichin turned calmly and looked at Chris. Sieshichin was surprised. What's wrong? Chris hesitated, but still stood up, walked to Sieshichin and squatted. Hesitating? He listened to Sieshichin's narration, and his face became paler and paler. He knew that Sieshichin didn't mean that, but he would always spontaneously put himself in the role of the brother magician. He felt that this was like another self. They were all brother roles, all high-level magicians, and all malicious thieves. Thinking of why he had come to Screech, Chris was filled with shame and nervousness. and even had a deep regret. He despised the self who wanted to do anything to get his father's praise. Despised the self who would turn his face away because he couldn't bear the responsibility of Vera. And despised the self who hid his inner cowardice and inferiority with false arrogance. He packaged himself so perfectly. He deliberately ignored his despicable behavior. Until today, when he had no choice but to recall that he was such a shameless and cowardly person. He didn't even dare to admit his mistakes. But Chris was still afraid. Afraid to know Siashichin's reaction. In his guess, whether he forgave or didn't forgive, he would never let him go for the rest of his life. He didn't dare to hear Siashichin's answer. But he had to listen. Chris pulled the corners of his mouth and clenched his fists. I seem to be the same as the magician you don't like. He uttered the last two words with difficulty. The same. After saying that, Chris closed his eyes. He didn't dare to look at Siashichin's expression. He was afraid. Does Screech know? Does he expect Screech to know or not? What kind of reaction will Screech make? Will Screech be very angry and never again? Same? Which one? Talent? Siashichin didn't react, looking at Chris's ugly face. He thought Chris and the other party were relatives. Kid, his talent is far worse than yours. To be able to become a high-level magician, the Magic Association has invested a lot of resources in him. I guess it was also in exchange for Screech's things. Chris shook his head. His voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. We are all thieves. He opened his mouth, unable to make excuses. He could only lower his head dejectedly, trembling. I'm sorry. Besides that, he couldn't think of what he could say. Everyone should pay for their own mistakes. Siashichin stopped talking, stared at the little guy without saying anything, and sighed helplessly after a while. What do you want me to say? Chris? Say I don't care? Or am I angry? Chris didn't know. He just felt that Screech had the right to know and the right to judge him. Siashichin looked at Chris, who had only a whirl of hair and no expression at all, and felt a headache. Why? All kinds of troubles came out as soon as the appraisal meeting came. He was really worried that this would affect his students' mentality. However, Siashichin really didn't expect that Chris would remember such a small thing for so long. And it became a knot in his heart. Has the promised Chris Hart achievement mission been completed? Siashichin complained in his heart. But on the surface, he maintained the reliability that a teacher should have. Look up at me, Chris. His gentle and firm voice made Chris subconsciously raise his head. But he didn't dare to meet his eyes. I am so despicable. I shouldn't. You came to Screech in February, not counting the time in this small black room. You studied in Screech for 10 months. And you still have 1 month to go out freely. In such a long time. Have you done anything to let Screech down? Did you tell the Magic Association that the teachers they recruited were not ordinary? Did you tell your parents that the Academy has a magical formation? Or did you steal the magic scrolls in the Academy library? Or, Siashichin asked with a smile. You and Bori stole the young beasts from my monster garden and didn't give me any contribution points? Chris shook his head hurriedly. I didn't do these. Of course he wouldn't do these. He is not a person without conscience. He remembers all the kindness that Screech has shown him. The kindness that Screech's teachers have shown him. And the kindness that Screech's classmates have shown him. He won't do anything to let them down. Siashichin smiled. So, how come you are a thief? Chris, to me, you just copy the books from the library and spread them out. Take those old magic scrolls out to save lives. And take the magic broom from the Academy home to learn how to fly. I don't think it's a big deal. Siashichin analyzed. If you don't spread the books, I will spread them in the future. The advancement of magic is inseparable from everyone's communication and harmonious development. It is enough as long as the core competitiveness of the Academy is always maintained. We are a magic academy, not a pure force. Spreading knowledge is what we should do. As for the rest, Siashichin made a joke. I don't think it's as important as digging your contribution points. Chris stared at Siashichin in a daze, opening his mouth to defend himself. But, this is wrong. I did something wrong. And I shouldn't be so confident. Siashichin pondered for a moment. What did you do wrong? Have you ever thought about becoming a thief? Chris's cheeks flushed, and his eyes became sad. Yes. I am a thief that everyone hates. He was suffering in his heart, as if he was stuck in a road with no end and couldn't get out. He was anxious and hesitant, until he heard Siashichin ask him in a strange and funny way. You didn't do it. Why do you worry? Get nervous? Regret? And assume that you have done it? And I believe you won't do it. Maybe you have thought about it. But in the end you won't do it. If you really do it, I won't lose anything. But you will never be able to get out of it. Right? Chris was silent for a long while. And then responded softly. Yes. Even if he returned the things he had taken, he would still live in this torment for the rest of his life, thinking that he was the despicable thief who was not worthy of the name Chris. He would never forgive this despicable self. Sieshichin saw the little guy's bull-like temper, and thought of the little guy's self-destructive behavior in the original world line, and sighed again. In the original world line, Chris appeared as the Duke of Croft, an awkward and twisted gloomy magician. He was proud that his grandfather was a magic saint, but he felt that he was not worthy of such pride. His talent should have allowed him to become a great magician 20 years later, when he appeared, but his inner self-blame made him unable to overcome that difficulty. So he gave up on himself and became more and more moody. The only warmth he left was for his wife. But there was still a huge gap between him and his wife. He always thought that he was sorry for her and was not worthy of her. He was an irresponsible man. He even took the initiative to help his wife with matchmaking, hoping that she could keep a lover and find a partner who was truly suitable for her, as if he would feel better in this way. But in the end it only brought quarrels and tears to the couple again and again. The misunderstanding of others, the disappointment of his wife, the contempt of his idol, the inheritance of his family. He was overwhelmed by so much pressure. Because his parents left early, he never received a compliment from his father or a single approval from his mother. Finally, his wife found out why his idol looked down on him, and hoped that he would clear up the misunderstanding with his idol. But he was left with despair, because he was originally a thief. There was no misunderstanding. He just never thought that a momentary thought in his youth caused him to waste his life and suffer. But he didn't dare tell his wife, for he was afraid that she would be even more disappointed. He could no longer find someone who could hold him and keep him in the world. He said goodbye to his wife as usual, and did not look for an idol, but for an opportunity to break through. He didn't want to live such a mediocre life anymore. Then, he broke through, and he came back happily. He thought he might have figured it out. He wanted to live a good life with his wife. But he learned that the only connection between him and the world had left him early. She slept forever on the altar of the palace, like Sleeping Beauty, and would never tell him to try again. If he was not so cowardly, timid, and proud, and he stayed by her side, then she would be fine. He missed it because of his despicable past, because he could never get over it. He went crazy, and together with the already crazy Duke, he did useless things again and again, and lived a life that he despised for revenge. And his ending, obviously, was like a puddle of stinky water, dying in the wilderness where no one cared, leaving with regrets along with the coffin he prepared for his wife. The wife he had no time to protect, and the dignity he barely retained. Perhaps to the protagonist of the original world line, this was an inexplicable person, a villain who deserved his own actions. But to Sieshichin, this was just a pitiful child. He believed that with Chris's character, he would not touch Screech's things in the end, even if Screech finally belonged to the Magic Association. But he also believed that Chris, who had not reconciled with his parents, must have thought about taking Screech's things and took action, but gave up in the end. Because of this, he was entangled, recalled repeatedly, and fell into pain. He felt sorry for himself. He made an unforgivable mistake. He felt sorry for his father. He did not complete the task his father gave him. He felt sorry for his mother. And when his mother saw him, she would only say, "I'm fine as long as I'm safe." He felt sorry for Vera. He did not take on the responsibilities that a brother should take, the responsibilities that a husband should take. And he felt sorry for the Croft family. He became the head of the Croft family with the lowest magic level. He felt sorry for his magic talent. It seems that Chris has been feeling sorry for his whole life, and has not been able to get rid of it. He even forgot that he was once just a proud noble boy. A magic boy who would be soft-hearted, annoyed, and look at the magic notebook with shining eyes. Therefore, Sieshichin did not like the ending and process of the original world line. If he must not be allowed to intervene, he would also change this world from the details to a way that would no longer make his students regret. Otherwise, he would regret it too. Sieshichin rubbed Chris's head and said softly, "I know you feel bad. You always feel that you should have the virtues of a gentleman, should not lie, and should not do such despicable things as stealing. Even if you just think about it. But Chris, people still need to know how to adapt. Just like when you were at the wizards meeting. You stole the elves that the wizards meeting auctioned. This is a good thing. You saved a fresh life. No matter what you do. As long as you are worthy of your heart. It's fine. If the teacher is dying and needs your family heirloom to survive, will you steal the heirloom to support the teacher? Siashichin asked. Chris nodded without hesitation. I would. That's it. Of course you will tell me that what you did was bad in itself. But you didn't do it. Right? Siashichin said, telling Chris seriously. On the contrary. You have to think about it. If it weren't for this mistaken idea, if it weren't for the mistaken misunderstanding between you and your father, you wouldn't come to Screech. And you wouldn't meet me. Meet the teachers who love you. Meet the united classmates. And meet so many wonderful moments. Right? Chris's eyes suddenly became red. But, child, there's an old saying in our place. I think you need it very much. Siashichin pulled the little guy to sit next to him and told him gently. A gentleman judges deeds instead of hearts. And judging by the heart, no one is perfect. What this sentence means is, so, don't reflect on yourself for things you haven't done. And don't always think so badly of yourself. In the eyes of the teacher, you are all unique. Siashichin raised his eyebrows and said, to put it bluntly, among the 20 little guys who came here for the teacher in the first place. But now, at this moment, even if Principal Merrim gives you countless benefits, you will not leave. Why? Because now you have already willingly stayed for Screech. For me. For the teachers and for everyone. Isn't that enough? It's enough. Chris choked and nodded. I understand. Teacher. The answer he had never thought of made him feel relaxed. As if a part of the burden on his shoulders had been lifted. As if he could openly reveal part of his personality and hobbies. Siashichin suddenly raised his voice. Ayalala, what do you think of our Chris? The students and teachers who had been secretly watching this teacher and student couple, but did not dare to speak, all turned their eyes to Ayalala. Aurora pointed at herself blankly. She vaguely thought that the little guy seemed to be her fan. And she was helpless. Do I need to tell you what I think? I thought I had praised him enough when I was teaching him. If possible. I hope he grows up within 100 years and takes this mage tower from me personally. Aurora finally thought about it seriously and answered Siashichin. But I know he is more ambitious and more powerful than me. He will open up his own mage tower. I can only try my best to occupy my mage tower for another 100 years. Aurora's voice fell. And for some reason, Chris suddenly couldn't help but shed tears. He wiped his tears in a panic, apologizing while wiping. Sorry, teacher. I don't know why Siashichin hugged the little guy openly and stroked his back to comfort him. Okay. You are only 15 or 16 years old. It is normal to cry. And when Bori goes on stage later, you have to smile and cheer him up. Chris nodded constantly, hugged Siashichin tightly, and the choked voice was hidden in Siashichin's chest. Muffled, and a little unbridled. He seemed to be expecting this recognition, and had been expecting it for a long, long time. His heart was once again pried open. Congratulations to the principal for opening the achievement task Chris's growth 50/100. And the completion reward is 100,000 yuan for the principal. There are always many forks in the road of life. Some are insignificant. And some, once you go wrong, you will never forget them and become an eternal scar. When the scars are dissolved and reconciled with the past, the future will also be smooth. Siashichin, do you still have staged achievement tasks? Then will there be achievements of becoming a god in the future? But 100,000. Siashichin murmured in a low voice. This is too much profit. How much more credit can be given? Siashichin knew that he couldn't do this. The little guy was sad. How could he think about his principal value all the time? But this is 100,000. Siashichin looked at Chris as if he was looking at a money tree. There was only 50 points left. What kind of growth was left? Xiao Xia hesitated, whether to go against his conscience and find out if the little guy still had any scars, or give the students a sand table to try? Chapter 128. Siashichin's idea was not implemented after all. He felt a little regretful. The struggle on the stage was too fast. However, there was still enough time for Chris to sort out his mood and stop crying. Siashichin took out a handkerchief for Chris. Wipe it. Little Bori will probably ask you if you appreciate his heroic appearance when he comes down, Chris said with a nasal voice. There is Novice. He would not be asked by Bori. Siashichin thought about it. Then why are you still crying? Chris. Stop crying. Okay. Siashichin can watch the performance of the Bori team at ease. The lot their team drew was floating stone and treasure hunting. There were hundreds of stones of different sizes in the entire venue, and 20 of them had treasure chests on them. To the north, at an equal distance from the two teams, there was a towering stone pillar with a groove that could hold gems, different from the previous game of avoiding battle. This time, Bori and his team were very proactive with the opponent. The brother and sister opposite may have been thinking about Screech all the time. Bori could see the jealousy and resentment in their eyes. TSK. There are always people who can't see the reality and think that everything is someone else's fault. Bori felt that he had improved his micro-expression skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to read the other person's emotions so smoothly. It's too easy to recognize. Just like your emotions. Nathaniel shrugged helplessly. If this were a question on our exam, I would have to have a sweet dream for 3 days and 3 nights. Bo Rui, It turns out that the little guys who have learned micro-expressions are not wrong at all. Corina and Mun are not only jealous, but also full of resentment and regret towards Screech. They are jealous of these muggles who are not as talented as themselves. If they hadn't left early, how could they have gotten a chance? But they are also full of resentment towards the principal. Their talents are not bad. If the principal could be better to them, instead of recruiting muggle students for no reason, they would not leave so simply. Now maybe they can all become magicians and senior magicians. Of course, the biggest regret was that if they had not left so hastily and visited some of Screech's forbidden areas, perhaps all these gains would have belonged to them. If they had used them to trade with the Magic Association, they would have entered Malin long ago. All these emotions made it impossible for them to look at Screech's students rationally. Moon said directly, What treasure are you trying to take? A group of fragile magicians. Just attack. Koliana also nodded heavily. My brother and I will each take one. As for you, she looked at the 4 intermediate magicians around her with disdain. Team up in pairs and find one to defeat. The other side directly brought 2 auxiliary magicians. If 4 intermediate magicians can't beat them, they are really useless. After Kalina and Moon finished speaking, they didn't even look at the 4 magicians, raised their magic wands, and began to chant spells. They must defeat the opponent as quickly as possible. Even if they make a slight foul, the Magic Association will protect them. On the other side, Bori happened to have the same idea as Mun and the others. He sneered. Asudo, find out which box the gem is in. Nasa, let's work together to destroy the gem. Anna, make sure they stop saying they're going to give up. Bori spoke each word with a sharp look. In this game, only we have the right to stop. You are destined to be the clowns crawling under my hands. Bori took out a heavy sword from the space ring, which he had coaxed and persuaded Mo Shuzi to give it to him after a long time. It's not peerless, but it's definitely more gorgeous and cool than their little wooden swords. Today, no one should disturb him. Bori, from showing off. Asudo was too lazy to act like a middle school student with Bori. So he closed his eyes, and a crystal ball with a glimmering light appeared in his hand. In an instant, 20 treasure chests appeared on it. Oh no! They have a prophecy department and want to take the treasure chest. Mun's face changed and he laughed angrily. It's really a poor academy. Besides avoiding battle, they only know how to take shortcuts. It was about Emilia's performance in the first match. Emilia and others outside the field all frowned. Who gave him the courage to be so arrogant? Bori. Julian shook his head. No matter how serious Bori is, there is always a sense of unreliability in him, which makes it easy for people to despise him. No. Arabe shook his head. When he is serious and less cool, he is still very handsome. Julian. Don't be cool to be handsome? Wouldn't Bori cry to death? Not knowing that his good friends were madly complaining about him outside. Bori clenched his heavy sword and watched Mun and the others shift their attention to the treasure chest. He didn't care and maintained his original movements, waiting for Asudo to investigate. Asudo was very fast. He wiped his sweat and said to Nathaniel, the third one on the left. Nathaniel rushed over without saying a word. Seeing this, Corina on the opposite side also changed her target of attack. A water arrow magic hit him head-on. No less than 5 arrows attacked Nathaniel. all targeting Nathaniel's weaknesses. Nathaniel didn't even look at it, and directly surrounded himself with a thick wall of fire, jumping towards the treasure chest, as if he didn't care about his life. "Are you crazy?" Corina gritted her teeth and said. "Damn it. I won't be polite then." She raised her staff high, and used the flying spell first. And then the white light on her wrist was slightly bright, which was very inconspicuous, which greatly increased her magic power. She gritted her teeth, and used the water extraction magic. Once it hits, the opponent's blood will be condensed out of the body, and die of dehydration. This magic is very vicious, and may cause controversy. But Corina can't wait any longer. They can't let the other party get the gem. Then she... "What are they doing?" An intermediate magician shouted, his eyes full of confusion. This doesn't seem right." Corina subconsciously diverted some attention. Compared with her side, the battle next to her was much more peaceful. The great swordsman on the opposite side did not make a move. He kept holding the heavy sword and thinking about what he was waiting for. He was calm and not in a hurry at all. The auxiliary prophecy system seemed a little flustered in the face of the siege of two intermediate magicians. But that was only an appearance. He could predict the direction of the opponent's magic and avoid it in advance. So he was still very difficult to defeat. The last auxiliary light system magician was even weaker. Apart from building a light wall for the magicians on their side to block their progress and fully protecting himself, he did nothing else. Coincidentally, the first high-level magic cast by Mune also ended. His magic talent was a strong wind system. An advanced hurricane spell was enough to break all these stones into pieces. By then, it would be difficult for these weak magicians to even maintain their flying skills. Right? But they are different. They have magic formations engraved on their wrists. He wants to make Screech's students fall from the sky in a mess. In a blink of an eye, a violent storm swept all the way, blowing the stones that were originally stable in the air into small pieces of pebbles. With the formation, Mune did not blow all the stones away as he wished, but it was difficult to land on these small stones. Sure enough, the magician on the opposite side had to recite the levitation spell to float in the air. The opportunity has come. Mune's eyes condensed, and he was about to cast a high-level magic again, when Nathaniel suddenly shouted, "It's done!" "What did it do?" "Corina, this waste." Mune was about to knock that ignorant kid down in the air, along with the gem in his hand. But he didn't expect that he would open his eyes subconsciously. The thick wall of fire on Nathaniel's body burned the magic on the opposite side directly. And then he dispersed the wall of fire, and his slightly pale face was full of surprise. In his palm, he held a handful of ashes, which were the traces left after the gem was burned. This, just when Mune didn't understand the scene and wondered what kind of evil the student of Screech was going to do. Bori, who had been holding the heavy sword as a guard, moved. He carried the huge sword, raised his eyelids lazily, and a very complacent smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Finally it worked. Bori tilted his head with a smile. "Hey friend, the gem is gone. Now I am the master of the battlefield. Being shot down by my guys is your only fate. And it is also the only way for you to end the game." He raised his head confidently, and rushed over on the gravel without saying a word, with an attitude of one man blocking a pass and 10,000 men unable to pass. His eyes were gleaming with a fierce fighting spirit, and even a high-level magician would lose his brilliance here. "This is also the only way for you to end the game." Sieshichin looked at Bori's long and immature speech, and pointed out Novice's name without hesitation. "Novice, wait for Bori to come out and explain to him what it means that villains die because of talking too much," Sieshichin said. But his smile was very genuine. "It doesn't matter if we can win now, but if we meet an evenly matched opponent, we will suffer a lot." Novice nodded. "I know. Teacher, Bori just rarely gets a chance, so he is a little unbridled. What a good brother. He is still finding excuses for his good brother at this time." Sieshichin and his friends' voices were not loud, but the people next door could still hear them clearly. Everyone's ears were pretty good. One by one, some students looked at Bori with envy on their faces. "It's so cool. If we were like this when we were on stage." "Forget about it. The premise is that we can beat the high-level magician. Otherwise it won't be cool at all." Some students poured cold water on him. "Scree can only teach these useless things. This is a high-level magician. Not to finish the game quickly and destroy the gem. It's really a regrettable move." Maybe he was angry. "No. I have to tell my students not to be so willful. It's so embarrassing. But didn't you say that the magic power is imprisoned? Why does it look like it's not imprisoned? And that intermediate magician. He used so much magic power. He should have run out of it long ago. Right? Shoo. This is not something we can discuss. Anyway, Screech is definitely going to fail this time. It's hard to say. Principal Merrim heard that there were also teachers in her academy who analyzed that the intermediate magician Bori was going to lose. And smiled and shook her head. Why don't you take a closer look? Principal Merrim's face was full of emotion. He practices both magic and martial arts, and combines both aspects. Once the magician on the opposite side gets close to him, it will be difficult to turn the tables. Everyone looked at the crystal ball curiously. Sure enough, after Principal Merrim finished his analysis, the situation suddenly reversed. In the picture, the other 3 members of the Screech team did not take action, except for Anna, who kept intercepting the magician on the opposite side. No one helped Bori. Bori quickly dodged left and right under the frequent attacks of various spells of the senior magician. The movement was so fast that only the afterimage could be seen. Since they were willing to do this, Myun and the others would not argue with them one-on-one. He and Corina simply attacked Bori from the front and back. Together, the magic in the sky was frequently smashed, leaving almost no place for Bori to hide. This is why the teachers were not optimistic about Bori. But less than a minute later, in the magic field with all kinds of residual magic, a slender boy suddenly appeared like a fish breaking out of the water. And the heavy sword in his hand did not give Myun a chance to react, and quickly hit Myun. Myun's pupil shrank suddenly. He had no idea when Bori approached. How is this possible? He is a wind element. The wind will tell him everything. The wind should have told him everything. But this was not the time to think about these things. The passive scroll on his body was activated, and a layer of protective shield was put on his whole body. Judging from the strength, it was not easy to pry open. Mun began to perform the flying spell to increase the distance. But how could Bori give the long range this opportunity? He narrowed his eyes, and quickly found the weak point of the stored protective magic. He did not consider why the opponent could use the scroll illegally, and slashed at the weak point quickly without slowing down. If it doesn't work once, try 10 times. He was fast and accurate, and he broke through the protective shield with brute force in almost 5 seconds. Then, a series of blue-purple lightning suddenly appeared on the black heavy sword. Flashing frequently, Mun had an ominous premonition in his heart. There was no time to cast magic. Bori smiled loudly, and the very fancy sword technique with thunder and lightning chopped down at Mun without mercy. The bright lightning covered both of them. Mun subconsciously opened his mouth. I admit. Before he finished speaking, Bori's eyes became fierce, and he sped up and chopped him down from the clouds. Good news. This place is not too high. Only 10 meters. The magician's body is tempered by magic. Maybe he still has a chance to come back alive to apologize to Screech. Bad news. Bori's hand was a bit heavy. I hope it didn't cause any irreparable damage. Bori said it spontaneously in his heart, turned around, and shouted excitedly, Anna! Anna said, and the magic she had prepared early was instantly released. Prayer of the God of Light. It is a protective magic that can enclose the protected person in a ball of light. Listen to the teachings of the God of Light, and get a certain degree of healing. And what does this magic do here? Prayer to the God of Light. Absolutely private conversation environment. So no matter how you curse me, I can't hear it. Of course, it also includes their voices shouting to surrender. So, magicians are really fragile. Much more fragile than us great swordsmen. Once they are approached, they can't even shout for help. How pitiful. Bori smiled and raised the heavy sword again, his eyes lingering on the remaining 5 people wrapped in light as if selecting prey. Next, who will be the one to appreciate the heroic figure of Altian Bori? It's really hard to choose. But it's cool. Bori feels that he is absolutely the leader today, and will definitely become famous in one battle. Hee. His Altian Bori's handsomeness will surely resound throughout the Magic Academy from today. Chapter 129. I don't know if Bori's reputation has spread to all the colleges, but it has spread to Screech. Sieshichin sat in the front row, and he could feel the complicated and hesitant eyes without turning his head. He felt that he really shouldn't bear this blame. Sieshichin explained with difficulty. The Altian quotations I gave didn't have so many weird things. Although he was happy to see the little guy earning face for himself. But it was a little embarrassing. Only Mo Shuzi was willing to agree with Sieshichin at this time. I know. He played freely. It was just a perfunctory tone. Shichen told himself many times in his heart that you are a principal who rewards and punishes clearly. And you cannot abuse your power for personal gain. He repeated it many times before he barely suppressed the emotion of wanting to beat Bo Rui. Seeing another person being eliminated, Shichen stood up and explained, I'm going to see my old friend. Forget it. I originally thought of letting someone else go for him. But Shichen couldn't stay in this spectator area for even a minute. Xiao Xia silently carried the contract and the photo stone, and went to chat with the principal and teachers of this college. Ariel watched Shichen walk away, shook her head and laughed. It's rare for our principal to be so anxious. Mo Shuzi understood, if you were Shichen, you would be more anxious than him. A good reputation. But it has become so immature. Who can bear it? Ariel thought about it. But he is still very handsome. You can see how much the principals of other colleges envy us. It can only be said that every family has its own problems. The principal of the Magic Academy, who was knocked down by Borui and his friends, was also worried about his family's affairs. He pulled the intermediary teacher. And his mood was not very good. Didn't you say that he would not pursue it, and there was no way to pursue it? Now this is not called pursuing it. The intermediary teacher, who was called over, also frowned. Principal, why are you so nervous? What does his student's excellence have to do with him? From the beginning to the end, he is just a muggle. Don't worry. Reassured? How can he be assured? He and Screech are now directly on opposite sides. The senior magicians in the team were kicked over by the Magic Association. After this appraisal meeting, they will have to hang up the sign of the Magic Association and become a school under the name of the Magic Association. He, the principal, may even be replaced. General colleges would definitely not be happy. But he is different. His family's property has long been squandered by his son. And now he still owes a lot of debts to underground casinos. He had no other remedy except to sell off the Magic Academy passed down from his family at a low price. But could the academy be worth money? Yes. The academy was located in a place with abundant magic power. But selling the academy for this reason would not make much money. And if it was sold in the name of a magic academy, other forces would find it difficult to swallow it except the Magic Association. And they would not dare to swallow it privately. If he handled it improperly, the final result would be that the Magic Association would transfer it without the qualifications to open an academy. Just like Screech before. The principal didn't want this to happen. It would be better to sell the land. So after some hesitation, he decided to surrender to the Magic Association. The person who handed over to him in the Magic Association was very good. Not only did he help his son solve the gambling debt problem, but he also helped support their academy's appraisal meeting this year. He understood that if the performance this year was not outstanding, the reputation of the Magic Association would be damaged when the transfer was finally completed. But now everything is ruined. Screech's students were all very easy to talk to during the elimination rounds. Now, because they have a senior magician, they don't care what others say. Do they want to lose face? The principal felt that this was definitely not the case. So the only conflict between them was this intermediary teacher. The principal looked at the intermediary teacher gloomily, and he hated all those who prevented him from improving the value of the academy. Now the senior magician couldn't even handle the moves of a mid-level swordsman. Even if the senior magician was sent by the Magic Association, it was a disgrace to them. The principal said impatiently, I don't care what your conflict is. You have to solve it quickly. Otherwise, you won't get any salary for the teachers you brought with you. They didn't sign an agreement with our college. The intermediary teacher looked grim. But we have an agreement. And it was signed under the supervision of the Magic Association. The principal was furious. Are you threatening me? Before the intermediary teacher spoke, a gentle and smiling voice sounded, Excuse me. I'm sorry to interrupt your conversation at this time. But I'm really anxious. Shichen stood not far from their college with his hands folded and curved his eyes. Can you allow me to cut in line? The principal turned around subconsciously and saw Shichen. For some reason, even though Shichen was just a muggle, he couldn't help but feel his calves trembling. He swallowed his saliva and forced a smile to move closer. Of course. I don't know why Principal Screech came here. Private matter. Shichen slowly took out 2 contracts. Before, Screech School of Magic had management errors, and many teachers chose to leave. But some teachers chose not to fulfill their contractual obligations. Now it has been a year. I came to check the content with these teachers. And after there are no problems, we will pursue the contract penalties. Contractual punishment? The intermediary teacher was panicked when he heard this. But soon he became confident. What can you use to punish? What qualifications do you have to punish? He is just a muggle. From the moment the contract was transferred to Screech, those teachers who were willing to tear up the contract were all representatives of kindness. Siashichin smiled slightly. That's my own business. He looked at the principal and asked politely, Excuse me, is it convenient for me to communicate with these two teachers? He spoke kindly, and the principal didn't want to cause trouble at this time. So he nodded naturally. Of course. Of course. I see where they are, and asked the students to call them over. Not all teachers are like Siashichin and his group. Staring at students. After seeing that Siashichin was guilty, the two teachers chose to go out for some fresh air. And it would take some time to find them. Siashichin nodded. There is another private matter. The principal's beard trembled. And he always felt that nothing good was going to happen. This is too much. Should I? Siashichin talked to himself as if he hadn't noticed anything. 2 students in your team stole some magic tools, magic scrolls, and many magic notes from the academy when they were studying at Screech. I have sorted out the specific evidence and value. Do you want me to hand it over to them personally? Or do you hand it over on their behalf? Principal, what? What did they steal? The principal was shocked. Are there really such bold students? How come he doesn't know anything? My students can't bear to see me being wronged. So they accidentally attack me without restraint. If they are seriously injured, the compensation can be deducted from the compensation form. After all, it was the students who caused the trouble. So I still have to take responsibility, Siashichin said, seeing the principal's face turn pale, and said kindly, Of course. You are different. When they committed the crime, they were not your students. The principal breathed a sigh of relief. After breaking up, he didn't bother to care about these 2 students. Anyway, their backers were the Magic Association, and it had nothing to do with him. However, it is no wonder that Screech's students are working so hard at this time. It turns out there is so much hatred. The principal understands and does not want to get involved. But the intermediary teacher is not happy. It is not for the 2 students, but simply because he does not like the way Siashichin is dressed. He asked with a smile, Principal Screech, who can guarantee that all the items you listed were stolen by them? Moreover, it was not this news that was spread at the time. Right? He deliberately said. I clearly heard that a Muggle headmaster relied on his status to seize the students' excellent talents. Siashichin was also surprised. Oh my god. Mr. Tutor, I really didn't expect such a clumsy lie to be believed by someone until now. Didn't you see the many intermediate magicians of Screech? Or didn't you see our cute and sensible novice? Siashichin said with regret. If everyone only listens to the rumors they are willing to believe, how boring it would be. Can people who can't even think be called magicians? The intermediary teacher's face changed. You. Siashichin smiled and said, Doesn't it take talent to learn magic? I can't believe that people who can't think can have the precious talent to learn magic. It's such a pity. The intermediary teacher was so angry that his face was full of anger. He couldn't help but clenched his fists. The principal was worried that Siashichin would get into trouble in his residence. So he hurriedly said, Oh, the teachers seem to be here. Principal Screech, don't you have something to do? Siashichin gave the principal face, and turned around to collect the debt with a smile. The 2 teachers who were called back by the students were confused at first. But now they saw Siashichin's face change. And they felt flustered. They subconsciously looked at the intermediary teacher. And the other party's angry look made the 2 more uneasy. Siashichin stepped forward, handed them the contract, repeated the original wording, and asked, Do you have any objections? If not, we will go through the accountability procedure. Of course, the 2 teachers could not have any objections. But once the accountability was successful, they would be burdened with huge debts. What's more terrifying is that before the debt is paid off, their magic power will be greatly reduced as a punishment. But isn't Screech a Muggle? How could he have the guts to come to them? The 2 teachers looked at each other, hesitating, unable to say a word. This. They unconsciously turned their eyes to the intermediary teacher. Siashichin didn't care. It was just a matter of going through the process. He saw that Bo Rui's side was finished, and the staff here carried the injured students back, and watched with interest. Bori still had a sense of propriety. The remaining 4 had no grudges against them. So he just beat them up and gave them a chance to admit defeat. Of course, this was not given by Bori. But Bori winked at Anna, who then stepped out to remove the magic and advised, Forget it. Bori. They have just reached the intermediate magician level. And fighting is just bullying the weak. So let them admit defeat and leave. Bori posed with disdain. Impossible. Aotian Bori. Will never. Before he finished speaking, the student opposite reacted and hurriedly shouted to admit defeat, crying while shouting, which stunned Bori. By the time Bo-Rui came to his senses, they had already been taken away by the staff. So, Bo-Rui acted out the loneliness of how lonely it is to be invincible, and was persuaded by Anna to leave. Then he left the duel field very insolently and waited for the referee to announce the victory. Very dramatic. I can only say that it's a good thing that Xie Shichen didn't see it. Otherwise he would definitely be beaten for personal gain. The principal was so embarrassed. Anyway, for various reasons, the 4 intermediate magicians were safe, but they looked a little embarrassed. The brother and sister who bullied Xie Shichen were not doing so well. The brother was carried and unconscious, although the sister was not unconscious. She was also covered in blood, which was frightening. Xie Shichen smiled and said sarcastically, "It seems that the quality of education in the Magic Association is not very good. How come you haven't improved much in your strength after leaving for a year?" Corina turned her head and saw Xie Shichen's familiar yet unfamiliar face. She shrank subconsciously. She rolled her eyes and bit her lower lip. "Principal Screech. I am no longer Screech's student. How come you are still?" "Yes. So I'm here to hold you accountable. You are finally not Screech's students anymore." Xie Shichen took out the notice of accountability. "You are not familiar with the operation of our magic school, right? Everything we have is branded with the school's mark, and can be recovered at any time without a transaction. At that time, I thought you were still young and didn't want to bother with you. Who knew you would find the Magic Association to put pressure on our school? And the principal has no choice but to hold you accountable," Xie Shichen said with a smile, and put the compensation form next to Kiliana. Not disturbing her rest, "Talk to your sales channel. I will recover it soon." Kiliana? Recover? What does this mean? Why doesn't she understand? But Kiliana was flustered. Fake? It must be fake. Right? How can there be such magic in the magic world? This kind of magic has not appeared in the magic world. Otherwise it would be too easy to cheat others. At most, it would be branded on the magic tools, so that the location of the item can be detected at any time in the future, making it easier to recover. If you encounter a stronger magician, you can still erase the brand. But Xie Shichen is not fooling the little classmates. They can't do it. But Xiao Xiao has it. Unless the cause and effect between the original owner and Corina and others are over. Otherwise, the original owner, Xie Shichen, who took over everything from the original owner, has the power to take the initiative to break the cause and effect. It's just a little bit of principal value. But what does it matter? Chris will give him 100,000 principal value soon. Xie Shichen. Generous. Xiao Xie is like a busy spinning top, not giving Corina time to continue asking questions, just to catch her and the Magic Association off guard. Xie Shichen continued to chat with the teachers who had not torn up the contract. "Are you sure? If you are sure, I will follow the accountability procedure." A teacher gritted his teeth and said, "But we have also paid a lot for the college." "Right? How about this? Principal Screech? We will continue to work for Screech for nearly a year. No, 3 years without any salary. In fact, it is also profitable. If Screech's students can maintain such strength, they will get the sweetness sooner or later, and they don't need to repay the debt. It is true that working under a Muggle headmaster is really annoying, but it doesn't matter. There are legendary wizards and many magic saints. These are all connections. Even if they only stay in Screech for a year, they are still connections that they have met several times." So, they thought about it, and decided to work for free for 3 years. Regardless of whether Xie Shichen has the ability to hold him accountable, they can earn money if they go. But, Xie Shichen was surprised. "So, you want to work in Screech?" The 2 teachers gritted their teeth. "Yes. We saw the performance of Screech students at the appraisal meeting, and it is indeed not bad. If there are good teachers to teach, they should become even better. So we are willing to not take salary, even if they took the initiative." They had to make it sound more dignified. It would be best if they waited for Screech's consent, and then discussed it, and asked Screech to hire them at the exchange meeting. This would be a win-win situation. They didn't need compensation, and they could make connections. Screech, a Muggle principal, also recruited teachers to give students a better education. Shichen nodded. You are right. The college still lacks excellent teachers. The two teachers were overjoyed and were about to discuss it with Xiao. But Shichen changed the subject. However, you two do not meet our screechy teaching standards at the moment. So let's hold you accountable and terminate the contract, Shichen said, looking indifferent. Now you two have breached the contract. In theory, I can directly hold you accountable. But I think, as a gentleman, informing you in advance is a kind virtue. Two teachers, Another teacher who had been silent asked aggrievedly, why do we not meet the standards? Is it because we have been away from school for a year? But if Her Majesty Aurora wants to go back to the Mage Tower to study magic for a year, can it also be considered as not meeting the standards? This is not fair. Yes, she didn't think there was anything wrong with being absent for a year. She was timid at the time, and was willing to leave with the agency. In addition to not wanting to pay compensation, she also wanted to leave a way out. If Screech survived in the end, her contract would still be with Screech, and she would find a reason to go back. She never took this seriously. But now? Shichen looked innocent. You misunderstood. Ma'am, I said. It's just that you don't meet the current Screech teaching requirements. Another teacher was about to ask about the matter. But Shichen took the initiative to speak. The minimum teaching standard in our academy is a great magician. Two teachers? ? Are you crazy? Even in Merim, the majority of the teachers are magicians. Right? There are also many high-level magicians. If the contract had not been torn, it would have been feasible for the two of them to go to Merim with their magician strength. So they were very confident in choosing to continue to maintain the contract. But this Screeky is a great magician right from the start? How dare he make such an outrageous request? Shichen didn't think there was anything wrong with what he said. Fanny Stern is a member of the management of the academy, so she has certain preferential treatment. But in fact, except for the two of us managers, everyone else in our academy is at the lowest level of Grand Mage. Shichen smiled slightly. I'm sorry. You don't meet our teaching standards in all aspects, so I can only hold you accountable. Okay. So have you confirmed it? After confirmation, I will follow the procedure. Two teachers, Okay. Then we will hold them accountable. They want to see how this Muggle-Ancient Screech will hold them accountable. Shichen saw that the two of them didn't care, and were full of resentment. He didn't care either. He held the contract and attached his mental power to the contract, attracting the surrounding magic elements to attach to the contract, and indirectly stimulated magic. Yes, he doesn't know magic, and can't learn magic. But this kind of behavior that doesn't touch magic is still feasible. But it consumes a lot of mental power. It doesn't matter. Shichen has plenty of mental power. A layer of magic elements quickly attached to the contract. Because Shichen is not a magician, this movement is difficult to cover up. The two teachers opposite also saw the thin layer of elements accumulated on the contract. The teacher was shocked. You can do magic? Aren't you a Muggle? How is this possible? No. This is not the point. The point is that the teacher subconsciously reached out to stop Shichen. No. Principal, listen to me. I am not clear about something. The other teacher also reacted and tried to grab the contract immediately. But it was too late. The light of the contract increased greatly, and soon disappeared from the air. The two teachers felt that they suddenly had an invisible shackle on their bodies. And even the things in their space rings disappeared. Even so, they were burdened with heavy debts. And at present, they could only exert the strength of high-level magicians. The two teachers' faces suddenly became ugly. You Screech, don't care about the old relationship at all? Shichen nodded, took out another pile of contracts, and smiled. It takes resources to train students, and I have to make a profit. Sorry. Well, let me see who else is here. TSK. Who should I find next? At this moment, Shichen seemed to be possessed by Bo Rui, who had just spoken the devilish lines on the stage, and was the god of death in the eyes of many teachers who had not broken the contract. They were restless. Chapter 130. Where's Screech? Bori jumped out of the competition venue in high spirits, looking around, trying to find the figure he wanted to see the most. He went out to collect debts. Novice asked him with mixed feelings. Why did you look for the teacher? What else can you do? Of course. I asked him if he was handsome. Bori was very confident and upright. Novice. Did you see my performance? Isn't it super handsome? Oh my god. You don't even know how long I thought about these words. Novice was silent for a while. I know. You told me. Bori recalled belatedly that he had indeed discussed it with Novice. He scratched his head. Oh, you were studying at that time. I thought you didn't hear it clearly. Novice was helpless. Bori. Have you forgotten? I am used to distracting myself when doing things. Bori, Bori was annoyed. You praise me. Come on. Novice laughed. It's really handsome. The teacher didn't say it, but I can see that he is very happy. That's more like it. Bori turned to the next student with a smug look. Chris. Chris. You, Why are your eyes red? Bori looked at Chris's slightly red eyes and asked uncertainly. Is my performance so good? Did it make you cry? Chris, he said coldly. Go ask Novice to praise you. Bori snorted and didn't bother with the crying boy. He turned to the next student with a smug look. Old Mo. Your students have returned to bring you honor. Old Mo's face was full of constipation. He held his forehead. Do you think I can't see? Who taught you those outrageous words? Bo Rui looked proud. Scritch. Mo Shuzi knew it. Xie Shichen actually dared to evade responsibility and said that he didn't teach him. Look. What has this kid become? Xie Shichen didn't know how much blame he was forced to bear when he was away. Little Bo Rui walked around the base and showed off himself. Until he played with the last person, he didn't get rid of the emotion. Some people congratulated him. Some expressed surprise. And some praised him for being cool. But without Screech, he always felt that something was missing. So Bo Rui simply stood at the door of the station, like a door god, waiting for Xie Shichen to come back. When Xiao Xie came back, it was already past lunchtime. There were a lot of people, and the place was a bit big. So it took Xie Shichen a long time to collect the debt. He saw Bo Rui squatting at the door, like a husky, waiting for his dog boredly. Xie Shichen walked in calmly and startled Bori by saying, Are you waiting for me? Bori jumped up in surprise. Brother Xie. Brother Xie. Brother Xie. Brother Xie. Like a repeater? He just didn't say anything. Xie Shichen knew without thinking why the little guy came to him. He shook his head and laughed. You're quite accurate. Altian? When I was collecting debts next door, I saw that the intermediate magician wanted to scold me, but didn't have the energy to do so. Bori immediately laughed. There has to be one person awake. Where's the male magician? Are you still alive? No. If you're dead, you can't pay me back. Xie Shichen shook his head and hugged the little guy inside. It looks like he'd be unconscious for a while. They have a headache. Bo Rui snorted and laughed. I'm awesome. Right? Much better than Outyin in Outyin quotations. Xie Shichen nodded and gave the little guy affirmation. Thanks to your performance, it's much easier for me to collect debts. There are also teachers who said they want to teach at Screech for free. How can I let them take advantage of you? Xie Shichen said innocently. I told them that the students are progressing too fast and the teachers can't keep up. We are currently recruiting only magic saints. Bo Rui nodded frantically. Yes. Yes. We are progressing so fast. They are not worthy. Wait. Magic saint? He hesitated and asked, Aren't Teacher Gore and others great magicians? Why are they suddenly recruiting only magic saints? Xie Shichen said naturally, Nadius will become a great magician sooner or later. Recruiting more great magicians will not be enough. How can a teacher be worse than his students? They talked as they walked in and sat down. And the ominous premonition in Bori's heart became stronger and stronger. The most terrifying thing was that Screech pushed him to the first row, with Novice Chris on the left and Mo Shuzi and Gore Joe on the right. This was Xie Shichen's seat. Don't worry, kid. I will urge the teachers to practice after I go back. I hope that when you come back next year, the teachers who teach you will all be magic saints. The little guys who suddenly became worried. Is this good news? How can they be worthy of the mage saint? Oh, that can't be said. It should be said. Can they really withstand the ravages of all the mage saint teachers? Have the grand mage teachers, who gave them a break, just left them like this? Gore was an honest man. And he echoed, I will try hard. But it should not be possible to improve so much in a short period of time. Xie Shichen said casually, It doesn't matter. I made this request just to stall those magicians who want to come back. Some of them have the strength of Grand Mage. And using the Mage Saint can just dispel their thoughts. He said, as he casually sat cross-legged. But the word has been spread. Before everyone can break through the Sage of Magic, We will not recruit teachers. Now we can still use them. Mo Shuzi's expression changed. Are you going to use all your channels? Siashichin nodded. I found a way to get rich quickly. Mo Shuzi, For some reason. At this time, his first reaction was that Siashichin was going to gamble with Golden Finger. Ahem. No. He is not such a person without measure. Maybe they found some other solution? Mo Shuzi was still worried. Siashichin suddenly looked at the little guys and said, Do you have any difficulties that you don't want to talk about with the teacher alone? The little guys were all confused. Huh? Siashichin made a very reliable excuse. You can chat if you don't want to talk. We actually have enough teachers. It is estimated that there will be more than 10 in the future. At that time, those who are not strong enough to be a magic saint will do easier work and lead the new students. The magic saint teachers will lead you and take the professional path. Novice frowned more and more as he listened. What about you? Siashichin thought for a moment and said, I will be busy with the college management most of the time. And occasionally I have to teach freshmen to make myself familiar with them. Chris was also shocked. You won't teach us? Kid. Why do you think so? Siashichin asked with a strange look on his face. But I don't have much time. And I will probably have to go to the small dark room to make up lessons with you. Siashichin said with emotion, Fortunately, you are studying for free. Otherwise, I will have to pay you money. Students, ? Siashichin's previous high school was a private middle school, and the tuition was not cheap. So they could not make up lessons, delay classes, or delay students' extracurricular time and various interest classes. But they had to ensure the quality of students' education. Otherwise, their wages would be deducted. Similarly, if students reported that teachers delayed classes or delayed their spare time and provided evidence, the teachers would have to use part of the deducted wages to compensate the students, and at the same time deduct their own performance. Many teachers were so worried at that time. Only Siashichin and his partner were not worried. As for the partner, he just wanted a fixed salary, so he didn't feel the tense atmosphere at all. As for Siashichin, since we can't delay the class and occupy students' spare time, we can leave a very scratching hook in the class and let students look at his circle of friends to find the answer. Anyway, the school has its own rules, and Siashichin has his own way of writing the test. And there is more than one way. So he pulled the students into the Tsinghua and Peking University class. I've strayed off topic. Back to the topic. Xiao Xia's emotion was just because he got used to the high-pressure environment before. The little guys didn't understand. But they did. If they really deducted Skriki's money, their contribution points would probably be inflated. So the little guys changed the subject very tactfully. Novice. What's your number? The first round of the game was played over 2 days. Because there were so many people. The team competition was during the day, and the individual competition was at night. If you are in the first half of the ranking, you will play tonight. Novice introduced himself briefly. I'm here tonight. They're all tomorrow night. Wow. 9 games in one night. You guys have 4 tomorrow night? Bori looked at Chris in shock. How famous will our Screech be? Chris curled his lips. You should think. How many people will see us as a thorn in their eyes? Bori didn't care. We have Screech. He'd take care of it if anything goes wrong. Siashichin, a filial son. Being like a teacher and a father to you has made you realize it. Right? Bo Rui even approached Siashichin cheerfully. Brother Xia, do you have any more books by Otion? I want to read them. Siashichin smiled slightly. No. How about asking Novice to write one for you? Bo Rui pondered for a moment and shook his head seriously. His writing skills are not as good as mine. It won't work. Siashichin was surprised. Really? Bo Rui nodded. Among the 4 members of our Royal City team, only my writing skills are the best. Chris, okay. I go talk to Vera right now. Bo Rui screamed heartbreakingly. No. 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 Chris, you can't do this. I was wrong. Vera's writing is the best. I'm second. Chris was speechless. But what else can he do? After all, he is his good brother. So can he only forgive him? It is their jubilant appearance that makes the surrounding schools even more jealous. Especially in the schools where the teachers who were chased by Siashichin for debts were. There was a low pressure, and many students in the schools performed abnormally afterwards. In the blink of an eye, it was night, and it was time for Novice to fight. His opponent was also an unknown high-level magician. Muzin fed him a handful of bitter and astringent pills before he went on stage. and Novice became depressed. Fortunately, his level was still there, and he won the duel without any surprise. Novice's face was not very good from beginning to end, which made people wonder if his injury had not healed yet. Then they were destined to pay the price for their contempt. After Novice finished his match, Screechy's students stopped watching the match and chose to rest early. There are 2 more team matches and 4 single matches tomorrow. They have almost finished getting the news, so there is no need to waste too much time. The next day passed without any trouble. Their battles without any black box operation can be said to be easy, and they all entered the next round without any thrills. It's time to draw lots again. This time, Ariel followed the students. She saw at a glance that the elder sitting behind the black box had changed. It was the Prophecy Elder who wanted Asato, a half-stepped legendary wizard. Of course, this was not the point. The point was that he was from the Prophecy Department. It seemed that they were upset that they failed to trick Screech yesterday. Ariel thought for a moment, raised her eyebrows, lowered her head, and communicated with Shiichin using the school Easy Pass. And soon her smile deepened. However, her expression did not attract the attention of the Prophecy Elder, who was more concerned about the lottery situation of Screech's students. This time, they wanted Screech's students to draw last. As long as everyone formed their own teams, Screech's students would have to fight internally. However, the amazing thing was that among the teams and individuals who drew lots earlier, the lots they drew rarely formed a pair. What happened? The Prophet Elder thought it was not good, but he detected it many times and could not find the reason at all. What made him most uncomfortable was that as the students drew lots, many colleges had already formed a pair, but the teams they had inserted high-level magicians into, and even the individuals they had inserted high-level magicians into, did not form a pair. Could it be that Screech and the others discovered something? No. It's impossible. If that's the case, they should choose weak teams for themselves instead of drawing these colleges that are obviously problematic. The Prophecy Elder was a little flustered. When it was Screech's turn, there was no one else left. Ariel rubbed her brows. This kind of work is really hard to do. She pushed the little guys. Go and draw lots. Draw whatever you want and fight whatever you want. They were all paired up. They were all hired by the Magic Association to snipe them. Since you want to play against them so much, then you should play against them in advance. It's just right to give the Real Academy a place in the quarterfinals. Ariel shrugged and replied to Shiichin with an OK on the school's Easy Pass. Next, it's up to the Magic Academy to see what will happen. The students didn't know the twists and turns here. After they saw the opponents they were matched with, their faces were full of surprise. Is the outcome so obvious? The Magic Association really has no face left at all? The Prophecy Elder who hadn't left yet, It really wasn't them this time. Who would use up all their chess pieces when they couldn't even make it to the quarterfinals? Unfortunately, he had to maintain his own status and couldn't just refute the students. The students continued to speculate, maybe they really fell out. It's okay. These are easier to fight. Yeah. We don't even need to put friendship first. We can go big now. If they met a real team from another Magic Academy, maybe for the sake of a friendly environment, with a friendly school that they could work with in the future, they would have to play with more restraint and try not to let the other team lose too badly. But if this is from the Magic Association, we can have a good fight at once. They happily returned to the base, and immediately heard their principal complaining with a vivid expression. Really? He seemed puzzled. But they didn't even make it to the quarterfinals. I really don't understand why they did this. Shiichin sighed. I thought we would face each other in the quarterfinals. But it's useless to say this now. I can only see how my students perform. They will win. Just based on your students' performance in the first round, they are definitely in the quarterfinals. Principal Merrim comforted him. On the contrary, it is not certain that all teams from our college will qualify. One of their teams met Helwin's team. But compared to the probability that every team of Screech would definitely meet a team with a high-level magician, they were simply too lucky. Although the draw in the past was not fair, strong teams would indeed meet each other in the round of 16 or even the quarterfinals. Principal Helwin shook his head. This year, Principal Merrim didn't care. The arrangement was made in the past to give students more opportunities to communicate. People didn't care about the points, and even the top 8 list could be challenged. Now it's hard to say. Looking at this situation, the Magic Association intends to suppress Screech outside the top 8. But Merrim became curious. According to the most extreme approach, It should be to let them fight internally from the beginning. And in the end, only one person and one team can enter the top 8, which is the biggest counterattack of the Magic Association. Now, it seems like they are plotting against Screech and leaving room for him to beg for mercy. It's really strange. Sieshichan pretended not to see Principal Merrim's probing expression and said to himself, "It doesn't matter. Strength is the basic guarantee for victory. I believe in my students," he said casually, but speaking of it, the Magic Association did a good job in one thing. It seems that there is no civil war in each academy. It seems that they are trying to avoid civil war as much as possible. Principal Helens nodded. It's the only acceptable place. Maybe they are worried that we will all make trouble, and it will be difficult to maintain order. Principal Merrim thought about it, and simply didn't explore it any further. Anyway, this lottery is also good for them. Sieshichan fooled the two principals all the way and left. He heard many principals sighing about the experience of their own colleges. And then he felt relieved and walked back. The face-saving project was done well. And the Magic Association couldn't do anything if they wanted to investigate. But maybe it was done too well. His students were all filled with righteous indignation. And they all said that they would use the most severe means to make the opponent die miserably. Sieshichan, forget it. Forget it. How can this not be considered a kind of motivation? Only with motivation can you win. There is no need for him to correct it. It's pretty good like this. Xiaoxia smiled, and let the people of the Magic Association take the blame. The third day's team 32-16 and 18-9 played very enthusiastically. The students who were not Screech also had exchanges. And the students with Screech students played even more crushingly. Everyone was amazed. But also felt a sense of loss and regret. To be honest, this kind of crushing is really cool. But a principal chose his words impartially. A fight with both sides is the original intention of our appraisal meeting. It's already an appraisal meeting. What's the original intention? Another principal shook his head. Who still remembers that the original name of the appraisal meeting was the exchange meeting between teachers and students of the Magic Academy. From the beginning, everyone exchanged learning experiences and educational experiences, to gradually perfecting various competitions, and then introducing rewards and rankings for winning the competition, and finally became a punishment for the last place. Starting the appraisal, guided step by the Magic Association. Everyone is now terrified. If they are not careful, they will have trouble for the whole year. The original intention was indeed good at that time. They hoped that the magic schools would be well known and real, and would not delay the development of students, and let the principals who could not manage the school give way. But after so many years, all this has long been tainted with other flavors. The principal sighed, but what is the meaning of this now? It has become a coaching competition. No, it is not even a coaching competition. Watching a group of students, who can be teachers of a weak magic academy, fighting against another group of students with impure intentions. It really feels a bit strange. In fact, I think it's hard to say whether the strength of the students in the competition will be limited in the future. But Screech Academy will. The principal was very sure. They just don't have students this year. And they may not have these students next year. Since it's the last year, it's normal to let them have a glorious time. After she finished speaking, she saw that her colleagues didn't say a word, and was puzzled. What's wrong with you? Don't believe me? I think Principal Screech and his students get along well. It's not that I don't believe it. It's that. The principal pondered for a moment. Do you think that a year later, our fifth-year students, who have delayed graduation, will fight against their first-year students? Really, won't it be more embarrassing? The principals were silent. Although it was also embarrassing this year. But this year their main force was to deal with the magic school. And they fought so hard to keep their own school. Next year. Oh my God. Don't think about it too much. Thinking about it will really make them jealous beyond recognition. Sieshichan didn't know that his reputation had become a scary one in their mouths. Otherwise, he would have said with a smile, it's impossible. Next year, it would be good news for their academy to enter the semifinals. Let alone the top 8. Sieshichan's educational goal for freshmen is to successfully become a junior magician in the first year and lay a solid foundation. Imagine a group of junior magicians, with at most 1 or 2 intermediate magicians to participate in the competition. If the difficulty is still the same as this year, it will be difficult to win even the knockout round. Right? However, Sieshichan did not intend to continue to force the growth of seedlings. He felt guilty for giving them such a heavy task. Now that the most urgent matter had been solved, They should slow down and slowly comprehend, instead of blindly memorizing the knowledge in order to advance. The freshmen will improve themselves slowly and firmly in the most suitable learning environment and atmosphere. The principals now regard the students of Screech as a flood and a beast. At the draw site for the quarterfinals, almost all the principals brought their own teams here. I want to see who is so unlucky to run into Screech's students. Of course, because there are 16 teams now, and Screech's students only account for a quarter of them. Everyone is not sure whether the Academy will continue to avoid civil war at this time. No one can guess what the Magic Association is thinking. Anyway, in the end they found that everyone still did not have a civil war. They have a rough idea in their minds. And they are also a little worried. If the ranking is based on this, will Screech's students occupy the top 4? Isn't this too scary? The top 4 are all students of Screech. The Prophecy Elder said coldly. No. Our Magic Association has always been fair in drawing lots. And the top 8 will no longer arrange the rule that the Academy will not fight internally. When he said this, he once again moved his eyes to Siashichin. Siashichin nodded in agreement. Yes. The drawing of lots must be fair and just. And absolutely no chance will be given to anyone who wants to cheat. It just so happens that the chess pieces that the Magic Association has placed have been almost all pulled out. If they do this later, it will not be fair to other academies. Siashichin thought to himself that he was still a little too kind, and only helped the students to the quarterfinals. As for whether they would meet each other in the quarterfinals, that was not important. Meeting each other was a good thing. Friendship was the first priority. Give other schools a chance, and give them a little shock. Siashichin's eyebrows relaxed, which made the Prophecy Elder feel that something that was difficult to control finally happened. He forced himself to calm down and arrange the inspection method for tomorrow. The team competition will remain the same. Since there are only 9 people in the single competition, there will be a mixed battle tomorrow afternoon. As long as one person is out of the scope of the competition, he will be eliminated. Tomorrow night, all eliminated student teams will have a chance to challenge the top 8. As long as they win the challenge, they can advance to the top 8. At this time, they still propose this opportunity. They didn't say it before. After the Prophecy Elder finished speaking, his eyes never left Siashichin, and Siashichin also smiled slightly, not expressing any opinion on this. After the show, the principal of Miriam asked Siashichin, "What do you think? This competition system. It's very good. It's also for fairness," Siashichin said, with a soft-hearted look. In the end, we Skriki have taken advantage. 5 people entered the singles competition. If we just stick together, other people will have no way to deal with it. Right? Principal Miriam, He readily followed suit. Who are the students who entered the quarterfinals? Call them out to meet our Miriam people? When it comes to sticking together, of course you have to stick to the right people. They only have one person in Miriam, so they can hold on as long as they can. Principal Hellwinds, who was following on the side, couldn't help it and directly pulled over the 2 Meow Mew who had entered by chance. Lauren. Fair. Come. Let's sleep at Screech's residence tonight. He glanced at the senior magicians of Screech and said with a smile, "You know Chris and the others, so it's good to go and chat with them." Siashichin was reminded and realized that indeed, the 5 senior magicians in their academy, except Lucius, were all from the Royal City team. The 2 students of Hellwinds were not awkward either. They found their targets one by one and tried to build relationships, which made Principal Miriam dumbfounded. He realized it later and reacted, "Okay. Hellwinds, you are so treacherous." Principal Hellwinds frowned and rolled up his sleeves. "We are all brother colleges. What's wrong with helping to take care of the students?" "That's it." Principal Miriam looked at Siashichin without hesitation, and his eyes seemed to ask Siashichin if he was going to keep him as a good brother. What else can Siashichin do? He joked, "Now there are 8 people in the group. Right? It's not good for the students of the small college. Right?" Principal Miriam hesitated for 2 seconds, and whispered to Siashichin's ear, "Scritch. Be careful. I have seen that senior magician in the Magic Association." Siashichin nodded with a smile. "I know." Principal Miriam was shocked. "You know?" Siashichin said helplessly, "Dear, if I didn't know, I wouldn't give you the opportunity to form an alliance and build relationships. I still prefer a platform that allows students to show their true strength." Principal Miriam was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "Yes. If it wasn't for this, I wouldn't bring my students to you." Whether they can enter the quarterfinals depends on the student's own ability, and they won't interfere. But if anyone wants to interfere in the affairs of their Magic Academy and is too presumptuous, they are not soft persimmons to be squeezed. At this moment, the principals of the 3 academies that were once considered top magic schools reached a consensus. It's not to the point of attacking the Magic Association, but they are all happy to change the deformed appearance of the Appraisal Association and make the environment of magic education better and better. The next day, the 16-8 match was still a surprise, and the students of Screech advanced. Only the individual scrimmage in the afternoon and the student challenge in the evening were left. After the top 8 were determined, the teams to play against could be decided. Funny thing is, the 9-8 match was almost unimportant. Why? Because the 8 students from the 3 schools, as if they had agreed, attacked the magician next to them at the same time. Very unethical. The magician was worried about getting hurt, so he gave up without saying anything. The quarterfinals, which should have been a good match, seemed to end in such a whimper. Is it really over? The magician jumped off the stage, his face showing anger. This is unfair, he said confidently. You 3 magic schools are expelling me together. Do we, a weak school, have no human rights? You can't say this nonsense. Once you stir up the emotions of the students, it will cause bad consequences. But the people in the Magic Association seemed to be completely unaware, or they were deliberately creating an environment for him to complain, waiting for him to complain without saying a word. Principal Malum was so angry that he laughed. Others could know who he was, but how could he, John Malum, not know? To be honest, this senior magician could still be considered a member of the Malum family. He saw him enter the Magic Association with his own eyes and sign a contract. How could he be considered a student of the Magic Academy? Publicly, he couldn't be one. And privately, he was already 30 years old this year, and it was even more impossible for him to be a student of the Magic Academy. In the final analysis, there were too few geniuses who could be promoted to senior magicians, and some of them were sniped by Screech's students. Now they could only look for these chess pieces that were not geniuses, and would not be sad to lose. Just as John Merrim was about to expose the other party, Sieshichin raised his hand to stop him from speaking. He looked at the student and smiled slightly. Then why not give you a fair go? Villa stood up. Here. Sieshichin looked at the senior magician. My Villa is only a 1-star senior magician. And you are at least 3 stars. Right? Let me give you a chance. As long as you can survive 20 minutes under Villa, we won't want my Villa's top 8. The senior magician, who came with a mission, was so happy that he almost lost his temper. Isn't this unfair? Don't blame him for taking advantage of you. Sieshichin looked at Vera. Do you dare to try? Vera raised his head proudly. Of course I dare. Don't say 20 minutes. Teacher. 10 minutes. I can't defeat him in 10 minutes. My last name is not Muster. Vera said loudly. That kind of Vera is not worthy of the last name Muster. Well, you are worthy of being my student. Anshin Scritch. Sieshichin smiled and encouraged, looking at the senior magician. Do you dare? If you don't dare to take advantage of such a great opportunity, then what is fairness? He even said sarcastically, I think most magic schools can see whether it is fair or not, and where the problem lies. But there are always people who can't see clearly and think they are the miracle. If you really encounter such a situation, any excuses and proofs are unnecessary and will only lower our strength. In this regard, we Screech have only one thing to say, Sieshichin said lazily. Step on those self-righteous people and make them pay for their contempt. Why bother talking so much? People like this who don't know what's going on should be beaten directly until they admit defeat. Originally, Sieshichin didn't want to go too far, as it would make them look like villains instead of poor little people. But Sieshichin has a bad temper. Perhaps from the moment Bori started talking too much. They, the people of Screech, are destined to become the villains of this year. Shao Xie followed the villain's character of being ruthless and taciturn, and didn't chat much. Come if you want to challenge us. Our conditions remain unchanged. This, Principal Merrim smiled. So, after you decide on the top 8, you can fight my students again? We don't want names. We just want an experience. Sieshichin looked at Principal Merrim meaningfully. Okay. John, you have a chance to regret before the top 8 are decided. At that time, John Merrim had no idea why Sieshichin said that. How could he regret it? It's hilarious. Damn. John Malum looked at the stage, dumbfounded. After Siashichin's frivolous words, many high-level magicians who were originally sniped stood up again, eager to try. Of course, most of them had missions, and those from other academies were just eager to try. And when they saw someone standing up, they just lined up, not to mention picking up leaks. It's good to be able to fight. Then, they saw an extremely terrifying scene. First, it was Vera, the weakling that everyone wanted to pick on. Vera supported herself with both hands and directly increased the gravity around her by 10 times. Her opponent sneered. What's the use of gravity? They don't need to move when chanting the spell. Then she found that her mouth's shape when chanting the spell became slower. It was the effect of gravity. When the opponent discovered this accident and wanted to adapt to this intensity, Vera took out the giant sword that Bori used to show off and flashed over without hesitation. The 10 times gravity seemed to be non-existent, and her posture was light, and even the heavy sword felt as thin as a piece of paper. Yes, Vera is also a heavy sword lover. She likes to see her opponent being hit hard in the mud by her heavy sword. Every time she hits, she can forget her own embarrassment of being hit in the ground by Emoshuzi. Bang! It was not even 10 minutes. Less than 5 minutes. Vera knocked her opponent unconscious on the ground with one sword, and deeply embedded in a pit. Vera sneered and supported the sword. Her sweet and soft voice was full of mockery. That's it? Just one sword. No fancy. No foreshadowing. Her opponent's shadow could not be seen. Vera turned around with anger and looked at the audience. Next one. Everyone, The audience was as quiet as a chicken. Even the referee and staff forgot to move the loser down to heal his wounds. Everyone's eyes were focused on the cute noble lady on the stage wearing kung fu clothes. She was such a fragile flower. A rose that needed to be cared for. And a girl who would only cause trouble if she looked delicate. Why did she stun them all? Even when Vera raised her chin slightly and looked down at everyone in the audience, many students' hearts beat uncontrollably and quickly. Something is wrong. I suddenly don't want to fight anymore. I want to kneel at her feet and call her queen. Not bad. Not in vain. It's just to make me proud. Emoshuzi stroked his beard, changing his previous gloom. If Bo-rui could be so handsome before, he couldn't imagine how lively and cheerful he could be now. Bo-rui, who was disliked by his dear teacher for being handsome, murmured, Scritch. Siashichin calmly replied, the teacher is here. Bo-rui sniffed, his face full of grief and indignation. Why do I think she is more handsome than me? Tell me. This is my illusion. His carefully designed lines and actions are not as good as Vera's ordinary sword. And the understated that's it? Even the simple neck seems to have a momentum of sweeping away thousands of troops. 5 short words? This is not fair. Without Siashichin's answer, Emoshuzi, who had grown a face, sneered, how many times have I told you that fighting must be fast, ruthless, and accurate? If you can kill with one blow, don't play cat and mouse. Don't do those fancy gimmicks. What's the use? Does it make you look like an embroidered pillow? Or does it give the other party a chance to turn the tables? You have to use 10 swords to solve a problem that can be solved with one sword. What a waste! Ariel also nodded in agreement. Bori. There is some truth in the saying that villains die because they talk too much. Bori didn't listen and choked, but in the novel, those words are really cool. It made his blood boil. But why? Why can a 1.6 meter tall, petite, and sweet-voiced Vera defeat his carefully prepared lines? Why? Bo-rui was not convinced. He must find an answer. Siashichin finally said something fair. Is it possible? This is called contrast? A sweet, non-aggressive appearance. But when everyone is off guard, it shows a completely opposite personality. It's still a very powerful one. Siashichin thought, if this happened in their entertainment circle, it would definitely become an overnight sensation. Right? Chapter 131. Whether she would become popular or not. Siashichin, who was far away in the magic world, could not say for sure. But after the little guy landed, no one responded. Villa was not in a hurry. She just held the sword in place, looking at the audience coldly. Until 5 minutes later, she put away the sword. Although she did not say a word, the students present always felt a little ashamed. Why didn't even the junior schoolmate dare to communicate? But speaking of it, it was indeed because her aura was too strong. If the magic and force value displayed by Bori in the group battle made people applaud and even envy, Then Vila was more of all. I didn't dare to fight her, fearing that she would come for real. Anyway, Vera, who seemed to be the softest persimmon, finally took the top 8 position safely. Afterwards, the students of Screech stood on the stage with their hands folded, one after another like a human wall, without moving, and asked, "Do you want to challenge? If you don't challenge, we will advance to the top 8. What do you mean by that? Does it mean that if you challenge, you can't advance to the top 8? Is it so outrageous?" Everyone was silent, and the 5 students from Screech finally secured their top 8 positions, which made the Magic Association very angry. I didn't expect that the Principal Screech actually had such a trick up his sleeve. But it's too late to make up for it now. So we can only wait and see if there are any people who want to challenge in the team competition. The challenge for the single quarterfinals here ended very quickly. Many students with bad intentions saw that Screech's students were tough, so they planned to snatch the places of Malum and Hellwinds. In their opinion, these 2 colleges were able to advance to the quarterfinals safely because they were relying on the powerful Screech students. Since they couldn't do anything about the perverts on the other side, then they couldn't give this side a try? When Siashichan heard this, he almost couldn't help laughing. You know, before the students showed their strength, everyone said that Screech was only affiliated, and those 2 top magic academies would never be looked down upon. Maybe Miamia raised their threshold, making them think that Hellwinds and Malum were just like that. But what is the truth? Although they are slightly inferior to Screech's students, how can the players, who can be picked out by the 2 schools, and make it to the quarterfinals step by step be soft persimmons? After they showed their strength, they sent the same signal to everyone. That is, this time the top 8 is definitely the most fair ranking among all the colleges. It can even be said that in the future, in the past history, it will be difficult to gather such a group of outstanding students. They may also leave their own strong and colorful marks in the history of magic. In short, the result is exactly the same as when they formed a group. After showing off, Will was not forgiving. She sat in the first row of the resident and watched the top 8 players of the group battle go on stage. She snorted delicately. I said that forming a group is to give face to that uncle. You have to do it so excessively. It's embarrassing. I really don't know what he's thinking. He's older than Screech. Why would he attend a student exchange? Ahem. Chris tugged at Vera's sleeve. You can't say that. What if the association asks the teachers to attend our exchange? Vera's eyes lit up. Is there such a good thing? Chris, Vera was just saying it casually. If the teachers were really asked to participate in the competition, they would be so proud to go on stage and then go down with a limp, which would be a shame. But Villa raised her fist in anger. Chris, can't you be a little sweeter? I find you are not cute at all. Villa pouted. If I had known, I would have hugged Novice's legs and called him brother. Novice is the one who can really talk. And Bori was fooled. Villa thought. Uncertain, if it were me, I would be stupid too. Chris was silent for a moment. Sneered, really? Is there anyone who likes his lies? You are not such a superficial person. Vera. Lucius nodded and agreed, yes. He is really good at sweet talk. Even when he lies, he looks sincere. But Chris, are you broken? Chris? What? Lucius's face was full of ridicule. You are not broken. Why are you so sharp-tongued? You never used to be like this. In the past, Lucius was angry and said a lot of weird things. And Chris silently made up for it. Ophelia suppressed her laughter and tried to smooth things over. Don't say that. We are all classmates. How can we call it sweet talk when we praise each other? That's right. Novice nodded. Very much in agreement. Speaking of which, Chris, you are a brother. It is only right for you to give your sister more praise. Are you embarrassed? Chris, no. He gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and tried to think of words of praise. Isn't it just praising someone? Before he could organize his words, Novice suddenly said, Before, when Vera was on the stage, she looked like a weak noble lady. But she knocked down the magician, who was almost 2 meters tall on the opposite side. I saw that the principal of Malum was so surprised that his eyes were about to pop out. Vera was beaming with joy. That's right. That magician looks strong. But he can't stand a beating at all. That's right. Novice nodded. But your strategy is hard to guess. And it agrees with what Screech said about innovation. Also, the earth magicians I've seen before are all earth walls, swamps, and fancy things, and they're not cool at all. This is the first time I've seen one that takes advantage of the surrounding pressure and hits fast and hard. And everyone is stunned. Novice looked at Vera. Vera has learned a lot. Right? Yes. Yes. Novice. I'm telling you. When Vera heard Novice point out his little thoughts, he felt like he had been found by a soulmate. He went up to Novice without hesitation and grabbed Novice's arm, sweetly explaining to Novice how he came up with the idea. It was Mr. Mo who gave me the inspiration. I found out. While looking at the ring, Novice nodded in agreement from time to time. Every time he pointed out a little information, Vera could speak at length, and he became more and more excited as he spoke. In the end, Vera said with satisfaction, Novice, if I didn't have magic in my heart, I would like you. Why didn't she find Novice so good before? Vera thought about it carefully and felt that it was Chris's fault. If she hadn't always been Chris's little tail, how could she not see Novice? Novice smiled and didn't say anything. They were all companions who grew up together. It was okay to make a friend happy occasionally, as long as it didn't delay him from watching Bori show off. Lucius, who listened to the whole process, patted Chris on the shoulder. Did you see it? I'm showing you how to do it. Did you learn it? Chris, Ophelia suppressed her laughter. Oh, when I go back, I must find a way to get Novice to be my minister. He's so good at talking. Lucius deliberately turned sideways to look at Vera. Vera. Chris is ready. Come and listen to how Chris praises you. Vera looked at Chris with some disdain and snorted. Forget it. Chris, I know him too well. If he speaks, I will definitely get angry again. Chris, Isn't it just flowery words? Isn't it just praise? He is just introverted. He is not incompetent. How could he be worse than Novice? Chris looked silently at Sieshichin, who was watching the excitement in the back row. Teacher. Sieshichin was caught off guard. Huh? What's wrong? He confessed. Teacher was watching the ring. Didn't notice what happened to you. Tell me. Chris had a blank expression. Bo Rui wants Long Aotian's book. I want a language book. Do you have any? Sieshichin couldn't help laughing this time. His laughter not only attracted the teachers around him, but also the students who had teased Chris earlier. Chris was really funny. Sieshichin quickly stopped smiling and gave him a few books when the little guy was about to get angry. It's the same for children. Just recite the sentences first, and you always have a chance to apply them. Although Sieshichin felt that giving this kind of book to Novice was icing on the cake, and giving it to Chris was a waste of money, it was still a kind gesture from the teacher. As they laughed and talked, the group battle on the stage also began to be fiercely contested. The single players of Skriki were all high-level magicians, so it was normal for them to be strong. But the group players were all intermediate magicians, so there was still a chance. Right? Although they thought about it, not many people dared to go up. As expected, no one challenged the group of Bori and his group. Bori's fancy battle left a shadow on everyone. Bori shook his head and sighed. Being invincible is so lonely. I don't know where he learned this sentence from, but with his expression and appearance, he is showing off his arrogance to the fullest. Students, just bear with it. Although Bori looks like he deserves a beating, he is still very capable. Anyway, no matter whether we make it to the quarterfinals or not, we don't want to fight him. The whole team battle was not suspenseful. But surprisingly, in the other 4 team battles, 2 were successfully challenged by the teams that were eliminated by Helvins and Malin before, and changed positions. At this point, the Magic Association, by accident, had done something good. None of Screech's students were eliminated, and the truly capable students were on the stage. Most of the principals were also very satisfied with the result. It would be better if there were fewer Screech's students on the stage. The staff member of the Magic Association, who announced the result, had a dark face. But there was nothing he could do. It was hard to regret it in front of everyone. But it was only the quarterfinals. There was still a chance. After everything was done, the students continued to send representatives to draw lots. But this time, the draw was a little different. The president of the association personally drew the lots. He will draw the lots for the top 8 on behalf of the students to prevent any colleges with bad intentions from cheating in the top 8. He was just short of hitting Screech's people face to face. Sieshichin lowered his head and calculated the scores. In the worst case, we have been fighting 2-on-2. And our total score is 79. Nearly 80 points. Sieshichin touched his chin. In this case, we still have to win the first prize in the entertainment competition. The entertainment competition has 4 events. namely Entertainment Melee, Alchemy Exchange, Magic Academic Exchange, and Niche Skill Competition. Each first prize is 5 points. Second prize is 3 points. And third prize is 2 points. Emoshiuzi was speechless. Can't you think of something good? Shichen said seriously. This is called preparing for the worst. There are also teacher scores, college basic scores, and student qualification scores. Ariel shrugged. Principal. Although I know that the association doesn't like us. For the sake of the students and Aurora, they have to give you 10 points anyway. Why do we need 4 items? Wouldn't it be enough to get the top 3 in 1 item? Mu Xi nodded. Then it seems that Eugene should have come to teach the little guys about alchemy. Emoshiuzi saw that everyone was so prepared, and said stubbornly, whatever alchemy is, it should go to the melee area. Let alone the top 3. The top 21 should be taken by our academy. Shichen sighed. I'm afraid that they have a rule that senior magicians are not allowed to enter the melee. Emoshiuzi choked. Then take the top 16. And if anyone fails, I will train them hard when they return. The little guys who are still in the base, Shichen, poor. Really poor little guys. He coughed lightly. Let's go to the stands and see how the fight goes. Perhaps Shichen really has some bad luck. His predictions, if not all correct, are at least 80% correct. The results of the singles match, Novice versus Lauren of Hellwinds, Ophelia versus Vera, Chris versus Lucius. Almost all of them are in civil war. If 6 of them enter, it will probably be a civil war. As for the team battle on the other side, Team Bori versus Team Amelia, the remaining 2 teams didn't have a civil war. But it's understandable if you think about it. As for the Magic Association's character of not being ruthless and always wanting to have it both ways, it's probably planning for the future. With 2 groups that didn't have a civil war, they could still stay together when they entered the semifinals. But if they were all in a civil war, maybe Screech's would make a scene. They calculated that even if Screech's students kept winning, they would only get 80 points at most. At that time, they would be given a symbolic evaluation of 10 points. With more than 90 points, they would always be just a little short of passing. As for the entertainment area, then the students who won the prizes are not allowed to participate. And none of the students who got the top 3 here can participate. The topic of the entertainment area is very biased. So it is also good to let Screech lead the appraisal meeting with such regret. The president is very thoughtful, and he is even happy to let the students enter the semifinals. Shichen didn't know the plan of the Magic Association. He saw the way of this duel and was happy. I have a doubt that our Screech is someone in the Magic Association. What do you mean? Ariel didn't understand Shichen's logic. Shichen was the only person whose mind she couldn't read. Shichen blinked. Chris versus Lucius, Ophelia versus Vera. Both teams will definitely fight to the death. Team competition. Bori's team versus Amelia. One is Calm Gorilla, and the other is Violent Aesthetics. These 3 teams are more interesting than the other. Aren't they trying to make us Screech famous by doing this? Ariel, Gore was a little worried. Isn't it a bad idea for them to beat us to death like this? What's wrong with that? Emoshiuzi didn't need to refute. Jiang Shui had already touched her chin with a smile. Haven't they been beaten by their sparring partners enough? They've been taught a lesson. They won't die. But, Jiang Shui stretched out her tone. It's really exciting. Shichen nodded. Isn't this also a kind of public execution? I think after the game is over, other magic academies will hate the Magic Association to death. Right? Knowing that Screech's students have the ability to win the championship. Let them play as they please. They must show their ability. How can other colleges recruit students next year? Even the exhibition match can't be so exciting. They are still first-year students. With so many gimmicks. Screech also has a stern entertainment newspaper for publicity. Oh my god. Shichen doesn't dare to think about how happy he will be in the days of recruiting students later. Quick! Quick! Where is the photo stone? Arrange students to bring it. We will record it from below. And they will record it from their own perspective. Student promotional videos are saved. Screech was busy making moves here. And Principal Marin frowned when she saw the arrangement. The Magic Association is really... Hey, should he ask Screech if he needs help? Just as Marin was about to go and show some brotherhood, she heard Shichen instructing the students from afar. There is a protective formation on the photo stone. I asked and it's allowed. Even if your clothes are burned and your hair is scorched. You must protect the photo stone for me. I need it for next year's enrollment. Do you understand? The students curled their lips. Teacher. But this is too many accidents. Right? Why is it too many? Help the teacher this time, and come down to contribute to you. Shichen coaxed the children. Protect it well. If you can't protect it, just admit defeat. Our teacher can immediately go up and take out the photo stone. Oh, there is no need to be too shy when fighting. It still has self-protection. I find a rope for you to hang around your neck, so that it won't get in the way and look bad in the photos. Lucius was only thinking about contribution points. How many contribution points? Shichen, huh? What? Lucius repeated, how many contribution points do you want to protect this stone? Succinct and to the point. I won't do it for less. Shichen was silent. He tried to bid. 5 contribution points? 5? Bori was shocked. Scritch. This is a fierce fight. This is your hope for future enrollment. You only give 5 points? Only 5 points. Villa pouted. Do you want me to sacrifice my beautiful hair for 5 points? I don't want it. Shichen, how much do you want? He explained in advance. Let me make it clear first. If you ask for too much, I will teach you to talk. And you won't get any contribution points. Students, shock. Damn. He actually threatened. Finally, after a tug-of-war, the students got a super high price of 10 contribution points per game. Bo Rui was happy. Then I have to work harder. And when I get into the top 4, I will have another chance to make money. As soon as the voice fell, the eyes of the other 4 players in the singles match all flashed with the light of determination. Yes. According to the Magic Association's posture, they will definitely meet again. Right? Then as long as they win the first game, won't they definitely get the second contribution points? Have you forgotten about me? Seeing how surprised they were, Novice couldn't help but say, what if you play against me in the second round? Impossible. Villa said without hesitation. You are a magician. The first one is reserved. The Magic Association is not stupid. And it still wants to make a fuss about you. Novice, He still hopes to be a little stupider. It's really painful that this windfall has nothing to do with him. Even more painful are the other 2 teams in the team competition. Arabe felt it was unfair. There are 4 of us here. Why don't you let us fight internally? What? You said that the points will be reduced if we fight internally? How is it possible? You can get points in those events of the entertainment competition with your eyes closed. Freya also nodded. That's right. It's really too much. What is the Magic Association thinking? Starve the cowards to death. You know? Principal Miriam, who had been listening all the way, said, He was overthinking. Why would Screech have a headache? It's obviously the weak, pitiful and helpless principals who need a headache. Look, they are still concerned about the exchange at the appraisal meeting. But Screech is thinking directly about next year's enrollment promotion. Hey! The pattern is still small. Principal Miriam shook his head and turned away. Little did he know that Shichen was also really having a headache, giving so many contribution points at once. He was very heartbroken. And his head also started to hurt. Now I am really glad that the Magic Association is not brave enough to match all of them. Otherwise he would have to bleed a lot. The painful expression made the teachers, who knew the inside story, laugh. Jiang Shui even teased, Teachers, why are you so sad? You can still make inflation. Shichen said unhappily, yes. And then next year, will the freshmen go to the suggestion box to complain that our Screech maliciously raised the price? We have to consider the majority of students. Jiang Shui and the others burst into laughter. Ariel even directly exposed, don't tell a joke. Where did our Screech get the suggestion box? The students probably don't even know where your office is? Shichen, One of the incredible things about Screech appeared, the non-existent principal's office. Presumably in the future, no student will know that Screech is principal. Anshin Screech didn't have an office, but only a reading room where he ate, slept, and prepared for classes. As more people came, it became an office. And in order to save money, half of this reading room was used as a reception room. There is still a reception room sign at the door, although there will be a special reception building in the future. Such big guests may still be entertained here. Who would have thought that behind the reception room is the principal's office? Shichen said stubbornly, it's just convenient. You know, I need to read a lot of books. And it's most convenient in the library. The ultimate joke. The principal of Screech has settled down in the library. Anyway, The teachers chuckled again. Siashichin was helpless. Okay. Let's watch the game. Should we have the team competition or the individual competition first? Team competition. It is said that the individual competition will be more exciting than the team competition. So it should be put at the end. Ariel curved her eyebrows. But I think that as long as the civil war among Screech students is over, everything will lack some meaning. Yes, they thought so too. The teachers had great trust in the students. And the students did not disappoint their trust. Coincidentally, as if to dampen their morale, the first two groups to appear were Bori and Amelia. The team battle followed the previous 3 maps. But there were no fancy rules. All they had to do was make the other side admit defeat or leave the competition venue. This time they encountered a sea map. There were several reefs on the sea. They were not big, but not small either. The smallest one could accommodate 4 people standing side by side. But the distance between each reef is not close. So it still has an overall impact. The 2 teams were teleported to the sea. As soon as the referee announced the start, the teachers and principals were already nervous. For no other reason. The 2 sides went all out as soon as they met. At the moment of the start, Amelia chanted loudly, and the sea in front of her was instantly dyed with a large area of white. Advanced Sea of the Dead. Theoretically, the Sea of the Dead is an advanced magic. But after improvements, it requires much less magic power. But it can also allow Amelia to use it with intermediate strength. The range is just right, covering the sea area for the battle. Their battle area is only a few hundred meters. But even so, this big move still makes everyone subconsciously amazed. Isn't she worried about running out of magic power? A principal exclaimed. But when the white completely covered the battle area, the sky suddenly became dark. Muffled thunder sounded, and white light flashed. Bori's magic was also finished. Advanced Thunder. It was also an improved advanced magic, which also covered the entire battle sea area, turning their environment from calm to a land of dead spirits with thunder and lightning. Even though they were not at the scene, they could feel the resentment from the dead. The Sea of Bones was surging wildly, absorbing vitality for Amelia to supply, making her use less expensive. Relatively speaking, Bori did not have an advantage. But Bori also had Nathaniel, who had a lot of moves. Nathaniel did not cover them like they did, but kept dropping fireballs from midair, one after another. The fireballs were like meteors, and they struck the Sea of Dead Souls together with Bori's lightning. Every time they struck, the bones on the sea surface would disappear a little, although they will be replenished soon. This kind of tug-of-war is exactly what both sides want. Julian also got serious. For 10 contribution points, in order to earn 10 more contribution points, he even took out his small sword and moved quickly with Chloe to challenge the opponent. Anna is too restrained by Amelia. Anna must be made to admit defeat first. But Bori, a close combat expert, is still waiting. He did not attack immediately just to throw out Chloe. A good assassin. As long as Chloe is gone, the opponent will not be a threat. Julian, who was teleported by Fori, chanted a magic spell without waiting to get close. While gathering magic power, he fiercely attacked Osido, who was blocking him with his magic wand. Osido. He has achieved a little success in the prophecy department. He can predict the opponent's actions in the next moment, and sometimes even guide the opponent's actions in the next moment. It's like an alternative mind reading. Although he is not good at fighting, his defense is still good. Osido spreads a book and chants a spell with one hand, while frantically trying to stop Julian's ubiquitous attack. Then, Chloe came, with his dagger that was so fast that it left no trace. And he faced Bori and Nathaniel without hesitation. Bori's face changed, and he gritted his teeth. Damn it! I knew you had been hiding your strength. Just for 10 contribution points. Damn! Chloe forced Bori to retreat with a cold face, and transformed into a shadow without hesitation. Going to take Anna away. Villains die because they talk too much. These were his last words. And Bori was so angry that he almost fell back. Don't let future juniors and juniors laugh at you, Nathaniel said anxiously. Anna! Anna's eyebrows were condensed, and she stopped interfering with Amelia, but chanted the prayer of the god of light loudly, giving herself a ball of light that was difficult to break. With such a defense, Bori and his men could attack fiercely, but Chloe was good at speed. But her own strength was still a little weak, so this was not easy. Both sides fell into a stalemate. Amelia narrowed her eyes slightly, and without saying a word, She consumed her magic power again, and opened the summoning gate next to Bori and his men. Asuto's face changed, and he quickly chanted a spell to stop it. But it was too late. Julian, who was standing next to him, shamelessly lowered his arm, and covered Asuto's mouth tightly. Come on. Come on. You can't chant without a mouth. And if you have the guts, bite me to death. He spoke in a lazy tone, asking for a beating even more than Bori. Nathaniel was a little nervous. Asuto? Asuto made a gesture, and Nathaniel understood it immediately, and used a big move directly on the summoning gate. Advanced Hellfire. After using this move, his magic power might be very low, but it doesn't matter. He can still attack directly with his strength. Emilia can't be allowed to summon creatures from the Sea of the Dead. Emilia is so angry. Chloe. Do it. Chloe narrowed her eyes slightly, no longer obsessed with Anna, and turned to interrupt Nathaniel's spell. Bori gritted his teeth, raised his heavy sword and chopped it on Chloe's shoulder. This is called. The devil is 10 feet taller. What's wrong with the villains talking too much? They are strong, so they are not afraid. Little Bori also got serious. 2 teams. 8 people. Each one is more cunning than the other. Some suddenly turn around to target the light magician. Some suddenly use magic on the undead magician. And there were all kinds of pale faces pretending to be weak, and faces pretending to be shocked and making mistakes. It was a mess. The most important thing is that they really fought to the death. The principals in the audience watched intently. They even saw Chloe's dagger stab directly into Bori's eyes several times. If Bori hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been blinded. Moreover, how should I put it? This kind of angry look didn't seem like acting at all. This? Principal Malin was incredulous. Is that a magician of the prophecy department? His magic book was directly used as a brick to smash it? It was Asuto. The honest man was anxious because he couldn't protect Anna, so he didn't chant the spell, but just smashed the plain and simple big book. Is it fake? Why is that dark magician unscathed? Principal Hellens was also shocked. Julian, who was smashed, was directly part of his original form. He could smash as much as he wanted. But Anna had to go. On the other side, Shichen folded his hands. And the more he watched, the more he felt. Why do I feel that they are fighting too hard? It was like a fight in the countryside. You grab my hair and push me against the wall, and I kick you in the lower body to make you have no children or grandchildren. Which was cruel and funny. Shichen murmured, this is not good for publicity. Why are they fighting so hard? Why else? Because of the contribution points. On the stage, the Screech students who had been fighting each other for half an hour had all run out of magic. Well, since everyone has no magic, it doesn't matter who goes down. Just hit the one who attracts the most hatred. Without magic, the small wooden sword is not very effective and is fragile. Except for Bori and Chloe, who are still fighting each other. Everyone else threw down their weapons and fought with bare hands. He is quite a martial artist, fighting one-on-one, occasionally snatching the opponent, never bothering his teammates. Very reliable. Chloe put a dagger against Bori's neck, and just as she was about to move forward, Bori held her finger against it, and quickly pushed it away and fought back. The two of them became more and more excited and angry as they fought. I knew you had ill intentions, and wanted to steal my contribution points. Ha! You are scared. Right? Ialtian has a lot of trump cards. Chloe got more and more angry, as she slapped him in the face. Shut up. Socially phobic people really don't like to hear such a second-rate word. He was about to dig his toes into the ground. Bori didn't shut up. Are you scared? Hee hee. We villains are just talkative. So what? In the end, you are the one who is affected. Wait. Screech will definitely give you some extra training on your face when we go back. Chloe's face darkened, as if her potential was stimulated. Her movements became faster, and even a few of Bori's hair were cut off. Bori was shocked. My hairstyle. Damn it! Bori's potential was also stimulated, and he didn't do anything fancy. And every move was aimed at the place where he wanted Chloe to admit defeat. Not only the two of them, but the others also fought back and forth. But they were the most outstanding, making everyone's eyes subconsciously cast in front of him. A road that no one had ever imagined appeared. They originally believed that the magic power of a magician cannot be exhausted. If you don't keep any, you will be at the mercy of others. So you must prepare for the rainy day. Now that the door to the new world has been opened, They know that it turns out that you can fight so excitingly and passionately without magic power. Some students were even led astray and were eager to try. Tell me, if I change to swordsman now, will it be in time? Not necessarily. I think they are just special. You see, ordinary swordsmen don't have as many tricks and ideas as them. But it's really cool. What's the point of magic duel? This kind of fist-to-flesh aesthetic is so desirable. Not only the students, but even the teachers are a little moved. They have always looked down on swordsmen. But they didn't expect that the swordsman would teach them a lesson today. This kind of fight is really needed by magicians, who have exhausted their magic power. In the Screech resident, when Emoshuzi saw the excitement, he even shouted, "Good!" like watching a circus. The more Sieshichin watched, the more he felt that he was at a disadvantage. Ah! Should we tell those new students who have registered that our Screech students can not only fight with magic, but also beat the opponent's mother when the magic power is exhausted? It seems a bit hasty. Xiao Xie is still reflecting on whether he should lower the price. After all, when he often sees students fighting each other, he can really see some outrageous chickens fighting each other. It's not aesthetically pleasing. But Principal Merrim came again, with mixed feelings. This time, he hesitated. Anshin, after the competition, let's exchange some educational ideas between our two schools. Sieshichin was stunned. Is it related to magic and martial arts? Seeing Principal Merrim nod, Sieshichin seemed to have discovered a huge business opportunity. It turned out that he really had high standards. It's not a fight between two noobs. Chapter 132. No matter what happened to other colleges, Skricky won this team battle. The two teams of Bori and Emilia were evenly matched. And even Sieshichin himself did not expect that they would produce such a good effect. The Magic Association was really good at selecting people. Sieshichin sighed, and suddenly felt grateful to the Magic Association. This duel lasted for 2 hours, and both sides were out of breath at the end. But in the end, Bori's team was slightly better. Not for anything else, but mainly because they were too restrained. With Anna around, the magic power consumption of the evil system will be much faster. Although Emilia and the others lost, they were still greeted with applause when they left the stage. Perhaps it will be difficult for them to see such an excellent duel again. Every child is excellent. Perhaps it was because of their fierce opening battle that everyone still focused on the subsequent games. But they would always recall the previous battle. The subsequent duel became much quieter, and no noise of trouble appeared. Of course, everyone soon became excited again. The singles match began. They were all high-level magicians. What kind of sparks would their battle bring? The first to appear was still Screech's team, Chris and Lucius. When Sieshichin saw these two little guys, he knew that the start was stable. Sure enough, there was no need to charge up. Chris and Lucius played more fiercely than the previous team match. The two little guys had similar personalities. Both were proud, and their strengths were similar, and even their academic levels were similar. Under such circumstances, it is normal for them to fight fiercely in such a place where they can decide who is better. Especially Lucius. In the past, he was always defeated by Chris in order to convert his magic proficiency. This time, his physical fitness has improved and his magic is also proficient. If he loses to Chris again, he will not be worthy of being the son of God. Well, he probably can't be one now. But this is not important. Lucius was shrouded in a dark aura, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes, and he directly attached magic to the wooden sword. What's the point of using magic spells? Of course, you have to use magic attached to weapons to catch the opponent off guard. Coincidentally, Chris also thought so. Chris even considered that he might not be as fast as Lucius in close combat, so he carried a magic wand with him. At that time, he could attack while chanting spells and fighting at the same time. One person would be worth two. Who wouldn't be able to do two things at the same time? Chris, who had learned some skills from novice and advance, was very confident. Lucius narrowly avoided an ice arrow that brushed his face, and the wooden sword with boiling water elements in front of him also came directly towards his door without any hesitation. Lucius gritted his teeth. Despicable villain. Chris sneered. Then go and scold Screech. It was all taught by Screech. Little Chris was justified and continued to increase the intensity of his attack. Lucius was not a pushover either. Since the opponent was determined to do it, he did not hesitate to speed up. And every move was aimed at the place where the opponent was chopped to death. Chris was even more ruthless. Since Lucius was so cruel, he would not show mercy and go for the opponent's weaknesses, such as the thigh root, face. Only Lucius could not think of it. And there was nothing Chris could not do. I don't know how he became such a desperate person. Siashichin sat in the audience, feeling a little uneasy. This group may not be suitable for a promotional video. His smile was a little forced. Who led my little gentleman astray? This question. Emoshiuzi was full of doubts. Shouldn't I ask you this? Your students can be like us in every aspect. But they must have learned shamelessness from you. Right? Siashichin, But he is not such a person. Siashichin felt that he had been publicly punished since he came to the appraisal meeting. Do the little guys know who they are publicly punishing? Ariel smiled and said something fair. It may be Teacher Han. He also likes to tease the little guys. Emoshiuzi spread his hands indifferently. Anyway, it's either you or the one with the surname Han. They are all bad. Who is Kinder? Siashichin smiled. Old Emo. Do you think that since the contract is signed, I can't deduct your salary? Emoshiuzi was shocked. Siashichin. When did you become someone who doesn't know the difference between public and private affairs? Siashichin smiled but said nothing, which made Emoshiuzi very angry. But he didn't say anything sarcastic in the end. Forget it. If deceiving himself can make Siashichin feel better and keep his salary, he can lie. Who doesn't know that he has taught those little bastards 36 strategies? It can be seen that Chris is targeting Lucius's thin skin. What else does he not understand? Unfortunately, Emoshiuzi, who has entered the workplace, knows it in his heart. But he can't say it casually. Maybe this is the trouble of office workers. Siashichin, the boss, is not much better. The more I watch, the more I feel that the competition among the little guys cannot be used as a promotional video. It's not that it's not exciting. It's very exciting. With back and forth. The ultimate moves are gorgeous and magical. And every place is just right. The principal next door wants to copy a copy and take it back for teaching. But if you look at their movements carefully after skimming over the special effects, you really can't praise them. Some of them don't conform to the core values of socialism. Of course, Siashichin finally took it out for exhibition. He was convinced. The person who persuaded him said, this is also a good thing. It can make the students who come here either be idiots, who are easy to trick, or smart people, who are suitable for the school spirit of Screech. It can be regarded as a preliminary screening of students. It makes sense. It was said by Old Man Han later. Anyway, by chance, Siashichin received a class after class of students who were very suitable for the Screech style. Of course, Siashichin did not admit that the school spirit of his college was like this. He felt that it was all a problem of individual differences among students and a terrible coincidence. Back to the topic. The duel between Lucius and Chris lasted longer. Even though they were already in the quarterfinals, and there were fewer people in the duel, the time spent was still comparable to the previous rounds of competition. Moreover, even if Screech's students had no magic power or strength left, they would still hold on to the other person's thighs and not let go, as if they were competing to see who would admit defeat first. This was really a waste of time. In the end, the thin-skinned Lucius was still slightly defeated, and he was extremely unwilling to accept the defeat, and his eyes were gloomy. He walked off the stage in a sinister manner, ignoring everyone's applause, and went straight to find Siashichin. How to make your face thicker? Lucius went straight to the point. Siashichin. He hesitated for a moment, and asked in a vague way, Kid, why do you want to ask me this question? As a gentleman, I think I am not the right person for you to seek help. Lucius remained calm. You are wrong. Siashichin raised his eyebrows slightly, and before he could speak, Lucius added, how can I become shameless? Siashichin. I think you have some misunderstandings. I am a respectable person. The principal. He would never be shameless. It is because he wants to be proud that he is narrow-minded. The little guy asked the wrong person after all. This irrelevant discussion was finally pushed to Old Man Han. Ariel promised, it only takes 1 month. You study with Teacher Han for a month. If you still have dignity after coming back, it means that Teacher Han is not good enough. Lucius hesitated. After all, Screech's teaching is written and oral. In the end, as Siashichin said, he is a respectable person and cannot teach by example. But Teacher Han, he really knows how to put things into practice. Lucius was a little discouraged. But when he thought about how he had worked so hard for so many months, he still lost the fight with Chris. And lost because of his own weakness. Instead of losing in a fair and decent way, He finally gritted his teeth and agreed. Go back and find Teacher Han. The lost young boy sat down and made a decision that he would regret for the next year. And the two young girls also started a fierce battle. Compared to the previous duels of those shameless students, this group's duel was much more normal. It was a pure battle of strength. A competition of power. Vera and Ophelia's various magic and martial arts went back and forth. Dodging and attacking were all in line with everyone's normal guesses. But in terms of strength and speed, it was not something that ordinary magicians could do. They really have dignity in their bones. Xie Shichen was so decent that he immediately decided to use their duel as the main publicity. Before Ophelia went on stage, she smiled and made 3 rules with Vera. No matter who of us enters the finals, it's only a matter of 10 contribution points. But if we lose face, it will be a lifelong thing. It's not a life and death duel. It's really not worth it. Why don't we each take a step back? Show our greatest strength. Fight uprightly. Whoever is exhausted first will admit defeat. How about it? Ophelia said with reason. You are the Duke of Muster of the Ace Empire. And I am the heir to the Crown Prince of the Ace Empire. It is a small loss for us. But it is really impossible to wash away the face of the family. And it will be recorded in the family history. Villa shuddered immediately. Yes. It is not worth it to exchange for 10 contribution points for the permanent impression of the royal city and future generations. In addition, Ophelia has more magic talents, uses more, and is more likely to be exhausted. In fact, she is the one who has the advantage. In the end, Vera agreed to Ophelia's proposal. They were one of the few scribbles to compete with normal people. Xie Shichen was very pleased. You see, this is the school spirit of our scribbles. While friendship is the first priority, we also don't forget to exchange and teach each other. Xie Shichen specially found Principal Miriam to brag about how honest and kind the little guys were. How friendly and united they were. And then he saw that on the stage. Vera suddenly took out a big hammer from the ring. At the same time, Ophelia also took out her 2 swords. One heavy and one light. Xie Shichen. Ophelia raised her voice. I knew you would take out your weapon when I wasn't paying attention. Fortunately, I also brought a weapon. Otherwise I would be defenseless. Vera smiled sweetly. Sister Ophelia is the crown prince. Even if the fight is embarrassing, it's still glorious to win. Right? The most important thing is that this is a promotional video. If she is too upright and can't highlight her ferocity, how can she set a good example for her juniors in the future? Vera's eyes were full of innocence. And Ophelia smiled gently, waving her weapon and rushing towards the other party. If it was just like this, it would be fine. Even if Ophelia used 2 swords. She was super cool. Like a victorious general. And she was completely different from the mischievous boys before. In theory, Vera also pays attention to face. And no matter how hard he swings the hammer, he must pay attention to elegance. But, seeing that his single hammer could not beat the 2 swords, Vera also lost his credibility. When Ophelia blocked Vera's attack with her 2 swords, she took out a big hammer in a flash, swung it, and hit Ophelia hard. Ophelia subconsciously opened her eyes wide, kicked her feet hard on the ground and bounced back. You cheated? Ophelia's eyes were wide open. Vera, you have changed. You have become unlovable. Vera sniffed and cried. Sister, don't be angry with Vera. Blame Screech. He tempted me too much. As he said that, Vera smiled cunningly and pursued the victory. Ophelia just said it casually. And then her sword flashed with water and lightning, obviously relying on water to transmit lightning to carry out a larger range of attacks. Vera frowned, and without dodging or avoiding, he attached a thick layer of soil. Following the knowledge he learned, he stabbed the weapon heavily into the ground, and then another weapon hit him. Ophelia barely dodged it, but her long golden hair was not so lucky, and most of it was broken by the hammer. Ophelia was anxious and angry, and her speed increased a lot. The 2 sides fought back and forth, and the magic power was output as if it was free. Every action was quite unexpected and reasonable. And at the same time, there was a trace of elegance in the recklessness. It's just a perfect combination. Principal Miriam sighed in his heart. But he didn't forget how much Xie Shichen boasted before. He deliberately stared at the competition field. And after a while, he teased leisurely, Anshan. What did you just say? I seem to have heard it clearly, but also seem to have heard it clearly. So, do I need to not have heard it clearly? Sieshichin had a blank expression. You didn't hear it clearly. Thank you. He knew it. He knew that his students would not be handsome for more than 3 seconds. I should have known it long ago. Why bother to send them the photostone? The recording below can show their elegance and strength. Xiaoxia felt the taste of being severely harmed by his students for the first time. And he felt a little uncomfortable for a while. After all, Ophelia's multi-talent was still slightly better. And it was soon clear that Vera was in a slump. But for the audience, this is no longer the point. Relying on his familiarity with Sieshichin, Principal Helwyn strode over. Principal Screech. Her Highness Ophelia. She. His breath was a little unstable. Is she really a multi-system magician? What does this cognition represent? Maybe Sieshichin doesn't understand. And Merim doesn't understand. But Principal Helwyn understands it very well. Unlike the fact that the heir of the Empire knows magic, and has high talent in magic. A magician with multi-system talents means a miracle in itself. Not to mention that Ophelia has not grown up yet. When she discovered this talent, it was enough for many elders of the Empire to protect her secretly. It can be said that she will become the hope of the A's Empire. Of course, Helwyn also knew that Ophelia did not show this talent just now. She showed a high affinity for magic with multiple elements when she was very young. But because she had no way to learn magic, she became a discarded child. In the past, King Fickle also asked Principal Helwyn and the legendary magicians of the Academy, wondering if other talents could be sacrificed to let Ophelia learn magic. This was also the most feasible method they proposed at the time. Now that she has learned magic, everyone combined the previous inspections and guessed that Anshan Scribe should have some way to suppress other elemental talents and let Ophelia learn magic alone. Unexpectedly, it was really a full element system. Sieshichin really didn't understand what the value of this was. Because of the transformation of mental power, students can also use other magic by themselves. But it is not convenient and requires a lot of cost. And maybe the more profound the magic, the less they can use it across talents. This is not uncommon in Screech. So when Helwyn asked, he nodded yes. I found that Ophelia is not a muddle in the traditional sense. She has a high talent for magic and has the same affinity for each element, which means she can use these elements. Sieshichin briefly talked about the method of handling it and how to find a way to establish the element cycle, and concluded it still took a lot of teachers. At that time, our college's elemental master and legendary wizard came, and many teachers were watching by the side. So it was completed without any danger. Helwyn knew how thrilling it was just by listening to the process. Miracle. It's a miracle, he murmured. It's also because you dare to try. We are old after all. How can this be considered old? It's just that I have this opportunity to try, Sieshichin said with a smile. I have a dream. I like that all students will not be limited by talent in the future. Even if they are not brilliant geniuses, they can also shine in the fields they are good at and like. Principal Merim was stunned and laughed. It's a good dream. But it's a little out of reach. How could it be? John, I have always believed in a saying. Sieshichin shook his index finger and disagreed. I once heard that genius is made up of 99% sweat and 1% inspiration. And most people just don't have that much talent. So I think, if a threshold prevents most people who are eager to learn and want to work hard from working in this direction, it is not the problem of the hard-working people, but the problem of the threshold. What I need is to lower the threshold and give those who want to learn and work hard a chance to try, rather than just telling them coldly that they are not worthy and do not have the ability. So forget it. How could anyone not want to? Why should we raise the barrier just because no one can do it? This is wrong. Sieshichin's words made the two principals fall into silence. After a while, Principal Malim said with difficulty, but what if the threshold is so high that we can't lower it? Then destroy it from the bottom. There will always be a way. There will always be opportunities. Sieshichin spread his hands indifferently. Look, my children, before they came to Screech, who could have expected that they would become an existence that is difficult to surpass among their peers? Counting them carefully, there are geniuses, ordinary people, villains, cannon fodder, passers-by. If there is anything special about them, Sieshichin thought carefully, maybe they are unwilling to give up. Or maybe they are spoiled when they meet him for the first time. But they are not unreasonable. Perhaps they were pulled by fate and pulled the invisible rope that changed their fate. I believe that as long as we teachers are willing to give it a push, most students are willing to grab this rope that changes their fate. and then become the pioneers and leaders of the new era. Becoming something that our older generation dare not even think about. They are full of vigor and courage. They have the spirit of not admitting defeat. And they also have the motivation to change. They are destined to be the most shining existence. This is the student. The student has infinite possibilities. Principal Miriam and Principal Hellwinds were silent for a longer time this time. They didn't even have the heart to watch the next game. John Merriam looked back and saw the students at his base looking at the stage with bright eyes. They chattered about the heroic performances of the opponents. They were very serious about every game. Suddenly, he felt that what Screech said was right. He shouldn't use his own limitations to confine students and prevent their all-round development. If he couldn't do it, he would help students find people who could do it. If he couldn't find anyone, he would encourage students to pursue their dreams. Instead of following the crowd and telling students that this was impossible and that they shouldn't be so delusional. This shouldn't happen. How can we know if we don't try? How can we accept it? How can magic improve? They can't ruin students because of their cowardice and incompetence. This is not a mistake that the principal should make. John Mallam breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that we have one more cooperation. He joked. It seems that Mallam has been biting Screech all the time. But he can't give any equal feedback. What should we do? As a principal, I am a little ashamed. We are all brother schools. I am very happy that we have the same dream and persistence. Sieshichin smiled and blinked. If you really can't find a reward, we Screech still lack an affiliated magic school. Principal Merrim cursed. Damn Screech. I know you are still thinking about my school. What? My chief tutor is not enough for you to poach. You want to poach the college directly? Sieshichin coughed lightly. We are all decent people. Let's talk it out. John Merrim had a cold face. He really didn't feel guilty at all now. He lost so many great magicians. And he deserved it. Sieshichin was also afraid of angering his good brother, who was causing trouble with him. Which of the following projects didn't need connections and funds? He coaxed her in a gentle voice. Don't you want to see martial arts? It just so happens that my novice is on the stage. And I show you martial arts that don't combine magic and martial arts. Oh! Principal Helen smiled and tried to smooth things over. Then you have to take a good look. What does martial arts that don't combine magic and martial arts mean? Meaning? Principal Merrim's pupils trembled after watching for 10 minutes. He caught the magic with his bare hands? Is he crazy? Sieshichin glanced at the stage. Annoyed and amused, it's a show. Why is it so big? Yes. Novice on the stage didn't know what he thought of. And started to show off in a different way. He didn't use magic. Or even martial arts. But just used his bare hands. Holding a thin stick of unknown material. And attacked. The one who faced Novice was Lauren from Hellwinds College. A fire magician with a solid foundation. The attack power of the fire magician is not weak. It can even be said to be explosive. Most of them are some large-scale magic spells. Each attack can hit the opponent in a large area. But Novice is like a flexible fish. Worried that he would accidentally use time magic. And even covered his eye that could no longer see. And then put on a single-sided gold-rimmed glasses on the outside. His movements were very fast. As if he could read the opponent's attack ideas. And he could avoid them just right every time until he got close to the senior magician. Lauren's face changed. And he was about to retreat in a hurry. He knew how strong Skricky's students were in close combat. But something unexpected happened to Lauren. Navius did not use magic at all. Nor did he attach magic power to his strangely shaped magic wand. He just stretched out his hand and quickly grabbed Lauren's hand as if it was a normal duel, not giving him a chance to leave. And then used the magic wand in his right hand to attack directly, stabbing Lauren's neck hard. Lauren barely broke free from Novice's restraints, rolled on the ground, and quickly chanted magic. Only then did he realize that something was wrong. The force was much weaker, and there was no trace of magic attached. It felt completely different from the previous battle with the Screech students. More like an ordinary person. Lauren was a little doubtful about her guess. Could it be that Novice's injury was really that serious? Friendship first. Competition second. So should he? I'm not injured. Don't be humble to me. Novice shook his head. And the moment he got close to Lauren, he whispered, It's just for something I've always wanted to achieve. You try your best. Which is the greatest help to me. Lauren was stunned for a moment, but soon came back to his senses and laughed loudly. Okay. This is what you said. I won't be polite. Lauren said seriously, if you lose, I am willing to compete with you again. If you win, I am willing. Novice smiled with his eyes bent. Then you can only be willing. He will never lose. Novice also became serious under Lauren's increasingly fierce attack. Maybe his evasion seems to have some loopholes, and is a bit difficult. But every attack he made can break the protective shield that Lauren woven for himself with magic, and can also dodge or even dissolve more attack magic. Although it was not as good as the big fights with special effects, everyone was still attracted by it. They fought very well. Very inspiring. Lauren never let up, which was his respect for Novice. And Novice also tried his best for the dream he insisted on. His movements became faster and faster, and drops of cold sweat fell on his face. But his eyes became brighter and brighter, until Lauren's magic power was gradually exhausted. Lauren gritted his teeth and fought him with force. From coping with difficulties to being able to handle them with ease, Novice has been making progress and gradually showing his style. Their fight lasted a long time, and one side did not even use magic. But it was so exciting that people could not stop. It was not until Lauren was held on the neck by Novice's magic wand and lay on the ground, panting and looking at Novice, that everyone realized that the game was over. Lauren smiled casually. I admit defeat. You are very powerful. You can defeat me without magic. As he said that, he muttered quietly, so the Magic Association still has magic confinement, which is simply unnecessary. Navius reached out and pulled him up with an apologetic hand. I'm sorry for my selfishness. You have been controversial. It doesn't matter. It's the fact, isn't it? Lauren waved his hand nonchalantly. I had a lot of fun playing. I hope you did too. Navius was stunned, and laughed truly from the bottom of his heart. Me too. I had a lot of fun playing. They supported each other and walked off the stage. Without the referee's announcement, everyone saw who the winner of this duel was. Novice and his team were the last group. After the end, they would start the final ranking draw, which was the last day of the competition. However, when the subsequent draws were made, Shichen didn't pay attention anymore. He kept thinking about what Novice did this time. He must not have a prejudice against Hellwind's students. Otherwise he wouldn't have helped them. Could it be that it was to show the publicity effect in all aspects? He recalled Novice's various actions and felt that they were familiar. But he didn't understand the reason. Before he could express his opinion, the jealous and envious eyes of Principal Hellwinds next to him were the first to arrive. Shichen put aside his clues and asked sideways, What's the matter? My student was a little too much. But he didn't mean it. You can't blackmail me for this. Didn't you see it? Principal Hellwinds was speechless. He looked at the stage. The little guys had already started drawing lots. But that dazzling look would not disappear with the end of the battle. He looked at Shichen again. His eyes were complicated. You are exactly the same. Not only do they wear the same glasses, but also the clothes, eyes, hair, temperament, and even the magic wand are 80% similar. Merrim smiled playfully and figured it out. So, is this an imitation, a tribute, or is it to clear your name? Because he admired his teacher and happened to be similar, he decided to imitate the teacher on stage to satisfy his own selfish desires. Did he want to pay tribute to the teacher and make a low-profile version to make the teacher famous? Or, hearing everyone say that his teacher is a good-for-nothing muggle, he was unhappy and cleared the teacher's name? The student's strength may be attributed to their good talents, or it may be said that Screech got lucky. But what if the winning student used muggle means to stand at the highest point? Who else can use muggles to target his teacher? Principal Merrim and Principal Hellwinds looked at each other and felt that this was the most likely reason. Otherwise, the little guy would not have to show himself without magic at such an important time, because it was so difficult for him to win. Just to attack a Hellwind student who has no grudges against him? That's too much of a price to pay. But if we count the other reasons, in the entire appraisal meeting, there was only one muggle, Anshin Screech. The meaningful gazes of the two principals made Shichen react suddenly. He was slightly stunned, and subconsciously looked at the stage. His mood became extremely complicated. Shichen never thought that those rumors that he didn't care about would be more concerned than him, and that he hid his strength for safety, and didn't let others know, and that someone would defend him. He knew that his students were all very good and excellent. He also knew that they had made endless efforts for the college's appraisal, and shed sweat that others could not persist in. Just imagine, in more than a year, one by one, from never learning magic to intermediate level, to advanced level. Even if there was someone to guide, it would be as difficult as a chasm. But they did it. They obviously didn't have this responsibility. They only needed to reach the lowest line. But they still did it. Because Xiaxichan exchanged his heart for his heart. And they also wanted to ask for the praise and justice that Xiaxichan deserved. It turns out that the smiles and jokes were just appearances. They remembered what Xiaxichan said. And they took to heart what others said about Xiaxichan. So they were determined to go all out to show it to all those who looked down on Screech, pretended to be blind, and said that Xiaxichan was not good. It was not Screech who took advantage of the situation. But they did. It was not Screech who was incompetent. But those who looked down on Screech were incompetent. Just like the fight between Bori and the others before. And just like Lucius and the others who used all means. They were trying their best to show Screech's style. Just like Novice showed how a Muggle could defeat a senior magician with his bare hands. Behind every action of theirs was their hidden, careful love for Xiaxichan. But they didn't say it. And Xiaxichan forgot to ask. The action of the little guys caught him off guard. Xiaxichan was silent for a long time. But Principal Miriam and Principal Helwins understood that he was not so calm in his heart. Principal Miriam patted Xiaxichan on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Go and congratulate them. Although I know what they want to express, I still want to say, Screech, you are really lucky. Just right. To be good to a group of students who are willing to work hard and endure hardships. Just right. Being hidden in the hearts of his students. From then on, every bad word said by others was touching the dragon's reverse scale. And he would never let it go easily. It's really enviable." Xiaxichan blinked a few times quickly and nodded solemnly. "Thank you for the wake-up call. I think I should go hug my children. I believe they also need to get the warmest and most powerful hug from their dear teacher when they step down." Xiaxichan said no more. Turned around and trotted towards the gathering place under the stage. He couldn't even wait to return to the base, wanting to see these little guys who couldn't do anything to them as soon as possible. Then tell them that this is the happiest time in his life. Chapter 133. You're too obvious. Villa complained to Novice in a low voice. I wanted to wait until the end of the game to let Screech know. But now Screech must know. So the surprise is half gone. After Vera finished speaking, Chris beside him nodded and agreed. It's indeed a bit obvious. But Screech may not know about it. Novice hummed, I'm a magician. In the original battle, the big bully the small. It's natural to choose to use only pure force. It's hard to say. Ophelia shook her head. Nevis, Screech knows you're not that kind of person. If you only consider yourself, you want to have a coaching match. A give and take, which can both give others respect and show your generosity. Everyone agreed with what Ophelia said. Nevis was not a very sharp individual. As long as you think about it carefully, you will know that he will not respond particularly fiercely. Especially when the other party has no grudges. He prefers to be peaceful. Moreover, when Xiaxichan was teaching them, he did not support them to bully the weak. So this was the least likely to happen. And Xiaxichan would definitely find something wrong. Novice looked calm. It's okay. I have a plan later. Students, ? What other plans do they not know about? Everyone was ready to explore. But Beaurue whispered, Screech is here. Everyone was waiting to observe Xiaxichan's expression and movements with a little suspicion to see if their surprise was leaked. Beaurue stared at her openly, from head to toe, checking her up and down, as if he was afraid of missing any details. No surprises. Still the meticulous little hair. Still the gorgeous principal uniform. Still the same pink bunny hair band as Novice. Oh! Beaurue thought that the pink bunny hair band these days didn't mean anything. After all, it was Novice who secretly asked Xiaxichan to wear it. So, it should be unclear? Everyone thought uncertainly, but soon got the answer. Xiaxichan smiled and waited for them to come down one by one. And then he took them into his arms and hugged them tightly. When the first little guy was held, everyone knew that Screech had guessed it, although they wanted to let Screech know and make him happy from the beginning. When this moment really happened, they couldn't help but feel shy. Why is Screech so enthusiastic? The little guys who were originally very enthusiastic blushed for a rare moment. Xiaxichan hugged them intimately one by one. And when he came to Novice, he couldn't help but whisper, thank you, kid. The teacher is very happy. Novice lowered his eyes and shook his head slightly with red ears. It's what we have always wanted to do. You don't have to say thank you. All they wanted was for Screech to be happy and understand that his contribution was not one way. That's all. After returning from the study tour, everyone was more or less nervous because Screech was too good. Because Screech didn't charge them tuition, didn't accept any kind of compensation, and would openly find reasons to give them things. The contribution point system, to put it nicely, is what they get through hard work. But what is the truth? Their efforts are also for themselves. And the contribution points are also opportunities for them. Screech has been making efforts. And the students began to get nervous. Worried that they could not keep the college. Worried that they would be sorry for all the efforts of Screech. Now it seems that everything is worth it. After Xieshichin slowly let go of Novice, Novice's neck began to show pink. Even though Xieshichin did not say a word, but just looked at him with a smile. Bo-rui hurried over with a smile to save the situation. It's my turn. It's my turn. Skricky, you can't be partial. Bo-rui pulled Novice out carelessly, and then gave Xieshichin a big hug without saying a word. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Do you think it's not in vain to accept us? Bo-rui asked several questions in a row, making Xieshichin laugh and cry. Of course. You surprised the teacher very much. And you also stole the limelight in front of those principals. The teacher is very happy. Xieshichin expressed his emotions without hesitation. Bo-rui deliberately asked, what kind of hairband did the teacher wear today? Xieshichin, Xiao Xie thought about it, and still satisfied the little guy's inquiring eyes. He took out a sunflower-shaped hairband from the ring. A style that the students had never seen before. I promise Novice that I won't change it for now, Xieshichin said, putting the sunflower hairband on his wrist. This is today's hairband. Sunflowers grow towards the sun. Even though Xieshichin felt that he already had enough power of love. At this moment, he still felt the sunshine. It was warm. Not dazzling. Very gentle. Very warm. Maybe not as hot as the red heart. But it was continuous. As if it provided him with infinite power. I wanted to touch the red heart headband. But I think this is more suitable. Xieshichin gently and openly showed his emotions. He even guessed what Bo-rui would say later. If the little guys wanted to use contribution points to ease their emotions now, he could raise the price. Anyway, it was all for the little guys. Xieshichin's expression was very gentle. I am very happy. Why not give you a prize? While speaking, Xieshichin found that Bo-rui was still stealing glances at his face without leaving any trace. Xieshichin was silent for a moment, and first asked the question he was concerned about. What are you looking at? Look at how much I look like Novice. Bo-rui hurriedly shook his head, looking a little disappointed. I wanted to see if you cried. But you didn't cry. Xieshichin, ? He took back his words. And the contribution was non-existent. He never did business at a loss. Xieshichin smiled with a fake smile. You have a high tier point. And let our Altian down. Altian waved his hand. It's okay. It's okay. As long as you are happy. After he finished speaking, he found that Xieshichin was silently preparing to take off the sunflower hairband, and was shocked and hurriedly held Xieshichin's hand. Brother Xie. Brother Xie. Brother Xie. How can your happiness last so short? Be patient. Be patient. So many students love you. Can't you tolerate the naughty and cute me? Obviously. Bo-rui understood why Xieshichin did this, and also understood the consequences of his words. But he never changed. Xieshichin smiled slightly. Bo-rui, did you notice what hairband I wore today? Bo-rui, Well, he understood that Screech had reached the age of unstable emotions. He would not bother with Screech. The threatened Bo-rui went to Novice with grievance. Not because he didn't want to hang out with everyone, but because he had just made Screech angry. If he went to find everyone, he would be beaten. So little Bo-rui sneaked away very cleverly. Xieshichin was too lazy to care about Bo-rui. He had to say that with the little guy's fuss, his sentimental mood had calmed down a lot. He asked the little guys to go back to the base to rest. The winner would be decided tomorrow. In the base, Ariel, who had already read everything, smiled at everyone who returned with a lot of things, and asked Xieshichin with an ambiguous smile, You didn't cry? Xieshichin was speechless. You knew it a long time ago? Ariel was proud. Principal. Have you forgotten? I am a succubus who can read minds. Xieshichin suddenly asked curiously, Then you really didn't tamper with their draw? No more after the quarterfinals. Ariel spread her hands. With so many teams entering the quarterfinals, it's impossible for them to realize their plans. If I tamper with them, It will increase the risk of being discovered. In this regard, Ms. Ariel was still very calm. Gore invited everyone to eat. I prepared delicious food for you. Congratulations to our little guy. Gore didn't know what to congratulate. Ariel asked him to do it. So he did it. Ariel followed Siashichin to the big table and said as they walked, I think this holiday, Stern Entertainment News will have no worries about news. We have too much publicity for Screech to be able to finish it. Siashichin nodded, that's right. And we can't just promote ours all the time. But Fanny has made a decision. He still needs to cooperate. They chatted and ate at the same time. And the little ones were even more active in raising their glasses. They didn't win, but they made it like a celebration party. But it is understandable if you think about it. 3 of Screech's single players made it to the semifinals. And 3 of them made it to the semifinals of the team competition. Even if they met their own people, the top 3 were no surprise. Unless they performed poorly. This ranking was indeed set for them. This was indeed the case. The final match on the second day was not interesting at all. The ending was guessed. And it was still interesting to watch the internal battle of Screech's students. And what attracted everyone on the second day was undoubtedly Novice. He really implemented the policy of not using magic since the quarterfinals. He won the first match against another student of Malum. In the second match, he fought against Chris for nearly an afternoon and finally won. When fighting against Chris, Novice did not win easily. In order to reflect the theme they wanted to express, Chris did not prohibit magic, and did not even let him win. Even a careful observation would make the onlookers shudder. He fought even more fiercely than when he fought against Lucius. Even when the fight was halfway through, Novice was already covered in blood. Even Siashichin couldn't help but stand up at this time, with a worried look on his face. He understood that the little guys knew their limits, and if they really couldn't do it, nothing would happen. Whoever came first would be the glory of Screech. But he also understood that for Novice, as long as he had a breath left, he would never admit defeat easily, because if he lost, it would be the glory of Screech. But only if he won, it would be the glory of Anshin Screech. Chris also understood that he was very reluctant, but he knew even more clearly that only if he tried his best, this honor would have gold content. Once he retreated, it would lead to the complete failure of their plan. He couldn't retreat, no matter how reluctant he was. He couldn't retreat. When Chris's magic power was exhausted, all the principals stood up subconsciously. When both sides were covered in blood, even the students who were watching stood up silently. Perhaps in the future, they would never see such a wonderful duel again. But at this moment, they all felt the spirit of Screech Academy. It was the spirit that they didn't have but longed for. Time passed little by little, and at the last moment, Novice gritted his teeth and got up, clenched his fists, and used up all his strength to give Chris the last punch, announcing the end of this game. He won, and although his steps were staggering, he subconsciously straightened his back and used his blurred vision to find the person he wanted to prove for. Siashichin forced himself to remain calm, announced the result. The referee came back to his senses and shouted, Novice from Screech College versus Chris from Screech College. Novice wins. As soon as the voice fell, Siashichin and Mu Xian teleported to the stage almost at the same time. They each held a little guy and stuffed handfuls of pills into their mouths. Novice was fine, still vaguely conscious, but Chris was really unconscious. Mu Xian had to feed him the liquid medicine first, and then slowly increase the dosage after he was able to swallow, and put in the pills to repair the child's body. Mu Xian looked at the 2 little guys covered in blood and sighed softly. They did it. Yeah. Siashichin rubbed Novice's hair and chuckled. Great. The teacher is proud of you. Indistinctly, they seemed to hear Siashichin's smiling response and fell asleep peacefully. Siashichin and Mu Xian each carried a child off the stage. Because they fought too badly, the Magic Association finally combined everyone's opinions and decided to postpone the award ceremony until the entertainment competition was over. Entertainment competitions will never be so fierce. Oh my god. Novice, you finally woke up. Bori saw Novice's eyelids move slightly, and said first, I thought I was going to take the award for you. Novice was stunned for a while, and was shocked. The award has been presented? He struggled to get up. And Vera, who was still taking care of Chris, rolled his eyes. No. The award will be presented tonight. Bori is exaggerating. Vera snorted. Bori, you are not related to Novice. Why are you taking an award for him? Bori was not convinced. Nadius himself has no objection. So of course, I can take the award for him. Unlike you. Would Chris be willing to let you take the award for him? Villa's round eyes suddenly widened. Bori. Nadius rubbed his temple with a headache and whispered, Bori. I can't let you take the award this time. I know. Bori said without hesitation. But in front of Vila. You have to say. You are willing. Nadius, He reluctantly agreed, okay. I am willing. Borui looked at Vera smugly. My brother is willing. What about your brother? Vera, Vera poked Chris's face angrily. But Chris grabbed her alertly. Vera was startled. And soon smiled sweetly. Chris. Are you awake? Chris always felt a little cold on his back. Mucin's pills are very good. They are now very light all over. Without any headache or soreness. As if they had a full day's sleep. But when I woke up and saw Vera's bright violet eyes, I was really a little nervous. Chris asked uncertainly, I slept for a long time? Vila rolled her eyes. If you have slept for a long time, would you let me go on stage to accept the award for you? Chris was puzzled. What does it mean? He pondered for a moment. So now. Don't talk about it now. Brother. Vila was so angry that she pinched Chris's face. You are my brother. I have known you for more than 10 years. Just tell me. Are you willing to let me accept the award for you? Chris was silent for 2 seconds. And his voice was still a little vague after being pinched. Yes. It's up to you. Isn't it just a runner-up trophy? Why are you so serious about it? Chris almost thought he had slept for several years and missed some big show. Before he could react, Vera immediately let him go with full energy and turned to chat with Borui. Humph. Who said I don't have a prize? I just don't want to receive it. Borui was not to be outdone. So what? Mine is the champion. Twice. Vera was furious. She stamped her feet and gritted her teeth. Bo! Ray! Bori hurriedly ran around the bench. And Vera didn't use magic. Just chasing Bori with speed. One made a face to annoy others. And the other was so angry that he almost cursed. Chris watched this farce quietly. And after a while, he couldn't help asking Novice, who was also resting next door, what's going on? Novice guessed uncertainly. A fight between brothers and sisters? Huh? Chris was very confused. What about Anna and Herbert? Novice was puzzled. What does it have to do with them? Turning his head and realizing. He said tactfully. Bori said he would accept the award for me. And Vera didn't get the award. If there was really something wrong. It should be the two kids' sudden desire to win. Right? Novice and Chris had the same idea in their minds. Just watch this noisy show until they get tired of playing. And then it will calm down. After it calmed down, Novice and the others finally understood why they could only see these two kids when they got up from the tent. And why no other students came to join in the fun despite the noise. We are still a little short of points. They are going to the entertainment competition. Vila answered simply. Bori is a chatterbox, Nevis. You don't know? Our total points are 84. Chris didn't indulge him, and spit out a ruthless number coldly. Bori snorted, yes. We are still 16 points short. Although Screech said that the Magic Association will not give no points. It is already very stable. But in order to keep a hand, it is better to try to get a percentage. So they went to participate. According to the regulations, students and teams that won awards cannot participate in the entertainment competition. Otherwise the trophies will be duplicated. And because the entertainment competition only lasts for 1 day, it is stipulated that each person can only sign up for one competition. So they, Scricky, really racked their brains to think of suitable participants. At present, the only team that can participate in the competition is Emilia's team. Fortunately, that team is good at more things. Otherwise it would really suffer. In the singles competition, only Lucius and Vera are suitable. Vera stuck out her tongue. They said they had enough people. And they still had to leave someone to look after you. So I stayed. But luckily the Magic Association had arranged a civil war for us before. Otherwise it would be hard to find people to go. The semifinals are still too dangerous. I'm really afraid that the Magic Association will suddenly go crazy and say that the semifinals will count as a ranking. Then they will lose a lot. Chris and Novice nodded. Emilia and the others will still have an advantage in participating. In the melee area, Chloe can just reduce her presence and survive until the end. There's Fori in the alchemy area. And Lucius, Julian and Emilia in the other two items. It's still very stable no matter how you look at it. So, you guys should have a good rest. When the entertainment competition is over, we will start the award ceremony. They were very confident about their classmates. If they didn't want to join in the fun, they probably wouldn't have gone. Novice and the others followed his words and quietly rested their spirits, waiting for the award ceremony in the evening. The award ceremony was about 5 to 7 p.m. After it was over, there was a dinner exchange meeting. Then, there was a 2 or 3 day college exchange and qualification appraisal. This appraisal meeting was too full of ups and downs. Novice recalled that he even felt a little nostalgic. Maybe what Mr. Han said is right. He touched the talisman that had turned to ashes and murmured in a low voice, "I feel that I will never be bound again." "Ah? Of course you won't be bound. You are Novice Edmund." Bori didn't know why Novice sighed, but he still agreed with him very politely. Novice was stunned for a moment, shook his head, and deliberately joked, "Maybe in the future they will call me Novice Screech." "Wow. I knew it. You finally exposed your evil intentions." Bori laughed and played with Novice. "So, Mr. Screech, do you have the idea of taking over Screech School of Magic in the future and avenging your good brother?" "Really? Really?" Villa pretended to be reserved. "If you really change your name, I can marry you." "Chris, having a group of particularly noisy friends. I feel that my life is really ups and downs." Chris, who is mature and steady, was not led astray today. It is really a cause for celebration. The little guys came back from the entertainment competition happily. They exceeded their task and got 18 points. One district was still a little weak and failed to get the first prize, but only the second prize. But added up, their points have reached 102 points. And the academy has been saved. I guess the Magic Association now has to think about how to ease the relationship with Screech Academy instead of continuing to block their qualifications. But those are also things that Screech should be concerned about. What they need to care about is the award ceremony tonight. Perhaps because the president of the association looked too bad, the Magic Association found a kind-looking elder to host the award ceremony this time. How to say it? Everyone is watching. But there is really not much expectation. The champion, runner-up and third place of this team battle, Screech's first team, third team, and fourth team. The champion, runner-up and third place of this individual battle, Screech Novice, Chris, Ophelia. This year's entertainment competition melee area champion, runner-up and third place, Screech, Chloe, and Miriam. This year, in the long series of announcements, there was no one that did not include Screech. Principal Miriam was the first to applaud. And while applauding, she congratulated Xieshichan. "This year is a bumper year." Xieshichan's eyebrows curved. "It's just this year. We have to focus on training students next year. The college is still a little deserted." Principal Helwins hinted, "Indeed. With more students and teachers, it's a lot more lively." Xieshichan guessed that he was talking about cooperation. And he said, "Students are not in a hurry. It's too chaotic. But teachers are open to everyone. And they can come to liven up the atmosphere during the holidays." The three principals looked at each other, and then shifted their gazes tacitly. "This is a deal. By the way," Xieshichan said casually, "Stern Entertainment News will follow up on the Magic Academy's recruitment and publicity during the holidays, which will last until February. If you are interested, you can also contact Fanny." Without waiting for the principals to be surprised, Xieshichan joked, "Screech and Stern are not the same company after all. I can help Fanny promote more and reduce advertising costs." The two principals, The principal smiled as they watched the students come on stage in order and receive awards one after another. They thought it would be over. But unexpectedly, in the individual competition, the champion novice looked at the elder who was hosting the competition and spoke calmly. "Can I give a speech to express my gratitude for the award?" The elder who was hosting the competition was stunned and smiled kindly. "Of course you can, kid. But you haven't received the award yet. It will be appropriate after you receive the award." In the previous team award ceremony, Borui talked a lot, which made everyone laugh and envy. The prelude to the award announcement was opened. "I didn't expect this little guy to be so anxious." Novice shook his head. "I need to tell you now, so as not to delay you for a long time." "Okay." Thinking that he would have to build a good relationship with Screech later, the presiding elder nodded. Novice looked at the audience. He was a little nervous, but his voice was full of determination. "My name is Novice. I am a transfer student of Screech School of Magic. Since I decided to stay in Screech, I knew that my future had changed a long time ago. It will have infinite possibilities, because the teachers of Screech are willing to help us try any possibility we want. But that's not what I want to say. What I want to say is, Novice paused, looked around, and said in a resonant voice, my headmaster Anshin Screech should not be looked down upon. He doesn't know magic, and can't learn magic. But he has thought of many ways to help children without talent to learn magic. He doesn't know magic, but he can sleep only 2 or 3 hours a day for us, and wants to give us the best teaching content. He doesn't know magic, but he can lower himself to invite every powerful master mentor, Your Majesty, to give us the best teaching environment. He often said that we are his pride, but he is also our pride. The pride of me, Novice, Novice said with red eyes, and asked loudly, since the top 3 today are all from Screech, can we ask Principal Screech to personally present the awards to the students he taught? Presiding Elder, ? The presiding elder was moved to tears before. He is the softest and most emotional one in the Magic Association. Otherwise, he would not easily agree to Novice's announcement of the award in advance. Good guy. He is just a good guy. He wanted to make a declaration in advance, and wanted Screech to come and give him the award directly. He also directly put the Magic Association on the line. At such an exciting and touching time. Who dares not agree? The little guy's love for his teacher. If he really doesn't agree, then there is no point in easing the relationship. The presiding elder had a headache. Chris and Ophelia standing on the stage were stunned. And then they realized what Novice said before, that it didn't matter, and he had a plan. This is really a big surprise. Ophelia immediately agreed, yes, Elder. I know this is a bit unreasonable, but we are all students of Screech. We have received supreme training from Screech. I think not only us, but also students from other colleges want the people they care about most to help them present awards. Right? This. The presiding elder turned around, and the eyes of the little guys in the backstage were all shining. Although the students of Screech took the most prizes, there were still many awards in the entertainment competition. From Hellwind, Merrim, and students from other colleges, all of whom were looking forward to it. It is a pleasure to be awarded by the Magic Association, but it is a real honor to be awarded by the principal of your own college. Everyone looked at Novice with a very touching look. You are really smart. Bo-Ray and others who had already received the award were secretly annoyed. And Bo-Ray shamelessly shouted, we want it too. We want it too. Please, change it this year. The presiding elder had a headache. Under the stage, Sieshichin, who was surprised by the students' sudden actions, looked helpless. This is really not what I taught. As he spoke, the joy in his voice could not be concealed. Okay, Principal Merrim said unhappily. We are also benefiting from your Screeky. Sieshichin couldn't help laughing. Yes, he was also benefiting from his students. After a period of discussion, he finally agreed to Novice's conditions. This year, their Magic Association did go too far, and now they still need to ease up. As for those who have been awarded before, for the sake of unity, just do it again. Sieshichin finally stood on the stage. This appraisal meeting was different after all. He started from the 3rd place, took out the trophy, and handed it to Ophelia. Ophelia didn't take it immediately, but threw herself into Sieshichin's arms, rubbing against him affectionately, and then looked up, her bright eyes full of expectation. Teacher, Ophelia liked you very much. It was Screech who gave her a new life and gave her the opportunity to pursue her dreams. Congratulations to the host for triggering the achievement task Ophelia's Growth 50/100. Please keep up the good work. Sieshichin handed the trophy intact to Ophelia. The next one was Chris. Chris was relatively restrained, but he still couldn't hide his excitement. He hugged Sieshichin with great restraint, and then whispered, I used to feel lost because of my father and mother's distrust and misunderstanding. But not now. Chris' eyes were also bright. I always believe that you will always trust me and support me. Perhaps reconciliation with his mother can make him grow up and stop worrying. But it was Screech who increased his confidence. Congratulations to the host for triggering the task Chris's Growth 80/100. Please keep up the good work. Sieshichin rubbed Chris's head and handed the trophy to Chris. The last one is Novice. This student who joined the class for Bo-Ray is also the most dependent student, and his eyes always follow Sieshichin's beating. Sieshichin pondered for a moment, looked at the little guy's nervous and anxious expression, and smiled. I think you want the teacher to help you keep the trophy? Novice clenched his fingers, Can I? He has a sensitive personality, and can keenly sense his family's emotions towards him since birth. To his father, he is just a special talent that can be flaunted. He is called over like a puppy when needed, and ignored when not needed, and even does not give Novice the opportunity to be spoiled, because that would make Novice unable to see his status clearly. Novice was often whipped when he was a child. He was very humiliated and knelt in the basement with his head down, when he was obviously not wrong. He said he was wrong and was grateful for the punishment given by his father. To his mother, he was just a tool to win over his father. His father had too many lovers and could not see his mother, but he was talented. As long as he made his father look good, his mother would have a chance to see him. But because his father liked his daughter more, his mother wanted to have another child, and Novice was dispensable. To his brothers, he was a malicious competitor, a disgusting legitimate child, and a poor little thing that no one loved. He only had Bori. But Bori could not fill his empty heart completely. The remaining desire for elders, the admiration and worship for elders, and the desire for relatives still made him crack. He wanted to do something, even if it was despicable, and he wanted to use all kinds of small things to deepen the connection between them, so that he would no longer be one of Screech's ordinary students. He was greedy after all. The little guy was so easy to understand. Sieshichin sighed and handed the trophy to Novice. Novice's eyes suddenly turned red, and he sniffed. This is your most glorious moment. Ariel is taking pictures below. Of course you have to take the trophy. Sieshichin gently pinched Novice's face. Wait. Come to me again when you're done. Sieshichin thought for a moment. I build you a display cabinet in my office. You can put any honors in it. I wait for you to fill it up. Okay. Novice was stunned for a moment, and soon became ecstatic. He tried to blink, not wanting to cry when he was so happy. He could only nod frantically, and said in a choked voice, Okay. I'm very happy. Teacher. Sieshichin rubbed Novice's head again, without saying much. Just turned around and stepped back a few steps, not blocking their glorious moment. He didn't think it through. Among the little ones, even Amelia, an orphan, would have her own dean mother who would worry about her and provide her with endless love. But Novice didn't have that. He seemed to be born without this fate. Among the 20 little ones, he was the only one with a need 0 in his file. But he was only 16 years old. He was just a child who was forced to grow up. A child who shouldn't have grown up now. He actually needed more care. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. Sieshichin clearly cared about him, and other little guys in the same way. But he regarded everything as love from his family. So he tried hard to hold on to this hard-earned person. Sieshichin thought. Perhaps, since he came to the other world, since Novice stayed in Screech, their fate had come. Chapter 134. Sieshichin was present at almost all the subsequent award ceremonies. His students were really too widely distributed. When the award ceremony was over and the Magic Association concluded its appraisal meeting, it seemed that no one was paying attention to this anymore. For most of the students, they were already graduating students, and were not within the scope of Screech's enrollment. However, they did have younger brothers and sisters at home. Although they could not get such an education, most of them still hoped that their relatives could get a better education. So, they secretly inquired about Screech's admission requirements. The headmaster of Screech even accepts muggles, so the selection range may be very wide. For most teachers, they are just joining in the fun. After all, they are not very suitable for Screech's teacher recruitment standards. Of course, this fun is to see the fun of former Screech teachers. Just ask them, do you regret it? Of course you regret it. Especially those teachers who did not break the contract. They regretted it to the point of heartache. Is it Screech's refusal that has such a great killing power? No. It is Screech who can manipulate the contract and make them pay for breaching the contract. If Screech doesn't go, then he won't go. No one knows whether it is a flash in the pan. Well, I said this with some anger, but it is indeed just a little regretful. Not serious. Those who are greedy and directly breach the contract are very sad. The family property is lost, and the teachers who have not paid off their debts have even their magic points imprisoned. How can they survive in the Magic Academy? At the same time, they were angry and annoyed, and could not help but secretly complain about Screech's stinginess. These days, there are fewer and fewer magicians. Which principal doesn't turn a blind eye to these teachers? Only Screech is special. Anyway, no matter what. They are still envious and jealous as a whole. And they have a premonition in their hearts that they may miss out on more in the future. After the appraisal meeting was announced to be over, it was the evening exchange banquet and the college appraisal qualification. It's not that there are no teachers and principals who want to use the evening exchange banquet to ease the relationship with Xieshichin. But Xieshichin took his students away after receiving the award. Yes, Xieshichin felt that he should be more low-key. He was already high-profile enough. He also dug up 2 top magic academies as allies and made an appointment to date with them during the holidays. If he participated in the exchange meeting and was high-profile again, it would be too easy to be targeted. Low-key. Low-key. Xiao Xia handed the academy's test materials to the Magic Association. Anyway, the requirements were met, and the Magic Association couldn't stop him. So he left in a swagger. There was no need to even know the result. Maybe he was a little petty. Anyway, Xieshichin and the students did not attend the dinner. He was going to take the kids on holiday. Xieshichin led a group of excited kids who were about to take a holiday out of the appraisal venue, and immediately ran into Russell, Lucia's father, who had been waiting outside. Russell looked normal. Is it over? Do you want me to take you back? He didn't ask questions that he shouldn't ask. He always kept it very well. Xieshichin smiled and shook his head. No. We are all family. I plan to take a holiday here this year, which will save the little ones time to return. Holiday? Bo Rui was shocked. Take a holiday here? Why does it feel so strange? It seems that the holiday should not be so early. But after careful calculation, their class time in the first year has already exceeded a year. So it is time to take a holiday. He actually felt that time pass so quickly. Bo Rui silently reflected on himself in his heart. Could this be the legendary Pua? Xieshichin didn't know about the little guy's inner drama, but explained, it's too far. It takes a week to go back to Screech. You will spend some time on the road. In the first year, you should go home first to avoid worrying your family. The main reason is that the continent is too big now, and there are not many ways to travel quickly. Fast tools are very expensive, so most students actually go out for training during the holidays, and few go home during school time. It's too late. Xieshichin can give a teleportation scroll, but he can give it to this class. What about the next class? With so many people, he probably can't afford to go there several times as the principal. When there is a chance in the future, he can study the development of transportation with relevant magicians to help every student go home for the new year. Xiao Xia thinks reunion is very important. The little guys understand Xieshichin's thoughtfulness. After being mentioned like this, they all miss home and feel like they can't wait to go back. Xieshichin continued, for those whose homes are close, I will let teacher Jiang Shue's monster take you there. For those whose homes are far away, I will give you a teleportation scroll. Go back and have a good reunion with your family in the first year. In the future, you have to find a way to get transportation by yourself. Everyone understands and is very happy. But, Novice whispered, I don't want to get together with my family. He understood that the teacher wanted him to go home and get together with his family on Christmas Day. But his family? Are they really his family? Xieshichin looked normal. You have to show off. Right? Your Brinon journal will be arranged soon. Although I know you can show off anywhere, it is always more comfortable to fight back in person. Novice was powerless to refute. He actually thought it made sense. Especially Xieshichin encouraged him. I've taught you the art of language for so long. If you can't even argue with someone, I will doubt the authenticity of your exam. Students, When Bo Rui got into trouble in the past, he didn't say a word. But now that Novice got into trouble, he wanted to cover Novice's mouth. How is it possible? If Novice can't do it himself, I can do it. I will help him argue. And after that, you can go to my house to celebrate Christmas. In terms of language, I am better than him. Novice. Ophelia forced a smile. Oh, the palace is going to hold a banquet. I asked my father to invite them. I am the best at being sarcastic in person. I am afraid that the only one who is not good at it is Novice. He is so kind. He must not know how to be sarcastic. Novice. Lucius even crossed his arms and said, Go to the Church of Light. I will help you publish the entertainment newspaper. Don't worry. The skills I have trained are not comparable to those of a white flower like you. You will not be bullied. And you don't have to worry about being attacked by them. Novice. No. You can do it yourself. Why are you dragging him down? He passed the test. Okay. Novice was holding back. And just when he was about to say that he could do it, Siashichin shook his head again. No. I'm still worried. Let's do this. Assign an assignment. The students shuddered when they heard the assignment. Siashichin, teach you to speak. Give me a promotion. If you don't get 80 points when you come back from the holiday. 80? Amelia widened her eyes in shock. Are you kidding? 80? God knows how much she suffered to get 60 points. If the language arts can be retaken, she will definitely not take it again. Not only Amelia. Many students' faces changed drastically. And Chloe's face was even darker. She pulled Novice to her side. Bring an extra cat. I will go back with you. He would rather go to a strange big family to argue with a group of scholars than teach you to speak 80 points. Even Novice's smile is a little bitter now. Scritch really always gives them a heavy blow when they are relieved. Now that everyone is so familiar with each other. Novice thought. If he leaves the teachers this time, he will be the first one to be put in a sack by them. Right? However, no one can change Siashichin's determination. He changed it as soon as he said it. And even manually upgraded the students on the spot. A group of students were weak, which made Russell curious and came over. What is the baby who teaches you to talk? Lucia smiled coldly. A sharp weapon that kills without blood. Siashichin, There's no need to say that. Siashichin pretended not to hear anything and began to sort out what to do next. The holiday homework was assigned. So the next step was to hand out report cards. Talk about the start date of school and some closing remarks. Xiao Xia pondered for a moment, thinking that everyone's emotions were fluctuating. So he gave the little ones a report card that was easier to accept. In this envelope are your grades for the whole year and the teacher's closing remarks. The closing remarks are printed uniformly. And the grades are filled in by Teacher Fanny one by one. The stationery was specially selected by her. And it's still very beautiful. Everyone was so curious that they couldn't wait to get home and open the new envelope on the spot. Dear XXX, 1 year has passed. And you have gradually dyed the blank paper with brilliant colors. And handed in a beautiful answer sheet for yourself this year. The following are your grades and efforts in each subject this school year. Have you met your own expectations? Subjects. In the new year, please give us more advice. We will continue to encourage each other to move forward. The teacher is very satisfied with your grades. Siashichin's warm moments are not many. And this sudden conciliatory policy makes the little guys feel very uncomfortable. Bo Rui even looked at Siashichin impulsively. Brother Xie, can I accompany you this Christmas? Siashichin did not even raise his head and continued to look for the things he had prepared. No. I'm busy this year and don't have time to watch over you. Bo Rui, What do you mean I don't have time to watch over him? Does he need to be watched? He doesn't need it. Chris, on the other hand, grasped the point. Are you busy with enrollment? We can help with publicity. Excuse me, Chris, but Screech doesn't have to worry about the number of students now. Siashichin really didn't worry about this. He said casually, there are many things to do. During the holidays, I will communicate with sister schools, urge teachers to prepare lessons and practice, and formulate rules and plans for the elimination of freshmen. Teacher Fanny will be watching over the publicity. So I'm not worried. Oh! The students responded and suddenly realized the key point. Rules and plans for the elimination of freshmen. The little guy's eyes rolled around. Before they could open their mouths and pretend to ask casually, Siashichin had already found the things. He gave the students a growth footprint and a pink photostone. This is a special edition for Screech. How many there are depends on how much time the head teacher in charge of the students has to make. Anyway, your presence is definitely full here. The students suddenly felt bad. This is a record of your every effort and the difficulties you faced. Siashichin pointed to another pink one. This is your happy moment. Siashichin sighed. You have too many highlights. I guess most parents may not have the energy to watch them all. You will have to help them when the time comes. Parents? What does this have to do with parents? Before they could figure it out, some students were screaming. Ah? What is this? Herbert looked at the pink photostone first, and the other one was a long scroll. He thought it was troublesome to open it, so he looked at the more convenient one. And then, help! Who is the person on the screen who is smiling so flatteringly and aggrievedly, and who screams and loses face when hit by the teaching stick? Oh! It's him! Herbert, isn't life too difficult? Without even looking at it, Bori knew how many highlights he had. His voice was difficult. Teacher, is this a highlight moment? Isn't it a highlight? Siashichin asked back. If you don't believe me, ask His Majesty Russell if it's good to watch. Lucius turned back suddenly. His eyes unbelievable. You saw it? Russell was stunned for a moment and smiled helplessly. I haven't started watching yet. Lucius stretched out his hand with a cold face. Give it to me. Russell, filial son. Why don't you pretend? This makes your father look unimpressive. Unintentionally. Sieshichin revealed the secret with an innocent look on his face. Okay. There is a letter from your parents in the scroll. But I think it's better to read it when you are alone. So, Sieshichin issued an expulsion order. Little guys. It's vacation. See you in March next year. The little guys were filled with the embarrassment of being seen by their parents. And they even didn't want to go home for a while. But they have no choice. If they don't go home, how much trouble will Sieshichin cause? Xiao Xia ruthlessly urged teacher Jiang Shui to release the monster and send them home. Bori did not give up. Scritch. What do you mean by freshman elimination? Speak more. We are all family. What is there to hide? Sieshichin helplessly said a few more words. Our college does not recruit students based on talent. And it seems a bit lacking to only look at hard work and persistence. So I plan to organize a training similar to the elimination of auditors before the freshmen enter the school. We started elimination in January and February. And it's only March or April in 2 months. Other colleges haven't started yet. So it's still in time for these students. Sieshichin pondered. It's just right. And they can also know Skriki's teaching style. Otherwise, I'm worried that the students I recruited would run away in a short period of time. Which is not good. It will damage the reputation of the college. Navius thought. Elimination training? Do you need my help? In order to help Sieshichin, he very honestly recommended himself. I'm a magician. And I'm in the time department, which is more convenient than teachers. And I'm a senior. Even if I go too far, the students won't have a bad impression of the teachers. After thinking for a while, Novice came up with another reason, and it can also maintain the mystery of the teachers and make them look forward to our college. Sieshichin was surprised, but I plan to recruit students around January. If you come to help, you may have to rush over after the Chinese New Year. And you have to be trained first. This means it's agreed. Novice was excited. Okay. I didn't want to spend Christmas anyway. Just say a few words and leave. Wait. What about us? Seeing that the two men looked like they had made up their minds, Bori quickly spoke up. Altian, will not accept it. Why can't I be included? Skriki? You said it yourself that what is worrying is not the lack of wealth, but the inequality of wealth. Nevis wants it, and Bori wants it too. Bori loudly defended his rights. Not only him, but Chris also spoke up thoughtfully. I am more professional. I am proficient in the weaknesses of arrogant magicians. This is even self-deprecating. Villa is not to be outdone. I know every attack point of the noble ladies. Ophelia smiled slightly. I'm a professional. Seeing the little guys recommending themselves one by one and quarreling, Sieshichin rubbed his eyebrows helplessly. We are all doing hard labor. What's there to argue about? You don't understand. Beauray shook his head mysteriously. Anyway, Novice is coming. I have to come too. He didn't join in the elimination of auditors. Now that he finally has a way to join in the fun. What's the hardship? What's the problem with hard labor? The main point is to harm others and not benefit yourself. Ha ha ha. Thinking about the suffering he had endured over the past year. With the pink photo stone that read highlight moments and Black History Chronicles in his arms, Beauroy felt that if he didn't let his juniors experience Screech's suffering and witness their highlights, it would be like he had gone to school for nothing. Thinking about it all day long. How could the new year be more important than watching his juniors get wet in the rain? Julian, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, even said it in a high-sounding manner. It's mainly because I've been wet in the rain and suffered. And I know how bad it feels. So I want to hold an umbrella for my juniors. Yes. Yes. Villa blinked her eyes and acted cute. Screech, you are all great magicians and mages. It's a waste of talent to come here to eliminate students. And it will also cause them psychological trauma. We are different. We are the same age as them. And we have common topics. In order to sell themselves, everyone tried their best. With only one purpose, to share the burden of teachers who are not being used. And to reduce the burden on the students who are about to enter school. Although Sieshichin was also keen on tearing umbrellas, he was still seriously lost in the positive eyes of the little guys. That's right. The teachers are used to practicing on these tough little guys. And it's inevitable that they will lose their sense of proportion, and even use more tricks when practicing on those fragile freshmen. It would be bad if all the students were scared away. Letting the seniors lead them can increase the students' sense of closeness. And it can also be gradual, so that students will not give up when they encounter difficulties. It's a very good idea, but it's a bit of a waste of seniors. Shichen felt that he couldn't treat the students unfairly. I appreciate your kindness, but the little guys were anxious. Screech. I can't let you work for nothing. So how about giving you some rewards? Shichen thought and continued. Take good care of the juniors and successfully fool them. No. Successfully make them stay willingly and give you commissions. Shichen emphasized. Don't be soft-hearted. And don't coerce or bribe. I believe you can grasp the measure. Right? The students' eyes lit up and they said in unison, yes. It doesn't matter whether there is a commission or not. But it can keep the freshmen longer and see more excitement. They will definitely not back down. The little guys are eager to fight. And they don't even want to go home. When will you come for training? Chloe asked reservedly. Shichen didn't expect that this social phobia would be so impatient. And he looked at him in surprise, fearing that Shichen would suspect. The little guys immediately covered up for him. Yes. Yes. I'm so worried that we won't pass. We can't let them suffer. We need to learn more and let them fully understand the teaching style and school spirit of our Screech. Isn't it time to update the student handbook? The current one looks very cheap. Shichen didn't doubt it, but followed their thoughts and said, the student handbook will be updated, and class assignments will have to wait until the holiday meeting. But you will also have an extra task during the holiday. Seeing the student's spirited appearance, Shichen was very pleased. It is better to ease than to block. With so many students, there will always be many complaints, and it is difficult to manage. We do not have many teachers. So Teacher X and I have made a simplified version of School Easy Pass, Shichen said, flipping through his ring. Currently, there are not many functions. Just the class group and forum functions, and the function of recording contribution points. X stayed in the time black room for a long time, and finally made this simplified version of School Easy Pass for Shichen, which only requires mental power to activate. It is a jade bracelet worn on the wrist, which is very similar to the Jade K in the world of cultivation. But it currently has no networking function. They can only have the right to communicate within Screech through the channels and formations temporarily set up by the school, because it is not perfect enough and cannot realize private chat. They simply set up a large group chat and discuss him. The former is for notification, and the latter is for students to vent. There are too many people, and it is not convenient even if they want to complain. Shichen still really wants to recruit seedlings and is very thoughtful. He decided to sell this thing for 10 contribution points, and it was free to try during the training period. Those who successfully enrolled could redeem it with the contribution points they had accumulated during the elimination training. If the contribution points were not enough, they would have to owe it and return it within a certain period of time. Otherwise they would be expelled. Xiaoxia had no choice but to open the dead hole. Using your Teach You Talk Baby, you can temporarily establish contact, but it is not very stable. You can try it during the holiday, Shichen said, and manually promoted them to the forum administrator status. You can make any suggestions, and you will have to post some experience posts at that time. The little guys got the school pass and put it on their hands immediately, and couldn't wait to use it. This little thing is really rough. After entering it, it's like seeing a plane in your mind. It's a bit magical, and it seems to be used directly on mental power. There is only a small panel. In the lower left corner, there is your personal information and nickname to be filled in. In the lower right corner, there is another number, which should be their contribution points. In the center of the panel, there are 3 rectangular boxes. One is written as class group, one is written as grade group, and the other is written as forum. There are also several small icons in the upper right corner, which are contribution point mall, task center, and settings. Of course, due to the current lack of technology, it is still not open. Shichen expected to get it done during the holidays. Everyone was very excited. It was the first time to see such a thing. Suddenly, someone thought of something. Is this how you communicate with each other? Thinking of the tacit understanding of the teachers during the cheating exam, and the scene where teacher Ariel could give smooth instructions even though there was no communication during the monthly assessment. The students opened their eyes wide in shock. You cheated? Don't talk nonsense. Siashichin remained calm. How can it be called cheating when the teacher is invigilating? The little ones were indignant. This is unfair. I was wondering why the teachers always scheme against you. Siashichin chose his words carefully. You should reflect on yourselves. Why you are always schemed against by the teachers. And you still don't learn your lesson. Bo-Rui snorted. I heard it this time. You are puami. Siashichin, It is indeed necessary to keep a hand when teaching apprentices. The little guys just thought about it, and sighed for a while. Ophelia made a suggestion. Teacher, can you add us to a separate training group when the time comes? We also need to share tactics with each other. Although the class group can be used now. There are too many teachers in the group. And I always feel that some of their ambitions are exposed. Siashichin agreed very readily. It's just one more group chat. A very simple thing. Then everyone should return to school after Christmas. And try to gather in January. I will recruit students in mid-January. And we will start training and elimination in February at the latest. You should also try to participate in meetings and some training to deal with unexpected events. The students nodded seriously. Although they wanted to tear up the umbrella. They were still very responsible and would not take this matter lightly. This is the first time that Screech has recruited students from the public. And it must be treated with caution. After everyone asked a few more small questions, Siashichin drove them away again. But this time, the little guys left with satisfaction. According to Screech, their roles will be instructors. I can't imagine how lively and cheerful they will be when they become instructors to educate the next class. Hee hee. For a moment, I even forgot my own dark history. Siashichin sent the little ones away one by one. And the last to leave were Russell and Lucius. Russell looked at Siashichin and smiled more. Congratulations. His voice was very soft. But Siashichin knew that Russell was not congratulating himself for saving Screech. But Siashichin smiled. Congratulations. Russell was stunned for a moment. Then smiled helplessly. I hope that day will come. Siashichin said. I think that day is not far away. His words gave Russell enough confidence. They are all gods. And Russell could sense the news of the fallen god to some extent. Especially when facing Novice, who had changed the trajectory of his fate. The shock was even more obvious. It was right to let Lucius go to Screech. Russell said goodbye to Siashichin with a lot of thoughts in his heart. And kept thinking about what Screech Academy needed. I can't just leave everything to the teachers just because the children are from the academy, and do nothing myself. This is not good. Russell pondered all the way until he got on the spaceship. Then he suddenly came to his senses, and gently apologized to his children. Sorry. It was my father who was distracted just now. Did you say anything to me? The two children who didn't say anything, Forget it. Who asked the old father to chat? Lucius patiently said, Where is the tent I gave you? Russell, ? Although he didn't know if there was a generation gap between him and the child. He still took out the tent. Vowing to prove that he valued Lucius's kindness and kept it well. Who knew that Lucius took a look. Put it into his space ring with satisfaction. And then stopped talking. Russell was sure that there was a generation gap between him and the child. He had to communicate more with the child to make up for this gap. Didn't you give it to me? What did I do wrong? Lucius. You can't break your promise. Lucius looked surprised. Father. I didn't break my promise. I lent it to you. If you like this tent, there are many under the old Duke of Munster's property. You can buy it at any time. Lasser was even more puzzled. Why can't it be this one? Lucius was silent for a few seconds and said sincerely, It's too expensive. It was mainly bought with contribution points. Unless it is unusable. Lucius is reluctant to throw it away. Lucius can give away a teleportation scroll worth 10,000 gold coins. But he is so petty about a tent worth 1 contribution point. What a good son. Russell, who learned the reason, smiled and said, You know, Lucius, because you have shown your talent for darkness. You can't go to the Church of Light. But Anna can stay. Yes. He is so petty that even a god can't resist his son's provocation. Even if he didn't mean it. Who knew that Lucius was so calm? I understand. So I plan to hold an auction to see how many gold coins the Dark Church is willing to spend to buy back their future son. Russell, He was shocked. Where was his thin-skinned, arrogant and proud peacock Lucius? Why did he suddenly become so shameless? Russell couldn't hide his shocked expression. Lucius had been suppressed by Chris for so long. And finally he was proud. Ah. I think the Pope probably doesn't want the Son of God he trained to change sides. Right? Then it depends on who pays more. I'm short of money. It doesn't matter if the dark church doesn't know the value of the goods. The light church still has his father. So it's safe anyway. As for the difficulty of being an old father, he is a god. What is difficult? A seemingly godlike descent can solve most of the problems. Right? Lucius has no sympathy at all. Lasser is so angry. A filial son. This is really a filial son. He took a deep breath and said neither softly nor hard, I need to remind you, child. Your mother is the Pope of the Dark Church. Are you sure you want your mother to bleed profusely? Anna covered her mouth in surprise. What? My mother is not a Knight of Light? Lucius, who had guessed it long ago, looked calm and even asked in confusion, Why aren't you the Pope? Russer smiled. Good question. Why didn't he become the Pope? Because he didn't want to kneel down to worship his own idol. If he had known that Lucius was such a rebellious son, why would he bother about these trivial matters? Russer was so angry. But he couldn't bear to beat his son. So he simply decided to pack up the little guy and send him to his mother now. Lucius, we are not on the same route. I will give you a unicorn. You can go to the Dark Church to find your mother by yourself. I still need to take Anna back. Anna hesitated, but you are already so old. Don't compete with your sister for transportation. After saying this, Russell looked at Anna. The little cotton jacket. What's wrong? Anna? Anna lowered her head and stammered embarrassedly, Father. Anna. Anna also misses mother. Her voice became softer and softer. And she felt more and more guilty. And she didn't even dare to look at Russell's face. I want to go with my brother to find mother. Russell was silent. Lucius sneered very disrespectfully. Your Majesty, Russell. Do you want to get together with our family of 3? Or go to the Church of Light to pray? Little Lucius was worried about his ugly appearance being seen by his father. So he was particularly sarcastic at this time. You are so old. You won't want to compete with us for transportation. Right? Russer, Russer, of course, chose to go with them out of frustration. This brat? I don't know where he learned from. He talks in a set way. And he is so annoying. If Russell didn't go with him, I don't know what bad things he would say to his mother about him. Look, he hasn't left yet. And they have become a family of 3. Laser was heartbroken. At the same time, Amelia, who was sent away by the beast, also opened the gross scroll on the beast. It was a long scroll. But the beast's back was very wide and stable. She still had more than a day before she got home. So she couldn't help but open the scroll. She was an orphan. And the only person who could be considered a parent was the dean's mother. Right? I wonder what the dean's mother would say to her. Amelia nervously unfolded it slowly. And the first thing that caught her eye was a paragraph of handwritten words by Screech. In February of the XXXTH year of the magic calendar, you set foot in this strange and ancient place for the first time. Were you confused and didn't know the way forward? Below the words that were displayed was a still picture that Screech didn't know how to put up. It was a picture of her sitting in the corner, covering her eye-catching gray eyes with her long hair, lowering her head, looking very inconspicuous, curled up in the corner. But because the surrounding images were blurred, she seemed to be the only center of the picture. Even though she was so low-key, you could still see the curled-up figure at first glance. Unconfident, cold and aloof. Her clothes were gray and full of patches. She didn't need to look carefully to know that under her thick hair, she was confused about the future, numb to life, and indifferent to the outside world. She even seemed to have a hard life. She learned to read at the insistence of her mother, the dean, and then was encouraged to move towards the Screech School of Magic, which preached that as long as you come, you can learn magic. She was an expert at collecting information. She knew about Screech's past glory, and then his downfall. And she also guessed whether this was a joke or a prank. But she still went, just to walk a little longer and endure a little more hardship. If she left, she could also reduce the burden on the director's mother. But Amelia didn't think about not going back. She thought that maybe there were many ways to make money in other places. As long as she went, she would definitely bring a lot of money to the director's mother when she came back. Otherwise, just sell yourself. But she couldn't go back immediately. Until now, she went back with countless gold coins, beautiful defensive clothes, and majestic beasts that she had only dreamed of. It wasn't selling herself out of helplessness, nor was it trampling on her self-esteem to beg for a few copper coins. It was a real return home in glory. Perhaps this is why Screech must instigate them to leave and go back home. Amelia stared at this still picture, not turning to the bottom for a long time. She licked her lips, put the scroll down nervously, then took out a small mirror and looked at herself carefully. Her skin was fair, and her single eyelids were very bright. Even if she was nervous, she was still very smart. The thin calluses on her fingers were left by practicing martial arts, without any roughness. Going down, in order to wear the uniform Screech school uniform during the award ceremony. She also had a beautiful gem medal pinned on her. It was the honor of writing the Stern Journal. In the symmetrical place of the medal, the Intermediate Magician medal awarded by the Church of Light was shining, very beautiful, and dazzling as she had never thought before. Looking down again, Amelia looked at the gray self in the picture, as if she would die in the next moment, and dared not ask for anything, and was stunned. It turned out that she had changed so much. Chapter 135. For the headache of homework. You stayed in the library day and night. And for the new friends you met, you also mustered up the courage to stand on the podium. As Amelia slowly pulled the scroll open, there were static pictures one after another. There were pictures of her trying to find information in the library with a nightlight, looking annoyed and irritable. And there were pictures of her hesitantly standing beside the blackboard to share the information and ideas she found. And then everyone listened attentively. If Screech hadn't specifically listed these pictures, Amelia wouldn't even think about it. But when he listed them, those shadows that were originally hidden in memory flashed clearly in her mind again, as if every detail was familiar to her. It seems, I can still remember the embarrassment and tension at that time. Because of laziness. You were dragged into the small dark room by Screech to study? Look at the little guys who accompany you. Do you have any alliance? Amelia remembers that she was very worried at that time. And she had some resistance. Because at first, she just wanted to muddle through, get a qualification certificate, and go out to make money. Looking back now. Teacher guesses. You must have made good use of the diary at that time. Right? I hope I'm not complaining about the teacher. Actually, I am. Amelia touched her nose, feeling a little embarrassed. But Screech was so annoying at that time. And she felt better after complaining. Amelia has been following the paragraphs of introductory words written by Screech, recalling the stories and feelings at that time while reading. And the more she read, the more she can't stop. Full of expectations. This is your first time to take the monthly exam, and you look very nervous. But the teacher still sees your confidence. You are really a capable girl. But it would be better if you were stronger. For example, you seemed a little disappointed when choosing the talent potion? Believe me, a momentary disappointment can't defeat you. Kid, stimulate your mental power. Look at your future. Learn magic. You are still moving forward step by step. And every step is very solid. Finally, you become a glorious little magician. The pictures here are continuous. From the painful tension on your face when stimulating your mental power, to the expectation and doubt when you see your future, and then to the smile that gradually unfolds after learning magic. Amelia suddenly realized that it was from this moment that she gradually regained her confidence and self-esteem, and no longer used indifference to cover up her failure. She awakened her personality, and she no longer crawled in the swamp, unable to escape, until she got her own junior magician medal under the difficulties of the Magic Association. This is where your dream begins and the starting point of your brave pursuit. This is a hand-painted Q version of Amelia, which was drawn by Siashichin himself. Amelia in the picture is smiling and holding the medal in her hand. There are flowers behind her, just like a fairy tale world, just like Screech's best wishes for her. However, no matter how beautiful the scenery behind her is, no one can ignore the confident and cheerful smile of the fat boy. She is so dazzling. She is the center of the world. Amelia's eyes are slightly red. She doesn't talk much. She rarely speaks in the team of 21 people and is very marginal. She thinks she is not the kind of shining center figure. Not as good as Ophelia Vera. And not as good as Bori and others to attract the teacher's attention. She knew that Screech was extremely tolerant of each of them. Not only tolerant of their personalities, but also considerately getting along with them in slightly different ways, according to their knots, and even family situations. He was very careful. Amelia had never met such a gentle and meticulous elder. But she never thought that Screech could be more meticulous and considerate. It was like a drawing based on what she lacked most in her heart. It was obviously just a cute stick figure. But Amelia still felt touched in her heart. She really wanted to hug Screech at this moment. Amelia calmed down and continued to read. There will always be a chance. She will return to school soon. After returning from the study tour, little Amelia became even more dazzling and was already a qualified captain. When she gave her friends ideas to cheat, she seemed a little annoyed, but it was understandable. If the teachers let you succeed, wouldn't it be a shame? It seemed that she noticed that it was warmer before, and was afraid that the little ones would cry. So she made some embarrassing things about the little ones here to try to make them laugh. It was funny, but it was just a joke. Screech. You? Amelia gritted her teeth and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. It was so annoying. Every time she wanted to give Screech a hug, Screech always did this. The little guy continued to unroll the scroll angrily. The teachers couldn't lose face. They still had to teach little Amelia one-on-one. Is there any teacher that little Amelia liked the most here? There were pictures of Amelia communicating, training, and listening to the teachers. In each picture, the distance between the teacher and the student was so close and intimate. Perhaps it was in this way that Amelia, who was originally cold and indifferent, gradually softened the ice and revealed her soft inner self. These are the pictures taken by the good teachers for you. It is a pity that I missed every day of your hard work. The teachers know that half of your efforts are for Screech, for the teachers, and for teacher me. Siashichin bragged shamelessly. This part of the pictures lacks some charm. For some reason, Amelia can easily see which of these pictures were made by Screech from beginning to end, and which ones were interfered with by others. It seemed that everything Screech gave her was a different feeling. But Amelia couldn't explain why. The appraisal meeting was next. Because the appraisal meeting was very close. Siashichin didn't put many photos, except for one of fighting, one of receiving awards, and a group photo. The first grade passed like this. Time passed so quickly. In a blink of an eye, little Amelia put in effort, emotion, and sincerity in Screech. In a blink of an eye, little Amelia also gained partners, strength, and a bright future here. Congratulations. You have won your own Medal of Honor with your unyielding efforts and extraordinary persistence. Honors flashed by one after another, including trophies, medals, and certificates. These are Amelia's abundant harvests in this year. It was the affirmation from the Magic Association, the affirmation from the Church of Light, the affirmation from the Stern Journal, and the affirmation from Screech. Amelia looked at the last certificate, which was said to have been sent back home, for being an outstanding first-year student, and smiled with tears in her eyes. It seemed that only by seeing this ordinary paper did her year not go in vain. It was almost the end. Amelia pursed her lips and continued to flip through the pages. It seemed to be quite thick. Wow. The little guy is still not satisfied? Teacher Sia couldn't think of more growth files. So why not insert the teacher's comments? Going down, there are comments and blessings from every teacher who taught Amelia. Mance, excellent successor. Come on, kid. You are the most talented and perfect one among our necromancers. You are kind but not weak. And you are strong but not bullying. The teacher likes you very much. Fanny, the Stern Journal is in need of people recently. We just need a calm and good writer like you. Are you interested in submitting an article to us? Teacher Han, if you are not arrogant or impatient, you will become a great man. Siashichin, a proud little guy. The teacher's comments and blessings are all written. It can be seen that each teacher wrote them one by one. They have different handwritings, but they carry the best wishes for the students, and also show a feature of Screech that is different from other colleges. Warm enough. Maybe there are fewer people now, but Amelia believes that even if there are more students, the teachers will not be perfunctory. This is the most persistent point of the teachers at Screech. I didn't expect that there is an additional small gift. Little guy. The parent version of the growth file was sent to your headmaster mother early. In just 10 minutes. She witnessed your hard work and fearlessness in the past year, as well as your irresistible brilliance. She has a lot of things to say to you. Amelia. Are you willing to listen? Amelia's fingers paused. She stared at the line of words, her hands trembling. What would she say? Amelia licked her lips and slowly opened the scroll. She wanted to know what the dean's mother would say to her. Unlike the previous text pictures, this is a dynamic image. I don't know how Screech got it there. Amelia's dean's mother was a charming woman in her 30s. She married her husband for less than 2 years before her husband died on an adventure. She was unable to keep her child. And finally, she chose to live in this orphanage and adopt a group of abandoned children. Although life was hard, she was extremely satisfied when she saw the children's smiling faces. She was the one who taught Amelia to read. Seeing that Amelia had talent, the director mother did not want Amelia to miss the opportunity to study. So she gritted her teeth and supported her to go to school. Until Amelia herself rebelled and said she didn't want to study anymore. Coincidentally, she saw Screech's letter, and the director mother persuaded Amelia to go. She had seen Amelia once when she became a junior magician, and she was very high-spirited. She knew that sending the little girl there was the right decision. Although she felt sad, she did not regret it. Then, she saw the parent version of the growth file, saw Amelia's hard work and persistence along the way, and saw Amelia's gradually blooming brilliance. And she finally smiled. Now, when she was asked to say something to Amelia, she was a little speechless. The headmistress looked at Amelia outside the scroll, as if she really saw her through the photostone, with tenderness in her eyes. Mom is waiting for you to come back. The younger brothers and sisters in the hospital all told me that they want to be as handsome as Sister Amy in the future. I told them. The director's mother stretched out her tone and smiled. Then you have to work hard. Sister Amy is so smart and works very hard. If you can't do it, you can't be as handsome as Sister Amy. But no matter how hard you work, how smart you are the director's mother's big baby. She blinked. This time, do you want to come back to see? Mom really wants to ask you for a warm hug. Yes. Okay. Amelia's tearful eyes suddenly closed, and she covered her eyes with her hands, as if she could hide something. But what should she hide? No. She was still a child. She couldn't let down the expectations of the dean. Nor could she let down Screech's kindness. Amelia wiped her tears, smiled, put away the scroll, and carefully put it into the ring. Unable to come back to her senses for a long time. How long will it take to get home? Not only Amelia. Many students who left on the monster beast subconsciously opened the scroll to kill time, and then were stabbed by Screech. Bori cried with tears all over his face. Because in the end, his father said to him solemnly, I'm sorry, Bori. Dad has read the growth file that Principal Screech gave me. You are very strong and powerful. You are not afraid of difficulties, and are reliable enough. You are the greatest pride of Dad and Mom. But Screech reminded me, asking me if I trusted you as much as I did when I saw this scroll. Bennett said. His voice became lighter. I want to say I did. But I know that I didn't. I treated you as a child. I was worried about your danger, and I didn't let you go to the mercenary group. But my child is so outstanding and dazzling. He can help solve the crisis of the Iron Rose alone. He is so smart and brave. Only his father is a coward, and refuses to admit that his child has grown up and can protect his parents. So, when Screech asked us if we had anything to say to you, I still took the spot. I thought I should tell you solemnly. I'm sorry. Bennett Amos stood up, saluted to Bori, and then smiled ostentatiously. When are you free? Master Bori, the young captain, accompany me to inspect the Iron Rose? If you agree, come back and give me a hug. Okay? Bori cried loudly, nodding while crying, but still remembered to carefully put away the scroll, fearing that it would be scattered. Good brother. Let's go faster. Bori said embarrassedly. I want to go home. He wanted to give Mr. Amos and Miss Yaw a big hug immediately. My cold and face-saving personality made us lack a lot of communication. I'm sorry, Chris. Duke Croft's calm face was filled with guilt. I never understood you well. I always defined you according to my own image, and then gave you some tasks that I thought were right, thinking that was the way for us to get along as father and son. But that was wrong. I have never realized so clearly that I was wrong. I used the unscrupulous behavior of the head of the family to restrain you. But I forgot that you are Chris. You are the proudest little lion of my Croft family. How could you be willing to do such a thing of taking advantage of the fire? Of course, this is also my fault. I valued interests too much. Your persistence is correct. It is me who has always been stubborn. But fortunately, I did not make a big mistake. Mom also wants to apologize to you, child. Although she had a good communication once. This time when she told the child, Mrs. Croft realized that she had not made it clear to the child. Mom always wants to give you the best. But I am worried that your pride will not allow me to do so. Over time, Mom no longer trusts you. But Mom doesn't know. As she said this, Mrs. Croft's eyes were red, and she soon laughed. Your teacher asked me if I only wanted to find reasons to give you all the good things, but never believed that you could get them yourself. And you wanted to get them yourself even more. You don't want us to help you. But you hope that we can give you a little help when you can't do it. But we don't. Your father affirms your pride. And I am afraid of your pride. We are cautious with you. Which makes you dare not raise your hopes. I wanted to refute after hearing it. How is it possible? How can I not understand my child? He is the child I raise little by little. He is the proudest. I am just worried that Mrs. Croft took a deep breath and couldn't laugh. But I have seen your growth trajectory along the way. You are proud. But not arrogant. You will ask for help when you can't do it. And you will help others when you can do it. It is your mother who is afraid of your pride and almost pushes you away from me. Mrs. Croft reflected for a long time and said a lot of things in her heart. Finally, she asked Chris, Mom and Dad have changed. If you are willing to give us a chance to get along again, can you give us a hug? Chris didn't cry, but just looked at this photo quietly over and over again. He was willing. He thought. It was not a big deal. This was too serious. As if it was really something. Drops of clear tears fell on the back of his hand. And he put away the scroll in embarrassment, fearing that it would get wet. Yes. It seems like there is something. The scar healed, but it was still hard to let go. But now, it seems that the scar has gradually faded. He has completely reconciled with his past self. Vera, Dad loves you. You know. Sheldon said very little this time. I watched your growth trajectory with your mother. Your mother has a lot to say to you. I thought about it, and finally gave her more time. If you don't want to, you don't have to look down. You will always be the most important indicator for Dad. Vera snorted. I don't want to hear what she can say to me. The picture seemed to be still for 10 seconds. But Vera did not close the scroll. Sheldon gave up his position 10 seconds later, and let his wife stand in the center. To give birth to a beauty like Vera. Mrs. Muster was very beautiful. But too beautiful. Which fits the image of daughter in people's impression. She was very timid. Which concealed a lot of her beauty. She was very nervous. But she still mustered up the courage and looked at the photo stone. Villa, I'm your mother. She paused, and her voice gradually increased. I saw your growth trajectory set by Screech. Saw you rolling in the mud. Saw you playing with a group of boys. Saw you walking back with wounds all over your body on Chris's back. Vera frowned. Did she still want her to be a well-behaved noble girl? Vera was a little disappointed. But before she could put away the scroll, Mrs. Muster choked up and said, I'm very sad and scared. You work so hard. With wounds all over your body. Just to learn magic. I thought at the time. Why? Isn't it good to let your father raise us? I even thought that you made me look like a joke in the past years. I failed your father's trust and didn't teach you well. But, Mrs. Muster wiped her tears and suddenly laughed. Tell me. I was wrong. My weakness imprisoned your freedom for more than 10 years. You are so beautiful and happy after regaining your freedom. Even if you are injured and encounter difficulties, you are no longer silent like before. At that moment, I suddenly realized that I did have a problem. I wanted to do something but didn't dare to do it. I thought I had arranged the right path for you. I thought it was my love for you. But it was too heavy for you. Child. You shouldn't have to bear it. Mrs. Muster didn't know what the truth was. She thought. Until she saw Vera holding the medal and smiling brightly. She realized that her biggest dream, when she was pregnant, was to hold Sheldon's heart and let her unborn child grow up happily and live a carefree life. She didn't know when she got stuck in a dead end and could never get out. But she saw the child smile from the bottom of his heart. It was a smile that was 15 years late. And it was evidence that she owed the child 15 years. Mrs. Muster said softly, Mom has always had the habit of writing a diary. Recently, I have been reading the past diaries with your father. I want to make up for what I owe you one by one. And I also want to take off the shackles that once bound you one by one. It's difficult. It's difficult for Mom to change her mind. Mom is still very scared and dare not promise you. But Mrs. Muster timidly glanced at Sheldon, who was watching her, and mustered up her courage. Principal Screech said that we must at least give a small promise. One by one. And we can always complete it. If you are willing to believe in your mother, can you give your mother a hug when you come back? She asked carefully, her fingers trembling with nervousness. I will do it. I will definitely do it. Villa was confused. And she also put away the scroll with trembling fingers. And fell into a daze. Trying to hide her mistake. The only thing left in her mind was that hug. Vera didn't know whether she should believe it or not. All 20 little ones received letters from their parents. Shichen basically controlled the whole process. Parents with misunderstandings and conflicts would also be the first to admit their mistakes and bow their heads to their children. Shichen always felt that if the person in a high position was unwilling to lower his noble head, then it would be difficult for this relationship to continue. The relationship between parents and children is the same. If parents are unwilling to admit their mistakes to their children first, then even if the children take the initiative to admit their mistakes, they will not open their hearts to their parents. Their admission, it is not voluntary. Parents set an example and take the lead in reflecting on their shortcomings and regrets when they first became parents. Only when children feel safe enough will they slowly open their hearts and recall whether they have done anything wrong. If they do not feel loved and valued, they themselves are very weak. How can they understand what love is and convey full love? Everyone has limited energy. As parents, they cannot blindly ask their children to understand their efforts. When Shichen was the head teacher, he found that many children's rebellious period or various psychological diseases. In fact, the root cause is not the problem of themselves, but the problem of their parents. Parents are the ones who should conduct psychological intervention. Of course, this is the case in most cases. When Shichen found the same problem here, he did not let the children solve it themselves, but went to the parents, hoping to solve the problem from the source. Perhaps beauty, strength and tragedy are more impressive. But Shichen's expectation for his children is happiness and happiness. A happy family would say some mushy words, and then ask for a hug from the child to bring them closer. A family with regrets and misunderstandings can also take the lead in reflecting on their own shortcomings. After a hug, they will all urge each other to become better. I believe that when he returns next year, his children will have a brand new life. But there is a troublesome child here. Novice. There is really no misunderstanding between his parents and him. It is purely a relationship of exchange of interests. Shichen understood that there are many kinds of feelings in this world, and not all children are as lucky as his Miamu, who have a group of parents who love them very much. After hesitating for a long time, until he saw Novice looking at him with eager eyes, and saw all kinds of desperate efforts made by Novice to clear his name, Shichen finally decided to write a letter to Novice himself. At that time, when Novice took out the scroll and saw the letter from the parents, he actually had no emotional fluctuations. Now that he has become a magician, his family will of course hypocritically make some strange words to win him over. But he doesn't expect it now, so he naturally doesn't care, until he scrolled down and saw a familiar handwriting. He was stunned. "I'm sorry to write to you in this way, child. But the teacher's usual thick skin didn't work. When I thought about whether I should shamelessly pretend to be your parent here, the teacher thought again and again, and still felt embarrassed. So I decided to write a handwritten letter to write down what I wanted to say to you. We knew each other for a short time, only half a year. When we first met, you said you wanted to stay, at all costs. At that time, I didn't care much, but just thought that you had special talents. Maybe you could really do it. Yes, child, your disguise is too poor. I can see at a glance that you are not a healing type. But I think you are kind of cute. I hope you don't mind. After you came back from your study abroad, you did things that I thought were impossible. I looked at you with admiration. But at that time I was thinking that a new student in the class might be repelled by the original children and cause a bad atmosphere in the class. Plus, you are very strong. So I reminded you without thinking that I might get beaten. But in fact, what I thought was that maybe this way, you would get along better. But you accepted all my bad tastes. And my equal treatment made you more dependent on me. When I realized it, I found that I was unworthy of a sincere heart. A sincere heart that was eagerly offered to me. I gradually increased my attention to you. Watching you study hard and integrate into the group. Watching your face smile happily every time you see me. Watching you unable to seriously defend me. And perhaps I gradually discovered your cuteness and shining points. I have to say that Novice, you are a very smart and lovable child. In less than half a year, you made me like you as much as other little guys. I began to plan for you and did some irrational things, but I was very happy. I am very happy to give for you. And I am also very happy to see you working hard for me. But I was shocked when I saw you covered in blood and still trying to clear my name. And when I saw you standing on the podium and stubbornly asking me to give you the award, I was shocked. You are a good child. A child. That is hard to refuse. The Edmund family doesn't like you. And they are indifferent. So the teacher didn't let them leave a mark on your growth file. After thinking about it, I think I am the most suitable one. Maybe you are also looking forward to this letter? Forget it. Just think of it as your expectation. In fact, as long as you want, every teacher in Screech will be your parent, your guardian, and your relative. If you want, you can give a hug to the teacher you want to give when you come back. We will not refuse the hug of such a strong, smart, and dazzling child. Finally, at the end of the year, the teacher wishes you a bright future. You will be free, and you are freedom itself. Shh. Don't tell others. Only yours is the teacher's handwritten letter. Novice never thought that Screech would write to him personally and act as his parent in the parent's message column. Perhaps he had guessed it, but he didn't dare to think about it. After all, it was too impossible. But at this moment, when his wish came true, Novice felt a sense of confusion and helplessness. He didn't even know how he should react. In fact, he could see Screech's attitude towards him at first. Like those auditors, he was another student who failed to enter the school. At most, because he knew Bori and wanted to be in the same class with these friends. He had some special attention, but not much. But when Screech came back and personally found him, arranged for him to go to the Stern Journal, taught him how to do his homework, and checked his safety and health, Novice still fell even though he knew that Screech was just showing concern for students in a routine manner. He thought that if his father could care about him even 1/10 of what Screech did, he would not run away from home so decisively, and would not cut off the weak connection between them so coldly. But his father didn't. But Screech gave it to him. He got the glasses from Screech, and was smug when he heard others say that he looked like Screech, as if this would deepen the connection between them. He stubbornly refused to cut his hair or change his hair tie, even though he knew that there might be ups and downs in his college life in the future. He told himself that this was Screech's tacit consent, and he must be doing it for his own good. So he just had to accept it. He cared about you so much. How could he hurt you? More and more small things piled up, and Novice was completely devoted to Screech after being rescued from near-death time and time again. He didn't want anything in the first place. He just thought that if he gave more, Screech would always notice him, and would not easily withdraw his love for him. Screech said that love is mutual. He could give a lot, as long as Screech didn't take back his love for him. Perhaps even Bori didn't realize that he was jokingly saying that he might be named Screech in the future. How much he wanted, and how serious he was. It turns out that Screech has been watching all this. Novice touched the scroll and laughed silently. He is not an unwanted child. Never. The little guys have already gone halfway through their journey, and the flying boat of the academy is still swaying and moving forward slowly. Jiang Shui yawned and teased Xie Shichen. The little guys will cry when they see the growth files you made. Right? Xie Shichen raised his eyebrows proudly. I visited these parents one by one to counsel them. If I can't even do this, then my time is wasted. Isn't it? Mo Shuzi whispered. You cultural people are so cunning. By the way, how did you deal with that little guy Novice? He asked curiously. Xie Shichen shrugged. None of his parents have a favorability value of more than 0. What can I do? Of course, I wrote it myself. Mo Shuzi. Xie Shichen still looked regretful. It's a pity that I am the person involved and can't see the favorability value. Otherwise, I would like to know how much I like him. People always don't know themselves well enough. Although Xie Shichen feels that he is a little more biased towards the little guy than other little guys, he can't say what he thinks. Of course, Xie Shichen swore that he treated all the little ones equally, and just made up for the missing part of Novice's parents. Jiang Shui's attention was diverted. What's going on? You are on the favorability score? As teachers with system contracts, they more or less know the details. This favorability score is not a big secret, and they naturally know it. Xie Shichen smiled with his eyes bent. Yes. Not only me. Gore. Teacher Han. Mo Shuzi. You are all on it. The favorability panel gradually squeezed out the unimportant people, and even the traces of Novice's biological parents faded. Now, in addition to Borui's bright 95 points of favorability on his panel, the favorability of other teachers was between 80 and 90, and Xie Shichen's own was a hidden 3 question marks. However, being able to appear on the panel proved that he was also a relative recognized by Novice. Xiao Xie smiled very provocatively. Do you want to know how much you have? How much? Jiang Shui came over with shining eyes. This child is so lovable. The teachers treat him as a relative. Mo Shuzi moved his mouth. It's hard to say. Maybe we will be wiped out in the future. And only Xiaxichan will be left. Xiaxichan smiled slightly. It's hard to say. Someone is so stubborn. But his favorability is the only one with 90. Xiaxichan deliberately asked, Teacher Emoshuzi, do you love him so much? Emoshuzi's cheeks were slightly red. And he stood up suddenly and said loudly, This is my apprentice. What's wrong with me taking care of him? What's wrong? Xiaxichan smiled but didn't say anything. Jiang Shui exclaimed, and began to watch Emoshuzi's good show. Chapter 136. Emoshuzi was stared at by everyone and his scalp was numb. He simply said he was going to go into the house and leave. Xiaxichan slowly said to block his way, Teacher Emo, there is a meeting. Don't rush to rest. Emoshuzi, damn. Is that little blind man novice blind even in his heart? Such a bad teacher can also have a filter? Emoshuzi sat down with a stern face, exuding a cold atmosphere, which made everyone laugh. It was really interesting. Xiaxichan knew the principle of stopping when things are going well, and when Emoshuzi was about to go berserk, he coughed lightly and started talking about business. Although the teachers are not all here, we are short of time recently. So let's assign tasks to everyone here in advance. And the rest of you can go back and have a small meeting with your colleagues. Xiaxichan briefly explained the main content. First of all, the most important thing is next year's enrollment. I can't keep an eye on this during the holidays. And Fanny also needs to take care of the Stern Journal. Their entertainment newspaper has to be updated every day during the holidays. And it is also difficult to be responsible. In this way, the management of the two colleges basically has no more time. And other teachers need to worry more. For the recruitment promotion, I will provide the manuscript and let Fanny help with the promotion. I plan to select 1 or 2 people to be responsible for the preliminary screening of new students. Ariel thought, do you have an idea? Xiaxichan smiled and nodded, yes. In this regard, it mainly depends on you and Teacher Han. In the initial screening, his plan is to first screen out the students who fail the personality test. At that time, there will definitely be a lot of students coming to Screech. If all of them are recruited, it will definitely waste a certain amount of teaching staff. Screening must be carried out at the beginning. What Screech lacks now is teachers. They cannot guarantee that teachers can take care of every student every day. In order to avoid accidents, the best thing is to temporarily screen out students who are difficult to discipline and have moral flaws. If they get on the right track, Xiaxichan will have the confidence to slowly pull back the students with crooked minds. But now, he is not sure. So he can only choose the relatively favorable side. Ariel probably understood when she heard that she was needed. How about an exam? I will supervise the examinations on the treatment methods. It will be more convenient to screen out unqualified students at this time. Xiaxichan thought for a moment. Then I trouble you. It is possible that the news that their Screeky selection criteria is a mystery will appear. But it is not a big problem. They have the capital. Xiaxichan continued with the next item. Then, there is the exchange group. I have made an appointment with the principals of Hellwinds and Merim. They will bring a group of teachers here for exchange and learning in the near future. Mainly to learn martial arts and study some technical issues. It's hard work for Teacher Moshuzi, Teacher Jiang Shui, and Teacher Gore in this regard. Gore pointed at himself in surprise. And me? Xiaxichan explained. The main reason is that they have to study the formation of the small black room with us. You are the only time teacher in our college. So you have to go. Of course. It's all in the small black room. It would be great if Teacher Gore can make a breakthrough during this holiday. Gore, Xiaxichan added slowly. I think Fanny will also be surprised. She is almost a big magician recently. Gore was smart this time. She almost succeeded. But I succeeded? Wouldn't she be even more disgusted with me? Emoshuzi was surprised. When did you become smart? You don't step into Xiaxichan's trap anymore? Gore, ? Gore retorted. I just said it casually. I would be more happy if I succeeded. He wanted to prove that he has always been smart. Emoshuzi was silent. And Xiaxichan smiled silently. Man's had a headache, alright. Alright. Hurry up and talk about the next item. What are you arguing about? That's right. Ariel's eyes rolled. She covered her mouth and laughed. Our teacher Gore is very smart. Emoshuzi was speechless to this group of colleagues, who only knew how to harm their peers. Xiaxichan corrected the topic. The next one is easier. And it will be in charge of teachers Mans and Had. The most important thing is to supervise the teachers in the academy, who have not broken through to the level of a magic saint. and hurry up to practice in this small black room. I have released the standards for the Magic Saint. Please don't make it difficult for me. Translation. Otherwise he will take the initiative to ask the teacher. Hard and Mans were expressionless for a moment, looking at Siashichin with eyes full of resentment. Skricky was really honest. So frank that people couldn't scold him, because there was no new word to scold him. Anyway, the simple meeting was over quickly, after everyone was assigned tasks. Siashichin also met two sparring teachers, who were preparing to ask for leave to go home. Under normal circumstances, Siashichin would have given them. But now, since you two are the gatekeepers of the academy, it doesn't seem good to leave the academy during the holidays? Speed and strength sparring teacher, but we want to. Valentina should be back in less than a month. Right? I remember Dragon Island is quite far away. Without a teleportation scroll, it may take more than a month to fly there. Okay. Since you want to. No. We don't want to. The sparring teacher shook his head frantically. We are the gatekeepers. We have to guard the gate. Isn't it just a month without seeing Valentina? They can wait. If they really go back, and Valentina comes back before they see her, they won't see Valentina for at least 2 months. Although somewhat reluctant, the two Mr. Longs still guarded the gate of Screech diligently, ready to be Siashichin's face and thugs at any time, and followed Siashichin around. He got off the flying boat halfway, and it would take at most 1 day by carriage to reach Sad City, which is a town that can be called the transportation hub of the Ace Empire. Siashichin plans to build a Screech basic school here, especially looking for kids under 15 years old to teach them to read, because they don't need to learn magic in advance. There is no need for a very abundant magic territory, just a good environment and convenient transportation around. It was still too inconvenient to travel in this era. Siashichin converted all the things he had secretly taken from the Wizards Association into gold coins through Xiao Xiao, and then successfully bought a large piece of land here. He then provided the prepared drawings to the construction team, left a Mr. Long to supervise, and began to think about enrollment, because the teaching aids needed by this basic college are not magic related for the time being. They can be purchased without Xiao Xiao. However, the teaching aids Xiao Xiao gave were really cheap, and Siashichin was still hesitating whether to buy on credit or make copies directly. Selling on credit is also a big sum, and money can be made, but the principal's position is not so easy to make. Siashichin talked to himself, and finally easily convinced himself to choose to find someone to print after the textbooks are made. It is better to find a magician, so that the efficiency is faster. After all the needs for building the school were prepared, Siashichin was relaxed, and the rest was just to promote it, teaching people to read for free. There should be no lack of audience. Right? Siashichin thought uncertainly. Sell newspapers? Steen Entertainment News. The Magic Appraisal Conference special issue has been updated. Siashichin came back to his senses and slowly raised his eyebrows. Wow. So fast? That's a good deal. Steen Entertainment News. The Magic Appraisal Conference special issue. After hearing this, a red-haired girl paid for 10 copies without saying a word, then put 9 copies into the storage props, and read 1 copy with relish. Shocked. This year's appraisal conference was a surprise, and Screech School of Magic dominated the championship. Runner-up in 3rd place? What? The red-haired girl felt her blood boiling just by looking at the title. The 1st, 2nd and 3rd place are all Screeches? Is that what you mean? Oh my god. It's incredible. While she was talking, she ran home quickly with a bright smile to share the good news with her family. Father! Mother! Have you read this issue of Stern Entertainment News? As soon as GRA stepped into the door, he said to his parents, You didn't read it, right? It doesn't matter. I bought 10 copies and gave them to you. She ignored her parents' solemn and ugly faces, and happily distributed 1 to her parents and brother, as if she didn't know the etiquette. Looks great. Screech School of Magic won the 1st, 2nd and 3rd place. Super. Enough. Mrs. Sada's voice sank. Jella. You are so rude. GRA blinked, puzzled. How am I rude? How rude? Mrs. Sada didn't need to speak. Her brother Yozam sneered. Of course you are very rude, knowing that your brother also represented Hellwinds to attend the appraisal meeting. But you praised his opponent in front of your brother. GRA. Is this your etiquette as a lady? Ah? Is that all? Jella was at a loss. Why didn't you tell me you lost? That's not right. She didn't look at Joshua's ugly face, but lowered her head and flipped through the newspaper, and quickly found what she wanted to read. You didn't even make it to the quarterfinals. What kind of opponent are you? Joshua's face was livid. You. Mrs. Saad was a little unhappy. Jella. Who taught you to talk to your brother like this? Before, you wanted to go to Screech to be a swordsman, and I agreed to you despite the pressure from your father. But now? Now, the threshold for Screech is very high. Right? Even my extremely talented illegitimate brother would have a hard time getting in. Right? Jella suddenly frowned and looked straight at her father. Father, what do you think? If you still make mother feel pressured, we can give up this quota for our Saad family. Count Saad groaned for a long time, and for a moment he didn't know why his daughter, who used to be naughty but obedient, became so sharp-tongued. In the end, he decided to blame everything on her mother. Enough. Meg, Count Saad said unkindly. I am very happy that GRA was able to enter Screech with her own strength. Don't be so petty and bring shame to our Earl's mansion. Mrs. Saada's eyes widened, and she pointed at herself. Count Saad didn't look at Mrs. Saad, but patted GRA's shoulder with a smile. It seems that it was an extremely correct thing for your father to send you to Screech. But GRA, you must also remember that we are all family. Although your brother doesn't get along with you, then let him try. Can I ask the principal to send someone to me after I have already offended Screech? You are really weird, aren't you? Jella rolled his eyes, snatched the newspaper, turned around happily, and was about to go out again. Forget it. Just show you. By the way, Mother, Jella thought for a while, and said sincerely, you always say that I don't have the etiquette of a lady. Don't know the occasion, and don't understand. But I think it's not true. I have etiquette, but I am not a lady. I know the occasion, but I am not a soft bun now. When she said this, her smile became even brighter. So, I won't believe what you said for my own good anymore. Mrs. Saada's face was livid. You. Count Saad frowned. Okay, Meg. GRA is still the child of the Saad family after all. Since she is angry, just let her out. Mrs. Saad felt very aggrieved. Did she want her to be angry? Isn't it because her husband is incompetent? Otherwise, this is her own daughter. How could she treat her like an enemy? Count Saad took the newspaper from his son and read the special issue of the appraisal meeting carefully. This time, the Stern Entertainment newspaper adopted another way of presentation. Because it had already happened. They first reported the results of the appraisal meeting, and then slowly narrated the wonderful moments of the appraisal meeting from the beginning. It just so happened that this appraisal meeting was so unexpected that people suspected that there was an inside story. After their issue came out, the entertainment newspaper with the entire appraisal meeting special issue was definitely selling well. However, the Brito family seemed to have also come to their senses, and also made an entertainment newspaper to broadcast together. The two sides had different focuses, so the competition was not too great. Count Saad bought both newspapers. He compared the information on them one by one, and came to a conclusion that shocked him. Screech School of Magic won the first, second and third place in the individual and team competitions at this appraisal meeting. What a terrifying thing. There are a total of 30 students at most. There must be at least 3 people in the individual competition, and at least 3 teams in the team competition. If the maximum number of people is used, then 21 students out of 30 people won the trophy. Is this really something that ordinary people can do? Count Saad had to ask his eldest son for more details. But Jotham was already full of discrimination and resentment towards Screech. So what good words could he say at this time? He repeatedly cursed Screech. But in Count Saada's ears, he only heard one word: genius. A group of 10-year-old kids, younger than Jotham, became intermediate magicians, even advanced magicians, and mage masters. Count Saada's eyes gradually became hot, and he couldn't even wait. And now he pulled his genius little son into the study. Since even GRA could enter Screech, why couldn't his smartest and most talented child? If even those untalented students could become intermediate magicians, wouldn't his youngest son be able to become a mage in 1 year? Count Saada's heart surged, and his hasty movements quickly disappeared in the living room. Mrs. Saad quietly watched Count Saada's disappearing back, and her eldest son's crazy curses were in her ears. She lowered her head, and the Screech Academy that she once looked down upon has now become a mountain that is difficult to climb. The good news is that her daughter did not lose the chance to enter because of her short-sightedness. The bad news is that she placed her bet on her son. She has been disciplining her daughter and venting her anger from Screech on him. Is it really too late for her to redeem him? Mrs. Sod was not sure. But GRA didn't think too much about it. She moved carefully to the headquarters of the Magic Association and waited. Soon she saw a familiar figure and jumped up with joy. Hollinger. Hollinger? Here. Hollinger glanced at GRA. His brows relaxed and quickly walked over. Did you say it? Jella nodded proudly. Oh my God. You didn't see my big brother's face. Ha ha ha. They were so angry. How could GRA, a carefree girl, suddenly become eloquent? Hollinger taught her. From the description in the first issue of the Stern Entertainment newspaper that a special topic on the appraisal meeting was about to be held, and some silhouettes were given for trial viewing. Hollinger realized that this was an opportunity. A chance for him to reach Screech safely and then terminate the contract. A chance for GRA's mother to let her go to school willingly. Of course, maybe they can go to school without this opportunity. But he is still very happy to use it to reduce some trouble in the future. So Hollinger found GRA, taught GRA some words, and told GRA that these can help her go to Screech to study more confidently. GRA had been annoyed by her mother's sarcasm and her father's cold attitude in the past few months. And she wished that Screech would start school immediately, and she would leave immediately. But what Hollinger said was right. What if the family regretted it and obstructed it? Jella finally decided to do it. She didn't have such great ability. And maybe she couldn't be so dazzling. But she would definitely not be worse than that useless brother. If her family treated her well, she would support them regardless of the past. If her family remained the same, she would work hard to save money, pay back the child support they had paid for her before, and leave this family. Jella didn't dare to do it at first. But the 3 months in Screech changed her. And Hollinger's courage to fight against fate changed her. She would not compromise easily again. Hollinger saw her energetic look and knew that she must have seen the good news. I haven't seen the entertainment newspaper yet. What's the result? Gara handed Hollinger a newspaper without hesitation. Look. Screech won the first, second and third place. Hollinger's pupils shrank suddenly, and he subconsciously lowered his head to read the newspaper in his hand. The first issue of the newspaper did not have much personal content, mostly describing the appraisal meeting, and then talked about the unexpected student award in this issue, and revealed the answer. The champion, runner-up and third place in the singles competition, Scricky Novice, Scricky Chris, Scricky Ophelia. The champion, runner-up and third place in the team competition, Scricky Team 1, Team 3, Team 4. The champion, runner-up and third place in the alchemy zone of the entertainment competition, Scricky Fry. He looked at the list of Scrickys, as well as the various names and rules on it. And with a simple calculation, he could roughly guess the list of Scrickys. In other words, their Scricky students may even have only met the minimum team standard of 4 people to participate in the competition, and still won the champion, runner-up and third place in the competition. As for the names of the 3 people in the singles competition, Hollinger and GRA are even more well-known, especially the first place. He was once an auditor like them. Hollinger's heart was burning. GRA, our choice is right. I wonder if those auditors who chose to leave will regret it. Hollinger didn't know. But he was very fortunate that he firmly chose to stay, and even shamelessly went to find Screech for this. Otherwise, Hollinger didn't know how gloomy he would be. GRA didn't have so many feelings. It's normal, right? The teachers at Screech are really great. We all know that. They chose to leave just because other colleges are more famous. Hollinger said, but now Screech is more famous. That's true. GRA thought that the students took a long time to make the decision. They may regret it, but they shouldn't regret it. But it's hard to say for the parents of the students. Let's go to Avonlea. They are all students of the next class. And we don't know when Screech will start school. As GRA said this, he suddenly thought, would it be bad if we asked the seniors? Not necessarily. Hollinger pondered for a moment. It's okay to meet in the name of individuals and bring gifts. If it's in the name of the family, it's not very polite. GRA didn't beat around the bush. But since Hollinger said it was okay, they would go when they were all together, congratulate the seniors first, and ask if there are any taboos. The former auditors, now the freshman reserve, don't need to worry about anything. Just be happy, and the whole person becomes full of energy. But it must be said that people in the intuitive department have strong intuition. The former auditors rarely regretted their choices. Some of them were persuaded to drop out because they thought that Screech could not force themselves at the beginning. And those who could persist to the end basically had no regrets. But the parents of the students reacted violently. Some of them beat their children directly, because their children embarrassed them once when they were eliminated early in the beginning. And now they are embarrassed again after Stern Entertainment reported it. Although no one said anything to them. After all, everyone was the same. They just felt that these people's eyes were fiery, as if they were laughing at them. Some parents sighed and walked back and forth, still hesitating whether to shamelessly go to Screech and talk to him about transferring their children to another school. Lucy's parents thought so. But Lucy acted very calmly. She only asked her mother one question, "Mom, if you do this, even if Screech agrees, what about Hell wins?" Her mother was stunned and sat down dejectedly. "I took it for granted." Lucy hummed and continued to choose her wedding dress. She was about to get married. Everything was going according to plan. Lucy had no regrets. Of course, maybe a little bit. If she loved magic a little more, she might be happier now? Lucy was not sure. But she was sure that she did not like magic, even if Screech's class was really interesting. Also staying until the end. The McCallan family could be said to be overcast. McCallan had no objection to going to school anywhere. When he went home for the Chinese New Year this year, he heard his mother constantly saying that she had made the wrong choice. And he even asked her if she wanted to enroll at Screech. But his mother was also sober. She understood that when McCallan chose to leave and go to Merrim, it was impossible for him to return to Screech. And enrolling at Screech would only result in losing Merrim's favor, which was not worth it. She would not let her child go. But that did not stop her from feeling regretful. If Screech said that he had the ability to make students become intermediate magicians in 1 year, how could I let my McCallan go to Malham? In the end, she still took her anger out on Screech, even though she knew that her anger was very rude. Whether it was the auditors, the nobles who were once high and mighty, or even the magicians who looked down on Screech. At this moment, they almost thought that Stern was cheating. But if it was really fake, how could the Magic Association not come out to refute the rumor? So, all of this is true. Screech really did it. Not only did they retain their school qualifications, they also won all the major awards at the appraisal meeting. And all the certificates were filled with their names. What an incredible and difficult to replicate scene. Everyone read the newspaper repeatedly with mixed feelings, trying to find a hint of impossibility. But in the end, they didn't find it. In the end, they had to admit that they had to end their self-deception. Screech School of Magic, which allowed students to be promoted to junior magicians in just a few months, and shined at the appraisal meeting, is destined to become the most glorious chapter in the history of the magic world, and the most dazzling existence in the magic school. Of course, at this time, they did not know how dazzling the students' achievements were. They did not simply reach the level of intermediate magicians, but reached the level of advanced magicians, or even magicians. Otherwise, they would definitely be shocked. However, the parents of several students with good grades are all respectable people. So, Dad, it's not necessary. Right? Vera wrinkled her face, hugged her mother's arm, and her cheeks were slightly red. Too high profile. I don't want to make friends with young talents. Sheldon looked at Vera suspiciously. Tell me honestly, are you still obsessed with that bastard from the Croft family? How is it possible? Vera couldn't believe it. What do you mean by that look? I always think of him as my brother. Then what's wrong with holding a party? I just held a celebration party for my daughter, a senior magician Duke, and invited those young people who are not as good as you to attend the party to appreciate your graceful figure and noble temperament. What's wrong with that? I think it is necessary. Yeah, I think so too, Mrs. Muster whispered. Baby, we are not engaged. We are just showing off. Villa, why do you have to find a man to show off? Of course, it is to let those arrogant boys see how excellent his Vera is, and make them feel ashamed. Sheldon said calmly, you are right. Vera, I should call all the young people in the royal city. Your charm should not be known only to those arrogant boys. During the time when Sheldon passed the title to his daughter, many talented men in the royal city emerged like mushrooms after rain. And they all said that it was just right for Vera to marry their children. It was a joke. If his Vera really wanted to find a partner, she would naturally want everything. If she couldn't choose, she would accept everything. She was already a duke. So why would she marry anyone? It was really like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. But he didn't even look in the mirror. Sheldon didn't want to bother his daughter with these troubles. But he had to hold this party. He believed that when the party started, his daughter would definitely let these short-sighted brats recognize themselves. If they still couldn't recognize themselves, that's great. She could scold him to wake him up at the party. How could Vera know that her father had thought so much? She said bitterly, "Father, do you know? Screech is not allowed to fall in love too early. If he finds out, his contribution points will be deducted." Sheldon was surprised. "Really? Then what about your classmate named Lucius?" Vera finally had some conscience. She chose to maintain her friendship with Lucius and change the subject. "Let's do it. But don't invite only young people. I really don't want to be misunderstood." "Okay." Sheldon took a step back regretfully. "I just say it's to celebrate my daughter's promotion to the 3rd grade in 1 year." Vera, Yes. It's a bit high profile. Before Vera could refute, a guard suddenly came to the house. He was her father's confidant. The other party looked anxious. But he didn't shy away from the mother and daughter, Mr. Muster, after Sheldon gave the title to the child. They all called him Mr. Muster before he got the new title. Sheldon asked for it, and it was said that he and his daughter would be like a family. Sheldon nodded and asked the guard to hurry up. "I have found all the information you asked me to find out," the guard said, looking at Sheldon, and then observing his heart. His Majesty Fickle said that he would hold a banquet on Christmas Eve this month to celebrate the heir's leap 3 levels to become a high-level magician of all elements, and announce that she is the only heir to the Empire, and will inherit his throne after graduation. Sheldon looked grim. "Ficker. He actually dared to steal my idea." Vera hurriedly called out to his father, "We are all the same. Don't be angry, Dad. We can think of other reasons." The guard lowered his presence. Duke Edmund next door said that he would also hold a banquet to inform everyone that their Edmund family has a 17-year-old magician. Sheldon sneered. "So what? It's as if the magician is really the heir of his family. Who doesn't know that the Edmund family has a bad relationship?" Vera has heard of it. She thought about how Novice treated Screech like a dog and recognized him as his father, and felt that this party would probably be very interesting. So Vera hugged Sheldon's hand with great interest, and said in a sweet voice, "Dad, let's avoid them. I want to go. I think Novice will definitely do something big." Sheldon's expression suddenly relaxed. "Okay. Then I ask someone to find out the time. If they don't invite us, we go by ourselves." Guard, The guard continued in a serious tone. Duke Croft said he wanted to celebrate his son, a high-level magician, being taught one-on-one by Aurora, and thanked Aurora at the banquet. Sheldon, Captain Amos said he would hold a banquet this month to celebrate his son, a mid-level magician and martial artist, for being able to single-handedly challenge a high-level magician and several mid-level magicians, and for winning first place in the team competition at the banquet. "I heard that His Majesty Russell of the Church of Light is going to hold a farewell banquet for his son, because His Highness the Son of God is now the Son of God of the Church of Darkness. And the Pope of the Church of Darkness also said he would hold a banquet and sent invitations to everyone. Also, His Majesty Fickle wants you to go to the elves to attend the Queen's. Okay. It's not the royal city, so don't tell me." Sheldon's face became colder as he listened. "You have to hold a banquet in these 2 months. Right? Then why can't I do it?" Sheldon snorted coldly. "I'm celebrating my daughter's magic and martial arts double cultivation, which has reached 3 levels in a row. Villa, you can't not support your father. Right? Villa, What else can she say? Why did everyone become so strange after she talked to her family? Do you think you've been acting strange lately? Perhaps it was because they were in tune with each other." Chris had the same opinion as Vera. He asked his father carefully if he had noticed anything wrong. Duke Croft glanced at Chris calmly and said simply, "Ease the relationship." Chris was silent for a long time. "Didn't I give you a hug?" Duke Croft answered seriously, "Your mother said that if I couldn't catch up with Screech even 1/10 of him, she would divorce me and pursue Screech." Chris. "Why? Mother?" So suddenly? Duke Croft's face was full of resentment. He also wanted to know. "And?" Duke Croft snorted, "The neighbors can hold a party for their daughter and son. So I can't be weird?" Chris. "Look at what you are saying. Have you really reconciled with me?" "No. What is there to compare? Didn't the Stern Journal hold a party before?" Chris almost blurted out, but looking at his father's serious expression, he still accepted his fate and held his forehead, as long as you are happy. But I still have to say that Screech will not hold a party. He is very stingy. Duke Croft didn't believe it. He is a person who pays attention to the sense of ceremony. Look at the growth file he gave you. My God. If I hadn't admitted my mistake in time, you would have been seduced by him. Right? Chris wanted to say something but stopped. And finally couldn't help but decided to go out to play. I will go to talk to Vera and the others. I support you in everything you do. Duke Croft didn't know whether he was eager to win or what, but suddenly pulled Chris and asked carefully and cautiously, "Child, do you still like Vera now?" Chris, ? What the hell? Ah, I can't stand it. At the 5-person party, Beauroy drank a glass of wine and collapsed. I understand that their fatherly and motherly love has been awakened and needs to be vented. But it's too weird. Beauroy couldn't believe that such a gentle mother and such a weird father were his parents. After I hugged them, I also reflected on myself. Indeed, I was too jumpy and always made people worry. Beauroy muttered. On the first day, we hugged each other and cried and told each other funny stories. On the second day, we laughed and appreciated each other's past mistakes. On the third day, now it's the 7th day, I even revealed that I didn't wear underwear in Screech and was regarded as a hooligan by Nevis. But they still didn't let me go. Beauroy had a blank expression and a sad face. This love is too deep. Nevis was dissatisfied when his name was mentioned. Beauroy. It was Darren who said you were a hooligan. Not me. You can't let me take the blame just because I was there. Beauroy changed the subject as if nothing had happened. So do you have any way to make parents return to normal? It's normal for them to be a little unbalanced now. Ophelia was calm. I've read the growth file that Screech gave to his parents. To be honest, if I look at it from the perspective of a parent, I would feel proud. But I couldn't sleep all night. What Siashichin gave them was different from what he gave his parents. They started with small things, with every note of change, and with witty words, guiding their memories without making them feel sad. But parents are different. Parents emphasize their efforts, their intelligence, their personality traits, and various things that happened in the college that are worth being proud of and praised. While making parents feel proud, they will not take it for granted, but will feel that their hearts are tightly clenched. Their children are working hard for their future, and they are happy, proud, and even more distressed. They cannot stop their children from pursuing their dreams, working hard, and falling. They can only treat their children better and better in their own way, as if this will make their children feel less pain. Ophelia sighed. More importantly, my mother told me that around October, Screech came to see her and my father, and they talked for a long time. It was during this conversation that my mother felt her failure as a mother, and she was extremely grateful to Screech. Ophelia was also grateful. She thought her family was very happy, but there were still some small shortcomings that made her sad, or small pressures that made her worried and suffocated. However, these insignificant places were magnified by Screech, so that his parents could see and admit their mistakes. The accumulation of these two things made it really difficult for parents to change their mentality. Maybe we should get in touch with them more, Chris thought. They are trying to run towards us, but can't find the direction. We should always take this extra step. That's right. The little guys all started thinking. But only Novice didn't need to think. He only needed to think. When will Edmund's family hold a party? He really wanted to go back to school before Christmas and spend Christmas with Screech. The kind that can't wait. The 5 little guys gathered at Bori's house. Because Bori's parents are responsible for the daily activities of Iron Rose and are quite busy, so they will be relatively free here. Just as they were chatting about all kinds of gossip, a servant reported that a new student from Screech came to visit them and wanted to know more about Screech. New students from Screech? Has Screech started recruiting students now? Vera tilted her head in confusion. Isn't it recruiting in January? Auditor. Novice answered her casually. Have you forgotten? I was promoted from an auditor to a regular student. Oh, auditor. Vera muttered. Why did you come to us? Wait. Let them in. Bori's eyes lit up. This is a good thing. Vera curiously leaned over, and Bori winked. It's too slow to rely on us to promote it alone. Let the freshman reserve also help, so that there will be more topics. Novice knew Bori very well, and knew that there must be more than this. Otherwise, he would not have such a mean expression. What else? About Screech's enrollment. Novice asked a few more questions. Boris smiled mysteriously. Also, how can we not have an insider when we train our juniors? Others, Bori, you are really smart. Boris smiled. If you don't want it, I will. It just so happens that there are not enough freshmen in reserve. I am afraid that more than 20 people are not enough. I want it. Who said I don't want it? Villa interrupted Bori immediately. I remember there are only 4 auditors left. I want one. Well, ladies first. 2 of you. Let me go. Ophelia blinked, smiling gently and generously. Navies and Chris questioned at the same time. 2? Without waiting for Ophelia to explain. Bori was also shocked. 2? Which 2? Chapter 137. Ophelia was sweating a little. How could she tactfully express that she just accidentally forgot about Novice? Ophelia became more and more silent. Vera looked at Ophelia, then at the 3 men, and spoke to help. Well, 4 reserves are too few. Maybe we will have to compete with everyone. 2 or 3 are not important. Chris looked away to save face. Novice shrugged. He was in a good mood and didn't explore it. Bori, he snorted. Let's fight. Novice and I will join forces, and we will be invincible. Novice was embarrassed. Bori, where did you read the lines again? This time it was not only second year, but also a bit rustic. Bori did not answer but asked. Isn't it cool? Novice was silent for a while, and chose to go against his heart. Cool. You are really cool. Chris and the other 2 were disgusted. And Bori happily asked someone to call them in. Because Stephen's family is not from the royal city. Only the 3 little guys from the royal city came. Alowin, Gra, and Hollinger. The 3 of them walked in one after another, handed the prepared gifts to the housekeeper, and then bowed considerately to the 5 seniors. From now on, we are juniors. No need to be so polite. Vera smiled, and pulled Gra to sit down. Chris nodded to Hollinger and the others and pointed to the sofa. There are snacks on the table. Don't be restrained. Their kindness made the 3 freshmen relax a lot. It was Hollinger, who was more talkative, who started it. I'm sorry to bother you seniors. We are the next class of freshmen. We are a little worried about the information related to the college admission. So we decided to visit Senior Bori together. Because Bori is the easiest to visit and the easiest to get along with. Everyone understands and doesn't pay attention to this small detail. Ophelia said gently. Yes, Bori is very comfortable here. We just came out for a walk and got together by chance. Bori got straight to the point. You want to ask about the precautions for admission. Right? Don't be nervous. We will tell you later even if you don't ask. Bori shrugged and sighed. To be honest, although we cleared the name of Screech at the appraisal meeting and told everyone that Screech School of Magic is a very good school, we are still worried that everyone will have concerns. Bori joked. It is well known that our principal is a muggle. 11 shook his head. The principal is very good. He teaches very well. Nevis cast an admiring look at 11. Vera poured them tea generously. Yes. Yes. I think it's those old-fashioned people who are not very capable, who are fussing about it. My God. Are there still students who would choose a future that is not good for themselves because of their nonsense? I really can't understand it. Vera blinked. Of course. We students are always worried. So we will still try to tell everyone that Screech is good. Gara nodded heavily. We will too. Only when you enter Screech will you know how good the college is. Get hooked. Villa and Ophelia looked at each other. And Ophelia asked gently, what kind of information do you want to know specifically? They have been won over. And now it's time to increase their favorability, sense of responsibility, and finally reveal their plans. Perfect. The 3 students have never learned such fancy, but useful things as 36 stratagems of thick black school and PUA. Although they think the seniors are too good. They think that the teachers at Screech are also good. But they just have bad tastes. So they didn't think too much. And Gra asked directly, Senior, I want to know what we are learning. Ophelia and the others showed their kindness. And Gra also got close to them. We have been in the academy for too short a time. And we don't know what we will learn in the future. We are not mentally prepared at all. Ah. This. The 5 seniors were sweating profusely. They seemed to vaguely remember that Screech said that the next class would not be as rushed as they were. And they only needed to become junior magicians at the end of the first year? But specifically, thinking about the various basic courses of those teachers, and the various dazzling courses of Screech, they really can't grasp the ideas of the teachers in the college. Chris could only say tactfully. The college is still considering the courses. You are different from us. We have the sword of the appraisal meeting hanging over our heads. So the courses are naturally more important. Your courses should be just right, and not too intense. Gile breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Is it the intensity like when we were eliminated as auditors? The 5 seniors looked at each other uncomfortably. And finally poked Novice, who was very similar to Screech, and was very good at lying. Novice, ? He racked his brains and thought about it. Maybe it will be stronger. You are getting stronger and stronger. And it is impossible to maintain the same state forever. Otherwise, there will be no improvement effect. Of course, it may also be weaker. The teachers at that time were very careful to select good seedlings. By the way, can I tell you about the more fixed time of the academy? The 3 freshmen nodded continuously. Novice talked freely. The time may be slightly different from when we were auditing. But we should have morning exercises and evening exercises every day. Our college emphasizes the dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. Just like we did at the appraisal meeting. Novice quickly attracted all the attention of the freshmen. GRA even explained from time to time. Really? Really? Senior Bori defeated a high-level magician with 1 sword? This is too cool. Bori smiled reservedly. Just normal performance. Normal performance. Novice nodded. Yes. So it is necessary to practice both magic and martial arts. We can't be helpless when someone gets close to us. Nor can we be let go by others. The 3 freshmen nodded continuously. That's right. Screech School of Magic is indeed the best magic school. And they are very thoughtful. Novice looked at Chris next to him, and motioned him to take over. Chris was silent for 2 seconds. Then slowly spoke. Let me tell you some small points. The school has training clothes. So it is recommended that you prepare a few more sets. People with mysophobia should estimate the time or be mentally prepared. Time is tight. And it is not worth wasting time on daily bathing. Oh, yes. The class time is usually divided into morning and afternoon mode. And there is a class meeting every Friday. Which is very interesting. Chris simply talked about what they did in the class meeting. Some went to the monster park to touch monsters and make barbecues. Some played sand tables and listened to Screech's analysis. And some fought guerrilla warfare in Teacher Fanny's magic forest. In a word, it's awesome. The more the freshmen listened, the more they yearned for it. And felt that they had waited so long, and it was really worth it. Chris looked at Vera next to him. And it was Vera's turn to take over. Vera was listening with great interest. When he was suddenly called, he was stunned for a moment. But he quickly reacted. I'm talking about something closely related. Contribution points. Screechy Academy requires contribution points. Of course, coins should also be used. But some items need to be purchased with contribution points. They are very important. Although they can be obtained through tasks. They are often difficult to obtain. Every point is very important. Ophelia pondered for a moment when she took over. Don't you have regular assessments during the elimination period? In fact, our Screech system is to conduct regular assessments. She dropped a depth bomb, which woke up the freshmen from their happiness. Elvin realized it later, and was horrified. Are you also taking exams every 2 weeks? No. Once a month. Ophelia calculated. Probably every 4 weeks. And the content is what you have learned so far. If you fail the exam, you can take a make-up exam. When everyone was relieved, she changed the subject. But the make-up exams are harder and harder. The more times you take them. There will even be questions beyond the syllabus. Which means that the content is not in the textbook, but in the library. 3 freshmen, I see. It's best to pass it in one try. Right? They seemed to be covered with thick dark clouds. And they were no longer happy. Oh! It's just a make-up exam. Compared to the teachers, you will think that the make-up exam is nothing. This is the truth from the bottom of Bo Rui's heart. Our course schedule is different from yours. And some of us don't know when you will start. But we also have study tours and combat assessments. The theoretical subject exams are also divided into practical exams and theoretical exams. It's quite fun. You will know when you enter the school. Good. Fun? The 3 freshmen were a little bit unconvinced. But when Bori and the others casually talked about some trivial things about the college, the freshmen were still excited and yearned for the college more and more. When they had almost finished talking, Ophelia was about to reveal her true intentions. It's just that our admissions don't look at talent. There is no fixed standard. and I'm afraid it will be difficult to select. She showed a sad expression. I volunteered to help Screech solve the problem. And Screech also agreed to let us help select suitable freshmen. But I'm still unsure. Bo-Roy helped to sing the tune. That's easy. Didn't our Hollinger 11 and GRA come in through layers of screening? Why not ask them for experience? Ophelia instantly looked at the 3 freshmen. Is it okay? She said considerately. If it's inconvenient. Don't force yourself. Of course. Gra agreed without hesitation. Senior. If you ask. I promise to tell you everything. Ophelia smiled with relief. This chat lasted almost the entire afternoon. It was not just about learning from others. Later in the chat, Ophelia and the others showed the freshmen the benefits that this year's freshmen could get. Forums and class groups. Oh my god. When I was being tortured by Screech, if I had such a reliable outlet for venting, I would have been so happy. And this year, we, the seniors, helped in selecting the freshmen. The teachers did not do anything, saying that it was a gradual process for the freshmen. They are so happy. That's right. We have no experience at all. And we have to be careful not to cause excessive harm. Oh, I'm a little unwilling. The acting skills of the seniors were first-rate. And they pulled the 3 freshmen into their camp in just a few words. What? They still have a way to vent their complaints? They don't have any. They come back to the dormitory exhausted every day and have to study late into the night, fearing that they will be eliminated the next day. What? They are actually trained by the seniors? They didn't either. They were trained by teachers. Each one was more cunning than the other. And they were tested with tears in their eyes every time. What? They can't even overtrain? Why? Because they are not auditors? No. Jella clenched his fists. This is too unfair. Yes. So I want to learn some experience from you. I can't favor one over the other. Ophelia said meaningfully. This is also good for them. Isn't it? They can decide whether to stay in Screech for the next 5 years after they fully understand Screech's style. Yes. That's how it should be. Gara's blood boiled. They should suffer in advance. Villa blinked and came forward. How about you help us? The 3 freshmen said without hesitation. Sure. Then, there was nothing else. The 8 people reached an agreement. One went to persuade the last freshman, Stephen, and the rest began to promote Screech. If there are not many students, how to eliminate them? The little guys were calculating. Special topic of the appraisal meeting, student elimination match. Theme, the appraisal meeting has set new rules. The cup battle is in full swing. And the most shining winner is? Damn it. The Stern Entertainment newspaper is really getting more and more secretive. A magician muttered as he bought the latest entertainment newspaper and compared it with another copy of Breno Entertainment newspaper and read them together with relish. Since he learned that the champion and runner-up were won by Screech, he began to have unlimited interest in the appraisal meeting. I really want to know what the truth was at that time. Fortunately, the Stern Journal is updated daily. After explaining the ending, the entrance, and the participation of each college, it is now time for the competition. The content of this issue of the newspaper is very intense. And he has not moved his eyes away from the newspaper. Oh my god. It can be done like this. Oh my god. The crystal ball is mostly from Screech's perspective. Oh my god. Screech's students actually have a magician. What? The magician's eyes were wide open. And he looked at the words on the newspaper repeatedly to make sure he was not mistaken. Novice, a participant in the Screech solo tournament, has been promoted to a magician. To ensure the smooth progress of the exchange meeting, Novice will seal himself to the level of a senior magician to compete. Yes, you read it right. It is a magician. Novice. It seems that I have some impression of him. But isn't he an intermediate magician? How? The magician swallowed his saliva, and his eyes gradually became terrified. Screech Magic Academy. So terrifying. Coincidentally, the Stern Entertainment News has become a must-read newspaper for everyone after dinner. Many people can't even sleep if they miss one issue of the newspaper. The most surprising thing is that the advertising space of this issue of the Steen Entertainment newspaper was occupied by a group of Royal City nobles. The Muster family held a celebration banquet on December XX. The young Duke of Muster was promoted 3 levels in a year and became the youngest high-level magician who practiced both magic and martial arts. The Amos family. The Croft family. One by one, with the descriptions and images of the elimination round. Everyone was jealous and envious. They were jealous because they had reached a height that they could not reach at a young age. And they were envious because their families even held a banquet to promote them. There are also many nobles who are going to send all the children who are originally going to other academies to Screech. And some even call all the children of the family to come. No matter what. They will sign up first. Who wouldn't be jealous of such results? The few children who are envied by everyone are holding frequent exchange meetings. Originally, they wanted to say it at the banquet, which would be more formal. But there were too many people at the banquet, and the audience was also very mixed. So they couldn't hit accurately. So they decided to hold a few exchange meetings before the banquet started, and call all the noble children of the right age to talk. If they come a few more times, they will always help to promote it spontaneously. The 5 of them often held exchange meetings at the same time. At first, everyone was still hesitant about whose exchange meeting to go to. But later they didn't care at all, because the theme of their exchange meeting was Screech's School Life Exchange. To be honest, everyone was really curious. Not really going to Screech, but just curious about how they were promoted so quickly. However, they were destined to be disappointed by this. The students were very good at grasping the degree. They would say what they should say, and would not say a word that they shouldn't say. Therefore, the students who came here only heard some trivial things. Screech has a very cute book elf, and the library has many books. Screech's Monster Park is so beautiful, and Screech's meditation room is so comfortable. Screech's teachers are very strong, such as Teacher Gore, who is also very kind. Although they are just some small things, they gradually piece together a very beautiful college life. They live freely, and the teachers are very caring for them, speaking to them in a gentle voice, with a pleasant face, and actively solving problems. Their assessments are also very interesting. They are not traditional duels. For example, they run through mazes or find gems, full of childish fun. They also have class meetings, potions to strengthen the body, and alchemy teachers who teach them how to do experiments. My God, this is simply a paradise for students. It's just a little hard. The teachers always want to teach us everything they know. There is still some pressure. I'm afraid of disappointing the teachers' expectations. The students tactfully mentioned the hardship of the college. Everyone who attended the class was even more yearning. What's the hard work? The most important thing is that they want to teach them everything they know. No secrets. What a good teacher. What kind of magical school is Screech? Some people said directly on the spot. I will tell my family when I go back that I want to apply for Screech. I have average talent. If I go to Merrim, I need a recommendation letter from the Magic Association. The Magic Association costs a lot of money. It's better to go to Screech. There is no threshold. Yes. The seniors can guarantee safety during study tours. I heard from my sister at Hellwinds that study tours are very dangerous, and you need to prepare a lot of life-saving things. I also want to go to Screech. I heard that GRA had a conflict with her mother because of Screech. I used to say that GRA was stupid. It turns out that we don't know the good of Screech. Every time I said I liked Screech, my mother would talk about the Muggle headmaster. Now, she saw that Screech had cultivated so many geniuses, and she didn't say a word. She said she would pack my luggage and leave for Screech immediately. I don't know when Screech will start recruiting students. I heard there are so many books there that you can't finish reading them. Everyone was chattering, and their originally wavering hearts settled down and chose the same option. They are going to register at Screech. And the seniors who elaborated on the advantages and glossed over the disadvantages, or were even vague, were hiding their merits and fame. Anyway, their college started early, so they could try to trick them in first. If it doesn't work, they can go to other colleges. Just think of it as adding a colorful resume to yourself. The little guys looked at their achievements and happily increased the number of exchange meetings. Novice even paid out of his own pocket to print a lot of flyers, and had people distribute them in various empires, striving to spread the news of Screech's recruitment to all parts of the world. It's not that there were no small accidents. For example, Principal Merrim accidentally discovered that Screech, the old fox, was trying to attract her attention while printing flyers to recruit students. After returning, he cursed and couldn't wait to promote his own college. This year's recruitment promotion started early by accident. But before that, there was another very important thing. Edmund's celebration party. They were the first to hold the celebration party. It was not because they were impatient, but because other families did not tell Duke Edmund when they bought the advertising space in the Stern Entertainment newspaper. By the time Duke Edmund found out, the good days had been picked by these families, and there was not a single day left. He now had only two choices: either to choose the same day as those families, or to advance the date he had expected. If he did it earlier, the time would be tight and there would always be mistakes, which he didn't want. But choosing the same day as those people? Edmund would not choose this even more. He knew that his title was obtained in a very improper way. It could even be said that his title was obtained by picking up the leak, and was despised by many nobles. Now, among these noble families, even if it was a banquet held by Iron Rose, their family would avoid it if possible. Bennett made friends widely, and compared to a duke without real power, they were more willing to repay Bennett's favor. Therefore, if it coincides with their date, then we can only admit that we are unlucky. There will definitely be very few people coming from Edmund's house, which is not the result Edmund wants. But if it is postponed, to be honest, Novice now has a premonition that he can't control. Novice is too good now. He is no longer a child who can be controlled by whipping and titles. He is even a time mage. Duke Edmund is just a drunkard and can't beat him at all. The family elders he hired can beat him. But if he lets the elders take action, where will his face be? It is still the most important to be gentle. However, the embarrassing thing is that Novice said on the first day he came home that he would leave after Christmas at the latest because the academy had urgent matters. What can he do, seeing that everyone chose to hold a banquet before Christmas? What did he not understand? They were all worried that their children would leave and hurry to hold the banquet. His Novice did not lie. Edmund breathed a sigh of relief and finally chose to hold the banquet early. Novice is a magician. He will definitely attract everyone's attention. He will be the first to hold a banquet, which will make everyone happy to attend the banquet. And he will have both face and money. In order to stabilize Novice, he brought his wife to cultivate his relationship with Novice before the banquet. Child, I am very happy that you have become an excellent magician. From the moment I gave birth to you, I knew that you would definitely be my pride. Mrs. Edmund held Novice in tears, smiling from the bottom of her heart. Look, your father also came to see you. He recognizes you very much. Mrs. Edmund thought that Novice was soft-hearted and easy to control. Another child might not have the same good talent as Novice. But, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Lady Edmund looked at Duke Edmund with a shy look, which made Duke Edmund's blood boil. He thought so too. As expected, the wife his father had appointed for him. The children born to her were better than those illegitimate children. He just had to favor his wife more, and he could control her and Novice. He knew how much Novice cared about his mother. When his wife gave birth to a new child, Novice would certainly have to support her for his younger brother. As for him, who would complain about not having enough excellent children? Oh, of course. Duke Edmund rolled his eyes. Yes, Novice, you are your father's pride. I have been strict with you in the past because I want you to succeed now. You are a good child. The credit was directly given to him. Novice almost laughed out of anger. Why should he give up the credit of his family's screech? Novice asked casually. In that case, the title you mentioned? Duke Edmund spread his hands. Novice, didn't I say that? My position is only for the best heir. You are indeed the best now. But father is still very young. What if there is someone better than you in the future? You are a big boy now, so you can't cheat. He would not give up the title casually, like Sheldon, the idiot. Nor would he promise the position of heir to anyone casually, like Croft, the henpecked fool. He understood that no matter how much Novice liked his mother, he still had resentment towards him. He had to hold the stick and the candy, which was the whipping that Novice feared the most and the title that he desired the most. Finally, it was Novice's weak spot. His mother. Only in this way, Novice will be obedient. Of course, he is not an unreasonable person. He will pass his title to Novice when he dies peacefully, if he is as good as before. But he still has to keep calm. Duke Edmund patted Novice and encouraged him. I believe you must be the best. Novice did not comment. He pulled the corner of his mouth and looked at his mother for the last time. What do you think? Mother? I think I should be qualified to be the heir. Right? Why not this banquet? Naevius. Mrs. Edmund called Naevius urgently. She looked at Duke Edmund nervously, and saw a hint of displeasure on his face. Mrs. Edmund hurriedly pulled him back. Sir, you know, Naevius is just too proud. Duke Edmund sneered. He doesn't even want to listen to me. That's not the case. Mrs. Edmund winked at Naivius. What's wrong with this kid? He has to say something discouraging when he's doing well. As long as he can keep being excellent. The title will be his sooner or later. She can still win the heart of Duke Edmund. I don't know why she became so stupid after a trip to Screech. And she even implicated her. Lady Edmund licked her lips, tiptoed to kiss Duke Edmund on the lips, and said casually, maybe he just missed the force you used to whip him. You know, Nevis is the most filial. Duke Edmund's eyes softened instantly. The child is grown up, and he can't be beaten at every turn. Nevis should also know his mistake. Right. Nevis? Novice quietly looked at his mother, whom he had protected for more than 10 years, since he was 4 years old. Every time he was whipped, it was his mother who initiated it. His father never took the initiative to be the bad guy. Before he was 12 years old, he always thought that his mother was helpless and had no choice. He had to become strong to protect his mother. But when he was 12 years old, he accidentally heard his mother scolding him in the room for always making his father angry. Wanting to have a more obedient and smarter child with his father. Wanting to win his father's heart. And thinking that his father had so many lovers and illegitimate children because he was not motivated. He suddenly understood a truth. Maybe all mothers in the world love their children. But his mother is not like that. She loves herself more. She only has herself and love in her eyes. But Novice doesn't blame her. No one requires mothers to love their children. He is just a little lost. In the end, he still has to protect his mother. Until now, he has a closer connection. His mother abandoned him again. And he can also give up his mother. Novice's mouth curled slightly. Yes, father, I will perform well at the banquet. Completely cut off ties with the muddy past and usher in a new life. The news that Edmund was going to hold a banquet for his mage son spread throughout the royal city in an instant. 3 days later? This time is too urgent. Xia sat on the sofa and looked at the invitation, frowning slightly. Edmund is really shameless. Bennett was peeling an apple and nodded when he heard it. That's right. His family Novice came to our house for dinner many times. In my opinion, it is our family that should host the banquet. Even though Novice was often starved and locked up, he actually agreed to hold a banquet now. How kind he is, Bennett whispered. My little Bori is so kind. If it weren't for Bori's warmth every day, the little guy might not have survived. Now that Edmund shamelessly picked the peach. Bennett grinned. What a good son. Xia glared at Bennett. Don't talk nonsense. That's Bori's friend. Bennett shrugged. Okay. I hope he can take care of my little Bori in the academy. Bennett was just being sarcastic. To be honest, Novice had done a favor to their family when he was careless and took Bori out and got lost. It was Novice who saved Bori with his own life. When they found him, he was only breathing his last breath. Such a great favor cannot be repaid by Iron Rose's usual care. Bennett sighed. Has this child not seen clearly yet? With his parents, it doesn't seem like they have any feelings for him. Instead, they use him as a tool. But it's hard to say. Bennett and Xia threw the invitation aside. They wouldn't go anyway. Mom and Dad. Bori rushed in. The Novice family is going to hold a banquet. Did our family receive the invitation? Bennett pointed to the invitation on the table. Here. Do you want to go? Excuse me. Bori. If you go, you will bring attention to that useless Duke. And we might even be ridiculed. That's right. Captain Amos trained Novice as his heir and wanted to snatch the child. But he still lost to the biological father. Just thinking about it, he knew how explosive this title was. Bori waved his hand. What are you thinking? Of course I'm going to go. Novice is going to be named Screech. So of course I'm going to join in the fun. Bennett and Xia both widened their eyes. What? Screech? Xia couldn't even maintain her cool appearance. What's going on? Curiosity.jpg. Bori scratched his head. I don't know the details. But Novice said he would sever ties at the banquet. And said that as long as Screech was willing, he would be the backbone of the next generation of the Screech family. I wanted to say the heir. Screech had said a lot about his celibacy. But Navius felt guilty and quietly changed it to the backbone. Bori thought with gloating. I think Duke Edmund will be mad. Right? The good party has become someone else's. Give birth to a good son. Too good. Their family is not worthy of it. Bennett leaned in to listen to the gossip with great interest. Talk more about the son. What else does he want to do? I help him. Haha. If that Edmund looks down on him. Bennett. If he doesn't ridicule the other party at this party. He is not named Amos. Boris smiled. Yes. There is one thing. He approached his parents mysteriously. Novice was originally going to attend the banquet and leave. But our family's banquet was held nearby. So he promised me that he would attend the banquet with me to thank our family for taking care of him since he was a child. Bennett only thought of one thing. Blinking his eyes. Really? Thank you very much? Can he become the backbone of my Amos family? Sia. Bennett. Be more reliable, and don't embarrass the child. Boris slapped his thigh. Dissatisfied? Mom, what is the relationship between me and Novice? This is not embarrassing. Sia hesitated. Her children are good in every way. But sometimes, they have no sense of boundaries. What do you mean by what is the relationship? No matter how good the relationship is. Can he still be the child of their Amos family? Boris chuckled. Novice said that he couldn't let Screech take him in as a son to take care of him. In the future. He won't have a surname. Just Novice. And he will be free. Then I asked him if he could take my surname Amos. And he said? Boris was delighted. Yes. But it's not necessary. If you agree, he can claim the godparents at the banquet. Bennett and Shia, shock. What a slap in the face. Agree. Must agree. Shia stood up immediately. I go prepare some ceremonies. Bennett smiled even more. Like a Maitreya Buddha. I knew Novice was a smart kid. It's better not to have a surname. Freedom. Adding a surname is not good for anyone. It's easy for someone with ulterior motives to use it to spread bad rumors. Anyway, not having a surname doesn't prevent him from claiming the godparents. From now on, he can just call me Godfather. Bennett patted Boris on the shoulder, grinning from ear to ear. Boris, you've made a good friend, and brought honor to our Amos family. No, to your father. Me, the son of the former Duke, volunteered to be his family's godson. And he's also an excellent magician. Who else in the royal city can get this kind of treatment? This kid has been dragging down and mocking their Amos family and Edmund family. From now on, I guess no one will dare to laugh at his family for being a fake noble without a title. Right? This is so annoying. Bennett was very happy. But he also knew that he couldn't spread the news. He was worried that he couldn't control himself. So he just didn't go out these days. Boris was the same. Although his acting skills had improved, he was still worried that he would affect Novice's plan. Novice would tell him only if he believed in him. So he had to keep it a secret. But for such an important occasion, Boris still had to dress nicely. Boris spent 2 days just choosing a dress, and was only reluctantly satisfied the day before the banquet. It was more grand than his own family's banquet. Time flew by, and it was the day of the banquet. The banquet was usually held at night, but the Edmund family had to be busy during the day. Novice was asked to wear the prepared dress early, dressed like an exquisite gift. His expression of indifference made his illegitimate brothers and sisters, who were watching him, jealous and sour. You are just lucky. There has never been anyone in the magic world who can be promoted from an intermediate magician to a mage in 1 year. I think he must have used some shameful means. Suya Edmund sneered as he spoke. Father doesn't know now. When he knows, will he still recognize you as his heir? Novice raised his eyes calmly. First, you don't have any shameful means. Second, you are not an heir. What? Brother, you are so outstanding. But you are not an heir yet? The other brother Edmund listened, and his eyebrows were instantly surprised. But he still restrained himself, not wanting to be too proud and then be laughed at by Novice. What's going on? This time, my father made such a grand ceremony that I thought he was going to announce the identity of the heir. Although the heir can be abolished, the announced heir will generally inherit the title smoothly unless he has committed a serious fault. After all, the king on the seat does not like nobles who do not keep their promises, and he is more likely to take back the title directly. Nadius did not care about the other party's joy, but said in a light voice, Father said that his title will only be given to his best child. In other words, Novice is not the best in his father's eyes? Suya Edmund hesitated. Are you lying? How could your father be dissatisfied with you? If he is dissatisfied, he will not hold the party. Novice nodded to the maid who had already arranged his clothes, and then said slowly, Why should I lie? It's not good for me. Father said that he wanted an excellent heir. Novice said this, and glanced at everyone with a smile. Father is still very young. It seems that you have no chance, Novice said as he turned and went downstairs, ignoring the sullen faces of the crowd. Brother Edmund broke his guard and shouted, "What are you so proud of? Do you have a chance?" "I don't need a chance." Novice's voice came from afar, full of confidence. Everyone fell silent. Indeed, Novice is also very young, and he still has strength and time, which may not be comparable to the newcomers. I really can't accept it. Chapter 138. The Edmund family's banquet was very grand. In order to show the family's generosity and luxury, Duke Edmund even moved a lot of Christmas funds to hold this banquet. Although it was a bit extravagant, it was still worth it. Cultivating a 17-year-old magician was a miracle no matter where he was placed. And it could also bring supreme convenience to their Edmund family. Such an important banquet naturally had to ensure that there were no mistakes. Duke Edmund not only memorized all the speeches himself, but also asked Novice to recite them as well, without any mistakes. Even before the banquet started, he drove his noisy illegitimate children to the attic. Except for a few talented and righteous illegitimate children who stayed behind. Yes, he didn't even have a daughter. He could just marry his daughter off. Duke Edmund thought that letting his daughter appear was a stain on this banquet. He was cheerful all day long, and he never forgot to bring his wife, who he once thought was not presentable, wherever he went. Don't get me wrong. It was just to better control Novice at night. Novice was not concerned about the matter. When asked if he had memorized it, he said he had. When asked if he remembered the process, he said he had. He behaved very obediently, which made Duke Edmund breathe a sigh of relief. As expected, the baby elephant needs to be educated from a young age. Lock his feet with iron chains, and whip his body with whips to make him obedient and timid. He only knows how to submit to you. Look, he is stronger than me now. So what? He is still extremely obedient? Duke Edmund said proudly to his wife. Lady Edmund nodded in agreement. Of course, if there is another one, and they support each other, the Edmund family will surely be able to move to a higher level. Yes. The Duke Edmund's eyes softened when he looked at Lady Edmund, thinking that it was not yet time for the banquet and no one had come. He was very itchy. So he simply carried Lady Edmund upstairs. An illegitimate child of the Edmund family sneered at Nevis. Look, your mother already wants to have another child. Nevis did not answer, but sat quietly in the living room, waiting for the banquet to begin. The illegitimate child felt bored. He glanced at the corridor and confirmed that Duke Edmund was gone before he said smugly, "Where does the friendship in our noble family come from? You should learn from me. My mother had a difficult labor when she gave birth to my brother. Now she can no longer have children. Naturally, she can only rely on me and support me." Navius raised his eyes slightly. The illegitimate child thought that Novice affirmed him. He sneered. "As weak as you are, you will never be the most important person in their hearts." "So what?" The tired man finally spoke, his face full of surprise. "Are you the most important person in your mother's heart? If I want to recognize her as my mother, do you think she will abandon you?" The illegitimate child's face turned pale. "You? Very boring." Navius used to think that these good brothers were mountains that he could not cross. But he had to pay a lot of price. But now, he is not willing to waste time on them at all. So, when does the banquet start? Little Novice was very uneasy. "Okay, Dad. Hurry up. You have changed 4 pairs of cufflinks." Bori was very anxious. "Why are you so slow?" Bennett glared at Bori. "Tonight is the time for my Amos family to show off. Of course we have to be careful." Bori was speechless. Yes, Bennett and Shia thought about it for a long time. Since Novice himself agreed, it would be too low-key for them to just reveal the news at their own banquet. It doesn't fit their Iron Rose style. Anyway, Novice is also half of his son. After communicating, they decided that they would appear after Novice announced his departure from the Edmund family. He ridiculed him severely, and when the other party couldn't help but refute, he announced with a smile that Novice would come to his house to recognize his godparents. Oh my god! Shia even changed into a dress that she usually found troublesome for the scene. It was so layered that people who didn't know would think she was getting married. Bo-Rui was happy and helpless about his parents' high-profile appearance. "Okay. Then hurry up. We're going to be late. This is Novice's Independence Day. He can't miss a single bit." The carriage of the Amos family was finally ready, and drove to the manor where the banquet was held in a high-profile manner. Similarly, Several other little ones in the royal city also urged their parents to go. Ophelia came by herself because of her special family. But it was also valuable enough. They showed their invitations easily and appropriately, and then entered the vast hall, searching for the shadow of Novice. Where's Nevis? Bori looked around blankly. Although the banquet hadn't started yet, this guy should have come out. Right? Why did he see Duke Edmund being a socialite at the banquet, without any trace of Nevis? My simple Bori. Don't you know? Edmund has always been like this. Bennett explained to Bori. This banquet is just an excuse. We did come to see Nevis, but the protagonist of the banquet is Edmund, the shameless and useless Duke. It can be seen that Bennett really dislikes Duke Edmund. Bori was a little disappointed. Is it a banquet for Novice? It's to celebrate the birth of a 17-year-old magician in his family, not a banquet for Novice. You can see that the invitation doesn't even mention Novice's name. Xia finally said something fair. Bori pouted. Okay. I wait to see him have fun. Show off. The more you show off, the more embarrassed you will be. Hee hee. Bori was no longer in a hurry to find Novice, and simply watched his friends gather. Socializing among adults is always boring. Villa yawned. I might as well promote Screech. Not impossible. Chris analyzed calmly. If we promote Screech here, Novice will be very happy. Villa's eyes lit up. Bori also walked towards the lone adult happily, as if his Ren and Du meridians were opened. It's time to promote Screech. When Novice came down, he saw a few of his friends, who were crazy and praising Screech in a harmonious scene. He couldn't help laughing. Fortunately, they don't have any status or connections. Otherwise, his father, a physiologist who was looking forward to soaring to the top from the banquet, should have stopped him immediately. In fact, even if it was just a few little guys talking about the life in the college in an unreasonable way, it still made Duke Edmund very irritated. This was his stage, his banquet, and the honor earned by his son. What about Screech? That Screech was just a muddle who got a chance. If it weren't for his son Nevis's soft-heartedness and his dislike of quarreling, where would he be now? Duke Edmund's face became gloomier the more he thought about it, and he scared away many people who wanted to get close to the Edmund family. He adjusted his face urgently and waved to Novice with a smile. Novice Edmund, come here. His voice made everyone who was talking around him look over there subconsciously. Duke Edmund was secretly happy, and his eyes looking at Novice were full of urging. Novice raised his eyes slightly and walked slowly towards Edmund. Every move he made was very elegant, polite, and unhurried, as if every step made people unable to take their eyes away. He was just not very friendly to his old father. This speed was too slow. Duke Edmund held the goblet tightly, but tried to put on a smile. This is my Novice Edmund. He is almost 17 this year, thanks to my strict teaching since he was a child. He never slacked off and barely reached the standard of an excellent child in my mind. At this point, he was even unwilling to say the word heir for fear of being caught. He kept saying Novice Edmund, fearing that others would not know that this was his Edmund family and the good son he had raised. The noble on the other side was very surprised. He knew some inside information. It was not Edmund's credit that Novice was born. He was very lucky that he didn't raise a bad child, but who wouldn't say a few polite and exaggerated words when communicating. The noble asked happily. He is indeed a strong child. He is so outstanding. I am afraid he can be Edmund's heir in the future. Edmund's eyes flickered slightly, and he laughed. He is still young and still needs to practice. Who can guarantee that he will always be outstanding? Children are always proud. The noble was surprised for a moment, but he didn't ask any more questions. He just looked at Novice's calm face with sympathy. Novice glanced at him and deliberately asked in a tone that everyone around could hear. What did my father ask me to do? Duke Edmund, don't you know the occasion? This unpresentable look is simply a disgrace to him. Edmund smile gradually faded. Nothing. But I always hear your classmates say that your progress is all due to that muggle Screech. My father is a little angry, so I still want you to come and explain it to everyone, he said in a very special tone. The downtrodden nobles just like to make connections. I have raised you for more than 10 years. I have given you an unparalleled education and helped you lay a foundation. They took advantage of the opportunity once and started to show off. Oh my God. It's really disgusting. Indeed. The downtrodden nobles just like to make connections, Nevis repeated. When Edmund smiled, He deliberately hesitated. I said at the appraisal meeting that everything was Screech's credit. Now you say that. Isn't it a bit bad? Edmund, ? He even forgot about socializing. He didn't need to think about how mocking the people around him were. Duke Edmund hurriedly pulled Nevis to a corner. Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? He had previously made all kinds of indirect accusations, saying that Screech was a thief. All on the premise that his Nevis recognized his achievements. Now that Nevis recognized the achievements of a thief, didn't he also become a thief? Duke Edmund was furious. Nevis, your mother and I are so disappointed in you. Why are you so petty? Novice lowered his head and let him be scolded without saying a solution. When Edmund finished speaking, he asked leisurely, What should we do? Edmund gritted his teeth. If he knew what to do, would he still be here to talk about Novice? No. His banquet has just begun. He still has educational experience to share, and has not discussed various cooperation with others. He must reverse this decline. Edmund said in a deep voice. When you go on stage later, say that your acceptance speech was forced by Screech. Otherwise I will not let you go home. Understand? Novice's eyes flickered. Were you forced to do that? Okay. I remember that. Edmund still believed it. His child was just a little more obedient. But he was easily deceived. Edmund took a few deep breaths, suppressed his temper, and happily chatted with various nobles, spreading Screech's vicious personality in his words. After the incident, Verla and the others did not communicate anymore, but sat on the sofa and watched Edmund speak ill of Screech everywhere with relish. It was a low-level rhetoric, but it made them stiffen their fists. Don't be impulsive. We can't mess up Novice's party, Ophelia said gently. The more he talks now, the more embarrassed he will be. Why rush? Villa snorted. When Novice leaves, I must ask him to help me put Edmund in the sack. Bori came closer with a smile. Add me. Add me. It seems very interesting. The little guys didn't care at all. The nobles who knew the inside story were watching the show, and those who didn't know were jealous. Why doesn't my family have such a pioneer across the ages? If it really happened in my family, not to mention the heir, even the title would be given up. Time passed slowly, and soon after the first round of social dance, each family sent a representative to communicate with Duke Edmund in turn. After all, he was a duke, and there were not many nobles with higher titles than him. Except for Vera. Even Ophelia had to bow slightly and congratulate him. Edmund was very proud. In such a large manner, he was the only one who was the center of attention and the gathering place of all eyes. What a stage that was hard to refuse. Duke Edmund was even reluctant to ask his wife to come and enjoy this eye-catching scene with him. After everyone congratulated him, he stood on the podium with a smile and said in a deep voice, Everyone, I'm glad that you can take the time to attend our Edmund family's banquet. Duke Edmund smiled from ear to ear. Believe me, after having a genius magician, our Edmund family will not stop there. We will work hard to cultivate more genius children and make our Edmund family more glorious. He finally finished his long and boring speech, and many nobles applauded. But Edmund knew that everything was not over. Everyone would still think that he had stolen Screech's achievements, and he had to make an explanation at this time. Edmund winked at the insider he had found. The other party immediately expressed his doubts in a proper way. Oh my God. Of course I believe you, Duke. But I heard that some people have been saying that the excellence of Novice Edmund was caused by Screech. What's going on? Edmund showed a gloomy and weird expression at the right time. And after a performance of wanting to say something but not saying it, he waved to Novice in the audience. Let Novice Edmund talk to you. Hey! His exaggerated fat covered his eyes, and he seemed to be laughing. Many nobles fell silent. In fact, everyone who understood, and no one denied the role of Screech. Even if Edmund was praised, the children who should be sent to Screech would still be sent there in the end. Now that the Edmund family has gone so far, some nobles can't stand it anymore. They want to speak up, but they are held back by the people around them, which makes the whole scene look very strange. The banquet hall suddenly became quiet. Nevis walked to the banquet with his back straight. His father threatened him in a low voice, using his mother, whom he no longer cared about. After Nevis really stood on this stage, he didn't have to endure it anymore. The timing was just right. My father said that I was a fool who was not worthy of being on the stage, and would only cause trouble for him. He asked me to solemnly announce to everyone that my growth had nothing to do with Screech. And it was all his credit. Edmund was so angry that his nose was crooked. What did his father say? Edmund thought it was not good, and hurriedly asked someone to call Novice down. But Novice was a real magician. When he deployed the barrier, which servant could rush up? Edmund didn't want to go up and humiliate himself. Quick! Call that woman down. What's going on? Shouldn't you ask her to comfort Novice? He hurriedly asked someone to call Mrs. Edmund. But unfortunately, Novice would not wait for him. He talked about the past in a calm tone. Whether I can meet the standard or not, I must be whipped, because I am not afraid of him. And I am not a good child who can be rubbed by him in his eyes. My mother has whipped me personally many times to gain favor. Finally, after coming back this time, I heard their dirty plans. I, Novice, disdain to be associated with them. Novice said firmly. Every inch of Novice's excellence comes from Screech's careful cultivation. They have touched my bottom line. I will no longer give in. So I decided. From today on, Novice is a free man and no longer has a surname. My name is Novice. Good. Bennett was the first to applaud. Following his lead, Duke Croft, Sheldon, and Ophelia all applauded, ignoring Edmund's livid face. Edmund could no longer bear it and shouted, Novice, how could you develop such an ungrateful character? The family has given you so many privileges and resources. Don't you feel guilty at all? Yes. Edmund found that it was too late to redeem his reputation now. He had to hurry up and clarify everything and seize the situation. Then throw dirty water on Novice. As long as Novice's reputation is bad, what he says can't be trusted. Edmund clenched his fingers and cursed Mrs. Edmund for being dishonest. The children she gave birth to were also dishonest like her, always causing trouble for him. Novice looked at Edmund's sophistry coldly, and suddenly smiled faintly. Duke Edmund, I have recorded all the resources you mentioned, but they were given by the Amos family. What? Are you planning to take the credit for the Amos team leader? Bennett laughed. Not bad. Not bad. Don't the nobles in the whole royal city know that Novice has been living in my Amos family since he was 3 years old? Oh my God. Edmund, I'm not as easy to talk to as Principal Screech. If you take credit for my Amos family, I will be angry. Sia agreed coldly. It seems that Duke Edmund has taken advantage of his status as a duke and no longer takes Iron Rose seriously. Edmund, damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn Iron Rose. Why didn't the wizards bankrupt his family? Edmund was furious. Lady Edmund came over at this time. He slapped Lady Edmund without saying a word, and said in a cold tone, Look at the good son you gave birth to. Lady Edmund touched her face in disbelief. This was the first time that Duke Edmund hit her in front of everyone. Is she shameless? Lady Edmund looked at Novice hatefully. Before she could vent her anger, Novice threw out a photo stone, which was the evidence that his parents did not love him that he had secretly accumulated over the years. He originally thought that if his mother sided with him once, he would delete her image, help her get a divorce, and then take her to live a good life. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. Novice didn't care anymore. This is the education of Duke and Lady Edmund. If you are interested, you can learn it. Of course, I can't guarantee that your children can become the youngest magician because of this. After all, stolen merits are always difficult to settle. Novice put a barrier on the stage again, and the photo stone quietly showed every whipping of the Edmund family, the so-called resources, and various PUA speeches, and even Edmund's ugly face. Novice took a last look at the photo stone, and jumped off the platform as if it was nothing. He slowly walked to his friend's side. Beaureuil was still holding his hands to look cool, but when he saw Novice approaching within 3 meters of him, he opened his hands without saying a word. Smiling brightly, Welcome to the reunion of the Screech Squad. Novice subconsciously softened his eyebrows, reached out and hugged Beaureuil tightly, and his smiling voice seemed to be unaffected. What Screech Squad? Chris said calmly. They all want to be the team with the surname Screech. Novice, Are you teasing him? His cheeks turned red. I'm not. I don't think so. The child was so scared that he couldn't speak coherently. Villa tiptoed closer and looked at the exposed skin of Novice on Beaureuil's shoulder, teasing with curiosity. Is it true, Novice? I took out the photo stone. Tell me again. I tell Screech later, so that you don't go back on your word. Novice stood up suddenly, let go of Beaureuil, blushed, and hugged Vera expressionlessly. Happy party. He grabbed Ophelia forcefully like a tool, and also said, "Happy party." Finally, it was Chris. Unable to be strong anymore, Chris raised his eyebrows and said to him, "I am from the Screech Squad. And I only hug people from the Screech Squad. Are you?" "Novice, eh?" Novice gritted his teeth, grabbed Chris viciously, and said in a muffled voice, "Happy party." So annoying, Novice thought aggrievedly, but the smile on his face was much more genuine. Bori glanced at the stage, and it had been repeated once. He didn't want others to see Novice's past scars. Even if Novice didn't care, there would always be people gossiping about them. Bori took out his heavy sword, aimed, and threw it at the platform quickly and accurately, breaking the barrier in an instant, and at the same time shattering the image stone. He glanced at everyone with anger, making everyone silent. And then, he recalled his sword with satisfaction. Bori smiled crookedly. "Everyone, I will take Novice home first. Don't forget to come to the Amos family for the banquet." As he said that, Bori pushed Novice out of the manor with his arm around his shoulder, leaving the Edmund family's anger behind. Before leaving, everyone heard a very sunny voice. "Let's go home." The students of the Screech team left politely one by one. Anyway, they didn't plan to stay until the end of the banquet. They made the Edmund family's banquet look like a clown. Duke Edmund's face was so dark that water could condense out of it. The child's sudden rebellion caught him off guard, and today's banquet was ruined. How could he save it? "Oh, my little Borui is really unreliable. Didn't he even notify us properly?" Bennett slapped his head in an exaggerated manner and looked at Xia. "He needs to be taught a lesson." Xia endured her husband's sudden nonsense. "Say!" Bennett stopped when he saw that he was ahead, and his smile was quite a bit like Bo Roy's meanness when he was playing tricks on people. He clapped his hands. "Everyone, tomorrow our Amos family will hold a celebration party for our useless child, as well as a family recognition party for Bori's good brother, Novice. Everyone must give face to our Amos family. Otherwise my two little ones will be very disappointed." Wow! Everyone subconsciously looked at Duke Edmund, wanting to see what his expression would be. Duke Edmund gritted his teeth. Stealing other people's children so openly. The Iron Rose really hasn't changed its reputation. The poor wizard will suppress the news and can't even make a complaint. Bennett was shocked. "What nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean by stealing the child?" "Navius will not take my surname Amos. He just recognizes me as a godparent," he said sarcastically. "Why? You don't love the child. And you don't allow me to love him? You don't allow Screech to love him? If he loves the child, he's a thief. Stealing your achievements and your child. Right? What's your child's name?" "Edmund, you..." Xia and Bennett cooperated. "Navius is a sensible child. He said that he has been living in my house for so many years, and has regarded us as relatives. But we can't just shamelessly bind Navius like this. We can only say that we just recognized him as a godparent at a banquet. Edmund, who shamelessly bound Novice, Bennett waved his hands with a smile. "Don't forget to come. Everyone. We have been wronged once by our little Novice. This time we must do it gloriously." He was very proud, and immediately pulled his wife away. If he didn't leave, he was afraid that he would laugh out loud. The two little ones left early, and there were only the two of them in the car. Bennett couldn't bear it anymore and laughed loudly. "What a pity. If I couldn't help it, I must see Edmund's face. Is he vomiting blood?" Xia read the book calmly. "After this, his family's reputation will not be good. He can unite with Croft and Sheldon to divide his family's property." Bennett touched his chin. "That's right. There are so many children in his family. It's not easy to think about it now that he has fallen. Before, there was Edmund's pressure, and Edmund's education since childhood made these illegitimate children dare not cross the line. Now that the face is lost, the inside is lost, and Novice has also set an example. Who wouldn't want to take this opportunity to earn a title? You know, even Novice can't satisfy Edmund, and no one knows what will happen to them if they flatter Edmund. The fate of the Edmund family can be imagined, but none of this matters anymore. What's more important for them now is to make this banquet for the children a success, and a big one. Fanny will not miss any gossip in the royal city, especially those related to students. In just 3 days, the shameful things that happened to the Edmund family spread to various empires and towns. It was spread in a very convincing way. Of course, compared to this gossip, what was spread more convincingly was Screech's recruitment promotion. This was not Fanny's credit. Now it was still on the special topic of the appraisal meeting. And Fanny had not yet started the recruitment promotion for major colleges and universities. It was mainly because the little guys were too capable. And the entertainment newspaper of the appraisal meeting was too shocking, which created such a good effect. This was something Siashichin had not expected. For example, now, in this hub city with developed transportation, every time you walk into a street or alley, you may hear various discussions about Screech. We don't have much talent, and we won't be accepted if we go to other colleges. Let's go to Screech to try. What if? Yes, I heard that Screech is very good. It doesn't prohibit students from saying bad things about teachers, and provides a forum for students to manage themselves. What is a forum? It's not important. What's important is that there is freedom there. And I heard from my cousin in the royal city that if we go to Merim and Helwins, we will have to pay a school selection fee if our talent is not high level. And we don't have that much money. I have good talent, and I think I can reach the advanced level. I am always worried about Screech. You know, they still have too little experience. But, at the end of the first grade, they can become intermediate magicians at the minimum. Even if we don't have such talent, we can still become magicians. Right? Many of Merim's students can't reach the level of elementary magicians. Anyway, I'm going to try at Screech. Principal Merim, who happened to pass by, I know I have brought shame to the Magic Academy. But there is no need to drag it down. Right? Who said that Merim had to pay a school selection fee if she didn't have a high-level talent? He said that their academy was recruiting fewer and fewer students. Is the school selection fee true or false? Principal Merim took a deep breath, tried to control his emotions, and asked the secretary. Lore was silent for a while, and said softly, Principal, don't we recruit a group of students from the Magic Association every year? Maybe you are talking about them. Luoer is basically watching over the other enrollments, and he will enroll all the students he can. But there will be no school selection fees. Merim got angry. Magic Association. Magic Association, He walked around incoherently, and finally gritted his teeth and said, We are expanding enrollment this year, and the standard is that you only need to have magic talent. I want to see how the Magic Association can collect money under the guise of us. Luoer hesitated, but when Principal Miriam looked over, he nodded. How to say it? He felt that he seemed to be unable to be responsible for enrollment this year. This has to do with the fact that several principals got together to discuss basic colleges a few days ago. Miriam's idea is that it can be built, but it should not be called an affiliated school. An affiliated school is related to magic, but their colleges are basically based on literacy. Maybe they will take some basic courses in advance for the sake of enrollment, but they won't focus too much. Magic is not that easy to learn. Siashichin also agreed, but he proposed another way. Don't you think that the magic academies are too mixed now? I'm thinking, why not give students basic courses in various majors after they learn to read, so that they can find what they are good at and like, so that they won't waste their time in the Magic Academy? Principal Helwins pondered for a moment. But isn't everyone's goal now to learn magic? Siashichin argued. Yes, magic is the foundation of the foundation. But what if the talent is in alchemy? What about refining equipment? Once we develop, there will definitely be more and more magicians. Without a skill, won't they be uncompetitive after leaving the academy? That makes sense. The two principals pondered over it subconsciously. But it was still too early, and it would probably take several years. Anyway, during this time, the 6 basic colleges to be established by the 3 schools were decided. Siashichin raised a difficult question. Now our focus is on enrollment and the Magic Academy. Who is responsible for these basic colleges? The 2 principals were stuck. Soon, Merim said. You proposed it, so you should solve it. Siashichin thought for a moment. Okay, then I will be responsible for it. I have to choose a reliable person in the first year. Otherwise it will be in vain. Principal Miriam and Principal Helwins agreed that they must be reliable and loyal. Otherwise, there would always be various accidents in the academy. And then, nothing happened. Siashichin had already found Luoer privately with a smile on his face, and persuaded Luoer with emotion and reason, which moved Luoer very much. I understand. Luoer, you are staying with John now, not only to learn a lot, but also to repay his kindness. But there is one thing I think you can consider. Now the Magic Association is pressing forward step by step, and it is obvious that they no longer take our Magic Academy seriously. If my Screech wants to develop, It will naturally squeeze the students of Miriam. In the long run, this will be very disadvantageous to Miriam. You are so smart. You must see it clearly. Right? John couldn't bear to part with you, and never thought of putting so much pressure on you. So I can only be the bad guy. Siashichin spread his hands and said helplessly. From the beginning, we should cultivate the source of students and expand the enrollment channels to paralyze the Magic Association and finally not be controlled by the Magic Association. Otherwise, Skriki's fate may be the fate of Miriam. Lore, will you be willing? Of course not. He has been in Miriam for so many years and understands Miriam's current predicament better than Siashichin. He was moved, but he also had a lot of concerns. But I'm from Miriam. You trust me so much? Trust people when you employ them. Don't employ them if you don't trust them. I believe you are not such a person. Besides, Siashichin said with a smile, my admissions requirements are different from Miriam's. It will definitely be difficult to have a conflict in the short term. In the long term. He stretched out his tone and asked with a smile. Luo'er, it has come to this point. Are you willing to just be the principal of a basic college? Luo'er's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. And at this moment he asked himself in his heart, will he be willing? No. He did want to repay his gratitude. And he really liked Miriam. But he was also a man. An ambitious man. Screech's words hit his heart perfectly. Luo'er still had one last worry. Will this destroy the harmonious communication environment between Miriam and Screech? Siashichin knew that he had persuaded him, patted Luo'er on the shoulder, and said with understanding, don't worry. John is a person who understands the overall situation. He just asked you to help him expand the source of students. Why should he be unhappy? In fact, this was true. After Siashichin convinced Luo'er, he smiled and pretended to be calm and went to see Principal Miriam. While lamenting that he had no assistant and couldn't find anyone reliable, he asked Miriam if he could recommend one for the sake of the brother's school. Miriam felt that it was not good for him to vent his anger on Screech because of the overwhelming publicity of Screech's students. He felt a little guilty and began to think of a solution. He proposed a few, and Siashichin rejected them one by one. The two looked even more sad. Finally, Siashichin sighed. It's too difficult to find a capable, familiar with the affairs of the college, and loyal subordinate to be the principal. That's right. Principal Miriam was so worried that his hair became bald. When Siashichin and he were at a loss, he thought of a particularly suitable person. Luo'er. As soon as he proposed it, Siashichin's eyes lit up. Okay. I still have high hopes for Luo'er's ability. But isn't this a bad idea? Luo'er's willingness is a problem. Although we all know the importance of basic colleges, Luo'er is still your assistant after all. Miriam was a little reluctant at first. But when he talked about the importance of the basic college, he thought more and more that it was appropriate. How could Luo'er not be happy? He had always wanted to manage a magic college well. But he was reluctant to let people go. And Luo'er was unwilling to leave casually. But the basic college was so important. It was equivalent to holding Miriam's future. Let Luo'er help as a training first. And then let Luo'er take over his class in the future. Wouldn't it be good? The more Miriam thought about it, the more he thought it was appropriate. He said to Siashichin, I go ask first. He may not be happy. Siashichin nodded sadly. Then I look for it. It's always good to be prepared. The two principals acted separately, to the surprise of Principal Miriam, when he hesitated and asked Luo'er about his willingness. Luo'er agreed immediately. Luo'er himself was also surprised. He didn't expect that Principal Screech's solution would be such a solution. Luo'er couldn't help but feel very curious about Principal Screech. How did he do it? Of course, Principal Miriam, who had been deceived, didn't know how long Siashichin had been staring at his Luo'er until the day he left. He even delivered it to him personally. Chapter 139. After having a person in charge, Siashichin's work suddenly dropped sharply. Of course, he did not just sit there and do nothing. And he still handled a lot of the early problems for Luo'er. For example, he found several copies of teaching materials for each subject and asked Luo'er for his opinion, saying, Luo'er will be the principal of 6 basic colleges in the future, and you have to make the decision on these. Luo'er looked at the various materials Siashichin found for him and was very moved. With these, his work instantly became much easier. But Principal Screech thought it was reasonable. We proposed the plan, so we have to take on some responsibilities. Besides, You are in charge of 6 basic colleges, so the workload is not small. Siashichin joked. John provided the people. Helens provided the land. So I have to contribute. Lore disagreed with this statement. Although he favored his own principle, there was a difference between contributing and providing resources. Resources were just a random stroke on the contract, which was a drop in the bucket compared to their property, as if it was just an investment made casually. But contributing is the real labor cost. Screech has so much background. Can't he also contribute resources? Of course not. It's just because he attaches more importance to this development and wants to reduce some of the burden on Luo'er. So he chose to contribute and help. Screech College is about to enroll students, and their enrollment time is even earlier. Aren't they busy? Even in his busy schedule, he still takes time out to help him share the burden. What a dedicated principal. Luo'er was touched in his heart. But in fact, Siashichin was just worried that he would not be satisfied with the final result. As a king of roles who rolls himself, students and teachers, Siashichin still has a bit of control desire. He hoped that everything could go at his own pace, so he couldn't just give up at the beginning. However, it wasn't that he didn't mean to make Luo'er feel better. Xiao Xie pretended not to see Luo'er's hesitant look, and put the textbooks in front of him. Reading is the basis, but you also need to know more about the outside world, so that even if you can't go to the Magic Academy in the future, you won't be unable to find a job because of the reading life in the past few years. I think that only when we think of the way out for students will students come to our academy without worries, and a virtuous circle can be achieved. Well said. Lore was sent to school by his mother, but he was not talented enough in magic, so he could not enter the Magic Association. Later, John Marin recruited as secretary, and he chose him at first sight, and gave him the greatest power to learn magic, which made Lore even more devoted. Now, if every principal paid attention to students like Xinkuai Jisher, then there would not be the helpless and anxious things that happened to him. Lore said firmly. Principal Screech, don't worry. I will select them carefully. Of course I'm relieved. Principal Luo'er, I leave everything to you. Siashichin patted his shoulder. Teacher, I will also help think of a solution. If you have any difficulties, please contact me at any time. Don't be embarrassed. The most basic literacy teacher, if purchased with principal points, is at most 1,000 principal points. Siashichin is about to recruit new students and get a lot of principal points. Don't panic. Not at all. But Luo'er was moved. He even felt that his careful management of the college was a blasphemy to the cause of education. Principal Screech was so upright, believed in him so much, and put in so much effort. But he was still limited to such a selfish idea of recruiting students for Miriam. His vision was too narrow. After Lore wanted to go back, he was entangled and hesitant, and finally deleted all the private goods about Miriam in his prepared speech for the principal, including his self-introduction from Miriam. He also wanted to make unlimited contributions to education like Principal Screech. Xiao Xie never thought that Luo'er was so easy to turn against. He swore that he was just saying nice things out of habit. But this result, if he knew, he would probably just say that he was happy to see it. After finishing the work in his hands, Siashichin basically had nothing else to do. If he had to say something, it would probably be that there was only one holiday left, and he would wait for the students to come back. These days, Siashichin has also been paying attention to the turmoil in the royal city. Although his students are scattered all over the world, the only place that is really in full swing is the royal city. First, the Edmund family suffered the consequences of their own actions. And then many nobles held celebration banquets for their children. They really held celebration banquets with children as the theme, and only served as the host throughout the whole process. And the rest was left to their children to take care of themselves. There were also many young people in the venue, and it was better to say that it was a stage for their children to shine in the royal city than to say that it was a banquet. In comparison, the Edmund family was once again compared to the dust, and it can be said that their reputation was completely stinking. After Siashichin took a few glances, he stopped paying attention, but instead paid more attention to the Steen Entertainment News. The entertainment newspaper has now reached the day of awarding the prize, and has spent a whole page describing the ups and downs, which makes the children who have not yet entered school excited. My God, if they were standing on the podium, they could still do so much. How happy they would be. Everyone is more determined to report to Screech. Of course, there are those who want to go, and there are those who don't want to go. After getting excited, I came back and thought carefully. The entertainment newspaper for auditors did mention how difficult it was to be in Screech. Can they really survive such a tough environment? Everyone is unsure. But it also makes some students and parents who are overwhelmed by the results think about it. Even so, there are still many students who want to apply for Screech. And everyone is waiting for Screech's enrollment promotion. It is said that they will enroll in advance. I am so curious about what kind of life it will be. The outside world is in turmoil. And everyone is distracted even during the holidays. There is only one place where laughter and joy are as usual. Screech School of Magic. But this time it wasn't the teachers who were laughing. It was the students. Because there were teachers in the school's Easy Pass. Students rarely used it. But after Shichen created a training group for them, everyone let loose. Especially when they heard that Novice decided to go back early to spend Christmas with Screech. Everyone was full of condemnation. Herbert, ? Novice. It's not enough for you to change your last name. You also want to secretly spend Christmas with Screech? Lucius, that's too much. I suggest you don't go. Chloe, I agree. Novice, Screech is my relative. Is there anything wrong with me spending Christmas with him? No. Students, Shameless. But at this point, they are also getting excited. They have been home for a long time, and have been together for almost a while. If Screech suddenly shows up on Christmas Day, won't he be so happy? In order to make this surprise come true, the students also sent representatives to ask Screech what he is doing now. After learning that Screech was building a school outside, and would probably not be back until Christmas, their little thoughts started to move. This also led to the fact that when they teleported to Screech one by one, they found that there were more and more friends around them. And they felt like they had come back secretly to surprise Screech without telling anyone. So, Navius smiled. Lucius? Didn't you suggest not to go? Lucius remained calm. I suggest you not to go. Navius, Anyway, by some strange coincidence, the little guys gathered at Screech in advance. This time, their task was no longer to study or tear up the umbrella, but to give Screech a surprise. Some of them who were good at cooking had already cooked a big meal, and some of them had pulled out a Christmas tree and decorated it, putting gifts from the students to the teachers on it. Everyone was very excited, and it was probably impossible to hide it from the teachers, but they could hide it from Screech. Moreover, they also prepared a lot of small surprises, waiting to be revealed on Christmas Day. When they thought of the expression that Screech might show, they were full of motivation. However, there were some accidents. The little guys were not very skilled and caused a lot of trouble. Fortunately, they were solved quickly and left them with a lot of valuable experience. Time passed slowly, and it was Christmas Day in a blink of an eye. The place chosen by the little guys to celebrate was the meditation building where Shichen could not go if he did not have classes. When they heard that Shichen was coming back, they hid in the meditation room and must give him a big surprise. Shichen really didn't know that Xiao would tell him about anything in the college. Xiao didn't say anything about such a big event as the students returning to school this time. And Shichen would never have thought that they really left their homes and came here. In his expectation, the first Christmas should be celebrated in a grand manner. After all, it was the first Christmas spent with the teachers. He asked Xiao, where do you think it would be better to celebrate? Xiao was not good at lying. And after a long silence, she quietly suggested, meditation building? Shichen had not expected this suggestion. But after thinking about it carefully, it was indeed quite good. You have a lot of landscapes, and it is easy to control. You can have a good banquet in the spacious place on the first floor. I originally wanted to go to the small black room. The space can be set up infinitely, but the meditation building is also good. Shichen casually praised Xiao. Your proposal is becoming more and more humane. Xiao kept silent, fearing that the host would find out the truth and say something sarcastic to it. The happiness was given by the little guys, and this app only lied about military intelligence. Shichen also wanted to give the teachers a surprise. He didn't tell anyone, and planned to set up the venue himself, and then notify the teachers to come to the meeting. The teachers are probably going to be surprised. Xiao walked to the entrance of the meditation building cheerfully, and pushed open the door. It was dark inside, which made Shichen hesitate for a moment. He remembered that his meditation building was quite bright. Could it be that the teachers made some changes here? Shichen stepped into the door, and took out the teaching stick to light a small lamp. The next moment, Neat and joyful voices came from all directions. Surprise! Suddenly, the whole building lit up, with colorful starry skylights hanging around, and magical circles running one after another on the ground. It was useless. Just beautiful. In the center, a huge Christmas tree was shining with various stars, and the gifts were carefully arranged by the students, which looked beautiful without being too much of a distraction. What Xiaoxichen couldn't take his eyes off the most was that behind the Christmas tree, a whole row of little guys stretched out their hands to him with bright smiles, as if asking for a hug. On the second floor, many teachers leaned against the railing, clapping their hands and smilingly saying happy holidays. The whole scene was very lively and exciting, except for Xiaoxichen, who knew nothing. Xiaoxichen was stunned in place, and it took a long time for him to come back to his senses. He walked in with a helpless smile. You guys. He still didn't say why, but the memory of this day may take Xiaoxichen a lifetime to forget. It's too gorgeous. Beaurui smiled and pushed out a big cake. Scritch. This cake is made by us together. I wish our principal will lead the college to become famous all over the world. What is the world? We should make those high gods fall for our screech. Villa clapped her hands and stuck out her tongue with a smile. Teacher. Don't blame other teachers. It was Verla who wanted to give you a big surprise. Nonsense. It's obviously me. Verla. You are cunning. Bori muttered unconvinced. Villa quickly hid behind Chris and snorted. I am cunning. Just ask Screech if he likes me. Bori looked at Xiaoxichen without saying a word. Xiaoxichen tapped his head with a headache, and finally smiled. I like it. You are the most surprising class I have ever taught. Yeah. Even though Screech had only taught this class, they still felt like they had one. And everyone was smiling. They did not limit themselves to the usual banquet process, and even asked Xiaoxichen and the teachers to make a wish in front of the cake one by one. After making the wish, they hurriedly asked what they wished for. Emojizi frowned. Why are you in such a hurry? It won't work if you say it. Beaurui directly exposed his thoughts. How can I make it happen for you if you don't tell me? Teacher Emo. Old Emo. Master. Just speak up. Emojizi was amused and laughed. I hope that one day Xiaoxichen will no longer enslave me. Can you do it? Beaurui suddenly fell silent, and then pulled Novice out as if nothing had happened. Old Emo. Don't worry. Wait until Novice succeeds in usurping the throne. I will help you take a holiday. Novice looked innocent. But what if I want to learn the teacher's educational policy? Students, ? Should we go so far? Think about it. Chris groaned. I think it's a very pleasant experience to see others become elites under our supervision. Only Screech can do that. Right? Although we worked hard, we achieved success. Ophelia said with a Buddhist look. Lucius agreed. If you don't work hard in your youth, you will regret it in the future. Bori curled his lips. You who will be involved in politics in the future have dirty hearts. The teachers laughed again. That's right. Seeing the students work hard and succeed, how can it not be a sense of accomplishment? Xiaoxichen clenched his fist and pressed the corner of his lips. You will all have a chance. If you want to come to Screech, the teacher is always welcome. The little guys looked at each other, smiling and not saying whether to come or not, but looking at the winking faces. I'm afraid they are already prepared. After the cake was finished, when the students said that the gifts on the Christmas tree were prepared for the teachers were still visibly happy. They have been teaching for so many years, but this is the first time they have received such a gift without any nature. And the little ones are also very sensible. For example, seeing that Emojizi often teaches with bare hands, Darren went home and asked his parents for a boxing glove to give to Emojizi. For example, Gore's gift was a love encyclopedia. Anyway, Gore was moved to tears when he saw it. The students have him in their hearts. The teachers opened the gifts and ate dinner with a smile, and had a happy Christmas. Even when the show ended, everyone still felt that they had not finished. Xiaoxichen returned to his office, took a book from the bookshelf and started reading. But he couldn't concentrate. It was too hard to calm down. Xiao Xiao suggested in a low voice. Then take a break. The host hasn't had a good rest for a long time. Xiaoxichen thought about it, and it was true. He couldn't concentrate anyway, so it would be a waste of time to read it. It would be better to conserve his energy. Perhaps because he was in a good mood. Xiaoxichen deliberately teased Xiao Xiao. With so many people entering the school, didn't you notify me? The principal? Xiao Xiao felt guilty. Well, they are not strangers. As long as they are not marked as dangerous people. This can be manipulated, Xie Shichen thought. Shook his head and laughed softly. I am very surprised. From the beginning, his role seemed to be just for a goal. A state of life. But now, he seems to have found a reason. He wants to send the little guys to the best future. This time, this thought kept surging, and it was difficult to calm down. After Christmas, we were ready to enroll students. The little guys initially thought of one very good idea after another. But in the end, they all ended up with Screech's no. Bo Rui was not convinced. Why is my suggestion not acceptable? Only by training their endurance can they feel the culture of the college. Little Bo Rui suggested that the freshmen hike to the back mountain to study. It is not dangerous. And they can also experience the cruelty of college life in advance. It is dangerous. There are so many freshmen. Can you keep an eye on every student? Xie Shichen's question made the little guys fall into deep thought. No. They have been freshmen before. They know it best. It's best if they are too tired to get up. Otherwise, they will definitely do something weird. Why can't mine work? Lucius asked. We Knights of Light all train this way. It's safe for them to train together. It's even harder. Xie Shichen refused even faster. It's too simple. Not even interesting at all. The little guys continued to rack their brains to think about how they should be good instructors for this training. Xie Shichen himself preferred the military training of his previous life. But he wanted more variety. Otherwise it wouldn't be fun. So he also reminded everyone, first of all, we must achieve consistency in elimination, so as to ensure fairness. And secondly, we must have discipline, so as to prevent students from getting into trouble. Consistency? Villa frowned. Wouldn't there be less fun to play? Xie Shichen raised his eyebrows slightly. Play? Villa changed his tone without changing his expression. Adapt to the academy. Xie Shichen laughed. Before, auditors were eliminated in rounds. Why don't you change the pattern every round? The little guy's eyes lit up. And Xie Shichen continued to add. But it must be reasonable and related. A large span is not conducive to the physical and mental development of freshmen. Understand? The little guys who got the reminder shouted. Understood. In the end, they still decided on a system of multiple rounds of elimination. The initial screening must be the one for Old Man Han and Ariel's registration. And after the initial screening, they will be divided into classes. There are 21 classes in total, according to the different physical conditions and performances of the students. The most relaxed students are put into the devil class. The students in this class have two chances. That is, if they are eliminated in the class, they can return to the original class. Similarly, other students with excellent performance can also enter. The idea is mainly to consider that everyone's qualifications, perseverance, and physical conditions are different. If you pay attention to the masses, those who are too fast or too slow will not get much improvement here. So they are temporarily divided into classes according to different physical conditions. When they are in the senior grades, if magic is not outstanding, they can also seize the time to learn another skill. Of course, these are what Screech and his team should consider. Students only need to arrange the content of the freshman assessment within the general framework. In the end, the list they submitted, in addition to some daily basic training, is a variety of assessment content. For example, rock climbing, to train students' flexibility, and jungle melee, to train students' cooperation and their own strength. For each assessment, they listed various possible accidents and ways to deal with them. It is a very excellent plan. Xie Shichen finally stopped finding faults this time, and started a new topic. Scritch has grown to the point where there are multiple classes of students. It's time to establish a student union. You can also think about what you want to be for a while, and compete for the position. Student union? Bo Rui asked curiously. Are there contribution points? Xie Shichen, yes. Sometimes he really doubted whether there was something wrong with his education policy. Otherwise, why would students all think about money? Talking about money is so vulgar. The little guys showed with their actions that they could be even more vulgar. The student union president should have more contribution points. Right? Then why don't I apply for one for fun? Bo Rui started to discuss with everyone. Lucius sneered. Why? Because you are Aotian? Bo Rui hummed. I make friends widely. Am I not worthy of such a position? No. Chris said venomously. I can do it too. Who hasn't learned coordination? Ophelia smiled gently. If that's the case, then I should be more suitable. Right? To elect the president. Do we need to vote? Valentina and Freya raised their hands without hesitation. We support the princess as the president. Students, lost. But it doesn't matter. The little guys know how to save the country in a roundabout way. Lucius immediately looked at Xieshichin. Contribution points should be distributed according to work. What if someone has a particularly idle job? Xiao Xia, well, there is this plan. But it is still under discussion. I will definitely give you a charter before enrollment. Then, are there any in the class? Villa asked curiously. Xieshichin smiled slightly. There are only 21 of you. If you all get the positions, how many contribution points will the teacher lose? Everyone thinks about it. After all, it is a luxury. You can't expect Screech to be generous. But the little guys are still concerned. If not for the contribution points, they still have to play a guiding role when the new students come. Everyone analyzed their own strengths and weaknesses and argued over their own suitable positions. Who knows when they can get the wool? Of course, we should grab it as soon as possible. The final result was quite satisfactory. Everyone chose a position that they were relatively good at. As expected, the president was taken by Ophelia, and the vice president, Novice, took the position with his identity as a magician. The remaining ministers and vice ministers were also divided up. When the little guys came to Xieshichin again, several days had passed. Now all the rules had been set and announced to the Miumyu. Xieshichin specially bought a week's advertising space with Fanny to promote his own academy. Even brothers have to settle accounts clearly, so this money should not be stingy. After finishing the preliminary preparations, Xieshichin also saw the list submitted by the little guys and was extremely surprised. There was no Bo Rui. He thought this little guy would fight for a position as Minister of Foreign Affairs for himself. Thinking of this, Xieshichin still asked Bo Rui to come over and ask. If everyone has it but Bo Rui doesn't, it would still be biased. When Bo Rui was called, he was full of confidence. Obviously he did it on purpose. Xieshichin laughed. Tell me, why don't you think about taking a position? This is the boldness of doing a good job as a teaching assistant in order to make the newcomers suffer. How could he just give up an opportunity to get contribution points and cheat people? In fact, Bo Rui did not think about not taking a position. But he was not targeting these positions in the student union, but the forum. The little guy smiled and built a good relationship with Xieshichin. Brother Xia. You see, the forum always needs someone to manage it. And some rules need to be made. Otherwise it will be too easy for people with ulterior motives to take advantage of it in the future. Do you think I am particularly suitable? Xieshichin looked Bo Rui up and down, smiling. But there can't be only one administrator. Wouldn't you lose an income this way? Little Bo Rui approached mysteriously. I can be the forum owner. You also said that this is a student forum. Students definitely don't want teachers to find out and manage it. Then set up a forum owner who specializes in managing the forum. And find a few administrators. In the future, find 1 or 2 for each grade. Then there won't be any quarrels. Right? Little Bo Rui's calculations were clacking. Managing the forum is also very hard work. And the role is extraordinary. You see? Shouldn't these contribution points be a little more? Xieshichin was amused. Okay. So you're waiting here? Bo Rui knew that Xieshichin was not angry. And he also seemed to agree. So he acted even more obediently. What about tapping the back? Pressing the shoulders? Serving tea and pouring water? He had to be as skilled as he could be. All because of his experience as an assistant teacher. So, every hardship that Alkian Bo Rui experienced laid a solid foundation for him. What else could Xiao Xia say? Of course he agreed. But Xiao Xia still added, being an administrator also has contribution points. You have one less than others. Bo Rui was shocked. Administrator Bo Rui takes contribution points. What does it have to do with my forum owner Aotion? Brother Xia. Brother Xia. Brother Xia. Brother Xia. You can't do this to me. Xieshichin was frightened and had goosebumps. He swore that he really didn't show this kind of novel to the little guy. Xieshichin rubbed his eyebrows. Okay. I know. I make arrangements. Bo Rui smiled and said, okay. Brother Xia. Brother Xia. Go to bed early. Brother Xia. Bye. Wait. Xieshichin stopped Bo Rui, hinting, since the forum owner has more work and more contribution points, you have to take up the post now. such as specifying forum rules and writing some campus life posts. Understand? Beauroy shouted. I understand. Then he added, Can I recruit administrators in advance? He was alone, and the task was still a bit heavy. Xiaxichan laughed and scolded. 2. No more. Beauroy instantly became lively and cheerful. Okay. Altian Beauroy will serve you devoutly. The little guy's tricks are getting more and more. After sending Beauroy away, Xiaxichan also put the construction of the forum on the table. Since there is a forum owner, it is best to arrange a group owner. But there is no rush. It is okay to consider it after the school easy pass is built better and the new students are successfully enrolled. Time slipped away quietly in the busy work. These days, the entire Screech School of Magic was empty, and there were almost no pedestrians. The teachers were either in the small dark room for training or in frequent meetings to prepare for enrollment. The students were the same. After obtaining the student union status, they discussed more in the meetings. According to Xiaxichan's idea, the student union should implement self-management, and if it doesn't work, the teachers will intervene. With Xiaxichan's tacit approval, the little guys borrowed the rules and regulations and functions of various colleges, compared them with the various needs of their own colleges, and began to make rules one by one. They must abide by these rules themselves, and they must also ensure the rationality of the rules and minimize the possibility of loopholes. So after making the first version, they also asked various teachers to help see if there were any areas that needed improvement, and then improve the points pointed out by the teachers, and then continued to hold meetings to discuss and modify various systems. At present, Screech does not have any fancy courses, if there are any. They are compulsory subjects. So there is no need to introduce a credit system, but instead promote the contribution points, in order to attract everyone and give them enough motivation. The students also urged the task center to release a lot of new products that can only be purchased with contribution points. To be honest, the fortune-telling teacher of the task center would not know if they didn't release new products. But now that they have, even the old students are eager to try. It's so attractive. The little guys modified various activities overnight, striving to let the freshmen experience the importance and difficulty of contribution points in their first year. After everything was almost perfected, the little guys still couldn't sit still. Since it was the elimination level they set, they had to be proficient in it. Right? Just for the elimination project of rock climbing, the little guys can now climb up with their eyes closed, and the time spent is very short. Xiaxichan was very pleased to see the little guys working so hard, and he advanced a sum of contribution points to the little instructors in advance. And then, there was nothing else. The little guys all went to the mission center to spend. Xiaxichan didn't know the reason, and was still wondering if he had raised a group of moonlighters, until Xiaoxiao stammered. They said that if you see something you like, you have to buy it quickly. There are more people and more tasks, and you can't guarantee when you will want to raise the price. Xiaoxiao paused and whispered. They said that the speed at which they accumulate contribution points may not be as fast as yours. Xiaxichan, I have this idea. But everything is to promote consumption, so it's not that excessive. Right? Xiaoxia rarely reflected on himself, and finally concluded that it was all the little guys who were bitten by a snake once and were afraid of the rope for 10 years. Well, it has nothing to do with him. Xiaoxia, who felt at ease, stretched his waist and sent a message to Fanny leisurely. Principal Xiaxichan, Editor-in-Chief Stern. Have we arranged the enrollment promotion for Screech? Mushi Fanny, don't worry. It will definitely be the first batch. You paid a high price, so I have to give you some benefits. Right? Principal Xiaxichan, okay. Then I will wait for the start of school. Finally, I can earn a lot of principal value again. Chapter 140. Stern Entertainment News, Screech's enrollment information at a glance. Do you know all the following enrollment requirements? Fanny got Xiaxichan's advice, and is now getting better at writing titles. Anyway, once this enrollment promotion came out, all interested students, even those who originally wanted to go to Miriam, bought a copy to take a look. But in fact, the content is still very normal. The writer first wrote a brief introduction to Screech, and this part was given to Fanny by Xiaxichan. It was written very exaggeratedly, which made people excited. After reading it, everyone even had an illusion. Why not go to Screech and try to apply? But soon, Screech's enrollment requirements gave them a heavy blow. Since our school does not consider talent when enrolling, in order to ensure that new students can study in school for a long time. After a unified discussion by the college teachers, the following enrollment requirements are made. 1. Literacy. 2. Sufficient perseverance. Willing to work hard. And not afraid of difficulties. 3. Pass Screech's theoretical preliminary test screening. 4. Pass Screech's perseverance re-examination screening. 5. Go through Screech's 2-month training and pass the assessment. At first glance, this requirement does not seem so unreasonable. But a pile of assessments with few standards is enough to discourage students. Many students saw it and began to curse Screech for being arrogant. Damn it. Do you really think everyone wants to go to his Screech School of Magic? With so many requirements, I don't think they are thinking about recruiting students at all. That's right. Isn't this just saying that as long as Screech wants to recruit students, they can recruit them? And if they don't want to recruit them, they can't recruit them? I might as well go to Miriam. At least you can get in there if you have magic talent. Ah, but Screech doesn't require magic talent. So there should be more people who want to go there. Right? Some students also expressed confusion. They don't require magic talent. And there are no other requirements. I feel strange. Yes. And I think it's good. They start school in mid-January. And the final elimination is in mid-March. Miriam and other colleges are just preparing to start school. If you are really eliminated, you can still try to go to Miriam and other colleges. Principal Screech still cares about the students, said a student who attended the appraisal meeting. When receiving the awards, I saw Screech's students spontaneously asking Principal Screech to give them the awards. If the principal was not good enough, how could they do this? Although many people still think that Screech's admission requirements are too high, most students still know what's going on. Apart from anything else, the elimination of auditors happened only a few months ago. Their training is scary, now that they are recruiting students. If they let people in without any difficulty, wouldn't those auditors be very upset? So although everyone thinks that the conditions are a bit too much, they can understand it after thinking about it. Apart from anything else, those who have magic talent may disdain to go. But those who are not good enough in magic talent, or even have no magic talent, will definitely try their best to get in. There are many people who want to sign up. Screech is no longer short of students. Many students who are interested in Screech have made plans to study after seeing the registration time marked above. But there are also many students who are still hesitant. Most of them are students with good talents, who can go to various colleges to study. Although they are also very greedy for Screech's education. They also know that there are still only a few who can achieve the situation of the first class. It is rare to see that there is only one class of students like this. So they still have concerns. More importantly, Screech's admission standard can be said to be no standard at all. If they are selected, it's fine. If they are not selected, and those who have no talent or poor talent are selected, wouldn't it be embarrassing for them? Without being mentally prepared, they began to hesitate. Some gritted their teeth and decided to give it a try, while others did not dare to wait until Miriam started school and went to Miriam. Some even wanted to find a connection to ask Shichen if there was any inside information about the admissions requirements. But because the college has been strict recently, they had no channels and had to give up. They stared at the admissions column given by Stern over and over again, like doing reading comprehension. Tangled and hesitant. Everyone had different reactions. But it was no longer something Shichen could pay attention to. As the school was about to start, he became busy again. Although Shichen, the principal, was not needed for enrollment, Shichen had to review the questions and so on. Shichen also had to be the coordinator behind the scenes and see if there were any areas that needed to be checked and filled. And he would check and fill them as soon as possible. It can be said that he was not so idle. But in comparison, the little guys were still much busier. They had already built the framework of the student union and were waiting to recruit new students after they entered the school. But after finishing the student union, they still had to work on the school motto, things that have been discussed. They also have to check the site several times to ensure the safety of the new students and communicate with various teachers to avoid mistakes. They care more about this enrollment than Shichen. In this way, the students and teachers of Screech were busy all the way until the enrollment began. The enrollment time was January 15th, a day without any special features. Shichen's enrollment column was sent out after Christmas. These 10 days were enough for students who wanted to register to report to Screech. The preliminary selection lasted 3 days, with 2 theoretical exams each day. Those who passed the selection entered the reselection, and those who failed could leave early. With such a large mobility, Screech Academy was able to take care of the students' accommodation. Each student could stay in Screech for 2 days before the reselection. Most students decided that even if they were not selected, they would stay for a few more days to see what Screech was like. On the first day of enrollment, freshmen gathered at the foot of Screech Mountain one after another. Some of them were dressed in ordinary clothes, leaning timidly in the corner, while others were sitting in carriages, talking non-stop to adjust their nervousness. But undoubtedly, their uneasiness came from this unpredictable school, Screech School of Magic. At 8 o'clock in the morning, a blond boy wearing glasses finally came down from the mountain. The boy glanced at the crowd and smiled slightly. "Hello. I am today's welcome staff. Novice. Novice." Almost all the students who came to register had heard of this name. Some of them were people he met when he forcefully rejected the Edmund family, and some were people he met when he asked Screech to present the award on the podium of the appraisal meeting. They looked at Novice as if they saw a monster they shouldn't have seen. Novice's eyes flickered slightly. Screech welcomes every student to come, and has prepared a dormitory for everyone to live in temporarily. Students who want to study, please follow me. After a pause, Novice said to the other servants and parents who wanted to follow, "The academy is not open at the moment. Only students can go up the mountain. Please don't make things difficult for us." The parents who wanted to follow them up, there was no way they could cheat. But their children still had to go to Screech to study, so they had to bear it. Everyone could only spend more time to remind their children, fearing that their children would suffer if they missed a word of advice. Navies didn't wait for them. Turned around and walked up the mountain. Before leaving, he casually said, "The guards at Screech can identify non-seeking students. I hope non-seeking students will not challenge Screech's school rules for the time being. Otherwise they will be dealt with seriously." After Novice finished speaking, a strong man suddenly jumped out from beside him, punched a big hole in the soil next to him, and then looked at Novice with a simple smile. Novice, Although little Novice often sees it, he was still shocked by this simple and unpretentious shock. Okay, but the effect seems to be good. Maybe this is why Screech asked them to be the door guards? Novice thought uncertainly, but he slowed down his pace a little, and the students waiting behind him also followed his pace. Novice first separated everyone by gender, and then sent them to Chris and Vera, who were guarding the dormitory. One responsible for the male dormitory, and the other for the female dormitory. Novice said to the students, "After you choose your dormitory, someone will come to draw lots for you. Just go to the exam according to the time. Don't be nervous." He comforted everyone. They are all very simple subjective questions. There is no right or wrong. It's just a screening method. His words made everyone who were originally unsure reluctantly feel at ease, but they still found it difficult to be completely at ease without seeing the questions. Screech's requirements are indeed too many. At the same time, there are students who are not talented in the first place, and some are worried that this theoretical exam is just a means for Screech to eliminate them. They came here with the mentality of giving it a try. If Screech doesn't accept them, they don't know what they can do in the future. After delivering the students, Novice continued to transport the new students. This was his only task today. It was a bit boring, but he still did it, because Ophelia, who arranged the task, said that for guidance like this, it is better to be similar to Screech. Right? Then there was nothing else. Novice was willing. "It seems that there are quite a lot of students coming," Novice said to himself. "I don't know how many will be left for us to train in the end. I hope there will be more. Otherwise they will be very sad when they are eliminated." When Novice went to pick up the next batch of students, the first batch of students had already started drawing lots. Some of them drew the morning, and some drew the afternoon. Drawing the morning meant that they would start taking the theoretical test in the morning. This conclusion immediately panicked the students who thought they were unlucky. "Why so fast? We don't even know what we're going to take the test," some people complained. "This is not fair at all. The people behind us know what we're going to take the test. I've been talking to Screech, but this is really weird. This is too hasty. Since we can stay for 2 days, can't we wait until tomorrow to take the test? We can go around Screech more, and maybe we can get some news. I really want to stay in Screech. If I can't stay because I'm not well prepared. Some people are nervous. Some are secretly happy. And some are worried and questioning. But none of them can change Screech's mind. They originally thought, Well, maybe Screech doesn't lack students at all. Some self-destructive students thought, and entered the examination room with their signatures. I is one of the students who came to Screech this year. It's not that she has no talent. On the contrary, she has an extremely rare poison talent. But her talent was not very good, and the relatively evil talent of poison was suppressed by the Magic Association. Aya could not even go to the Magic Academy to study. Those who could accept her did not appreciate her talent, and those who appreciated her talent did not dare to accept her. Just when she was unwilling to give up and thought about joining the Wizard Association to become a black wizard, she saw Screech's recruitment promotion. Instantly, she was moved. She knew some news about Screech in bits and pieces. She was not afraid of hardship, but she was afraid of not being able to learn magic. Now that Screech has really started recruiting students, she felt pleasantly surprised. Aya packed her bags and came to Screech without saying anything. Since those students with no magic talent and dark talent can do it, why can't she? Aya was full of fighting spirit, but after arriving at Screech, she still felt uneasy. This place is so big and grand. Even the gatekeepers are so imposing. The students of Screech have a very unique temperament, which makes Aya feel inferior. Can she really stay? She was full of fighting spirit, but was caught off guard by the upcoming theory test. She was so nervous that she couldn't calm down even when she entered the examination room. What was the test? Will she pass it? What if it's difficult? She doesn't know anything. Aya could only rely on several people to divert attention. She looked around the crowd and found that the entire lecture hall held at least 500 people, and everyone was working hard for a position as a freshman in Screech. Aya's palms began to sweat, until the bell rang. An old man stepped into the classroom cheerfully. 1 paper per person. Just hand it in after the test. Don't be nervous. These are just small scenes. There will be many big scenes in the future. He made everyone more nervous. This is still a small scene? Aya was not confident. She clenched her pen and took a deep breath to comfort herself. Small scene. Small scene. The question should not be difficult. So many people. It is impossible that they all know magic. Right? She still has a chance. The old man on the stage casually threw the test paper in his hand, as if he had measured it accurately, and placed each one on the student's desk just right. Aya subconsciously opened her mouth. So amazing. The test begins. The old man called Aya back to her senses in a deep voice. Aya lowered her head in a panic, looked at the test paper carefully, and tried to calm down. What should I do? So nervous. She didn't know anything. Aya lowered her head. And the first question was very strange. What color do you like? Continuing to read. Various subjective questions such as what she likes, what she doesn't like, what to do if she doesn't like, what to do if she has no money, etc., made Aya unable to come back to her senses. Aya's eyes slowly widened. What kind of questions are these? Not only Aya, but also others who were well prepared and not well prepared were dumbfounded when they saw the theoretical exam. Some people speculated on Screech's thoughts, thinking that Screech Academy would not have meaningless questions, and there must be some intention that they did not realize. Why? Some students pondered the commonalities between the first batch and the auditors, trying to find out what kind of students the college wanted to accept. Knowing how to be grateful? It's possible. But what does this have to do with money? Identifying the Magic Association? But when the auditors were there were people from the Magic Association. So it couldn't be to screen out students with different identities. Could it be kindness? Some students always felt that this question was a bit strange, as if it was pointing to their conscience. He pondered for a moment, and was about to try to fill it in well. But the invigilator seemed to have a clairvoyant eye and said directly, "Answer according to your heart." There is no standard answer. The students hesitated for a few seconds, and in the end most of them chose to tell the truth. They also wanted to see if telling the truth was one of the selection criteria. In fact, it really wasn't. Shichen only needed to select the students who had less trouble, so that he could manage them more conveniently. Old Man Han and Ariel naturally had their own selection criteria. It didn't matter whether the students told the truth or not. Anyway, they could see that the test paper was more like a reference. They were fast, all trained by Shichen. Less than an hour after the test, they counted the students who passed the preliminary selection and gave them to Miamu. Miamu used various methods to give them good news, reminding them to take the second round of endurance test in 3 days. The students who did not pass found that there was a string of numbers written on their room keys, representing the time they could stay in Screech. You didn't pass? What were the questions in the test? How did you write it? A friend asked a student who had already finished the exam. The student who had finished the exam was very confused. I don't know. There were some very strange questions, such as what I like and how I would do it. I wrote it well. How could I be eliminated? The friend analyzed. Is it because you cheated? No. Another student who lived in the same dormitory took the time to reply. I also wrote it well, but I passed. The student who failed was even more confused. Why? Why? Is Screech's admission so unfair? His friend comforted him. Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. There must be something we don't know. Why don't we ask a few more people for reference? The student gritted his teeth. Reference what? I think Screech thinks I'm a nobleman. And my parents said bad things about him before. So he didn't pass me. The friend smacked his lips. Aw, it shouldn't be that bad. Right? He doesn't know either. Why not? The more the student thought about it, the more he felt that it was right. Otherwise, they were all faking. Why didn't they select me? Merrim didn't have much talent and only needed a school selection fee. Screech did everything according to his own ideas. I thought Screech was a good academy that could make me a mid-level magician. The student who also faked the answer sneered. I think it's because of you that they don't want you. Right? The student's eyes widened. What nonsense are you talking about? The student who faked the answer shrugged. Although I don't know how they did it. It's obviously one of Screech's selection methods. If you don't believe me, go and see. Those who were eliminated must be saying bad things about Screech. Right? What do you mean Screech is not worthy of me? Screech abuses his power for personal gain. Screech is just a muggle. Screech is avenging me. The cheating student rolled his eyes. Don't feel so good about yourself. Okay. Are you as talented as Novice? Or can you become an intermediate magician without any talent? Neither. Why do you think Screech should remember you? The eliminated student's cheeks flushed red. And he couldn't say anything for a long time. His friend hurried to comfort him. Okay. Don't be angry. It may not be like this. It's all his guess. The student looked at his friend and said word by word. Now that you know the answer, you can stay. Of course I don't mind. The friend was stunned for a moment, watching the student leave in anger, and did not move for a long time. Did he know the answer? The friend thought carefully. Does it mean that I know their selection criteria? But I don't know how they select. Yes. The fake answer added fuel to the fire. It seems that you can pass the preliminary selection. But your friend will probably not be around for long. Friends, In fact, it is true. Among many students who come together, those who are not selected often abandon those who were selected, and keep saying bad things about the selected and Screech, showing great resentment. It doesn't take 3 days. On the second day, everyone probably knows what kind of students Screech wants to select. But they can't figure out how Screech determines what kind of students are. Is it so accurate? The selected ones think that if they are not selected, well, they will go somewhere else. They may be unhappy, but they won't react so strongly. Everyone was even more curious about Screech's selection. During these 3 days, although Screech Academy gave them 2 days of tour time, most of the eliminated students left on the same day, with a feeling of being impatient. Only a few people could use this tour. Meow Meow was not in a hurry either, perhaps because of their strong foundation. After a round of selection, there were still more than 2,000 people left in the entire academy. If there was another round of elimination, it felt like 800 people could still be there. Right? Everyone thought uncertainly. But 800 was a lot, and any more would be a burden for the teachers. Meow Meow comforted themselves. The second round of reselection was led by Mo Shuzi and Jiang Shui, who were responsible for 2 levels. But as long as one of them met the standard, they could pass. And if both met the standard, they could compete for the treatment of the magic class. The training will be stricter in the future, and the elimination will be stronger. But after elimination, they can enter the ordinary class training. And elimination again is the real elimination. Just for this chance to avoid death once. They have the strength to try. As soon as they received the notice, more than 2,000 students lined up on the playground according to the time on the notice. Many of them were scheduled to take the test in the afternoon. But they still came early just to see what Screech would do this time. In fact, they came at the right time. What is this doing? A student asked the person next to him, who had been watching for a while, in a trembling voice. It happened that that person was Aya, who had been in theory. Aya said casually while watching. It is said to be a horse dance to test everyone's endurance. The student pointed to the other side. That's desire to survive. Another student replied. Anyway, let the monster chase you. And you pass. Or squat. And you pass. What does it take to pass? Not sure. Aya shook his head and sighed. I saw someone pass in 10 minutes. And someone laid down for half an hour, and was eliminated. I understand. Perseverance. It's not really about time. But this is too mysterious. Can they really tell whether they have reached their limit? Based on the first round of exams. I think it is possible. Everyone looked at each other and sighed. Screechy's enrollment is really confusing. Just then, Emoshuzi said. Next. Aya. Aya hurried over. The teacher is me. I am Aya. Emoshuzi looked Aya up and down. Give me your hand. Aya calmed her breath and handed her hand to Emoshuzi. Emoshuzi touched her wrist, quickly understood the situation, and looked up. Go. Squat according to the instructions of the magic teaching mirror until you can't hold it anymore. I won't call for a stop. I will only tell you if you have passed or not when you stop. Of course, the kind of stubborn person who can't stand it and will persist until he faints. Emoshuzi will also make an exception and call for a stop in advance. But he hasn't met such a stubborn person yet. And then he really met one. Aya? That stubborn person. She wanted to stay so much. Emoshuzi said that she couldn't stop until she couldn't stand it anymore. But what if? What if she persisted for one more minute and passed? Don't bet. After Aya performed the standard movements according to the teaching mirror, her whole body began to tremble. Only then did she understand why those students who looked very strong began to tremble when they did this movement. It was really too sore. This was not the point. She felt as if her whole body was exerting force. She had to work very hard to maintain the standard of the movement. And her legs were already trembling and about to go limp. No wonder it was a test of perseverance. Hold on. Aya. You can do it. Aya. Aya gritted her teeth and continued to hold on. She was not afraid. Emoshuzi was efficient. The whole playground was full of students squatting. He could remember them and occasionally paid attention to the students who had squatted well before. 10 minutes later, he looked at the group of students marked as extremely weak and still ticked them. 20 minutes later, he ticked the qualified students and took a look at the students he supported before. He soon noticed Aya. Not bad. It seems that she is a very weak student. It seems that she has good perseverance. 30 minutes later, a large number of students were carried away. Emoshuzi continued to call for help. He accidentally looked up and found that Aya was still squatting. This is going to happen. With that body, wouldn't it be the point where she would faint? Emoshuzi hurriedly asked people to carry Aya to rest. In fact, Aya did enter a semi-comatose state. Even so, she was still thinking about whether she had passed. I passed. The weak voice made Freya, who came to carry people, laugh and cry. I passed. Dear, don't be nervous. You passed. Aya finally felt relieved and fell into a deep sleep. Emoshuzi wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. There really is a stubborn kid. He almost scared him to death. After this episode, Emoshuzi became more serious and low-key. While Jiang Shui smiled as if she had caught him, Emoshuzi fought back. You should also be careful. If you run into a stubborn kid who keeps running until his mouth is full of blood, what can you do? Jiang Shui, they are not as amazing as students imagine. Anyway, the young students will be carefully eliminated later. The first round of screening is just to reduce the burden later and increase the compatibility of students with Screech Academy. For example, Emoshuzi and Jiang Shui. They just check the students' bodies, and then estimate the goals that a student can achieve but requires a lot of effort, and then let the students take the assessment. Basically, this goal will not harm the students' bodies, and it can't even be said to be able to break through themselves. But it can persist. With this feature, there won't be many eliminations later. So, theoretically, this stage has no risk, and the elimination rate is not high. However, there are so many weird students coming to Screech, and Emoshuzi and Jiang Shui don't know what's going on. During the reselection on the first morning, Emoshuzi made a mistake, and Jiang Shui laughed at him during the lunch break. And she also made a mistake in the afternoon. It was a Girl wearing a beautiful puffy skirt, not covering her Adam's apple at all. Jiang Shui smiled and said, "It's pretty cool. Little guy. Are you ready?" The girl in the puffy skirt blinked, and without saying anything, she tore off her skirt, revealing the pumpkin shorts underneath, and then said to Jiang Shui in a sweet female voice, "Okay." Jiang Shui raised her eyebrows and summoned a young monster. "Run, kid. Don't let your monster catch up with you. Just stop when you reach your limit." The little girl listened, but didn't listen completely. Jiang Shui estimated that this little guy didn't have much muscle on his body, and he was still an untalented noble kid, so he could last about 10 minutes. After making a record, Jiang Shui continued to call the next one. 10 minutes were up, and she ticked off the students who passed, feeling that this batch of students was pretty good. 20 minutes. Wait, did she seem to have forgotten something? Jiang Shui subconsciously searched her own field, and immediately saw the puffy skirt, who was about to faint, but was still running with perseverance. Ah, damn. She also met a stubborn person. Jiang Shui pulled the corner of her mouth, urged the magic power to let the monster quickly catch up with the other party and bring it out, who knew that the puffy skirt was almost fainting and still had the energy to speed up. Jiang Shui was startled, and was particularly afraid of an accident like Emoshuzi's. This would result in Screech's salary being deducted. She would also have to ask Muzin or Eugene for the cure, which would cost money. Jiang Shui teleported to the field without saying a word, and personally pulled the tutu out. She gritted her teeth. "Little guy, did I tell you to do what you can? Stop if you can't run anymore." The tutu was still conscious, and she stuttered and panted while saying, I can still run. Let me run." Jiang Shui, forget it. Just leave the troublemakers to those troublesome students. She had a headache. "Okay, you passed. Go and rest." Hearing this, the girl in the puffy skirt smiled subconsciously, and then trembled and climbed up, which scared Jiang Shui. "What?" the puffy skirt said softly. "I want more. One more life." Jiang Shui, Aren't you afraid of being scolded to death in the special class? And one more life. Forget it. Jiang Shui couldn't stop it, gave Emoshuzi a look of blessing, and turned around to test the students. Emoshuzi, who had just sent off the stubborn students in the morning, Anyway, the second round of re-examination passed without any danger, and the final pass rate was still very gratifying. About 1,500 plus students stayed, and there were about 80 students in a class. Next, it was the home court of each Miao Miao. Miao Miao has been paying attention to the freshman assessment these days, especially the comments given by each teacher and the freshman qualifications. Then, they found that although there were differences, everyone's physical fitness level was actually similar. Bori was shocked. "There's a swordsman here." "A swordsman? This swordsman's physique is almost the same as the magician's. This is incredible." "That's normal. Weren't you almost the same as us at first?" Chris poured cold water on him. Bori was indignant. "Chris, do you really want me to tell all the freshmen that I ran 2 laps?" Chris's expression remained unchanged. "In fact, I can also run 2 laps. Although the magician's physique is slightly worse than that of the swordsman. It's not even at the elementary level, so the gap is really limited. Otherwise, they wouldn't be kite flying by magicians. And there are very few people who can really reach the level of junior magician and junior swordsman. One is that they don't trust Screech. The other is that they have better options. And the third is that they are not talented enough. For example, this year, there are only 3 people who can reach the level of junior magician before entering school. 2 of them are former auditors Steven and Hollinger, and the other is a freshman this year. And there are even fewer junior swordsmen. The initial efforts of swordsmen are much more than those of magicians, and they are very hard. So far, Screech has only seen 1 junior swordsman among the freshmen, or an auditor, GRA. So if you think about it carefully, it's not surprising that everyone's physique is similar, but some of them are particularly weak. Ophelia pointed to the students who passed the 10-minute test. They are able to stay, which shows that they have some perseverance. I'm thinking now, should we set up a special slow class or treat everyone equally? If we treat everyone equally, it would be very unfair to these students with particularly weak physiques. But if we really set up a special slow class, it is very likely that these students will not be able to keep up with the progress after admission. After all, Screech's current progress is still relatively fast. after reading the training manual that the principal showed them. Everyone could see that this was the most suitable arrangement for the general public. I think maybe they don't necessarily want to go to the slow class. Anna pointed at a few people in a gentle voice. They have very poor physical fitness, but they still managed to complete the 2 perseverance tasks. It can be seen that they really want to enter Screech and change their fate. Our assessment itself is not particularly difficult to complete, and with the help of the body refining liquid, they still have a chance. Under the body refining liquid and professional training, the first to be eliminated will always be those students who are unwilling to fight and have no strong motivation to change. Not these weak students. She has always had a low sense of presence in the class and is also very weak. But she has never missed a training session. She thought that instead of letting them bear the title of slow class from the beginning and letting them give up on themselves, it is better to treat them equally and give everyone a chance to counterattack through hard work. Ophelia pondered for a long time. You are right, Anna. I think too complicated. Since there is no difference except for novices group, why not let the freshmen choose their own training instructors? Beaurue winked and started to play tricks. Let's send out the school pass first. And they can also see our self-introductions on the forum. Being abused by the training instructor you personally selected. That must be very satisfying. Right?